Welcome to a half hour of Mind Webs, short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction. This story comes from the 12th series of the best from fantasy and science fiction, edited by Avram Davidson. The story's title is The Garden of Time by J.G. Ballard. Toward evening, when the great shadow of the Palladian villa filled the terrace, Count Axel left his library and walked down the wide Rococo steps among the time flowers. A tall, imperious figure in a black velvet jacket, a gold tie-pin glinting below his George V beard, cane held stiffly in a white-gloved hand. The Count surveyed the exquisite crystal flowers without emotion, listening to the sounds of his wife's harpsichord as she played a Mozart rondo in the music room. It echoed and vibrated through the translucent petals. The garden of the villa extended for some 200 yards below the terrace, sloping down to a miniature lake spanned by a white bridge, a slender pavilion on the opposite bank. Axel rarely ventured as far as the lake. Most of the time flowers grew in a small grove just below the terrace, sheltered by a high wall which encircled the estate. From the terrace he could see over the wall to the plain beyond, a continuous expanse of open ground that rolled in great swells to the horizon, where it rose slightly before finally dipping from sight. The plain surrounded the house on all sides, its drab emptiness emphasizing the seclusion and mellowed magnificence of the villa. Here in the garden, the air seemed brighter, the sun warmer, while the plain was always dull and remote. As was his custom before beginning his regular evening stroll, Count Axel looked out across the plain to the final rise, where the horizon was illuminated like a distant stage by the fading sun. As the Mozart chimed delicately around him, flowing from his wife's graceful hands, he saw that the advanced columns of an enormous army were moving slowly over the horizon. At first glance, the long rank seemed to be progressing in orderly lines, but on closer inspection it was apparent that, like the obscured detail of a Goya landscape, the army was composed of a vast, confused throng of people, men and women, interspersed with a few soldiers in ragged uniforms, pressing forward in a disorganized tide. Some labored under heavy loads suspended from crude yokes around their necks. Others struggled with cumbersome wooden carts, their hands wrenching at the wheel spokes. A few trudged on alone, but all moved on at the same pace, bowed backs illuminated in the fleeting sun. The advancing throng was almost too far away to be visible, but even as Axel watched, his expression aloof yet observant, it came perceptibly nearer, the vanguard of an immense rabble appearing from below the horizon. At last, as the daylight began to fade, the front edge of the throng reached the crest of the first swell below the horizon, and Axel turned from the terrace and walked down among the time flowers. The flowers grew to a height of about 6 feet, their slender stems like rods of glass, bearing a dozen leaves, the once transparent fronds frosted by the fossilized veins. At the peak of each stem was the time flower. the size of a goblet, the opaque outer petals enclosing the crystal heart. Their diamond brilliance contained 1,000 faces, the crystal seeming to drain the air of its light and motion. As the flowers swayed slightly in the evening air, they glowed like flame-tipped spears. Many of the stems no longer bore flowers, and Axel examined them all carefully, a note of hope now and then crossing his mind as he searched for any further buds. Finally, he selected a large flower on the stem nearest the wall, removed his gloves, and with his strong fingers snapped it off. As he carried the flower back into the terrace, it began to sparkle and deliquesce, the light trapped within the core at last released. Gradually, the crystal dissolved, only the outer petals remaining intact, and the air around Axel became bright and vivid, charged with slanting rays that flared away into the waning sunlight. Strange shifts momentarily transformed the evening, subtly altering its dimensions of time and space. The darkened portico of the house, its patina of age stripped away, loomed with a curious spectral whiteness, as if suddenly remembered in a dream. Raising his head, Axel peered over the wall again. Only the furthest rim of the horizon was lit by the sun, and the great throng, which before had stretched almost a quarter of the way across the plain, had now receded to the horizon, the entire concourse abruptly flung back in a reversal of time, now appearing to be stationary. The flower in Axel's hand had shrunk to the size of a glass thimble, the petals contracting around the vanishing core. A faint sparkle flickered from the center and extinguished itself, and Axel felt the flower melt like an ice-cold bead of dew in his hand. Dusk closed across the house, sweeping its long shadows over the plain, the horizon merging into the sky. The harpsichord was silent, and the time flowers, no longer reflecting its music, stood motionlessly like an embalmed forest. For a few minutes, Axel looked down at them, counting the flowers which remained, then greeted his wife as she crossed the terrace, her brocade evening dress rustling over the ornamental tiles.
What a beautiful evening, Axel.
She spoke feelingly, as if she were thanking her husband personally for the great ornate shadow across the lawn and the dark, brilliant air. Her face was serene and intelligent. Her hair swept back behind her head into a jeweled clasp touched with silver. She wore her dress low across her breast, revealing a long, slender neck and high chin. Axel surveyed her with fond pride. He gave her his arm, and together they walked down the steps into the garden.
One of the longest evenings this summer. I picked the perfect flower, my dear, a jewel. With luck, it should last us for several days.
A frown touched his brow, and he glanced involuntarily at the wall.
Each time now, they seem to come nearer.
His wife smiled at him encouragingly and held his arm more tightly. Both of them knew that the garden was dying. Three evenings later, as he had estimated, though sooner than he secretly hoped, Count Axel plucked another flower from the thyme garden. When he first looked over the wall, the approaching rabble filled the distant half of the plain, stretching across the horizon in an unbroken mass. He thought he could hear the low, fragmentary sounds of voices carried across the empty air, a sullen murmur punctuated by cries and shouts. But quickly he told himself that he had imagined them. Luckily, his wife was at her harpsichord, and the rich contrapuntal patterns of a Bach fugue cascaded lightly across the terrace, masking the other noises. Between the house and the horizon, the plain was divided into 4 huge swells, the crest of each one clearly visible in the slanting light. Axel had promised himself that he would never count them, but the number was too small to remain unobserved, particularly when it so obviously marked the progress of the advancing army. By now, the forward line had passed the first crest and was well on its way to the second. The main bulk of the throng pressed behind it, hiding the crest and the even vaster concourse spreading from the horizon. Looking to left and right of the central body, Axel could see the apparently limitless extent of the army. What had seemed at first to be the central mass was no more than a minor advance guard, one of many similar arms reaching across the plain. The true center had not yet emerged, but from the rate of extension, Axel estimated that when it finally reached the plain, it would completely cover every foot of ground. Axel searched for any large vehicles or machines, but all was amorphous and uncoordinated as ever. There were no banners, no flags, no mascots or pike bearers. Heads bowed, the multitude pressed on, unaware of the sky. Suddenly, just before Axel turned away, the forward edge of the throng appeared on top of the second crest and swarmed down across the plain. What astounded Axel was the incredible distance it had covered while out of sight. The figures were now twice the size, each one clearly within sight. Quickly, Axel stepped from the terrace, selected a thyme flower from the garden, and tore it from the stem. As it released its compacted light, he returned to the terrace. When the flower had shrunk to a frozen pearl in his palm, he looked out at the plain. With relief, saw that the army had retreated to the horizon again. Then he realized that the horizon was much nearer than previously, and that what he assumed to be the horizon was the first crest. When he joined the Countess on their evening walk, he told her nothing of what had gone before, but she could see behind his casual unconcern and did what she could to dispel his worry. Walking down the steps, the Countess pointed to the thyme garden.
What a wonderful display, Axel. There are so many flowers, still.
Axel nodded, smiling to himself at his wife's attempt to reassure him. Her use of still had revealed her own unconscious anticipation of the end. In fact, a mere dozen flowers remained of the many hundred that had grown in the garden, and several of these were little more than buds. Only 3 or 4 were fully grown. As they walked down to the lake, the Countess's dress rustling across the cool turf, he tried to decide whether to pick the larger flowers first or leave them to the end. Strictly, it would be better to give the smaller flowers additional time to grow and mature, and this advantage would be lost if he retained the larger flowers to the end, as he wished to do for the final repulse. However, he realized that it mattered little either way. The garden would soon die, and the smaller flowers required far longer than he could give them to accumulate their compressed cores of time. During his entire lifetime, he had failed to notice a single evidence of growth among the flowers. The larger blooms had always been mature, and none of the buds had shown the slightest development. Crossing the lake, he and his wife looked down at their reflections in the still black water. Shielded by the pavilion on one side and the high garden wall on the other, the villa in the distance, Axel felt composed and secure. The plain with its encroaching multitude a nightmare from which he had safely awakened. He put one arm around his wife's smooth waist and pressed her affectionately to his shoulder, realizing that he had not embraced her for several years, though their lives together had been timeless, and he could remember as if yesterday when he first brought her to live in the villa.
Axel, before the garden dies, may I pick the last flower?
Understanding her request, the Count nodded slowly. One by one, over the succeeding evenings, the Count picked the remaining flowers, leaving a single small bud which grew just below the terrace for his wife. He took the flowers at random, refusing to count or ration them, plucking 2 or 3 of the smaller buds at the same time when necessary. The approaching horde had now reached the second and third crests, a vast concourse of laboring humanity that blotted out the horizon. From the terrace, Axel could see clearly the shuffling, straining ranks moving down into the hollow towards the final crests, and occasionally the sounds of their voices carried across to him, interspersed with cries of anger and the cracking of whips. The wooden carts lurched from side to side on tilting wheels, their drivers struggling to control them. As far as Axel could tell, not a single member of the throng was aware of its overall direction. Rather, each one blindly moved forward across the ground, directly below the heels of the person in front of him. The only unity was that of the cumulative compass. Pointlessly, Axel hoped that the true center, far below the horizon, might be moving in a different direction, and that gradually the multitude would alter course, swing away from the villa, and recede from the plain like a turning tide. On the last evening but one, as he plucked the time flower, the forward edge of the rabble had reached the third crest and was swarming past it. While he waited for the Countess, Axel looked down at the 2 flowers left, both small buds which would carry them back through only a few minutes of the next evening. The glass stems of the dead flowers reared up stiffly into the air, but the whole garden had lost its bloom. Axel passed the next morning quietly in his library, sealing the rarer of his manuscripts into the glass-top cases between the galleries. He walked slowly down the portrait corridor, polishing each of the pictures carefully, then tidied his desk and locked the door behind him. During the afternoon, he busied himself in the drawing rooms, unobtrusively assisting his wife as she cleaned their ornaments and straightened the vases and busts. By evening, as the sun fell behind the house, they were both tired and dusty, and neither had spoken to the other all day. When his wife moved toward the music room, Axel called her back.
Tonight, we'll pick the flowers together, my dear. One for each of us.
He peered only briefly over the wall. They could hear, less than half a mile away, the great, dull roar of the ragged army, the ring of iron and lash pressing on towards the house. Quickly, Axel plucked his flower, a bud no bigger than a sapphire. As it flickered softly, the tumult outside momentarily receded, and then began to gather again. Shutting his ears to the clamor, Axel looked around at the villa, counting the 6 columns and portico, then gazed out across the lawn at the silver disk of the lake, its bowl reflecting the last evening light, and at the shadows moving between the tall trees lengthening across the crisp turf. He lingered over the bridge where he and his wife had stood arm in arm for so many summers.
Axel!
The tumult outside roared into the air. 1,000 voices bellowed only 20 or 30 yards away. A stone flew over the wall and landed among the time flowers, snapping several of the brittle stems. The Countess ran towards him as a further barrage rattled along the wall. Then a heavy tile whirled through the air over their heads and crashed into one of the conservatory windows.
Axel!
He put his arms around her, straightening the silk cravat when her shoulder brushed it between his lapels.
Quickly, my dear. The last flower.
He led her down the steps and through the garden. Taking the stem between her jeweled fingers, she snapped it cleanly, then cradled it within her palms. For a moment, the tumult lessened slightly, and Axel collected himself. In the vivid light sparkling from the flower, he saw his wife's white, frightened eyes.
Hold it as long as you can, my dear, until the last grain dies.
Together, they stood on the terrace, the Countess clasping the brilliant, dying jewel, the air closing in upon them as the voices outside mounted again. The mob was battering at the heavy iron gates, and the whole villa shook with the massive impact. While the final glimmer of light spread away, the Countess raised her palms to the air as if releasing an invisible bird. Then, in a final access of courage, put her hands in her husband's. Her smile as radiant as the vanished flower.
Oh, Axel.
Like a sword, the darkness swooped down across them. Heaving and swearing, the outer edge of the mob reached the knee-high remains of the wall enclosing the ruined estate, hauled their carts over it and along the dry ruts of what had once been an ornate drive. The ruin, formerly a spacious villa, barely interrupted the ceaseless tide of humanity. The lake was empty, fallen trees rotting at its bottom, the old bridge rusting into it. Weeds flourished among the long grass in the lawn, overrunning the ornamental pathways and carved stone screens. Much of the terrace had crumbled, and the main section of the mob cut straight across the lawn, bypassing the gutted villa, but one or two of the more curious climbed up and searched among the shell. The doors had rotted from their hinges, and the floors had fallen through. In the music room, an ancient harpsichord had been chopped into firewood, but a few keys still lay among the dust. All the books had been toppled from the shelves in the library. The canvases had been slashed, and gilt frames littered the floor. As the main body of the mob reached the house, it began to cross the wall at all points along its length. Jostled together, the people stumbled into the dry lake, swarmed over the terrace, pressed through the house towards the open doors on the north side. One area alone withstood the endless wave. Just below the terrace, between the wrecked balcony and the wall, there was a dense 6-foot-high growth of heavy thorn bushes. The barbed foliage formed an impenetrable mass, and the people passing stepped around it carefully, noticing the belladonna entwined among the branches. Most of them were too busy finding their footing among the upturned flagstones to look up into the center of the thorn bushes, where 2 stone statues stood side by side, gazing out over the grounds from their protected vantage point. The larger of the figures was the effigy of a bearded man in a high-colored jacket, a cane under one arm. Beside him was a woman in an elaborate full-skirted dress, her slim, serene face unmarked by the wind and rain. In her left hand, she lightly clasped a single rose, the delicately formed petals so thin as to be almost transparent. As the sun died away behind the house, a single ray of light glanced through a shattered cornice and struck the rose, reflected off the whirl of petals onto the statues, lighting up the gray stone so that for a fleeting moment it was indistinguishable from the long vanished flesh of the statue's originals. The story this time was The Garden of Time by J.G. Ballard. It appears in the book edited by Avram Davidson, The Best from Fantasy and Science Fiction, 12th Series. This is Michael Hansen speaking. Technical production for Mindwebs by Leslie Hilsenhoff. Mindwebs is a production of WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension. This is Michael Hansen. The Mindweb story this half hour is by Stuart Diebeck. It's called The Maze and appeared in Orbit 17, a collection edited by Damon Knight. He gives her a starched white gown and surgeon's mask and leads her down tiled corridors past caged rats, through wards of muzzled dogs, cats with electrodes in their brains, convalescing baboons strapped to tables. Red arrows point the way through the tunnels to the employees' cafeteria. Each noon, she hurries along enormous pipes insulated in asbestos. When the generators kick in, the light bulbs dim. At intersections, the arrows are almost scuffed away. She's grateful when he begins bringing her lunch in the laboratory. Every noon, she eats it off a corner of the stainless steel table: grilled cheese, slice of pickle, black coffee. It's not the maze itself that's important. The maze is only one component of his experiment. Through a combination of radioactively induced mutation and the chemical alteration of DNA, he intends to expand intelligence. The maze will afford controlled problems of survival, a method of testing, measuring, and finally selecting out subjects that have been successfully altered. The subjects will be mice. They never discuss correlations with other species. Still, sometimes she feels the air so charged that excitement seems to crackle like a current leaping between electrodes in old horror films. It's the year of constant zero now, the year of the 28-day blizzard. He shows her an article in Scientific American that claims a new ice age is beginning. She doesn't really mind being stranded. After working late, it's easier not to worry about getting home, to simply curl up on the operating table and rest one's eyes after a day's close work translating ancient Minoan blueprints. There are always clean sheets, and each morning a fresh uniform waiting. At night, she dreams of unmapped subterranean rivers of bolting black rapids on a sheet of ice. From the start, her task has been maze research. The years have carried her through the fabled labyrinth, the catacombs, secret passageways of Borgia's castle, fantasical funhouses, the Paris sewer system, the Pentagon. Now, finding man's intricacies simple besides nature's, she delves into the seashell's plumbing, mysteries of mole and earthworm, enters the anthole, down pulsing corridors past pupa and nurseries, Mammoth Cave, Carlsbad Caverns. There are so many dead ends. How many lives would be needed to travel them all and back? Oh, so beautiful, she says. Ablaze with shifting angles like a gem turning under a spotlight. Stainless steel, magnesium, fiberglass incorporating all shapes, curving back on itself like space. Yes, he says. Yes, now, the real work can begin. And now she wanders back on herself through all those years of preparation, remembering the first walk down the tiled corridors, pacing the red arrows backward till they are erased by footsteps, leaving only a snow-blinding dazzle like the landscape one morning when the blizzard fell from her eyes like gauze. Her eyes are always tired now, staring back bloodshot from the shining plains of steel. Sometimes she catches a glimpse of her reflection, a pale contour of cheek, the drained curve of chewed lips, gray roots at the hairline. She watches the generations of mice come and go, watches the maze digest them. Sometimes in the late afternoon, she switches off the machines computing their progress, unable to concentrate on the constantly oscillating lines of their anxiety, the zigzagging pen scratching across revolving graph paper as the mice go mad. She leaves it to him now to focus in on them with the tiny TV eyes implanted in each tunnel, to observe them as they nose helplessly up interconnected corridors, starving, deprived of water, driving on desperate for reproduction. He keeps scrupulous records of their progress. When one advances beyond the rest, he's removed to breed a new generation of more brilliant mice. Sometimes at night she wakes to their small screams, at least what she construes to be screams, squeaking that is echoed and re-echoed down the tubes amplified by a system of microphones and speakers. She unlatches the tiny gate and puts her ear to the entrance. It's like a music box of squeals, moans, whispers, strange mouse whispers of generations still circulating, recorded on tapes and played continually throughout the maze for any clues they might provide the current batch of mice. An almost familiar effluvium floats down from the tunnels of excreta, of disinfectant, of decomposing corpses, of the maze itself. She puts her eye to the opening and peers down the gleaming corridor. It leads to a Y-shaped intersection. She rolls her eye, peering first down one wing, then the other. They both diverge into honeycombed passageways, all empty. The mice are far beyond. She goes to the monitor, turns the dial, scanning the corridors littered with dried pellets, shriveled claws, and cannibalized skeletons trying to pick up their trails. He's seldom there now at night as he once was, poring over genetic files. It's lonely when she wakes like this, though the sleeping pill is always there beside the Dixie cup of water. She has begun to recognize the mice as distinct from one another. It seems the longer the experiment continues, the less they look alike. Perhaps that's because they're larger, easily the size of rats, except they don't look like rats. They've changed gradually, so no matter what they look like, she still thinks of them as mice. Mice with swollen, misshapen heads, mice nearly erect like kangaroos, mice that stare back into your eyes. It was the females in the nursery she first came to know, something in their eyes as they stared back at her when she'd watched them nursing their litters. The baby mice, bald, pink, and sucking, resembling piglets. She gave the mamas names: Sweet Rosalie, Fang, Monkey Jane, Tilly the Thumb. She saves pieces from her grilled cheese sandwiches, even though she knows feeding them those little crumbs interferes with the carefully programmed nutrients of their control groups. He's never there to catch her anyway. Nobody's there. They don't even remember she's in here. They've stopped bringing a change of uniforms. Her clothes are turning gray. They don't lower their voices when they talk outside the door. She's heard rumors, unbelievable snatches of conversation about experiments that go on at night. She recognizes the names of those involved, his friends, the famous one who works on radioactive mutation, and the other, the biochemist from Taiwan. It didn't matter feeding them the cheese bits. After a while, they wouldn't eat them anyway. And they left the pieces lying at the bottom of the cage, and he found them and doesn't even bring the cheese sandwich anymore. That's punishment. And all the work and all those years. Where's the reward? Now that new mice are brought into the laboratory every day, the differences between them and the maze mice are staggering. Were their ancestors really that tiny and mindless? The maze mice had evolved metabolisms that require the corrupting flesh of other mice, so that's what he brings in. Bushel baskets full of dead mice crawling with maggots. They have to sit on the radiators and rot. He had the lab insulated so the smell wouldn't escape and comes to work wearing a gas mask, surgical gloves, and waders. You were used to the stench, he tells her. One gets used to anything if they have to, she thinks. Like the maze mice eating each other's bodies in order to survive their maze treks, till now they relish it, leaping up and snapping their huge tusks as he dangles a rotting carcass above them by the tail, his gas mask somehow suggesting a heartless smile. The rumors were true, she finally checked the other night. It was as much boredom as curiosity driving her to it, and hunger more than either. Ever since he stopped bringing her lunch, her only meal, she's had to scavenge at night for food. Luckily, they left the grain, which the mice used to eat. That and an occasional mouse spit it on a pipette and roasted over a Bunsen burner, one of the freshly dead ones before they're too rotten. Hardly enough to keep body and soul together. A few dried kernels and a mouse. But never a maze mouse. Too close a count on those. Not that she'd eat them anyway. One doesn't eat one's friends. Why go on living if they drive you to that? Sometimes she feels she can actually communicate with them, and they keep each other from going insane. Watching them on the TV during the day is better than a lot of women sitting home watching actors on soap operas. They have their problems and conflicting personalities just like people once you know what to look for. Besides, she couldn't catch them if she wanted to. They're too smart and quick for the likes of her. Still slick from birth and already crawling toward the maze like they were born to it. Reminding her of a movie she saw once about baby turtles trying to get to the sea as soon as they broke out of their eggs. There she was, sneaking through the corridors, following the sounds. Strange sounds for this place. Music and laughter and swearing. One of the orderlies was mopping, and when he saw her, he fainted. She crept down past brain surgery. They had a dog in there with his brain floating in an illuminated bubbling jar still attached to his empty skull by wires, and when she passed the jar, his head began to whimper. They were in the operating room behind locked doors, but they had forgotten to cover the little windows, just like the rumors had it. They had crossed some kind of big monkey, maybe an orangutan, with an ocelot, and God knows what else. There were 5 of them in there, strange creatures with hypnotic gold-green eyes, so beautiful that even her old heart began to race like a hamster inside a wheel. They were almost the size of women, but more delicate, like pubescent girls. But girls don't have curves like that, and covered with a fine golden fur. Ah, but their eyes, and their hands with long nails tapering out of their fingers, and their graceful long tails like feathered fans they were using to stroke over their bodies and the men's bodies, to curl around their necks, poke in their ears, brush across their faces, and all of them sitting there with wine bottles, drinking and laughing. And he was there, too. At first, she didn't recognize him without his clothes on, but it was him, all right. Another winter, or last year still not ended, icicles like stalactites. The generations seem to change faster than the seasons. This latest group won't eat the rotten flesh. All they'll take is bones. It's evolved, of course, evolved from maze conditions. They're so deep now that by the time one generation comes upon the remains of its forebears, bones are all that's left. He's given her the job of boiling the meat off the bones. All the soup she can eat. Huge vats, always bubbling and boiling, steaming up the windows, and her stirring away with a big wooden spoon. Just when she thought he was making up, giving her little tasks again, he kicks her out of her stupor, yelling, "What have you done to the video? What have you done to the video?" But she hadn't done it. The mice had figured out how to interfere with the video transmission. Some mutation they hadn't even conceived of had occurred, giving the mice the ability to use the electro waves of their brains to jam the frequency. Not that it wasn't possible to predict once they inexplicably developed a sonar-like beep akin to a bat's. Instead of having to go down each passageway, they beep, and if it bounces back off a dead end, they avoid it. They use a variation of the beep to communicate with each other, too, like a school of porpoises chattering away, squeaking and beeping and whistling. Ever since the beep, they haven't been burning their lives out, going berserk either. Some of them have been around quite a while, actually, and grown quite large. It's fortunate the tunnels were designed to expand. She could almost climb in there herself now. Perhaps, she allows herself to hope, the little buggers will solve it after all. She thinks of them as little buggers because of what's going on in there. She saw it on the TV before they knocked it out. It's a result of his being partial to males from the start, using them as explorers and keeping the females back to breed. He wanted the males driven on with horniness, battering down blind alleys. And then in the old days when they did have litters in there a few times, the others ate the babies. Though certainly that wouldn't happen now. The young are well taken care of. After reaching a certain point in the maze, they're welcomed, initiated into the group, an actual rite of passage, rather Dionysian in character. Probably that's why they blocked the transmission. There are things they don't want to be spied on doing, things he doesn't know about, and she's not going to tell him either. Bastard, dirty son of a bitch, she almost says it. But it's been so long since she's used her voice, all she can do is croak. Just when the mice looked like they had the maze beat, thanks to their sonar, he hooks up a device to recondition them. It's a sonar detector that triggers an electroshock. Whenever one of them beeps, the waves activate the current electrifying the entire maze. Not enough of a jolt to kill them, but enough to have them writhing and jerking. Without the sonar, they're back to nosing up blind alleys, going nuts again in corners. It wasn't part of the original concept to match wits with the subjects. The idea was to build the most complex maze mankind had ever devised. And if they solved it, fine. That was a measure of their evolution. But it wasn't supposed to have become a contest. This isn't the first time he's done it either. The mice would have defeated the maze years ago if he hadn't kept enlarging it constantly. He's added over 100 stories since the original, and spokes of corridors winding off in all directions. She wonders what they think in the city when they see it sprouting out of the dome of the Institute and twisting off toward the horizon like some runaway roller coaster. Some of the new passageways go straight up with stainless steel sides, and others plunge suddenly like elevator shafts. They'd have to sprout wings to solve those. And there are exits with doors like safes with intricate combination locks on them. And when they finally solve the locks and the door opens, a wall of water is waiting on the other side to flood the passages. And there are other doors booby-trapped with explosives or emitting cyanide, and passages lined with razor blades, and stretches where the floor heats red hot, wind tunnels and miles that twist through a deep freeze. He's losing his hair now, and reeks like he hasn't bathed in months, the stink of nervous sweats mingled with the peculiar musk those golden creatures spray him with. Maybe they're a little too much for a man his age, she chuckles. What does he see through the greasy lenses of those glasses? The hairs sprouting out of that mole by his nose have turned white. His scraggly beard's clouded with bits of food and snot he doesn't bother wiping away when he comes in huffing and stamping his galoshes from the cold. It doubles her over thinking about it. Him, Dr. Fastidious, with his gas mask, rubber gloves, and waiters, slobbering as he mumbles to himself, spitting into the receiver as he phones all over the world. Each conversation ending the same, with him beat-faced and raving, cursing his colleagues, and in between trying to explain how the mice have nearly evolved the ultimate mutation, the ability to determine future mutations by harnessing the collective energy of their brains. At night, when he goes to his golden paramour, she opens the maze door and crawls inside, sits right in the doorway with her legs bunched up against the wall. The sounds well up from deep inside her. She's come to understand how a rooster crows and a coyote howls. She cups her hands over her mouth, her thumbs jammed up her nose to produce the right nasal accent, and calls out the new plans he spent the day concocting against them. Her warnings reverberating down the shining hallways, echo after echo of their oboe-like language. Screams from the nursery. The biochemist with the meat cleaver, the famous mutation expert wearing a welder's mask and blasting with a blowtorch, and him with a German Luger firing point-blank furry wedges of skulls splattered against the walls. She wakes. The lab empty and dark, only the machines humming, the computer winking through its circuits. Inside the nursery, everything is quiet. The mamas sleeping in their caged steel cribs, the little ones cradled in glass incubators. Without hesitation, she raises the lid off her favorite cooing mouse sounds in his ear, lifts him gently out. He clutches her shriveled breast with his small leathery hands. She can feel his heart beating what seems like twice the rate of hers, and hers is pounding. She shuts the door to the nursery without looking back, and they huddle together on the floor beneath the vivisection table. They close their eyes. He's trembling. The lab door bursts open. Cursing and shouting, the three of them stumble past into the screaming nursery. To say love correctly is to make a sound that comes from deep inside, like a cat's purr, a dove's coo. She can't really make it, only approximate it. Nor does it really mean love in the way man uses it. It means being together and knowing that wherever you are will lead somewhere else. He lived like a prisoner in this cramped storeroom, no bigger than a closet. She named him Theseus, explained his name to him, told and retold the old myths. But after a while, she got to calling him Theo. Once he asked her what her old name was, what her life was like before she came here. Was she a child? But when she tried to think back, her mind got lost in the coils of her brain. She felt her blood staggering around in the darkness. Blind, trying to distinguish memories from nightmares by their feel. He helped her sit down, held her until the dizziness passed, and brushed away her tears. And he said, "I'll just keep calling you Mother." How long was he here, she wonders. Time's been gone for a long time. It disappears before space, leaving endless rooms, filling even the smallest cupboard with eternity. She tried to make his room homey, as if such a place could be home, with death always compressing it further, its enormous weight always just the other side of the door. She tries to count the years, but it's all become one winter. She sits alone in the closet now, just to feel the old minutes pass. The same room they'd stored all the materials from the original maze in so long ago, rolls of blueprints, stacks of manuscripts, files, partially disassembled scale models that Theo played with to kill the time of his childhood. He slept through the days. At night, they'd prowl the hallways, planning an escape. But right at dawn, she'd always find him transfixed before the entrance of the maze. Antennae perked up. He wasn't a happy child, and now he's gone, leaving only a little pellet behind she'd sweep away, except it helps her to believe he was really here. The second quake in the last few days. This one cracked the ceiling and buckled the walls. She's heard rumors that part of the East Wing has collapsed, allowing packs of half-starved dogs to escape into the city. Now, the three of them, wearing hard hats and football helmets, are in the lab squabbling on how to program the computer. "It's the maze," he's yelling. "Don't you see? They're extending the maze themselves, building it from inside out. Look here." He's arranged a series of back-page clippings from obscure newspapers into a pattern connected by red lines and superimposed against a wall map. She reads through the clippings. Reports of miners in West Virginia and Montana refusing to enter haunted mines. Fishermen off the Carolina coast complaining about nets nagged on underwater obstructions. Almost identical articles from several different states regarding the mysterious disappearance of sewer workers. They're probably linked up with a natural system of underground caves, he says. I think we did research on that once. Before she can intercept him, he's opened the door to the closet, standing there gaping at Theo's burlap bed, the books, the little decorations she's fixed up and had not been able to discard. He picks up the last dried pellet, shriveled and darkened now, his handkerchief holding it out, his eyes narrowed with suspicion and then bugging out in rage. "What's this?" he shouts, waving it in their face. "What's this? What in the hell is this?" Lights. Who opened the door? She squints. "Is it you?" she mumbles. All she can see are those bloodshot lenses, eyebrows like white spiders, a close-up of gums gnashing in her face. I can't hear your blathering, she giggles. Ever since you've jammed those corks in my ears, but the next second she's groveling at his shoes. Don't beat me again. I can't talk if I wanted to. My tongue has shriveled to a raisin. Please don't use the acid. Oh, God, no, not the mouth stretcher. The door opens again. She pretends to be unconscious. He drags her out by her hair across the cold laboratory floor. She thought it was just the closet that felt like a refrigerator. Another punishment. But the entire lab is freezing. He's wearing a parka now, fringed in wolf's fur. Wake up, you crazy old bitch. I want you to see how it ends. She can see his breath as he talks, gesticulating wildly, explaining how he set the computer the task of destructing the maze. An atomic chain reaction, blasting it out of the entire country, the entire hemisphere, perhaps the entire planet like a tapeworm. He's laughing as the clock counts down. 30, 29, 28. Turns to see her staggering to her feet and moves to knock her down, still laughing. She smashes her foot down on his toes, the foot with a Spanish boot. While he's hopping and yelping, she tries to finish him off with a cast-iron kick to the groin, but can't swing her leg high enough. It cracks into his kneecap, carrying her off balance, and they both go down. He drags himself toward her across the floor, and she tries to crawl away. He rips her rags off, breathing hard, eyes magnified behind his lenses, an expression she's never seen before. He drops his trousers and rolls on top of her, grunting, biting, licking her ear. Their faces staring into each other's, straining only inches apart, and then suddenly, his jaw unhinging in a scream. She sees his eyes roll up into his head as he's lifted off her, Theo pumping into him from behind like a piston, and him screaming again and again with each thrust. She can hear Theo's antennae sending her thought waves as he drives it in over and over. Mother, are you all right? The computer, she thinks. The computer. And Theo has already dumped in and is lunging for the control panel. She watches as he rolls over, trousers still around his ankles, a stream of blood running down his legs, and then realizes his arms are outstretched and shaking because of the weight of the Luger he's holding with both hands, taking careful aim at Theo's back. And before she can scream, the golden tails lash around his wrists and cinch mercilessly around his throat. She watches the golden mutants file into the maze. A long line. She had no idea there were so many. Smiles pouting their lips, their exotic flashing eyes. The last two enter, the ones who save Theo, one of them obviously pregnant. My mate, he says, as they disappear into the maze. Theo, we can escape now, they call to him through the east wing. Theo, bring your wife. Your children will be able to walk the earth free, to know the fields, flowers, sun, stars. He's smiling. The words sound all wrong to her. He steps into the entrance and extends his hand. She looks at the laboratory, the scattered files, the shattered beakers, buzzing video screens, snow drifting in, blowing through the cracks in the walls, coating everything like dust. His body on the floor, already a little mound of snow. And out the window, the icicles like bars across a landscaped white, fumed like a desert. She steps in, and he slams the door. It fuses behind them. The last instructions I gave the computer, he says. The corridors are warm, silver tinged with a faint infrared glow. The tunnels so streamlined she seems to glide by their volition, clanking softly with her Spanish boot. They come to the first intersection. Turn left, he says. That appears in Orbit 17, a collection edited by Damon Knight. This is Michael Hansen, Technical production for this program by Steve Gordon. Mindwebs is a production of WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension. Welcome to a half hour of Mindwebs, short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction. This Mindweb story is from the best from fantasy and science fiction. 12th series, edited by Avram Davidson. It's a tale by Theodore L. Thomas, titled Test. Robert Proctor was a good driver for so young a man. The turnpike curved gently ahead of him, lightly traveled on this cool morning in May. He felt relaxed and alert. 2 hours of driving had not yet produced the twinges of fatigue that appeared first in the muscles at the base of the neck. The sun was bright, but not glaring, and the air smelled fresh and clean. He breathed it deeply and blew it out noisily. It was a good day for driving. He glanced quickly at the slim, gray-haired woman sitting in the front seat with him. Her mouth was curved in a quiet smile. She watched the trees and the fields slip by on her side of the pike. Robert Proctor immediately looked back at the road.
Enjoying it, Mom?
Oh, yes, Robert. Very pleasant to sit here. I was thinking of the driving I did for you when you were little. I wonder if you enjoyed that as much as I enjoy this.
Oh, sure I did.
His mother reached over and patted him gently on the arm and then turned back to the scenery. He listened to the smooth purr of the engine. Up ahead he saw a great truck spouting a geyser of smoke as it sped along the turnpike. Behind it, not passing it, was a long blue convertible, content to drive in the wake of the truck. Robert Proctor noted the arrangement and filed it in the back of his mind. He was slowly overtaking them, but he would not reach them for another minute or two. He listened to the purr of the engine, and he was pleased with the sound. He had tuned that engine himself over the objections of the mechanic. The engine idled rough now, but it ran smoothly at high speed. You needed a special feel to do good work on engines, and Robert Proctor knew he had it. No one in the world had a feel like his for the tune of an engine. It was a good morning for driving, and his mind was filled with good thoughts. He pulled nearly abreast of the blue convertible and began to pass it. His speed was a few miles per hour above the turnpike limit, but his car was under perfect control. The blue convertible suddenly swung out from behind the truck. It swung out without warning and struck his car on the near right front fender, knocking his car to the shoulder on the left side of the turnpike lane. Robert Proctor was a good driver, too wise to slam on the brakes. He fought the steering wheel to hold the car on the straight path. The left wheel sank into the soft left shoulder, and the car tugged and pulled to the left and crossed the island and entered the lanes, carrying the cars heading in the opposite direction. He held it,
Then the wheel struck a rock buried in the soft dirt, and the left front tire blew out. The car slewed, and it was then that his mother began to scream. The car turned sideways and skidded part of the way out into the other lanes. Robert Proctor fought against the steering wheel to straighten the car, but the drag of the blown tire was too much. The scream rang steadily in his ears, and even as he strained at the wheel, one part of his mind wondered coolly how a scream could so long be sustained without a breath. An oncoming car struck his radiator from the side and spun him viciously full into the left-hand lanes. He was flung into his mother's lap, and she was thrown against the right door. It held. With his left hand, he reached for the steering wheel and pulled himself erect against the force of the spin. He turned the wheel to the left and tried to stop the spin and careen out of the lanes of oncoming traffic. His mother was unable to right herself. She lay against the door, her cry rising and falling with the eccentric spin of the car. The car lost some of its momentum. During one of the spins, he twisted the wheel straight, and the car wobblingly stopped spinning and headed down the lane. Before Robert Proctor could turn it off the pike to safety, a car loomed ahead of him, bearing down on him. There was a man at the wheel of the other car, sitting rigid, unable to move, eyes wide and staring and filled with fright. Alongside the man was a girl, her head against the back of the seat, soft curls framing a lovely face, her eyes closed in easy sleep. It was not the fear in the man that reached into Robert Proctor. It was the trusting helplessness in the face of the sleeping girl. The two cars sped closer to each other, and Robert Proctor could not change the direction of his car. The driver of the other car remained frozen at the wheel. At the last moment, Robert Proctor sat motionless, staring into the face of the onrushing sleeping girl, his mother's cry still sounding in his ears. He heard no crash when the two cars collided head-on at a high rate of speed. He felt something push into his stomach, and the world began to go gray. Just before he lost consciousness, he heard the scream stop, and he knew then that he had been hearing a single short-lived scream that had only seemed to drag on and on. There came a painless wrench, and then darkness. Robert Proctor seemed to be at the bottom of a deep black well. There was a spot of faint light in the far distance, and he could hear the rumble of a distant voice. He tried to pull himself toward the light and the sound, but the effort was too great. He lay still, gathered himself, and tried again. The light grew brighter and the voice louder. He tried harder again, and he drew closer. Then he opened his eyes full and looked at the man sitting in front of him.
You all right, son?
The man wore a blue uniform, and his round, beefy face was familiar. Robert Proctor tentatively moved his head and discovered he was seated in a reclining chair, unharmed, and able to move his arms and legs with no trouble. He looked around the room, and then he remembered. The man in the uniform saw the growing intelligence in his eyes.
No harm done, son. You just took the last part of your driver's test.
Robert Proctor focused his eyes on the man. And though he saw the man clearly, he seemed to see the faint face of the sleeping girl in front of him. The uniformed man continued to speak.
We put you through an accident under hypnosis. Do it to everybody these days before they can get their driver's licenses. Makes better drivers of them, more careful drivers the rest of their lives. Remember it now? Coming in here at all?
Robert Proctor nodded, thinking of the sleeping girl. She never would have awakened. She would have passed right from a sweet temporary sleep into the dark, heavy sleep of death. Nothing in between. His mother would have been bad enough. After all, she was pretty old. The sleeping girl was downright waste. The uniformed man was still speaking.
So you're all set now. You pay me the $10 fee and sign this application, and we'll have your license in the mail in a day or two.
He did not look up. Robert Proctor placed a $10 bill on the table in front of him, glanced over the application, and signed it. He looked up to find two white uniformed men standing one on each side of him, and he frowned in annoyance. He started to speak, but the uniformed man spoke first.
Sorry, son. You failed. You're sick. You need treatment.
The two men lifted Robert Proctor to his feet, and he said,
Take your hands off me. What is this?
The uniformed man said,
Nobody should want to drive a car after going through what you just went through. It should take months before you can even think of driving again, but you're ready right now. Killing people doesn't bother you. We don't let your kind run around loose in society anymore. But don't you worry now, son. They'll take good care of you, and they'll fix you up.
He nodded to the two men, and they began to march Robert Proctor out. At the door, he spoke, and his voice was so urgent the two men paused. Robert Proctor said,
You can't really mean this. I'm still dreaming, aren't I? This is still part of the test, isn't it?
How do any of us know?
And they dragged Robert Proctor out the door, knees stiff, feet dragging, his rubber heels sliding along the two grooves worn into the floor. That story was titled Test, written by Theodore L. Thomas. It appeared in a collection by Avram Davidson, the 12th series of the best from fantasy and science fiction. Joining me in the reading were Cliff Roberts, Jay Fitz, and Carrie Frumpkin.
This story comes from the volume Science Fiction Hall of Fame, the greatest science fiction stories of all time, a book edited by Robert Silverberg, based on stories selected by members of the Science Fiction Writers of America. It's a tale that first appeared in 1953, Arthur C. Clarke's The 9 Billion Names of God.
This is a highly unusual request. As far as I know, it's the first time anyone's been asked to supply a Tibetan monastery with an automatic sequence computer. I don't want to sound inquisitive, but, well, I should hardly have thought that your establishment had much use for such a machine. Could you explain just what you intend to do with it?
Gladly, replied the Lama, readjusting his silk robes and carefully putting away the slide rule that he had been using for currency conversions. He went on to say, Dr. Wagner, your Mark V computer can carry out any routine mathematical operation involving up to 10 digits. However, for our work, we're interested in letters, not numbers. As we wish you to modify the output circuits, the machine will be printing words, not columns of figures.
I don't quite understand.
Well, this is a project on which we have been working for the last 3 centuries, since the lamasery was founded, in fact. It is somewhat alien to your way of thought, so I hope you will listen with an open mind while I explain it.
Oh, naturally.
It is really quite simple. We have been compiling a list which shall contain all the possible names of God.
I beg your pardon?
We have reason to believe that all such names can be written with not more than 9 letters in an alphabet that we have devised.
And you have been doing this for 3 centuries?
Yes, we expected it would take us about 15,000 years to complete the task.
I see now why you wanted to hire one of our machines, but exactly what is the purpose of this project?
The Lama hesitated for a fraction of a second, and Dr. Wagner wondered if he had offended him. If so, there was no trace of annoyance in the reply. Call it ritual if you like, but it is a fundamental part of our belief. All the many names of the Supreme Being, God, Jehovah, Allah, and so on, they are only man-made labels.
There is a philosophical problem of some difficulty here, which I do not propose to discuss, but somewhere among all the possible combinations of letters that can occur are what one may call the real names of God. By systematic permutation of letters, we have been trying to list them all.
Oh, I see. You've been starting at A, and working your way up to Z.
Exactly, Dr. Wagner, though we use a special alphabet of our own. Modifying the electromatic typewriters to deal with this is, of course, trivial. A rather more interesting problem is that of devising suitable circuits to eliminate ridiculous combinations. For example, no letter must occur more than 3 times in succession.
3? Surely you mean 2.
3 is correct, Doctor. I'm afraid it would take too long to explain why, even if you understood our language.
I'm sure it would. Go on.
Well, luckily it will be a simple matter to adapt your automatic sequence computer for this work, since once it has been programmed properly, it will permute each letter in turn and print the result. What would have taken us 15,000 years, it'll be able to do in 100 days.
Dr. Wagner was scarcely conscious of the faint sounds from the Manhattan streets far below. He was in a different world, a world of natural, not man-made mountains. High up in their remote areas, these monks had been patiently at work, generation after generation, compiling their lists of meaningless words. Was there any limit to the follies of mankind? Still, he must give no hint of his inner thoughts. The customer was always right.
There is no doubt that we can supply the Mark V to print lists of the nature you speak of. I'm much more concerned about the problem of installation and maintenance. Getting out to Tibet in these days is, well, it's not going to be easy.
We can arrange that, Doctor. The components are small enough to travel by air. That's one reason why we selected your machine. If you can get them to India, we will provide transport from there.
And you want to hire 2 of our engineers?
Yes, for the 3 months that the project should occupy.
I've no doubt that personnel can manage that. There are just 2 other points.
Before he could finish the sentence, the Lama had produced a small slip of paper.
This is my certified credit balance at the Asiatic Bank.
Oh, thank you. It appears to be adequate. The second matter is so trivial, I hesitate to mention it, but it's surprising how often the obvious gets overlooked, you know. What sort of electrical energy do you have?
A diesel generator providing 50 kilowatts at 110 volts. It was installed about 5 years ago, Doctor, and is quite reliable. It's made life at the monastery much more comfortable. But of course it was really installed to provide power for the motors driving the prayer wheels.
Oh, of course, I should have thought of that.
The view from the parapet was vertiginous, but in time one gets used to anything. After 3 months, George Henley was not impressed by the 2,000-foot swoop into the abyss or the remote checkerboard of fields in the valley below. He was leaning against the wind-smoothed stones and staring morosely at the distant mountains whose names he had never bothered to discover. This, thought George, was the craziest thing that had ever happened to him. Project Shangri-La, some wet back at the labs had christened it. For weeks now, the Mark V had been churning out acres of sheets covered with gibberish. Patiently, inexorably, the computer had been rearranging letters in all their possible combinations, exhausting each class before going on to the next. As the sheets had emerged from the electromatic typewriters, the monks had carefully cut them up and pasted them into enormous books. In another week, heaven be praised, they would have finished. Just what obscure calculations had convinced the monks that they needn't bother to go on to words of 10, 20, or 100 letters, well, George didn't know. Some of his recurring nightmares consisted of, well, there might be some change of plan, and that the High Lama, whom they'd naturally called Sam Jaffe, though he didn't look like him a bit, would suddenly announce that the project would be extended to approximately AD 2060. They were quite capable of it. George heard the heavy wooden door slam in the wind as Chuck came out onto the parapet beside him. As usual, Chuck was smoking one of the cigars that made him so popular with the monks, who it seemed were quite willing to embrace all the minor and most of the major pleasures of life. There was one thing in their favor. They might be crazy, but they were not blue noses. Those frequent trips they took down to the village, for instance.
Listen, George, I've learned something that means trouble.
Well, what's wrong? Isn't the machine behaving? That was the worst contingency George could imagine. It might delay his return. Nothing could be more horrible. The way he felt now, even the sight of a TV commercial would seem like manna from heaven. At least it would be some link with home.
No, it's nothing like that, George. I've just found out what all this is about.
Well, what do you mean? I thought we knew.
Sure, we know that the monks are trying to do something, and we know what it is, we think, but we don't know why. See, it's the craziest thing.
Tell me something new.
But you see, old Sam's just come clean with me. You know the way he drops in every afternoon to watch the sheets roll out? Well, this time he seemed rather excited, or at least as near as he'll ever get to it. And when I told him that we were on the last cycle, well, he asked me if I'd ever wondered what they were trying to do. I said, sure, and he told me.
Well, go on, I'll buy it.
Well, they believe that when they've listed all his names, and they reckon that there are about 9 billion of them, God's purpose will be achieved. The human race will have finished what it was created to do, and there won't be any point in carrying on. In fact, the very idea is something like a blasphemy.
Then what do they expect us to do, commit suicide?
There's no need for that. When the list's completed, God steps in and simply winds things up. You know, bingo, that's it.
Oh, yeah, I get it. When we finish our job, it'll be the end of the world.
Well, that's just what I said to Sam, and you know what happened? He looked at me in a very queer way, like I'd been stupid in class or something, and said, it's nothing as trivial as that.
Well, that's what I call taking a wide view, but what do you suppose we should do about it? I don't see that it makes the slightest difference to us. You know, after all, we already knew they were crazy.
Yeah, but don't you see what may happen? When the list is complete, and the last trump doesn't blow, or whatever it is they expect, we may get the blame. See, it's our machine they're using. I don't like the situation one little bit at all.
Yeah, gee, well, you got a point there, but this sort of thing's happened before, you know. When I was a kid down in Louisiana, Chuck, we had a crackpot preacher who once said the world was going to end next Sunday. Hundreds of people believed him, even sold their homes, yet when nothing happened, they didn't turn nasty, as you'd expect. No, they just decided that he'd made a mistake in his calculations, and they went right on believing. I guess some of them still do.
Well, this isn't Louisiana, in case you haven't looked, George. There are just 2 of us, and hundreds of those monks. I like them, and I'll be sorry for old Sam when his life work backfires on him, but all the same, I wish I was somewhere else.
Yeah, I've been wishing that for weeks, but there's nothing we can do until the contract's finished and the transport arrives to fly us out.
Of course, we could always try a bit of sabotage.
Yeah, like hell we could. That would make things worse.
Not the way I meant, George. Look at it like this. The machine will finish its run 4 days from now on the present 24 hours a day basis. The transport calls in a week. Okay, then all we need to do is find something that needs replacing during one of the overhaul periods. You know, something that'll hold up the works for a couple of days. We'll fix it, of course, but not too quickly. And if we time matters properly, we can be down at the airfield when the last name pops out of the register. They won't be able to catch us then.
No, I don't like it. It'll be the first time I ever walked out on a job. Besides, it would make them suspicious. No, Chuck, I'll sit tight and take what comes. 7 days later, as the tough little mountain ponies carried them down the winding road, George said, I still don't like it. And don't you think I'm running away because I'm afraid. I'm just sorry for those poor old guys up there. I don't want to be around when they find what suckers they've been. I wonder how Sam will take it.
It's funny, you know, but when I said goodbye, I got the idea he knew we were walking out on him, and that he didn't really care because he knew the machine was running smoothly and that the job would soon be completed. After that, well, of course, for him, there just isn't any after that.
George turned in his saddle and started back up the mountain road. This was the last place from which one could get a clear view of the Lamasery. The squat angular buildings were silhouetted against the afterglow of the sunset. Here and there, lights gleamed like portholes in the side of an ocean liner. Electric lights, of course, sharing the same circuit as the Mark V. How much longer would they share it, wondered George? Would the monks smash up the computer in their rage and disappointment? Or would they just sit down quietly and begin their calculations all over again? He knew exactly what was happening up on the mountain at this very moment. The High Lama and his assistants would be sitting in their silk robes, inspecting the sheets as the junior monks carried them away from the typewriters and pasted them into the great volumes. No one would be saying anything. The only sound would be the incessant patter, the never-ending rainstorm of keys hitting the paper. The Mark V itself was utterly silent as it flashed through its thousands of calculations a second. 3 months of this, thought George, was enough to start anyone climbing up the wall.
Hey, George, there she is. Ain't she beautiful?
She certainly was, George thought. The battered old DC-3 lay at the end of the runway like a tiny silver cross. In 2 hours, she would be bearing them away to freedom and sanity. It was a thought worth savoring like a fine liqueur. George let it roll around in his mind as the pony trudged patiently down the slope. The swift night of the high Himalayas was now almost upon them. Fortunately, the road was very good as roads went in that region, and they were both carrying torches. There was not the slightest danger, only a certain discomfort from the bitter cold. The sky overhead was perfectly clear and ablaze with the familiar, friendly stars. At least there would be no risk, thought George, of the pilot being unable to take off because of weather conditions. That had been his only remaining worry. George began to sing, but gave it up after a while. This vast arena of mountains gleaming like whitely hooded ghosts on every side did not encourage such ebullience. Presently, George glanced at his watch.
Chuck should be there in an hour. I wonder if the computer's finished its run. It was due about now.
Chuck didn't reply, so George swung around in his saddle. He could just see Chuck's face, a white oval, turned toward the sky.
Hey, George, look.
George lifted his eyes to heaven. There is always a last time for everything. Overhead, without any fuss, the stars were going out. You've heard the 9 billion names of God. A story written by Arthur C. Clarke, first published in 1953. It appears in the collection edited by Robert Silverberg, Science Fiction Hall of Fame. This is Michael Hansen speaking. Technical production for MindWebs by Steve Gordon. MindWebs is produced at WHA Radio in Madison, the service of University of Wisconsin Extension.
welcome to a half hour of Mind Webs. Short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction. This is Michael Hansen. The Mind Web story for this half hour was first published in the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, November of 1972. This is The Meeting, written by Frederick Pohl and C.M. Kornbluth. Harry Vladik was too large a man for his Volkswagen, but he was too poor a man to trade it in. And as things were going, he was going to stay that way a long time. He applied the brakes carefully while he parked in a neatly graveled lot and squeezed out of the door. The upsetting telephone call from Dr. Nicholson on his mind, he locked the car up and went into the school building. The Parent Teachers Association of the Bingham County School for Exceptional Children was holding its first meeting of the term. Of the 20 people already there, Vladik knew only Mrs. Adler, the principal or head mistress or owner of the school. She was the one he needed to talk to most, he thought. Would there be any chance to see her privately? Right now she sat across the room at her scuffed golden oak desk in a posture chair, talking in low, rapid tones with a gray-haired woman in a tan suit. A teacher? She seemed too old to be a parent, although his wife had told him some of the kids seemed to be 20 or more. It was 8:30, and the parents were still driving up to the school, a converted building that had once been a big country house, almost a mansion. The living room was full of elegant reminders of that. 2 chandeliers, intricate vine-leaf molding on the plaster above the dropped ceiling. The pink-veined white marble fireplace, unfortunately prominent because of the unsuitable andirons, too cheap and too small, that now stood in it. Golden oak sliding double doors to the hall, and visible through them a grim fireproof staircase of concrete and steel. They must, Vladik thought, they must have had to rip out a beautiful wooden thing to install the fireproof stairs for compliance with the state school laws. People kept coming in, single men, single women, occasionally a couple. He wondered how the couples managed their babysitting problem. The subtitle on the school's letterhead was An Institution for Emotionally Disturbed and Cerebrally Damaged Children Capable of Education. Harry's 9-year-old Thomas was one of the emotionally disturbed ones. With a taste of envy, he wondered if cerebrally damaged children could be babysat by any reasonably competent grown-up. Thomas could not. The Vladiks had not had an evening out together since he was 2, so that tonight Margaret was holding the fort at home, no doubt worrying herself sick about the call from Dr. Nicholson, while Harry was representing the family at the PTA. As the room filled up, chairs were getting scarce. A young couple was standing at the end of a row near him, looking around for a pair of empty seats. "Here," he said to them. "Here, I'll move over." The woman smiled politely, and the man said thanks. Emboldened by an ashtray on the empty seat in front of him, Harry pulled out his pack of cigarettes and offered it to them, but it turned out they were non-smokers. Harry lit up anyway, listening to what was going on around him. Everybody was talking. Harry finally said to the young man next to him, "My name's Vladik. I'm Tommy's father. He's in the beginners group." "That's where ours is," said the young man. "He's Vern, 6 years old, blonde like me. Maybe you've seen him." Harry did not try very hard to remember. The 2 or 3 times he had picked Tommy up after class, he had not been able to tell one child from another in the great bustle of departure. Coats, handkerchiefs, hats, one little girl who always hid in the supply closet, and a little boy who never wanted to go home and hung on to the teacher. The young man introduced himself and his wife. They were named Murray and Celia Logan. Harry leaned over the man to shake the wife's hand, and she said, "Aren't you new here?" "Yes, Tommy's been in the school a month. We moved in from Elmira to be near it. Tommy's 9, but the reason he's in the beginners group is that, well, Mrs. Adler thought it would make the adjustment easier." Logan pointed to a suntanned man in the first row. "You see that fellow with the glasses? He moved here from Texas. Of course, he's got money. It must be a good place." Logan grinned, his expression a little nervous. "How's your son?" Vladik asked. "Well, that little rascal. You know, last week I got him another copy of the My Fair Lady album. I guess he's used up 4 or 5 of them already. He goes around singing, love her, Lee, but look at you, no. Mine doesn't talk, said Harry. And Mrs. Logan said judiciously, "Oh, ours talks. Not to anybody, though. It's like a wall." "Yeah, I know. Has your Vern showed much improvement, with the school?" Murray Logan pursed his lips. "Well, I would say yes. The bedwetting's not too good, but life's a great deal smoother in some ways. You don't hope for a dramatic breakthrough, but in little things, day by day, it goes smoother. Mostly smoother. Of course, there are setbacks." Harry nodded, thinking of 7 years of setbacks and 2 years of growing worry and puzzlement before that. He said, "Mrs. Adler told me that, for example, a special outbreak of destructiveness might mean something like a plateau in speech therapy. So the child fights it and breaks out in some other direction." "That, too," said Logan. "Yes, but what I meant... Oh, they're starting." Vladek nodded, stubbing out his cigarette and absent-mindedly lighting another. His stomach was not enough again. He wondered at these other parents who seemed so safe and, untouched. Wasn't it the same with them as with Margaret and himself? And it had been a long time since either of them had felt the world comfortable around them, even without Dr. Nicholson pressing for a decision. He forced himself to lean back and look as tranquil as the others. Mrs. Adler was tapping her desk with a ruler. I think everybody who is coming is here," she said, and leaned against the desk and waited for the room to quiet down. She was short, dark, plump, and surprisingly pretty. She did not look at all like a competent professional. She looked so unlike her role that, in fact, Harry's heart had sunk 3 months ago when their correspondence about admitting Tommy had been climaxed by the long trip from Elmira for the interview. He had expected a steel-gray lady with rimless glasses, a Valkyrie, and a white smock, like the nurse who had held wriggling, screaming Tommy while waiting for the suppository to quiet him down for his first EEG, a disheveled old fraud. He didn't know what. Anything except this pretty young woman. Another blind alley, he had thought in despair. Another after 100 too many already. First was wait for him to outgrow it. He doesn't. And then... we must reconcile ourselves to God's will. But you don't want to. Then give him the prescription 3 times a day for 3 months. And it doesn't work. Then chase around for 6 months with a child guidance clinic to find out it's only letterheads and one circuit-riding doctor who doesn't have time for anything. And then after 4 dreary, weepy weeks of soul-searching, the state training school, and find out it has an 8-year waiting list. Then the private custodial school, and find there $5,500 a year without medical treatment. And where do you get $5,500 a year? And all the time, everybody warns you as if you didn't know it. Hurry, do something. Catch it early. This is the critical stage. Delay's fatal. And then this soft-looking little woman. How could she do anything? She had rapidly shown him how. She had questioned Margaret and Harry incisively, turned to Tommy, rampaging through that same room like a rogue bull, and turned his rampage into a game. In 3 minutes, he was happily experimenting with an indestructible old wind-up cabinet Victrola, and Mrs. Adler was saying to the Vladeks, "Don't count on a miracle cure. There isn't any, but improvements, yes, and I think we can help Tommy." Perhaps she had, thought Vladek bleakly. Perhaps she was helping as much as anyone ever could. Meanwhile, Mrs. Adler had quickly and pleasantly welcomed the parents, suggested they remain for coffee and get to know each other, and introduced the PTA president, a Mrs. Rose, tall, prematurely gray, and very executive. This being the first meeting of the term, she said, there are no minutes to be read, so we'll get to the committee work reports. What about the transportation problem, Mr. Bear? The man who got up was old, more than 60. Harry wondered what it was like to have your life crowned with a late, retarded child.
He wore all the trappings of success, a $400 suit, an electronic wristwatch, a large gold fraternal ring, and in a slight German accent he said, "I was to the district school board, and they are not cooperating. My lawyer looked it up, and the trouble is all one word. What the law says, the school board may, that is the word may, reimburse parents of handicapped children for transportation to private schools. Not shall, you understand, but may. They were very frank with me. They said they just did not want to spend the money. They have the impression we are all rich people here." Slight sour laughter around the room. "So my lawyer made an appointment, and we appeared before the full board and presented the case. We don't care, reimbursement, a school bus, anything, so we can relieve the transportation burden a little. And the answer was no." He shrugged and remained standing looking at Mrs. Rose, who said, "Thank you, Mr. Bear. Does anyone have any suggestions?" And one woman said angrily, "Put some heat on them. We're all voters." And a man said, "Publicity. That's right. The principle is perfectly clear in the law. One taxpayer's child is supposed to get the same service as another taxpayer's child. We ought to write letters to the papers." Mr. Bear said, "Wait a minute. Letters I don't think mean anything, but I've got the public relations firm, and I'll tell them to take a little time off my food specialties and use it for the school. They can use their own know-how, how to do it. They're experts." This was moved, seconded, and passed while Murray Logan whispered to Vladek, "He's Mary Jane Garlic Mayonnaise. He had a 12-year-old girl in very bad shape that Mrs. Adler helped in her old private class. He bought this building for her along with a couple of other parents." Harry Vladek was musing over how it felt to be a parent who could buy a building for a school that would help your child, while the committee reports continued. Sometime later, to Harry's dismay, the business turned to financing, and there was a vote to hold a fund-raising theater party for which each couple with a child in the school would have to sell at least 5 pairs of orchestra seats at $60 a pair. "Now, let's get this straightened out right now," he thought, and put up his hand. "My name's Harry Vladek, and, I'm brand new here, in the school and in the county. I work for a big insurance company, and I was lucky enough to get a transfer here so my boy can go to the school. But, look, I just don't know anybody yet that I can sell tickets to for $60. That's an awful lot of money for my kind of people." Mrs. Rose told him, "It's an awful lot of money for most of us. You can get rid of your tickets, though. We've got to. It doesn't matter if you try 100 people and 95 say no, just as long as the others say yes." Vladek sat down, already calculating. "Well, there's Mr. Krein at the office. He was a bachelor. He did go to the theater, maybe work up an office raffle for another pair, or 2 pairs. And then there was, the real estate dealer who had sold them the house. There was a lawyer they'd used for the closing. Well, it had been explained to him that the tuition, while decidedly not nominal, $1,800 a year in fact, did not cover the cost per child. Somebody had to pay for the speech therapist, the dance therapist, the full-time psychologist, and the part-time psychiatrist, and all the others, and it might as well be Mr. Krein at the office, and the lawyer. And half an hour later, Mrs. Rose looked at the agenda, checked off an item, and said, "That seems to be all for tonight. Mr. and Mrs. Perry brought us some very nice cookies, and we all know that Mrs. Howe's coffee is out of this world. They're in the beginner's room, and we hope you'll all stay to get acquainted. The meeting is adjourned." Harry and the Logans joined the polite surge to the beginner's room where Tommy spent his mornings. "There's Miss Hackett," said Celia Logan. That was the beginner's teacher. She saw them and came over, smiling. Harry had seen her only in a tent-like smock, her armor against chocolate milk, finger paints, and the sudden jets from the water play corner of the room. Without it, she was handsomely middle-aged in a green pantsuit. "I'm glad you parents have met," she said. "I wanted to tell you that your little boys are getting along very nicely. They're forming a sort of conspiracy against the others in the class. Vern swipes their toys, and he gives them to Tommy." "He does?" cried Logan.
Yes, indeed. I think he's beginning to relate. And Mr. Vladek, Tommy's taken his thumb out of his mouth for minutes at a time. At least half a dozen times this morning without my saying a word. You know, I thought I noticed he was sort of tapering off. I couldn't be sure. You're positive about that? Absolutely. And I bluffed him into drawing a face. He gave me that glare of his when the others were drawing, so I started to take the paper away. He grabbed it back and scribbled a kind of Picasso-ish face in 1 second flat. I wanted to save it for Mrs. Vladek and you, but Tommy got it and shredded it in that methodical way he has. I wish I could have seen it. Oh, there'll be others. I can see the prospect of real improvement in your boys. I have a private case afternoons that's really tricky. A 9-year-old boy like you or Tommy, he's not bad except for one thing. He thinks Donald Duck is out to get him. His parents somehow managed to convince themselves for 2 years that he was kidding them in spite of 3 broken TV picture tubes. Then they went to a psychiatrist and learned the score. Oh, excuse me, I want to talk to Mrs. Adler. Logan shook his head and said, I guess we could be worse off, Vladek. Vern giving something to another boy? How do you like that? And did you hear about that other boy? Poor kid, when I hear something like that. And then there was the bear girl. I always think it's worse when it's a little girl, because, you worry with little girls that somebody will take advantage. But our boys will make out, Vladek. You heard what Miss Hackett said. Harry was suddenly impatient to get home to his wife. I don't think I'll stay for coffee. Or do they expect you to? No, leave when you like. I have a half-hour drive. And he went through the golden oak doors, past the ugly but fireproof staircase out into the graveled parking lot. His real reason was that he wanted very much to get home before Margaret fell asleep, so he could tell her about the thumb-sucking. Things were happening, definite things, after only a month. And Tommy drew a face. And Miss Hackett said... He stopped in the middle of the lot. He had remembered about Dr. Nicholson. And besides, what was it exactly that Miss Hackett had said? Anything about a normal life? Not anything about a cure? A real improvement, she had said. But improvement how far? He lit a cigarette, turned, and plowed his way back through the parents to Mrs. Adler. Mrs. Adler, may I see you just for a moment? She came with him immediately, out of earshot of the others. Did you enjoy the meeting, Mr. Vladek? Oh, yeah. But what I wanted to see you about is that, well, I have to make a decision. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to go to. It would help a lot if you could tell me, well, what are Tommy's chances? She waited a moment before she responded. Are you considering committing him, Mr. Vladek? No, it's not that exactly. It's, well, what can you tell me, Mrs. Adler? I know a month isn't much, but... Is he ever going to be like everybody else? He could see from her face that she had done this before and hated it. She said patiently, Everybody else, Mr. Vladek, includes some terrible people who just don't happen technically to be handicapped. Our objective is not to make Tommy like everybody else. It's just to help him become the best and most rewarding Tommy Vladek he can. Yes, but what's going to happen later on? I mean, if Margaret and I, if anything happens to us, there's simply no way to know, Mr. Vladek. I wouldn't give up hope, but I can't tell you to expect miracles. Margaret was not asleep. She was waiting up for him in the small living room of the small new house. How was he? Vladek asked, as each of them had asked the other on returning home for 7 years. She looked as though she had been crying, but she was calm enough and said, Oh, not too bad. I had to lie down with him to get him to go to bed. He took his gland gunk well, though. He licked the spoon. That's good. And he told her about the drawing of the face, about the conspiracy with little Vern Logan, and about the thumb-sucking. He could see how pleased she was, but she only said, Dr. Nicholson called again. I told him not to bother you. He didn't bother me, Harry. He was very nice. I promised him that you'd call back. It's 11 o'clock, Margaret. I'll call him in the morning. No, I said tonight, no matter what time. He's waiting, and he said to be sure and reverse the charges. I wish I'd never answered the son of a bitch's letter. Margaret, is there any coffee? I didn't stay for it at the school. She had put the water on to boil when she heard the car whine into the driveway, and the instant coffee was ready in the cup. She poured it and said, "You have to talk to him, Harry. He has to know tonight." No, tonight. What do you want me to do, Margaret? How do I make a decision like this? Today, I picked up the phone and called the company psychologist, and when the secretary answered, I said I had the wrong number. I didn't know what to say to him. I'm not trying to press you, Harry, but he has to know. Vladek put down the cup and lit his 50th cigarette of the day. The little dining room, it wasn't that. It was half breakfast alcove off the tiny kitchen, but they called it a dining room even to each other. The little dining room was full of Tommy. The new paint on the wall, where Tommy had peeled off the cups and spoons wallpaper. The Tommy-proof latch on the stove. The one odd aqua seat that didn't match the others on the kitchen chairs, where Tommy had methodically gouged it with the handle of his spoon. He said, I know what my mother would tell me. Talk to the priest. Maybe I should, but we've never been to Mass here. Margaret sat down and helped herself to one of his cigarettes. She was still a good-looking woman. She hadn't gained a pound since Tommy was born, although she usually looked tired. She said carefully and straightforwardly, We agreed, Harry. We agreed. You said you would talk to Mrs. Adler, and you've done that. We said if she didn't think Tommy would ever straighten out, that we would talk to Dr. Nicholson. I know it's hard on you, and I know I'm not much help, but I don't know what to do, and I have to let you decide. Harry looked at his wife lovingly and hopelessly, and at that moment the phone rang. It was, of course, Dr. Nicholson. I haven't made a decision. You're rushing me, Dr. Nicholson. No, Mr. Vladek, it's not me that's rushing you. The other boy's heart gave out an hour ago. That's what's rushing you. You mean he's dead? He's on the heart machine, Mr. Vladek. We can hold him for at least 18 hours, maybe 24. The brain is all right. We're getting very good waves on the oscilloscope. The tissue match with your boy is satisfactory, better than satisfactory. There's a flight out of JFK at 6:15 in the morning, and I've reserved space for you, your wife, and Tommy. We'll be met at the airport, and you can be here by noon, so we have time. Only just time, Mr. Vladek. It's up to you now. I can't decide that, Doctor. Don't you understand? I don't know how. I do understand, Mr. Vladek. I have a suggestion. Would you like to come down anyhow? I think it might help you to see the other boy, and you can talk to his parents. They feel they owe you something even for going this far, and they want to thank you. Oh, no. All they want is for their boy to have a life. They don't expect anything but that. They'll give you custody of the child, yours and theirs. He's a very fine little boy, Mr. Vladek. 8 years old. Reads beautifully. Makes model airplanes. They let him ride his bike because he was so sensible and reliable, and the accident wasn't his fault. The truck came right up on the sidewalk and hit him. That's like giving me a bribe. That's telling me I can trade Tommy in for somebody smarter and nicer. I didn't mean it that way, Mr. Vladek. I only wanted you to know the kind of boy you can save. You don't even know the operation's going to work. No, not positively. I can tell you that we've transplanted animals, including primates and human cadavers, and one pair of terminal cases, but you're right, Mr. Vladek, we've never had a transplant into a well body. I've shown you all the records. We went over them with your own doctor when we first talked about this possibility 5 months ago. This is the first case since then when the match was close and there was a real hope for success, but you're right. It's still unproved, unless you help us prove it. For what it's worth, I think it will work, but no one can be sure. Margaret had left the kitchen, but Vladek knew where she was from the scratchy click in the earpiece in the bedroom listening on the extension phone. He said at last, Look, I can't say now, Dr. Nicholson. I'll call you back in half an hour. I really can't do any more than that right now.
That's a very great deal, Mr. Black. I'll be waiting right here for your call. Harry sat down and drank the rest of his coffee. You had to be an expert in a lot of things to get along, he was thinking. What did he know about brain transplants? In one way, a lot. He knew that the surgery part was supposed to be straightforward, but the tissue rejection was the problem. But Dr. Nicholson thought he had that licked. He knew that every doctor he had talked to, and he had now talked to 7 of them, had agreed that medically it was probably sound enough, and that every one of them had carefully clammed up when he got the conversation around to whether it was right. It was his decision, not theirs, they all said, sometimes just by their silence. But who was he to decide? Margaret appeared in the doorway and said, Harry, let's go upstairs and look at Tommy. Is that supposed to make it easier for me to murder my son? We talked that out, Harry, and we agreed it isn't murder. Whatever it is, I only think that Tommy ought to be with us when we decide, even if he doesn't know what we're deciding. The 2 of them stood next to the outsized crib that held their son, looking in the night light at the long, fair lashes against the chubby cheeks and the pouted lips around the thumb. Reading. Model airplanes. Riding a bike. Against a quick sketch of a face and the occasional cherished, tempestuous, bruising flurry of kisses. Vladek stayed there a full half hour. Then, as he had promised, went back to the kitchen, picked up the phone, and began to dial. And Kornbluth. It was first published in the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction for November 1972. This is Michael Hansen. Technical production for this program by Rich Brody and Steve Gordon. Mindwebs is a production of WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension. Welcome to a half hour of Mindwebs, short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction. This story comes from the book Stellar One edited by Judy Lynn Del Rey. It's Larry Niven's Singularities Make Me Nervous. Homecoming. The vast interstellar spaces have brought me back to my starting point, there below me at the top of Rand's Needle. 300 stories of glass windows flash sunset fire at me, and the taxi slants down toward the landing roof. Homecoming. I should be feeling safe and warm. I don't. A broad flight of black marble steps leads me down into the lobby. I hail the guard before he notices me. He smiles and waits while I use the key. He doesn't have one himself, and then holds the elevator door for me. He's noticed nothing unusual. I hold my apartment key ready. Will he have visitors? But that's silly. I didn't have visitors that night. 12 floors down. I stand squarely in front of the peephole and ring the bell. A voice I know asks, "Who is it?" "Can you see me?" "Yes." I grin. My face feels tight. My breathing's funny. "Who am I, then?" Hesitation. "I wish I could take your retina prints." "They'd match, George. I'm you." "Yeah, sure you are." He's skeptical. I'm not offended. "I am you, and I've got a key to my own apartment. Shall I prove it?" "Go ahead." I unlock the door and walk in. The shock of recognition gets me in the pit of the stomach. Tables, chairs, favorite recline chair, couch showing the barely visible stain of a spilled eggnog, the Eddie Jones originals, the gallon brandy bottle on the wet bar. 26 years in space, most of it in frozen sleep. But now it's over. I'm home. It's all here, all in place, right down to the tenant, George Cox, who's standing well back of me, taking no chances. He's holding an enormous folding knife whose engraved blade is like a broad silver leaf. I say, "I can tell you where you got that." So can a lot of my friends. He doesn't relax. I didn't expect this to be easy. George, do you remember when you were, 18 or so, going to Caltech? One night you got so lonely and so horny you called a girl you'd only met once in your life at one of Glenda's birthday parties. She was a little plump and very sexy, remember? You called her, but you got her parents. You were so nervous and embarrassed that... Shut up, all right, I remember. What was her name? I can't remember, and I tell him so. Right again, he says. Okay, remember that Kansas sunset where the blue sky was split down the middle by one dark blue beam? And you could follow it up across the sky and down into the east almost to the horizon? Yeah, unbelievable. I never saw it happen again. He considers, then folds the knife and drops it in a drawer. "You're me. How about a drink?" "What do you think? Shall I mix?" "I'll do it," he says. I let him. I don't want to infringe on his territorial instincts. He goes to the trouble of mixing Navy grogs, a compliment. He's decided it's a special occasion. I don't remember that detail from the night that I was him. I cut the straws while he's at work, and he gives me a sharp look. Nobody else would have known to do that. "Yeah, you're me," he says when we've settled in chairs and have imbibed some of the life-giving fluid. "Yeah, you're me, but how?" "The black hole, Bauer House 4. "Ah. So I made it back. They haven't even picked me to go yet. They will." He sips at his drink and waits. Black holes, singularities, stars that have collapsed all the way to a point. They've been there in the general theory of relativity for 100 years or more. The first black hole was found in 1972 in Cygnus, circling a puffy yellow giant star, but Bauer House 4 is a lot closer. He nods. He's heard it before. A couple of weeks ago, by his own reckoning, when Dr. Kurt Bauerhaus himself came to lecture at the Space Branch Authority Training Center. But, I tell him, not even Dr. Bauerhaus wants to talk about what goes on inside the Schwarzschild radius of a black hole. Singularities upset people like Bauerhaus. It's time travel that does that. I don't think so. Forget the time travel aspect and just look at a black hole. A mass so big that when it collapses, it goes all the way to a point. Even light and red shifts to zero before it can get out. Would you believe it? He shrugs. It's in the equations. Bauerhaus said so. Relativity is peculiar from square one, and it's checked out every time it's been tested. A hole into another universe, maybe. Or into another part of this one, maybe. That's in the equations, too.
And there's a path around a rotating black hole that brings you back to your starting point without even going through the singularity. That sounds harmless enough until you realize you're talking about event points, points in space-time. He raises his glass. Skull. I raise mine. Right. I'm back before I started the trip. Most astrophysicists would rather believe there's a hole in the theory. Singularities make them nervous. Time travel makes me nervous. Well, you can see for yourself. It's safe. He doesn't look nervous. We're both relaxing now under the influence of the drinks. It's been a long, weary time since I tasted the cold, brown, sweet power of the Navy grog. He says, I'm only supposed to circle it, and drop the probes. I know, but the autopilot on the Ulysses is built to send one of the probes on a round trip through the Schwarzschild radius of the star and back to its starting event point. You just take Ulysses through that path instead of sending the probe. You can't go wrong. You go back in time about 26 years, which brings you back to the moon 6 months early. He shifts in his chair. The moon? Not Earth orbit? No, not yet. I've got Ulysses hidden on the backside of the moon. And from there, I took a jet platform to an inside of Lake Crater, then hid that. I came back to Miami on a tourist shuttle. A year from now, I'll go back to the moon, pick up Ulysses, and come home to a cheering mob. 6 months after takeoff, that'll tell him you did go through the Schwarzschild radius. Barhaus 4 is 11 light years away. Well, you can make your own decision on that. The hell, you're me, and you've already decided. I've got a year to change my mind. But look at it this way. NASA's entitled to know you can use a black hole this way. They're paying for the trip. And what can they do to me? Yeah, and I'll be damned if I'll hide out for 26 years. Right, George. But just what's the point of all this? He's already guessed that, I think. Stocks. Luckily, you're already playing the stock market a little. I've memorized the behavior of several stocks for the next 6 months. See, in 6 months, we'll be a millionaire. And then we'll go through a stack of newspapers, and you'll do the memorizing. He grins. What for? We'll already have the money. I hope you're putting me on, I say a bit uneasily. He nods. I'm reassured partly, but I'm the vulnerable one. If we make one mistake in the program, if the typewriter of time writes a different history this time around, I'm the one who'll disappear in a puff of smoke. Or will I? The paradoxes are all new, and we have to guess at how they'll work out. I came back from the moon under an assumed name, C. Creepmaster. As C. Creepmaster, I now rent an apartment across town from the younger George Cox. I don't want to bug him over much with my presence. I certainly bugged me back when I was him. I was afraid the older George Cox would, try to take over my life. He didn't, and yet he did. His very existence hemmed me in more than prison bars. I would make these choices, not those. Where the road of life forked, I would turn this way. All others were barred to me. He's going through that now. I stay out of his way. And I'm still going through it. I'm the older George Cox now, but it doesn't help. My life's planned out in the minutest detail. My free will, my illusion of free will not return to me until Ulysses disappears among the stars. I didn't expect this. We meet rarely during the next 5 months. He and Frank Curie and Yoki Lee are deeply involved in astronaut training. I'm living off his salary, but that's okay with both of us because the value of his stocks is building and building. I'm doing all the manipulating. In our name, he doesn't have time. It's like playing poker with reader cards. I feel no guilt, only a vast elation. The stocks move as I command them, or vice versa. And last time through this, I wondered why the money didn't increase even faster. Now that I'm handling it myself, I know there's a limit to how fast you can move money around even when you know exactly where it ought to go. I feel sorry for Yoki and Frank, he tells me. They're working just as hard as I am. For what? And I tell him, think of it as predestination. I wish I could think of a better answer. I remember how disappointed they will be and how bravely they'll try to hide it. The three of them spend 2 months in the Ulysses itself. The ship is complete now, only the trainee pilots are not ready. I can see it up there at night, a splinter of light cruising slowly across the stars. And I remember passing the planets, passing through the cometary belt, months of fiddling with the ram fields, adjusting the flow of interstellar hydrogen into the fusion region until finally I was in clear space, climbing into the cold sleep tank. Waking at midnight, staring in awe at the way the stars had changed, blazing blue-white before me, glowing dull red behind, then turning to the tricky task of setting the fields to channel the fusion blast forward. Remember waking again to find that the stars were back to normal, using the forward mass indicator to seek out Bauerhaus 4. There, searching that point with a telescope, and nothing. Dropping probes 1 and 2 into the ergosphere, the elliptical region of spin around the Schwarzschild radius. The size of the ergosphere would tell me how much of the star's spin the black hole had carried into itself, the dimensions of the path through the singularity. Probe 1 was circling the black hole hundreds of times a second before it disappeared. 2 followed the same path, fired a jet before it reached the Schwarzschild radius and shot away at just less than light speed. And I remember plotting the course for probe 3, following it down. Am I really going to do this foolish thing? Hell, I've already done it. I remember the way the stars blurred near that empty point. Once the star passed directly behind it, and for a moment it was a ring of light. There was no bump as I went through the Schwarzschild radius, only the gradually increasing pull of tidal force. But somehow I knew I had left the universe. Free at last. Free of the older George Cox. Sure I was. We've been moving money around for 5 months now, I tell him at his return. And we've passed the million mark. How's it feel to be a millionaire? Pretty good. He smiles in triumph as he looks through the books, but the smile's a bit forced when he turns to face me. He's not used to me yet. Okay, now your job. I hand him a stack of newspapers. Memorize these stocks. All of them? No, just the ones that are going to go up. And when. But I haven't marked them, George. You have to find and mark them and then memorize them. He grumbles, as I did once. You've had more free time than me. Haven't we got cause and effect screwed up enough? I get this nightmare feeling that if we louse up the natural laws any worse, I'll go out like a candle flame. Look, will you do this for the best friend you ever had, please? He takes the newspapers. I don't see him for a week. One afternoon, I answer a ringing telephone. It's him. His eyes are wide, his face is white. Before I can speak, he blurts it out. They picked Frank. What? The hell they did. They picked me. They picked Frank. George, what do we do? His voice is fading. There's a singing in my head. The room is fading, going blurry. My knees buckle and I drift toward the floor. I want to scream, but I can't. I'm cold. There's rough textured rug under my chin. I feel it with my hands, and it's real. It's really there. I must have fainted. The other George is yelling out of the phone. George! George! I manage to get my face in front of the camera and tell him, look, sit tight. I'll be right over. This time we aren't sitting. We're pacing and passing each other, talking in random directions. It would look like low comedy if anyone could see us. And he's saying, we could just forget it. Share the money, ignore the paradox. I hate that thought. George, get it through your head that the paradox is me. If this time track doesn't go as it went, I'm gone. We've got to do something. Like what, steal the ship? Well, that's... Look, if I steal Ulysses, you get court-martialed. You. Look, they wouldn't even look for me. And how are you going to spend our $1 million in my name? Damn it, he's right. The effort I've spent, the risks I've taken, all for nothing. I stop in mid-stride. Maybe they won't suspect me. Ha! You couldn't get onto the shuttle field without showing your face. Hi yourself. Someone must have been impersonating me. I've got an alibi. Alibi? Hey, I'm going to make drinks. This won't make any sense at all to somebody who's sober. A month to wait. A month to make plans. But it isn't. They've moved the takeoff date up 2 weeks. I'm starting to lose faith in any kind of consistent universe. At night, I'm afraid to fall asleep. Every morning comes as a joyful surprise. I'm still here. I wish I could talk to Bowerhouse. We braced him after the lecture. Small, round, voluble man, he was willing to talk at any length about cosmology in general. The Big Bang that may or may not have started the universe, that may have sown the universe with quantum black holes smaller than an atomic nucleus and weighing more than a large asteroid. The possibility that the universe itself is inside somebody else's black hole. White holes spewing matter from nowhere. But he fought clear of one subject.
Gentlemen, we simply do not know what goes on inside the Schwarzschild radius of a black hole. We do not know that the matter actually goes to a point. It may be stopped by a force stronger than any we know of.
What are the paths through a rotating black hole? He smiled like one sharing the joke.
We expect to find the hole in the theory here. We postulate a law of cosmic censorship, a process that would prevent anything from ever leaving the black hole. Otherwise, we could get black holes with so much spin to them that there's no Schwarzschild radius around the singularity. A naked singularity would be very messy. The mathematics is inconsistent, like dividing 0 by 0.
If he could see me now, both of me together, surely it would be singularity enough. We don't risk being seen together. The younger George Cox continues his training. Newsmen interview him and Yogi on the need for more Bussard ramjets and scout ships to seek out Earth-like worlds that circle other stars. The older George Cox plays the stock market and waits. Frank Curie has spent as much time in space as I have, up until the Ulysses flight, which hasn't happened yet. He stands about 5'0", stocky, well-muscled. His big square jaw gives him a bulldog look. He masses less than me or Yoki, and so do the food and oxygen required to keep him alive for the year and a half he'll be awake. There's no reason Space Branch shouldn't have picked him over me. Yet I keep wondering, what was different this time? Did the younger George concentrate too much on his stocks, too little on training? Did he stop trying because I was the proof that he would succeed anyway? Well, too late now. We've had one break. They picked me to pilot the ferry ship up and to help Frank with the final checkout of Ulysses. Frank and I go through the checkpoints together. The guards pass us through without any fuss. The shuttle field is bright with artificial lights beneath a gray-black sky. Frank's nervous, excited. He's talking too much. Muscles flex at the edges of his jaw. 26 years. What can happen in 26 years? They could have immortality by then, or world dictatorship, teleportation, faster-than-light travel. They could get that from you if Probe 3 works out. Yeah, if Probe 3 comes back about the time I leave, but that's not too useful for space travel, George. There aren't enough black holes. No kidding. George, what do you think I'll find when I come back? Yourself. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I swallow it. Me, waiting at the shuttle field to tell you all about it. Unless you go too far in. Then you might not come out until every star's dead, Frank. Yeah, I know. Well, care to change your mind? Thinking there's a chance? Oh, come on. And that settles that. We've almost reached the shuttle now. It's a lifting body, not large, with a radiation shield around the tailpipe and an escalator ramp that leads up onto the nose. I'm talking too much myself. I'm as nervous as Frank. Lucky there were 2 gates. I half expected the guards to stop us on the grounds that one of us was already inside. But apparently he got through without a hitch, or else he didn't make it. Frank's stepping onto the ramp when the other George Cox slides like a shadow from behind it. He's holding a heavy spanner. And wiry Frank whips around and plants his fist in George's belly, crosses instantly with a right plenty of class that boy shows. And George goes down like a consignment of cooked spaghetti, flat on his back, his face turned up to the harsh lights. Frank sees his face. He freezes. I don't have a spanner. I use the stiff edge of my palm against Frank's neck. Frank turns, looking bewildered, and I hit him on the point of the jaw. He goes down. I take his pulse. It hasn't stopped. George Cox's heart is beating too, but he's showing no other sign of life. I don't need to take my own pulse. It's thundering in my ears. The other George Cox may need a hospital. He's in poor shape to pilot an interstellar spacecraft. Ulysses hovers before me, enormous. There are attitude jets like nostrils, but no signs of a main thruster. Only the hydrogen fusion booster as big as Ulysses itself that'll run me up to the Bussard ramjet speed. From that point on, I'll be running on interstellar hydrogen, sweeping it in and compressing it in magnetic pinch fields until it undergoes fusion. I've been through this before. I'm not even nervous. As the metaphysical complexities grow ever more hideously tangled, my choices grow simpler. I'm going to steal Ulysses because I can't possibly turn back. I'll follow the return path again because, well, it's my only hope of straightening this out. I could have been killed that last trip through the Singularity. I could be killed this time. But the ghost of the older George Cox is no longer with me. And the younger George Cox, the man I left tied back to back with Frank Curie for verisimilitude, has become the real George Cox. There's been no break in his timeline, and no part of his timeline is me. I'm fatherless, motherless, a ghost without origin. If George keeps his head, he'll stay out of prison. He spotted an imposter, his own double, walking toward the shuttle with Frank. He was about to do something about it with the aid of a handy spanner when Frank exploded in his face. And that's all George knows. Docking. The whole ship goes clunk-clunk. Up to now, they could have stopped me, but now it's too late. As I cross to the manlock on Ulysses, I feel a prickly awareness of the second Ulysses hidden on the backside of the moon. I found a way to breed very expensive spacecraft. I ought to patent it. How did it all get started anyway? Was there ever a George Cox who followed the flight plan exactly? Yeah. And then a second George Cox watched Probe 3 return even before Ulysses took off. That gave him an idea. If Probe 3 could return before it started, then so could he. Was he the older George Cox who knocked on my apartment door a lifetime ago? Or was he already several cycles gone? And what will happen if I just follow the flight plan this time? No, I don't dare. It would start the whole thing over again. Or would it? I wish I could ask Bauerhaus. But people like Bauerhaus don't like singularities in the first place. I don't blame them. Called Singularities Make Me Nervous, written by Larry Niven. It appears in the collection edited by Judy Lindell Ray, Stellar 1. This is Michael Hansen speaking. Technical production on MindWebs by Steve Gordon. MindWebs is produced at WHA in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension. This is Michael Hansen. The MindWeb story for this half hour is The Worm by David Keller. One of the places it appeared is Fantastic magazine for September of 1965. The miller patted his dog on the head as he whispered,
"We're going to stay here. Our folks, your ancestors and mine, have been here for nearly 200 years, and queer it would be to leave now because of fear."
The grist mill stood, a solid stone structure in an isolated Vermont valley. Years ago, every day had been a busy one for the mill and the miller, but now only the mill wheel was busy. There was no grist for the mill, and no one lived in the valley. Blackberries and hazel grew where once the pastures had been green. The hand of time had passed over the farms, and the only folk left were sleeping in the churchyard. A family of squirrels nestled in the pulpit, while on the tombstone silent snails left their cryptic messages in silvery streaks. Thompson's Valley was being handed back to nature. Only the old bachelor miller, John Staples, remained. The mill was his home, even as it had served all of his family for a home during the last 200 years. The first Staples had built it to stay, and it was still as strong as on the day it was finished. There was a basement for the machinery of the mill. The first floor was the place of grinding and storage, and the upper two floors served as the Staples homestead. The building was warm in winter and cool in summer. And John Staples lived there with his dog, his books, and his memories. He had no friends and desired no associates. Once a year, he went to the nearest town and bought supplies of all kinds, paying for them in gold. It was on a Christmas day that he first heard the noise. Going down to the basement to see that nothing had been injured by the bitter freeze of the night before, his attention was attracted even while descending the stone steps by a peculiar grinding noise that seemed to come from out of the ground. His ancestors, building for permanency, had not only put in solid foundations, but had paved the entire basement with slate flagstones 3 feet wide and as many inches thick. Between these, the dust of 2 centuries had gathered and hardened. Once his feet were on this pavement, Staples found that he could not only hear the noise, but he could also feel through the flagstones the vibrations which accompanied it. Pulling off his mittens, he stooped over and put his fingertips on the stone. To his surprise, it was warm, in spite of the fact that the temperature had been below zero the night before. The vibration was more distinct to his fingertips than it had been to his feet. Puzzled, he threw himself on the slate stone and put his ear to the warm surface. The sound he now heard made him think of the grinding of the millstones when he was a boy and the farmers had brought corn to be ground into meal. There had been no cornmeal ground in the mill for 50 years, yet here was the sound of stones scraping slowly and regularly on stone. Going to his sitting room, he secured a walking stick of ash and went back to the cellar. Holding the handle of the cane lightly, he placed the other end on 100 different spots on the floor, and each time he held it long enough to determine the presence or absence of vibration. To his surprise, he found that while it varied in strength, it was present all over the cellar, with the exception of the 4 corners. The maximum intensity was about in the center. That evening, he concentrated on the problem before him. He had been told by his grandfather that the mill was built on solid rock. Evidently, some of the strata of stone had become loose and were slipping and twisting under the mill. The simplest explanation was the most reasonable. It was simply a geological phenomenon. The next morning, the noise was louder. The vibration was now powerful enough to be appreciated not through a walking stick, but through the walls of the building. The noise could be heard as well on the 3rd floor as in the cellar. Staples tried to fancy what it sounded like, not what it was, but what it was like. The first idea had been that it resembled a saw going through oak. Then came the thought of bees swarming. Only these were large bees, and millions of them. But finally, all he could think of was the grinding of stones in a grist mill, the upper stone against the lower. And now the sound was grrr, grrr, instead of bzzz or That morning, he took longer than usual to shave. It was more methodical than was his wont in preparing breakfast for himself and the dog. It seemed as though he knew that sometime he would have to go down into the cellar, but he wanted to postpone it as long as he could. Finally, he went to the mill and started down the steps to the cellar. The dog hesitated on the top step, went down 2 steps, and then jumped back to the top, where he started to whine. Staples went steadily down the steps, but the dog's behavior did not add to his peace of mind. The noise was much louder now than it was the day before, and the whole building was shaking. He sat down on the 3rd step from the bottom and thought the problem over before he ventured out on the floor. He was especially interested in an empty barrel which was dancing around in the middle of the floor. The power of the mill wheel was transferred through a simple series of shafts, cogs, and leather belting to the grinding elements on the 1st floor. All this machinery for transmitting power was in the basement. The actual grinding had been done on the 1st floor. The weight of all this machinery, as well as the heavy millstones on the 1st floor, was carried entirely by the flooring of the basement. The ceiling of the 1st floor was built on long pine beams which stretched across the entire building and were sunk into the stone walls at either side. Staples started to walk around on the slate flagstones when he observed something that made him decide to stay on the steps. The floor was beginning to sink in the middle. Not much, but enough to cause some of the shafts to separate from the ceiling. The ceiling seemed to sag. He saw that light objects like the empty barrel were congregating at the middle of the cellar. There wasn't much light, but he was easily able to see that the floor was no longer level, that it was becoming saucer-shaped. The grinding noise grew louder. The steps he sat on were of solid masonry, stoutly connected with and a part of the wall. These shared in the general vibration. The whole building began to sing like a cello. And then the noise stopped. No more noise. No more vibration. Just a broken floor and every bit of the machinery of the mill disabled and twisted. In the middle of the floor was a hole where one of the pavement stones had dropped through. Staples carefully walked across and threw the light down this hole. Then he lay down and carefully put himself in such a position that he could look down the hole. He began to sweat. There did not seem to be any bottom. Back on the solid steps, he tried to give that hole its proper value. He could not understand it, but he did not need the whining of the dog to tell him what to do. That hole must be closed as soon as possible. Like a flash, the method of doing so came to him. On the floor above, he had cement. There were hundreds of grain sacks. Water was plentiful in the mill race. All that day, he worked, carefully closing the hole with a great stopper of bags and wire. Then he placed timbers above and finally covered it all with cement, rich cement. Night came, and he still worked. Morning came, and still he staggered down the steps, each time with a bag of crushed stone or cement on his shoulder or with 2 buckets of water in his hands. At noon the next day, the floor was no longer concave, but convex. On top of the hole were 4 feet of timbers, bags, and concrete. Then, and only then, did he go and make some coffee. He drank it, cup after cup, and slept. When the man woke, the sun was streaming in through the windows. It was a new day. Though the fire had long since died out, the room was warm. Staples listened. There was no sound except the ticking of his clock. So he slept for another 24 hours. This time he awoke and listened. There was still no noise. He was sure that by this time the cement had hardened. This morning he stayed awake and shared a gargantuan meal with the dog. Satisfied that the trouble was over, Staples took his gun and the dog and went hunting. When he returned, he did not have to enter the mill to know that the grinding had begun again. Even before he started down the steps, he recognized too well the vibration and the sound. This time it was a melody of notes, a harmony of discords, and he realized that the thing, which before had cut through solid rock, was now wearing its way through a cement in which were bags, timbers, and pieces of iron. Each of these gave a different tone. Together, they all wailed over their dissolution. Staples saw, even at first glance, that it would not be long before his cement cork would be destroyed. What was there to do next? All that day, when hunting, his mind had been dimly working on that problem. Now he had the answer. He could not cork the hole, so he would fill it with water. The walls of the mill were solid, but he could blast a hole through them and turn the mill race into the cellar. Whatever it was that was breaking down the floor of the mill could be drowned. If it were alive, it could be killed. If it were fire, it could be quenched. There was no use to wait until the hole was again opened. The best plan was to have everything ready. The wall reached 3 feet down below the surface. A charge of powder heavy enough to break through would wreck the whole building, so he began to peck at the wall like a bird pecking a nut. First, a period of drilling, and then a little powder and a muffled explosion. A few buckets of loosened rock, and then some more drilling and another explosion. At last he knew that only a few inches of rock lay between the water and the cellar. All this time there had been a symphony of noises, a disharmony of sounds. A constant grinding came from the floor, interrupted by the sound of sledge or crowbar, dull explosion of powder, and crashing of rock fragments on the floor. Staples worked without stop, save to drink coffee. The dog stood on the upper steps. Then, without warning, the whole floor caved in. Staples jumped to the steps. These held. On the first day, there had been a hole a few feet wide. Now, the opening occupied nearly the entire area of the floor. Staples, nauseated, looked down to the bottom. About 20 feet below him, a mass of rocks and timbers churned in a peculiar way, but all gradually disappeared in a second hole, 15 feet wide. Even as he looked, they all disappeared in this median hole. The opening he had been breaking in the wall was directly across from the steps. There was a charge of powder, but there was no way of going across to light the fuse. Still, there was no time to lose, and he had to think fast. Running to the floor above, he picked up his rifle and went down to the bottom of the steps. He was able to throw the beam from his searchlight directly into the hole in the wall. Then he shot, once, twice, and the third time, the explosion told him he had succeeded. The water started to run into the cellar. Not fast at first, but more rapidly as the mud and weeds were cleared out. Finally, an 8-inch stream flowed steadily into the bottomless hole. Staples sat on the bottom steps. Soon he had the satisfaction of seeing the water fill the larger hole and then cover the floor, what there was left of it. In another hour, he had to leave the lower steps. He went out to the mill race and saw that there was still enough water to fill 100 such holes. A deep sense of satisfaction filled his weary mind. And again, after eating, he sought sleep. When he awoke, the very first thing he noticed was the mill race. It was practically empty. The little stream of water at the bottom was pouring into the hole he had blasted into the stone wall hours before. The race had contained 8 feet of water. Now, barely 6 inches remained, and the dread came to the man that the hole in the cellar was not only emptying the race, but was also draining the little river that for thousands of years had flowed through the valley. He hastened over to the dam, and his worst fears were realized. Instead of a river, there was simply a streak of mud with cakes of dirty ice, all being washed by the torrent of rain. With relief, he thought of this rain. Millions of tons of snow would melt and fill the river. Ultimately, the hole would fill and the water would rise again in the mill race. Still, he was uneasy. What if the hole had no bottom? When he looked into the basement, he was little reassured. The water was still going down, though slowly. It was rising in the basement, and this meant that it was now running in faster than it was running down. He ran up the stone steps to the second floor, built a fire in the living room. and started to think. The idea of the gold stayed in his mind, and the final result was that he again put on his boots and coat and carried the entire treasure to a little dry cave in the woods, about half a mile from the mill. Then he came back and started to cook his dinner. He went past the cellar door 3 times without looking down. Just as he and the dog had finished eating, he heard a noise. It was a different one this time, more like a saw going through wood, but the rhythm was the same. He started to go to the cellar, but this time he took his rifle, and though the dog followed, he howled dismally with his tail between his legs, shivering. As soon as Staples reached the first floor, he felt the vibration. Not only could he feel the vibration, he could see it. It seemed that the center of the floor was being pushed up. Flashlight in hand, he opened the cellar door. There was no water there now. In fact, there was no cellar left. In front of him was a black wall on which the light played in undulating waves. It was a wall, and it was moving. He touched it with the end of his rifle. It was hard, and yet there was a give to it. Feeling the rock, he could feel it move. Was it alive? Could there be a living rock? He could not see around it, but he felt that the bulk of the thing filled the entire cellar and was pressing against the ceiling. That was it. The thing was boring through the first floor. It had destroyed and filled the cellar. It had swallowed the river. Now it was working on the first floor. If this continued, the mill was doomed. Staples knew that it was a thing alive, and he had to stop it. He was thankful that all the steps in the mill were of stone, fastened and built into the wall. Even though the floor did fall in, he could still go to the upper rooms. He realized that from now on, the fight had to be waged from the top floors. Going up the steps, he saw that a small hole had been cut through the oak flooring. Even as he watched, this grew larger. Trying to remain calm, realizing that only by doing so could he retain his sanity, he sat down in a chair and timed the rate of enlargement. But there was no need of using a watch. The hole grew larger and larger and larger, and now he began to see the dark hole which had sucked the river dry. Now it was 3 feet in diameter, now 4, now 6. It was working smoothly now. It was not only grinding, but it was eating. Staples began to laugh. He wanted to see what it would do when the big stone grinder slipped silently down into that maw. That would be a rare sight. All well enough to swallow a few pavement stones, but when it came to a 20-ton grinder, that would be a different kind of pill.
"I hope you choke," he cried. "Damn you, whatever you are, I hope you choke."
And the walls hurled back the echo of his shouts and frightened him into silence. Then the floor began to tilt and the chairs to slide toward the opening. Staples sprang toward the steps. And then from the safety of the steps, he witnessed the final destruction of the floor. And all in it. The stone slipped down, the partitions, the beams, and then, as though satisfied with the work and the food, the thing dropped down, 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 left Staples dizzy on the steps, looking into a hole, dark, deep, coldly bottomless, surrounded by the walls of the mill, and below them a circular hole cut out of the solid rock. On one side, a little stream of water, a tiny waterfall, came through the blasted wall and fell below. Staples could not hear it splash at the bottom. Nauseated and vomiting, he crept up the steps to the second floor, where the howling dog was waiting for him. On the floor he lay, sweating and shivering in dumb misery. It took hours, but eventually he warmed himself and slept. And while he dreamed, the dog kept sleepless watch at his feet. He awoke the next morning. It was still raining, and Staples knew that the snow was melting on the hills and soon would change the Little Valley River into a torrent. He wondered whether it was all a dream, but one look at the dog showed him the reality of the last week. He went to the second floor again and cooked breakfast. After he had eaten, he slowly went down the steps. That is, he started to go, but halted at the side of the hole. The steps had held and ended on a wide stone platform. From there, another flight of steps went down to what had once been the cellar. Those 2 flights of steps, clinging to the walls, had the solid stone mill on one side, but on the inside they faced a chasm, circular in outline and seemingly bottomless. But the man knew there was a bottom, and from that pit the thing had come and would come again. That was the horror of it. He was so certain that it would come again, unless he was able to stop it. How could he? Could he destroy a thing that was able to bore a 30-foot hole through solid rock, swallow a river, and digest grinding stones like so many pills? One thing he was sure of. He could accomplish nothing without knowing more about it. To know more, he had to watch. He determined to cut a hole through the floor. Then he could see the thing when it came up. It did. He was on the floor. Looking into the hole, he had sawed through the plank, and he saw it come. But first he heard it. It was a sound full of slithering, slidings, wrathful rasping of rock against rock. Then he saw it come into the cellar and finally to the level of the first floor, and then he saw its head and face. The face looked at the man, and Staples was glad that the hole in the floor was as small as it was. There was a central mouth filling half the space. Fully 15 feet in diameter was that mouth, and the sides were ashen gray and quivering. There were no teeth. That increased the horror. A mouth without teeth, without any visible means of mastication. The circular lip seemed made of scales of steel, and they were washed clean with the water from the race. On either side of the gigantic mouth was an eye, lidless, browless, pitiless. They were slightly withdrawn into the head so the thing could bore into rock without injuring them. Staples tried to estimate their size. All he could do was to avoid their baleful gaze. Then, even as he watched, the mouth closed and the head began a semicircular movement, so many degrees to the right, so many to the left, and up and up. And finally, the top touched the bottom of the plank Staples was on, and then... And the man knew that it was starting upon the destruction of the second floor. He could not see now as he had been able to see before, but he had an idea that after grinding a while, the thing opened its mouth and swallowed the debris. He looked around the room. Here was where he did his cooking and washing, and here was his winter supply of stove wood, and a thought came to him. Working frantically, he pushed the center burner to the middle of the room, right over the hole he had cut in the floor. Then he built a fire in it, starting it with a liberal supply of coal oil. He soon had the stove red hot. Opening the door, he again filled the stove with oak and then ran for the steps. He was just in time. The floor, cut through, disappeared into the thing's maw, and with it the red-hot stove. Staples yelled in his glee,
A hot pill for you this time, a hot pill.
And if the pill did anything, it simply increased the desire of the thing to destroy, for it kept on till it had bored a hole in this floor equal to the size of the holes in the floors below. Staples saw his food, his furniture, the ancestral relics disappear into the same opening that had consumed the machinery and mill supplies. On the upper floor, the dog howled. The man slowly went up to the top floor and joined the dog. There was a stove on this floor, but there was no food. That did not make any difference to Staples. For some reason, he was not hungry anymore. It did not seem to make any difference. Nothing seemed to matter or make any difference anymore. Still, he had his gun and over 50 cartridges, and he knew that at the last, even a thing like that would react to bullets in its eyeballs. He just knew that nothing could withstand that. He lit the lamp and paced the floor in a cold, careless mood. One thing he had determined. He said it over and over to himself.
This is my home. It has been the home of my family for 200 years. No devil or beast or worm can make me leave it.
He said it again and again. He felt that if he said it often enough, he would believe it. And if he could only believe it, he might make the worm believe it. He knew now that it was a worm, just like the night crawlers he had so often used for bait, only much larger. Yes, that was it. A worm like a night crawler, only much larger. In fact, very much larger. Morning came. Staples mounted the ladder that led to the trapdoor in the roof and opened it. The rain beat in. Still, that might be a place of refuge. Then he heard the sliding and the slithering rasping, and he knew that the worm had come again. He waited until told that the wooden floor he was on was being attacked, and then he went up the ladder. It was his idea to wait till the thing had made a large opening, large enough so the eyes could be seen, and then he would use the 50 bullets where they would do the most good. So on the roof, beside the dog, he waited. He did not have to wait long. First appeared a little hole, and then it grew wider and wider, till finally the entire floor and the furniture had dropped into the mouth, and the whole opening, 30 feet wide and more than that, was filled with a head, the closed mouth of which came within a few feet of the roof. By the aid of the light from the trapdoor, Staples could see the eye on the left side. It made a beautiful bullseye, a magnificent target for his rifle, and he was only a few feet away. He could not miss. Determined to make the most of his last chance to drive his enemy away, he decided to drop down on the creature, walk over to the eye, and put the end of the rifle against the eye before he fired. If the first shot worked well, he could retire to the roof and use the other cartridges. He knew that there was some danger, but it was his last hope. After all, he knew that when it came to brains, he was a man, and this thing was only a worm. He suddenly saw what it all meant. 200 years before, his ancestors had started grinding at the mill. For over 150 years, the mill had been run continuously, often day and night. The vibrations had been transmitted downward through the solid rock. Hundreds of feet below, the worm had heard them and felt them and thought it was another worm. It had started to bore in the direction of the noise. It had taken 200 years to do it, but it had finished the task. It had found the place where its mate should be. For 200 years, it had slowly worked its way through the primitive rock. Why should it worry over a mill and the things within it? Staples saw then that the mill had been but a slight incident in its life. It was probable that it had not even known it was there. The water, the gristmill stones, the red-hot stove had meant nothing. They had been taken as part of the day's work. There was only one thing that the worm was really interested in, only one idea that had reached its consciousness and remained there through 2 centuries, and that was to find its mate. The eye looked upward. Staples, at the end, lost courage and decided to fire from a sitting position in the trapdoor. Taking careful aim, he pulled the trigger. Then he looked carefully to see what damage had resulted. There was none. Either the bullet had gone into the eye and the opening had closed, or else it had glanced off. He fired again and again. Then the mouth opened, wide, wider, until there was nothing under Staples save a yawning void of darkness. The worm belched a cloud of black, nauseating vapor. The man, enveloped in the cloud, lost consciousness and fell. The mouth closed on him. On the roof, the dog howled. Welcome to a half hour of Mind Webs, short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction. This story was originally copyrighted in 1955 by Fantasy House. Its Damon Knight's The Country of the Kind.
The attendant at the car lot was daydreaming when I pulled up, a big, lazy-looking man in black satin checkered down the front. I was wearing scarlet myself. It suited my mood. I got out, almost on his toes. He asked, "Park or storage?" turning around. Then he realized who I was and ducked his head away. I told him, "Neither." There was a hand torch on a shelf in the repair shed right behind him. I got it and came back. I knelt down to where I could reach behind the front wheel and ignited the torch. I turned it on the axle and suspension. They glowed cherry red and then white and then fused together. Then I got up and turned the flame on both tires until the rubberoid stank and sizzled and melted down to the pavement. The attendant didn't say anything. I left him there looking at the mess on his nice clean concrete. It had been a nice car, too, but I could get another one any time. And I felt like walking. I went down the winding road, sleepy in the afternoon sunlight, dappled with shade and smelling of cool leaves. You couldn't see the houses. They were all sunken or hidden by shrubbery or a little of both. That was a fad I'd heard about. It was what I'd come here to see. Not that anything the Dulls did would be worth looking at. I turned off at random and crossed a rolling lawn, went through a second hedge of hawthorn and blossom, and came out next to a big sunken games court. The tennis net was up, and two couples were going at it, just working up a little sweat, young, about half my age, all four of them. 3 dark-haired and a blonde. They were evenly matched, and both couples played well together. They were enjoying themselves. I watched for a minute, but by then the nearest two were beginning to sense I was there anyhow. I walked down onto the court, just as the blonde was about to serve. She looked at me, frozen across the net, poised on tiptoe. The others stood. I told them, "Off, game's over." I watched the blonde. She was not especially pretty as they go, but compactly and gracefully put together. She came down slowly, flat-footed, without awkwardness, and tucked the racket under her arm. Then the surprise was over, and she was trotting off the court after the other 3. I followed their voices around the curve of the path between towering masses of lilacs, inhaling the sweetness until I came to what looked like a little sunning spot. There was a sundial and a bird bath and towels lying around on the grass, and one couple, the dark-haired pair, was still in sight farther down the path, heads bobbing along. The other couple had disappeared. I found the handle in the grass without any trouble. The mechanism responded, and an oblong section of turf rose up. It was the stair I had, not the elevator, but that was all right. I ran down the steps and into the first door I saw and was in the top-floor lounge, an oval room lit with diffused, simulated sunlight from above. The furniture was all comfortably bloated, sprawling, ugly. The carpet was deep, and there was a fresh flower scent in the air. The blonde was over at the near end with her back to me, studying the AutoChef keyboard. She was half out of her playsuit. She pushed it the rest of the way down and stepped out of it, then turned and saw me. She was surprised again. She hadn't thought I might follow her down. I looked her over and told her a few uncomplimentary things about herself. She trembled but didn't answer. On an impulse, I leaned over and dialed the AutoChef to hot cheese sauce. I cut the safety out of circuit and put the quantity dial all the way up. I dialed soup tureen and then punch bowl. The stuff started to come out in about a minute, steaming hot, and I took the tureens and splashed them up and down the wall on either side of her. Then when the first punch bowl came out, I used the empty bowls as scoops. I clotted the carpet with the stuff. I made streamers of it all along the walls and dumped puddles into what furniture I could reach. Where it cooled, it would harden, and where it hardened, it would cling. I wanted to splash it across her body, but it would have hurt, and we couldn't have that. The punch bowls of hot sauce were still coming out of the AutoChef, crowding each other around the vent. Then I punched cancel, and then Sauterne, sweet California. The wine came out well chilled in open bottles, and I took the first one and had my arm back, just about to throw a nice line of the stuff right across her midriff when a voice said behind me, "Watch out for the cold wine." My arm twitched, and a little stream of the wine splashed across her thighs. She was ready for it. Her eyes had opened at the voice, and she barely jumped. I whirled around, fighting mad. The man was standing there where he'd come out of the stairwell. He was thinner in the face than most, bronzed, wide-chested, with alert blue eyes. If it hadn't been for him, I knew it would have worked. The blonde would have mistaken the chill splash for a scalding one. I could hear the scream in my mind. and I wanted it. I took a step toward him, and my foot slipped. I went down clumsily, wrenching one knee. I got up shaking and tight all over. I wasn't in control of myself, and I screamed, You! And then I turned and got one of the punch bowls and lifted it in both hands, heedless of how the hot sauce was slopping over onto my wrists. And I had it almost in the air toward him when the sickness took me, that damned buzzing in my head, louder, drowning everything out. When I came to, they were both gone. Going down in the elevator, I almost blacked out again. The blonde and the thin man weren't in any of the second-floor bedrooms. I made sure of that, and then I emptied the closets and bureau drawers onto the floor, dragged the whole mess into one of the bedrooms and stuffed the tub with it, then turned on the water. I tried the third floor, maintenance and storage. It was empty. I turned the furnace on and set the thermostat up as high as it would go. I disconnected all the safety circuits and alarms, opened the freezer doors and dialed them to defrost. I propped the stairwell door open and went back up in the elevator. On the second floor, I stopped long enough to open the stairway door there, and the water was halfway toward it, creeping across the floor, and then searched the top floor. No one was there. I opened book reels and threw them unwinding across the room. I would have done more, but I could hardly stand. I got up to the surface and collapsed on the lawn. That furry pit swallowed me up dead and drowned. While I slept, water poured down the open stairwell and filled the third level. Thawing food packages floated out into the rooms. Water seeped into wall panels and machine housings. Circuits shorted and fuses blew. The air conditioning stopped, but the pile kept heating. The water rose. Spoiled food, floating supplies, grimy water surged up the stairwell. The second and first levels were bigger and would take longer to fill, but they'd fill. Rugs, furnishings, clothing, all the things in the house would be waterlogged and ruined. Probably the weight of so much water would shift the house, rupture water pipes and other fluid intakes. It would take a repair crew more than a day just to clean up the mess. The house itself was done for, not repairable. The blonde and the thin man would never live in it again. Serve them right. The Dulls could build another house. They built like beavers. There was only one of me in the world. The earliest memory I have is of some woman, probably the crush mother, staring at me with an expression of shock and horror. Just that. I've tried to remember what happened directly before or after, but I can't. Before, there's nothing but the dark, formless shaft of no memory that runs back to birth. Afterward, the big calm. From my 5th year, it must have been, to my 15th, everything I can remember floats in a pleasant, dim sea. Nothing was terribly important. I was languid and soft. I drifted. Waking merged into sleep. In my 15th year, it was the fashion in love play for the young people to pair off for months or longer. Loving steady, we called it. I remember how the older people protested that it was unhealthy, but we were all normal juniors and nearly as free as adults under the law. All but me. The first steady girl I had was named Ellen. She had blonde hair, almost white, worn long. Her lashes were dark, her eyes pale green. Startling eyes. They didn't look as if they were looking at you. They looked blind. In our group, a pairing that broke up sooner than 4 weeks was a little suspect. You know, there must be something wrong with one partner or both, or the pairing would have lasted longer. 4 weeks and a day after Ellen and I made our pairing, she told me she was breaking it off. I thought I was ready, but I felt the room spin half around me till the wall came against my palm and stopped. The room had been in use as a hobby chamber. There was a rack of plasticraft knives under my hand. I took one without thinking, and when I saw it, I thought, I'll frighten her. And I saw the startled, half-angry look in her pale eyes, and I went toward her. But this is curious. She wasn't looking at the knife. She was looking at my face. The elders found me later with the blood on me and put me into a locked room. Then it was my turn to be frightened because I realized for the first time that it was possible for a human being to do what I had done. And if I could do it to Ellen, I thought, surely they could do it to me. But they couldn't. They set me free. They had to. And it was then I understood that I was the king of the world. The sky was turning clear violet when I woke up, and shadow was spilling out from the hedges. I went down the hill until I saw the ghostly blue of photon tubes glowing in the big oblong just outside the commerce area. I went that way by habit. Other people were lining up at the entrance to show their books and be admitted. I brushed past them, seeing the shocked faces and feeling their bodies flinch away, and I went into the robing chamber. Straps, aqualungs, masks, and flippers were all for the taking. I stripped, dropping the clothes where I stood, and put the underwater equipment on. Then I strode out to poolside, monstrous like a being from another world. I adjusted the lung and the flippers and slipped into the water. Underneath, it was all crystal blue, with the forms of swimmers sliding through it like pale angels. Schools of small fish scattered as I went down. My heart was beating with a painful joy. Down, far down, I saw a girl slowly undulating through the motions of sinuous underwater dance, writhing around and around a ribbed column of imitation coral. She had a suction-tipped fish lance in her hand, but she wasn't using it. She was only dancing all by herself down at the bottom of the water. I followed. Around her and around I swam, stiff-legged, first more childlike and awkward than she, and then subtly parodying her motions and then improving on them until I was dancing an intricate mocking dance around her. I saw her eyes widen, and she matched her rhythm to mine then, and together, apart, together again, we coiled the wake of our dancing. At last, exhausted, we clung together where a bridge of plastic coral arched over us. Her cool body was in the bend of my arm, between two thicknesses of vitrin, a world away. Her eyes were friendly and kind. There was a moment when two strangers, yet one flesh, we felt our souls speak to one another across the abyss of matter. It was a truncated embrace. We could not kiss, we could not speak, but her hands lay confidingly on my shoulders, and her eyes looked into mine. That moment had to end. She gestured towards the surface and left me. I followed her up. I was feeling drowsy and almost at peace after my sickness. I thought... I don't know what I thought. We rose together at the side of the pool. She turned to me, removing her mask, and her smile stopped and melted away. She looked at me with horrified disgust, wrinkling her nose. "Bah," she said, and turned awkward in her flippers. And watching her, I saw her fall into the arms of a white-haired man, and I heard her hysterical voice tumbling over itself. "But don't you remember?" The man's voice rumbled. "You should know it by heart." And he turned. "Hell, is there a copy of it in the clubhouse?" A murmur answered him, and in a few moments a young man came out holding a slender brown pamphlet. I knew that pamphlet. I could even have told you what page the white-haired man opened it to, what sentences the girl was reading as I watched. I waited. I don't know why. I heard her voice rising. "To think that I let him touch me!" And the white-haired man reassured her, the words rumbling too low to hear. I saw her back straighten. She looked across at me, only a few yards in that scented, blue-lit air, a world away, and folded up the pamphlet into a hard wad, threw it, and turned on her heel. The pamphlet landed almost at my feet, and I touched it with my toe and opened it to the page I'd been thinking of. Sedation until his 15th year, when for sexual reasons it became no longer practicable. While the advisors and medical staff hesitated, he killed a girl of the group by violence. The solution finally adopted was threefold. One, a sanction, the only sanction possible to our humane, permissive society, excommunication, not to speak to him, touch him willingly, or acknowledge his existence. Two, a precaution, taking advantage of a mild predisposition to epilepsy. A variant of the so-called Cusco analog technique was employed to prevent by an epileptic seizure any future act of violence. 3, a warning. A careful alteration of his body chemistry was effected to make his exhaled and exuded wastes emit a strongly pungent and offensive odor. In mercy, he himself was rendered unable to detect the smell. Fortunately, the genetic and environmental accidents which combine to produce this atavism have been fully explained and can never again... The words stopped meaning anything, as they always did at that point. I didn't want to read any farther. It was all nonsense anyway. I was the king of the world. I got up and went away, out into the night, blind to the dulls who thronged the rooms I passed. 2 squares away was the commerce area. I found a clothing outlet and went in. I pulled out clothing in handfuls till I got a set that would fit me. I bathed and changed and then went prowling in the big multi-outlet down the avenue. All those places are arranged pretty much alike, no matter what the local managers do to them. I went straight to the knives and picked out 3 in graduated sizes down to the size of my fingernail. Then I had to take my chances. I tried the furniture department, where I had good luck once in a while, but this year all they were using was metal. I had to have seasoned wood. It didn't take me long. Down in the woodshop section of all places, I found some antiques, tables and benches, all with wooden tops, while the dulls collected down at the other end of the room, pretending not to notice. I sawed off a good oblong chunk of the smallest bench and made a base for it out of another. As long as I was there, it was a good place to work, and I could eat and sleep upstairs, so I stayed. I knew what I wanted to do. It was going to be a man sitting with his legs crossed and his forearms resting down along his calves. His head was going to be tilted back and his eyes closed, as if he were turning his face up at the sun. In 3 days, it was finished. The trunk and limbs had a shape that was not man and not wood, but something in between, something that hadn't existed before I made it. Beauty, that was the old word. I'd carved one of the figure's hands hanging loosely and the other one curled shut. There had to be a time to stop and say it was finished. I took the smallest knife, the one I had been using to scrape the wood smooth, and cut away the handle and ground down what was left of the shaft to a thin spike. Then I drilled a hole into the wood of the figurine's hand in the hollow between thumb and curled finger. I fitted the knife blade in there. In the small hand, it was a sword. I cemented it in place. And I took the sharp blade and stabbed my thumb and smeared the blade. I hunted most of that day and finally found the right place. A niche in an outcropping of striated brown rock in a little triangular half-wild patch that had been left where 2 roads forked. Nothing was permanent, of course, in a community like this that might change its houses every 5 years or so to follow the fashion, but this spot had been left to itself for a long time. It was the best I could do. I had the paper ready. It was one of a batch I had printed up a year ago. The paper was treated, and I knew it would stay legible a long time. I hid a little photo capsule in the back of the niche and ran the control wire to a staple in the base of the figurine. I put the figurine down on top of the paper and anchored it lightly to the rock with 2 spots of all cement. I had done it so often that it came naturally. I knew just how much cement would hold the figurine steady against a casual hand, but yield to one that really wanted to pull it down. Then I stepped back to look, and the power and the pity of it made my breath come short and tears start to my eyes. Reflected light gleamed fitfully on the dark-stained blade that hung from his hand. He was sitting alone in that niche that closed him in like a coffin. His eyes were shut, his head tilted back as if he were turning his face up to the sun. But only rock was over his head. There was no sun for him. Up the other side of the hollow, there was a terrace. And on that terrace, half an hour ago, I had seen a brief flash of color. A boy's head with a red cap on it moving past and out of sight. That was why I had to stay. I was thinking how that boy might come down from his terrace and into my road, and passing the little wild triangle of land, see my figurine. I was thinking he might not pass by indifferently, but stop and go closer to look and pick up the wooden man and read what was written on the paper underneath. I believed that sometime it had to happen. I wanted it so hard that I ate. My carvings were all over the world, wherever I had wandered. There was one in Congo City, carved of ebony, dusty black, one on Cyprus of bone, one in New Bombay of shell, one in Shanghai of jade. They were like signs printed in red and green in a color-blind world. Only the one I was looking for would ever pick one of them up and read the message I knew by heart. To you who can see, the first sentence said, I offer you a world. There was a flash of color up on the terrace. I stiffened. A minute later, here it came again from a different direction. It was the boy, clambering down the slope, brilliant against the green, with his red, sharp-billed cap like a woodpecker's head. I held my breath. He came toward me through the fluttering leaves, ticked off by pencils of sunlight as he passed. He was a brown boy I could see at this distance, with a serious, thin face, his ears stuck out, flickering pink with the sun behind them, and his elbow and knee pads made him look knobby. He reached the fork in the road and chose the path on my side. I huddled into myself as he came nearer. Let him see it. Let him not see me, I thought fiercely, and my fingers closed around a stone. He was nearer now, walking jerkily with his hands in his pockets, watching his feet mostly. When he was almost opposite me, I threw the stone. It rustled through the leaves below the niche in the rock. The boy's head turned. He stopped, staring. I think he saw the figurine then. I'm sure he saw it. He took one step. Risa came floating down from the terrace, and he looked up. I saw the woman's head, tiny at the top of the terrace. She called something I didn't hear. I was standing up tight with anger. Then the wind shifted. It blew from me to the boy. He whirled around, his eyes big, and clapped a hand to his nose. Oh, what a stench, he said, and he turned to shout to his mother. Then he was gone, hurrying back up the road into the unstable blur of green. My own chance ruined. He would have seen the image, I knew, if it hadn't been for that damned woman and the wind shifting. They were all against me, people, wind, and all. And the figurine still sat, blind eyes turned up to the rocky sky. There was something inside me that told me to take my disappointment and go away from there and not come back. I knew I would be sorry. I did it anyway. Took the image out of the niche and the paper with it and climbed the slope. At the top, I heard his clear voice laughing. There was a thing that might have been an ornamental mound or the camouflaged top of a buried house. I went around it, tripping over my own feet, and came upon the boy kneeling on the turf. He was playing with a brown and white puppy. He looked up with the laughter going out of his face. There was no wind, and he could smell me. I knew it was bad. No wind, and the puppy to distract him. Everything about it was wrong. But I went to him blindly anyhow and fell on one knee and shoved the figurine at his face and said, "Look." He went over backwards in his hurry. He couldn't even have seen the image, except as a brown blur coming at him. He scrambled up, with the puppy whining and yapping around his heels, and ran for the mound. I was up after him, clawing up moist earth and grass as I rose. In the other hand, I still had the image clutched and the paper with it. A door popped open and swallowed him and popped shut again in my face. With the flat of my hand, I beat the vines around it until I hit the door plate by accident, and the door opened. I dived in, shouting, "Wait!" and was in a spiral passage, lit pearl gray, winding downward. Down I went headlong and came out at the wrong door, an underground conservatory, humid and hot under the yellow lights with dripping rank leaves in long rows. I went down the aisle, raging, overturning the tanks, until I came to a vestibule and an elevator. Down I went again to the third level, and a labyrinth of guest rooms, all echoing, all empty. At last I found a ramp leading upward past the conservatory, and at the end of it, voices. The door was clear vitrin, and I paused on the near side of it, looking and listening. There was the boy, and a woman, old enough to be his mother, just sister or cousin more likely, and an elderly woman in a hard chair holding the puppy. The room was comfortable and tasteless like other rooms. I saw the shock grow on their faces as I burst in. It was always the same. They knew I would like to kill them, but they never expected that I would come uninvited into a house. It was not done. There was that boy, so close I could touch him, but the shock of all of them was quivering in the air, smothering like a blanket that would deaden my voice. I felt I had to shout. "Everything they tell you is lies," I said. "See, here, this is the truth." I had the figurine in front of his eyes, but he didn't see it. "Reset, go below," said the young woman quietly, and he turned to obey. I got in front of him again and said, "Stay, look!" "Remember, Reset, don't speak," said the woman. I couldn't stand it anymore. Where the boy went, I don't know. I ceased to see him. With the image in one hand and the paper with it, I leaped at the woman. I was almost quick enough. I almost reached her. But the buzzing took me in the middle of a step, louder and louder, like the end of the world. It was the second time that week. When I came to, I was sick and too faint to move for a long time. The house was silent. They had gone, of course. The house had been defiled, having me in it. They wouldn't live here again, but would build elsewhere. My eyes blurred, and after a while I stood up and looked around at the room. The walls were hung with a gray, close-woven cloth that looked as if it would tear, and I thought of ripping it down in strips, breaking furniture, stuffing carpets and bedding into the oubliette. But I didn't have the heart for it. I was too tired. 30 years. They had given me all the kingdoms of the world and the glory thereof 30 years ago. It was more than one man alone could bear for it. 30 years. At last I stooped and picked up the figurine, and the paper that was supposed to go under it, crumpled now, with the forlorn look of a message that someone has thrown away, unread. I sighed bitterly. I smoothed it out and read the last part. "You can share the world with me. They can't stop you. Strike now. Pick up a sharp thing and stab, or a heavy thing and crush. That's all. That will make you free. Anyone can do it." Anyone. Someone. Anyone. That story was by Damon Knight. Copyright 1955 by Fantasy House Incorporated. The title, The Country of the Kind. This is Michael Hansen speaking. Technical production for Mindwebs by Leslie Hilsenhoff. Mindwebs comes to you from WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension. This is Michael Hansen. The Mindweb story for this half hour is The End of the World Rag by Jack Haldeman II. It's a story that comes from Fantastic magazine of December 1977. A game for children. The monster lives in paneled walls, bars, baseball stadiums, and public houses of all descriptions across the country. He is imaginary tentacles taking things away from people. He is imaginary teeth devouring things that should be allowed to live. We who are still alive know his sting, have felt his bite. He dwells in the chambers of our hearts like a black disease. This is his story, our story, a true story, a fable for children of all ages. It's a story of how the world ended and why nobody cared. The band was playing a slow song in three-quarter time. Nobody in the room knew what it meant. The television announcer had not been specific. I was reading a newspaper account of a large black dog. I missed the girl.
On a normal evening, she would be fixing us a cup of coffee, but she was gone. Had been gone for months, so I suppose it was normal that she was not fixing a cup of coffee at the time. Still, it didn't feel normal. I wanted a cup of coffee. I wanted her near me. I believe the word normal had lost its meaning by that time. But that didn't bring her back or fix my coffee. The dog was huge. I believe it was 6:30. I don't remember the day or even the month. I am unsure of the year. I could tell the time because the second edition of the news had just started. At this late date, what difference could it possibly make to pin down the day, the time? Things happen. It's over now, in our past. One time is just like another once it's past. Everything is history, especially what's happening now. I drink my water, and I eat my tasteless tubers. To put things in some sort of perspective, it was about 6:30 when I first noticed the monster. I wanted coffee, I wanted a girl, I wanted all the things that had at one time or another been taken from my life. I suddenly felt like an empty file cabinet. Someone had taken everything out, piece by piece, folder by folder. Everything was gone, and I felt empty, hollow. And that was when I first realized the monster had taken it all. That was when I read about the large black dog with the sad eyes. Of all the people who come and go in this house, there are only two I can really talk to. There's Bill, but he was playing his guitar in the kitchen that night, and there's Doris, but she was quietly sewing something. I guess that's about all. There have been others, but they're all gone now. Many other people come and go, and I no longer feel I can talk to them. I've learned that they only hurt me, so when they come, I sit in the dark corners and interact as little as possible. About the only one I could tell about the monster was Bill, but he was busy, and, as I found out later, he already knew all about it. I have theories. Like all theories, they're based on certain assumptions, which may or may not be true. But I also have certain facts to go by. I miss football games. They're no longer on TV. There are other things I miss at odd times. I miss margarine. I'd already missed butter. I miss quiet rides and sunsets. I miss, oddly enough, quiz shows, though I never watched many of them. They have joined the great mass of things that are gone, things I was only marginally aware of, but things that are no longer there. Doesn't anyone care but me and occasionally Bill? There's nothing on television now but news, 24 hours a day. Even with 7 stations, it's not enough to carry all the news, at least what passes for news these days, so the papers are delivered 5 times a day. And the newspapers carry too much news. I've written several letters to the editor concerning that fact. They are all printed. They often spell my name wrong. It's not the quantity of news, you understand. It's only that all the news is bad. It concerns tragic things that happen to ordinary people. There is never any news of national affairs or the government. I can't remember if there is still a government. There's only news of ordinary people that are much too much like myself for me to feel comfortable. The things that hurt them hurt me. There are often close ties between myself and the things that disturb them, and this in turn disturbs me. I never feel comfortable reading the news, and I read it all day long. The newspapers used to carry a lot of this human interest, I believe they called it in their own ironic way. I still remember the way things used to be, though everything has changed, and no one seems to care but me. I remember that in between the personal tragedies, there was often news of seemingly larger importance. I guess people learned, as I'd always suspected, that these events of seemingly larger importance were trivial to most people. It seldom affected their lives. The really important things were personal. The loss of love, death of close people, the loss of a job, the changing of things that were. These were the really important events in people's lives, and it didn't take long for the networks and the people who run those large presses to reach the same conclusion. These are all things the monster has brought to pass. There are others. I believe that Someone in the house was divorced and had a small girl child who visited him at irregular intervals. And occasionally I saw a smaller face walking around, and at those times the television was often tuned to cartoon shows and situation comedies. I generally didn't watch them because they had so little to do with real life. But sometimes on Saturday mornings I'd find myself watching small animated creatures hurt each other in the cathode screen. It was a lot like looking into a mirror. And sometimes on dark nights, I even miss the Vietnam War. It wasn't much of a war, but for a while it was the only one we had. It also had a lot to do with the monster. Oh, I don't actually miss the war. It was messy. What I miss are the good things that went with it. We marched for peace. We held demonstrations. We said a lot of words. We were thrown in jail for honorable causes. We felt good, but the food was bad. I remember being in jail once, but it was a long time ago. I can't seem to recall whether or not it had anything to do with the war. It could have been a false arrest. I've paid a lot of debts to society in one way or another, most of them for other people. But all the noble causes and noble words just fed the monster. He grew stronger. The war ran down like a broken clock. The troops that were still alive came home, and most of us thought that it was a very good thing indeed. How little we knew. The nation had grown tired of the war, weary of trying to handle every other nation's troubles. Things started to get diffused shortly after that. Who cared about Cambodia? Where actually was Thailand? And why wasn't it still called Siam? Was Guam one of ours or one of theirs? It was confusing. None of this really mattered. We salved our national conscience by importing war orphans by the thousands and housing them in deserted beer halls. Did they sleep on the pool tables? I forget. Like Beatle music or Paris fashions, they were absorbed into the fabric of American life. They're much older now, and nobody thinks about them. I also quit thinking much about South America. Various countries in Eastern and Western Europe drifted away from me. It was a whole lot easier not to think about these countries. They disappeared from the news and the thoughts of most people. I'm sure they don't think much of us either. We have records and a few books. We never play the records and seldom look at any part of the books except their spines. The records are old. We haven't bought any new ones in years. I haven't felt like buying any in years. I seriously doubt that they're still being manufactured. The books, they're only half there. Back in the old days, back before all the branching effects were apparent, Bill and I thought we could help people. Reach out and touch them when they needed something. We would tear pages from the books and send them to friends who lived in other cities and were having problems. It never helped any of them. It never helped us. The monster was already too strong. The books remain on our shelves, half-eaten reminders of someone else's wisdom and feelings. They're useless. We never look at anything but their spines. I wrote some of the books. I never look at them either. The monster has bitten me too deeply. All the people I ever loved have moved away from me. I sit and read newspaper accounts of tragic things that happen to people I don't know. It takes a lot of my time. I miss the girl. I wonder about the dog. The bars today have changed. They're always depressing. Nobody talks to anyone. Even the bartenders are wrapped in silence. Sad old ladies sit quietly hunched over glasses of warm beer. I went to one 3 years ago, last December. It was my birthday, and I really wanted to do something different. I went by myself and talked to no one. The bar had 3 doors inside, marked men, ladies, and keep out. There was a broken wagon wheel out front, and the floor was littered with dead flies. I drank 2 beers and walked home. I haven't been out of the house since. I believe that was where I saw the dog. It was foggy, and as I walked home, I noticed a man coming out of the fog towards me. He was on the other side of the road and was pushing an empty wheelbarrow. He stopped in front of a faded billboard to pet a large black dog. It could have been the same dog, maybe not. All I can remember were the dog's sad eyes. The man was old, He could have been my brother. Maybe he was. I haven't seen my brother in years. He looked like that now. The wheelbarrow was empty. The dog's eyes had seen too many things. I used to sit on sea walls and old logs in sunny places with my red portable typewriter and write stories and books that said things that were important to me. It's no longer possible to communicate that way. It was hard even back then. You couldn't say things that people didn't want to hear. It's impossible now. They don't want to hear anything at all. Everyone has a tight cocoon of artificial invulnerability wrapped around them. The monster has seen to that. I remember topless bars. I never went to one. And I remember credit cards, especially credit cards, small pieces of plastic that had something to do with money and a lot to do with debts and lifestyles. I remember one night, it might have been the night of the orphans, when I had just returned from a long trip. I'd driven hours and miles to the far end of the sea for no other reason than to have painful things happen to me. I charged the gas on the credit card of a major oil company, and I charged the motel room on the same card. I charged all the painful things away on a small, broken piece of plastic. I figured I'd pay for it later. I eventually did. But that's another story. As I was watching the news on television that night, all drained, weary, sad, depressed, and hurt, the president of that same major company came on the news and said cheerful things about recent profits in the oil industry. He made a lot of money off my pain. He smiled a lot. The monster dug hungry claws into my flesh that night. He had been working overtime. Telephone bills were important once, too. They were important about the same time and in the same way as credit cards were important. They both had a lot to do with money and pain. When things would get bad for me, I never had any money, and there were always people in faraway cities that I needed to talk to. There were people in other cities who felt it necessary to call me. They usually said things that either hurt me or made me sad. The phone company charged me a flat rate. They made a lot of money off the things that hurt me. There is some dispute as to whether the actual physical presence of the monster began in Florida or Kentucky, but I won't get into that. It's a fact of questionable importance. It is a life form, perhaps a death form. It is alien. It is everywhere now. Everything else is unimportant. I miss my daughter. It may surprise you to know that I was married once. It was a long time ago. I was married in a county courthouse in Rockville, Maryland, and divorced in another county courthouse in Clearwater, Florida. A lot of things happened between those two visits to county courthouses. 10 years passed. People don't get married anymore. My daughter lived with me for a while. She grew up under the shadow that covers the land like oily, rancid peanut butter. When she was grown, at least partially so, she left. And she's trying to find other things in other places. I know she won't find them, and it depresses me. The things she'll find will corrupt and destroy her. She was such a nice person, too. I was sorry to see her go. Watergate was the next outward sign of the monster. I don't imagine you're old enough to remember anything about Watergate. It was the name of an apartment complex in the city up the road called Washington. Some important people did some very bad things there and were caught at it. Even after everybody knew that these people had done bad things, they continued to disavow their actions. They plotted ways to deny their guilt. They fooled no one but themselves. They didn't even fool themselves very long. It was on television every day. The papers were full of news. It affected people in high places. It saturated people with immense problems of a national nature. The news about it was long and drawn out. It lasted several years. We grew very tired of it. Like trying to worry about wars in hot countries, it became too much of a burden. Some papers printed Watergate news in special detachable sections so it could be easily ignored. The front pages of these papers were full of local events and contained nothing of national or universal importance. It was the first of many steps for the noble newspaper industry, that vigilant watchdog of our personal freedom. Our front yards littered with abandoned automobiles. One's mine, the red convertible. Nobody drives anywhere these days. I doubt that gasoline is still being produced. The cars were left here by misguided people who at one time or another wandered by this house with hopes of escaping the monster. It was a futile gesture, but they tried anyway. The cars cover the yard like rusting, broken dreams. One car, the flashy roadster, belonged to the performer in a local underwater attraction. She was a mermaid and sometimes played other parts. It has a broken transmission. The girl broke down shortly afterwards. Neither has been fixed. The house is situated on the edge of a pine grove, and several vehicles of larger dimensions rest just on the other side of the trees. There are 3 vans, outfitted as campers, and a rusting school bus. At one time, people lived inside them, but I believe they've long since moved on. I'm not completely sure of that. I haven't checked in years. Most of the cars were abandoned during the Great Migration. Unemployment had risen to over 80% by that time, and many discouraged people hit the road in search of other things. They found other things, but they were seldom any improvement. I considered them refugees, victims of the then undefined monster. They lived in rough camps, drifted south in the winter and north in the summer. Many were lost along the way. Many were hurt by unsympathetic people. They tried to be happy and only fooled themselves with temporary things. I was powerless to help them. Like sand in a gigantic sieve, many of these people drifted southward to settle. Key West, Galveston, San Diego were prime areas for the new refugees. They slept in cars, on beaches and forests and deserted buildings. There were too many of them. There was no work. There was no money. There was only the monster. And the monster eventually provided its own form of destructive welfare. It fed the refugees, and that was the worst thing that could have happened to them. It feeds us now, too. It feeds everyone. And in turn, it feeds off of us. It takes things away from us, things like hope, initiative, and love. It also took baseball trading cards, bubblegum, and Grand Prix races. But these were all secondary effects, shadows, so to speak, of the real monster. During the early stages of the Great Migration, I traveled to one of these camps in order to find a friend who had cast her lot with these people, and I cared about her. I had questions to ask her. I also had questions only I could answer. It was a foolish thing to do. The camps held no answers at all. The girl was lost in shadows. I was so drunk and depressed that I seemed to fit in with the rest of the refugees. I believe they thought I lived there. For some obscure reason, one of them asked me if I had any poetry for a wedding that was to take place that evening. Now, I happened to have a collection of Carl Sandburg poems with me. I'd brought them to show the girl. I found an appropriate poem and tore it out, gave it to them. They invited me to the wedding at the edge of the sea at sundown. I took my beer and a flower. All the men wore ties. They didn't wear shirts, but they all wore ties. Everyone was drinking beer. I wondered where they got so many ties. The groom arrived in a red van. He was wearing a pair of cut-off jeans and an engineer's hat. He was drinking Schlitz. I put my flower in his hair. They read the poem, stumbling on the words, missing the inflections. I don't believe they were used to reading. They romped in the water. The minister was drinking Budweiser and smoking a joint. Everybody laughed. It was a shame the bride was drinking a local beer. After the wedding, the entire party adjourned to the restrooms. They had consumed a lot of beer. Someone started playing an electric guitar inside the men's room. Everybody danced. In a fit of depression, I tore all the pages out of the poetry book and left it for other weddings, divorces, and funerals. I'm sure they made good use of it. I turned my back on the refugee camp. I never went back. I never saw the girl again, and all I can remember is the tears in my eyes. Later, I had occasion to go to a divorce in the town down the road. The lawyers sat around and talked about hurricanes and fishing. The man was represented by a paper bag propped up at one end of the long, polished table. Someone had drawn a smile on the paper bag. It seemed appropriate. No one asked the bag any questions. Though I was asked how long I had known it, I answered as best I could. Afterwards, we all went to a baseball game. The home team lost, but they didn't make any errors. The paper bag had 4 hot dogs and looked distracted from the third inning on. All the little rituals of life, marriages, bar mitzvahs, divorces, christening ceremonies and such, they all dissolved into parodies of themselves. They became meaningless. They are no longer performed, even in the most civilized places. Eventually, all formal organizations and social services disintegrated. It didn't take long once it started. Social organizations cracked under the strain. There were too many people to take care of. The system wasn't built to handle such a burden. Checks were lost in the mail. Food was diverted to the wrong people. By this time, nearly the entire country was on some form of public assistance. Strictly speaking, there wasn't any public left. It was only a matter of time. About this time, we had a fire in the woods near our house. I called the fire department, and they wouldn't do anything. They said they couldn't put out the fire unless it involved a house or a place of business. I called the forestry service. They were aware of the fire, but couldn't do anything without state approval. The state hadn't approved any firefighting action in years. They seldom even answered their phone. I should have guessed. A heavy rain eventually put the fire out, but not before it had destroyed several hundred acres. A few months previous to the fire, I had noticed that birds' nests were disappearing. They were huge osprey nests, many over 10 feet wide. They had been there for years. They had survived hurricanes. Overnight, they were gone. The local forest ranger shrugged. The Audubon Society was unconcerned. The ospreys are gone now. They never came back. The only birds I ever see are vultures circling the sky or roosting in the crooks of dead trees. I've forgotten how to do a great many things. I'm not alone. Many of the things I used to do seem so trivial now. I stopped them, and soon I forgot how to do them at all. Some of them were things I enjoyed. I used to know how to play the guitar. I was a fair basketball player, even had 2 years of semi-pro ball in a small southern town. It's all gone now. Bill assures me he has forgotten how to paint. We both feel vaguely sad about that. He was a good painter, but we're somewhat relieved to see that it is apparently a universal effect. During the last stages of the Great Migration, a lot of the physical problems were solved by the first concrete manifestation of the monster. Food and water were provided. It's still being provided. Every morning, the delivery of the first paper of the day is accompanied by a jug of water and a few small tubers. They look like potatoes, but they don't have to be cooked to eat. They're tasteless, but filling. We are never hungry. In cold climates, heat's provided along with the food. I've heard of people up north freezing to death because they forgot or did not care to turn on the heat. I'm not surprised. There are people down here who just stop eating. Food and water pile up on their doorsteps next to their papers. They die. The monster doesn't notice. And the food and water just keep stacking up. I believe the monster has lost the ability to tell the living from the dead. I have that problem myself these days. There were 12 suicides on television this week. Not reported suicides, but on-the-air suicides of reporters. I don't know why they bother. After the novelty of the first one, they aren't very interesting anymore. Yet I can't really blame them. There are a lot of suicides these days, and I guess if you're a television announcer, it's the natural place to do it. Still, it does interrupt the programming. There are continual replacements. People are always going on television to talk of their harrowing experiences. Everyone has had a lot of bad things happen to them. We enjoy hearing people talk of these experiences. They are seldom trivial, almost always emotionally crippling. They concern tragedies of a private and personal nature. We participate vicariously and are glad these things are happening to someone else. We seldom realize that similar things are happening to us. I often wonder how the television stations and newspapers keep functioning. Everything else has broken down in the last few years, including most of the people I know. Nothing gets fixed. Nobody wants to fix things, or perhaps like water pumps, they have forgotten how. We adjust. We live without many of the things we liked in order to keep a stable existence. It is somewhat uncomfortable, but functional in its own way. We have all withdrawn It is, I hope, the final stage of the monster. We no longer interact with other people. We hold our hurts and fears tightly to our chests and push everything and everybody else away. It is universal. Everyone does this. We did it on a national level, and now we do this on an individual level. Many things have been lost, but we still survive. I grow old. Everyone grows old. There are no children. Even if there were children, no one would love them. We are too involved with our own problems. There are only the children's tales, the monster's games. He has built a jail without walls. He has killed a world. There are no tears left to fall. There is no one left to care. You've heard The End of the World Rag, a story by Jack Haldeman II. A story which appeared in Fantastic magazine, December 1977. This is Michael Hansen. Technical production for this program by Kenya Hara and Tom Martinson. Mindwebs is a production of WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension. Welcome to a half hour of Mindwebs. Short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction. This story comes from the Roger Zelazny book, The Doors of His Face, The Lamps of His Mouth, and Other Stories. It's Devil Car. Murdoch sped across the great western road plain. High above him, the sun was a fiery yo-yo as he took the innumerable hillocks and rises of the plain at better than 160 miles an hour. He didn't slow for anything, and Jenny's hidden eyes spotted all the rocks and potholes before they came to them, and she carefully adjusted their course, sometimes without his even detecting the subtle movements of the steering column beneath his hands. Even through the dark-tinted windshield and the thick goggles he wore, the glare from the fused plane burned into his eyes, so that at times it seemed as if he were steering a very fast boat through night, beneath the brilliant alien moon, and that he was cutting his way across a lake of silver fire. Tall dust waves rose in his wake, hung in the air, and after a time settled once more.
You are wearing yourself out sitting there clutching the wheel that way, squinting ahead. Why don't you try to get some rest? Let me fog the shields. Go to sleep and leave the driving to me.
No, Jenny, I want it this way.
All right, I just thought I would ask.
Yeah, thanks.
About a minute later, the radio began playing. There was a soft, stringy sort of music.
Hey, cut that out.
Sorry, boss. Thought it might relax you.
Look, when I need relaxing, I'll tell you.
Check, Sam. Sorry.
The silence seemed oppressive after its brief interruption. She was a good car, though. Murdoch knew that. She was always concerned with his welfare, and she was anxious to get on with his quest. She was made to look like a carefree swinger sedan, bright red, gaudy, fast. But there were rockets under the bulges of her hood, and 250 caliber muzzles lurked just out of sight in the recesses beneath her headlamps. She wore a belt of 5 and 10-second timed grenades across her belly, and in her trunk was a spray tank containing a highly volatile naphthalic. For his Jenny was a specially designed death car, built for him by the arch-engineer of the GM dynasty far to the east. And all the cunning of that great artificer had gone into her construction.
Yeah, we'll find it this time, Jenny. I didn't mean to snap at you like I did.
That's all right, Sam. I am programmed to understand you.
They roared on across the great plain, and the sun fell away to the west. All night and all day they had searched, and Murdoch was tired. The last fuel stop, rest stop fortress, seemed so long ago, so far back. Murdoch leaned forward and his eyes closed. The window slowly darkened into complete opacity. The seatbelt crept higher and drew him back away from the wheel. Then the seat gradually leaned backwards until he was reclining on a level plane. The heater came on as the night approached later. The seat shook him awake a little before 5 in the morning.
Wake up, Sam. Wake up.
Oh, what is it?
I picked up a broadcast 20 minutes ago. There was a recent car raid out this way. I changed course immediately, and we are almost there.
Why didn't you get me up right away?
You needed the sleep, and there was nothing you could do but get tense and nervous.
Okay, you're probably right. Now tell me about the raid.
6 vehicles, proceeding westward, were apparently ambushed by an undetermined number of wild cars sometime last night. The patrol copter was reporting it from above the scene, and I listened in. All the vehicles were stripped and drained, and their brains were smashed. And the passengers were all apparently killed, too. There were no signs of movement.
How far is it now?
Another 2 or 3 minutes.
The windshields came clear once more, and Murdoch stared as far ahead through the night as the powerful lamps could cut.
Hey, Jenny, I see something.
This is the place.
Circle around, Jenny, and look for heat tracks. I won't be long.
The door slammed, and Jenny moved away from him. He snapped on his pocket torch and moved toward the wrecked vehicles. The plain was like a sand-strewn dance floor, hard and gritty beneath his feet. There were many skid marks, and a spaghetti work of tire tracks lay all about the area. A dead man sat behind the wheel of the first car. His neck was obviously broken. The smashed watch on his wrist said 2:24. There were 3 persons, 2 women and a young man, lying about 40 feet away. They'd been run down as they tried to flee from their assaulted vehicles. Murdoch moved on, inspecting the others. All 6 cars were upright. Most of the damage was to their bodies. The tires and wheels had been removed from all of them, as well as essential portions of their engines. The gas tank stood open, siphoned empty. The spare tires were gone from the sprung trunks. There were no living passengers. Jenny pulled up beside him, and her door opened.
Sam, pull the brain leads on that blue car, the 3rd one back. It's still drawing some energy from an auxiliary battery, and I can hear it broadcasting.
Okay.
Murdoch went back and tore the leads free. He returned to Jenny and climbed into the driver's seat.
Did you find anything?
Some traces heading northwest.
Okay, I follow them.
The door slammed, and Jenny turned in that direction. They drove for about 5 minutes in silence. Then Jenny said,
There were 8 cars in that convoy.
What?
I just heard it on the news. Apparently 2 of the cars communicated with the wild ones on an off band. They threw in with them. Then they gave away their location and turned on the others at the time of the attack.
Yeah, what about their passengers?
They probably monoed them before they joined the pack.
Jenny, what makes a car run wild? Never knowing where it'll get its next fueling, or being sure of finding spare parts for its auto repair unit. Why do they do it?
I do not know, Sam. I have never thought about it.
10 years ago, the Devil Car, their leader, killed my brother in a raid on his gas fortress, and I've hunted that black caddy ever since. I've searched for it from the air, and I've searched on foot, and I've used other cars. I've carried heat trackers and missiles. I even laid mines. But always it's been too fast or too smart or too strong for me, and, well, then I had you built, Jenny.
I knew you hated it very much. I always wondered why.
I had you specially programmed and armored and armed to be the toughest, fastest, smartest thing on wheels, Jenny. You're the Scarlet Lady. You're the one car that can take the caddy in his whole pack. You've got fangs and claws of the kind they've never met before, and this time, I'm gonna get 'em.
You could have stayed home, Sam, and let me do the hunting.
No, I know I could have, but I want to be there. I want to give the orders, to press some of the buttons myself, to watch that Devil Car burn away to a metal skeleton. How many people, how many cars has it smashed? We've lost count. Oh, I've got to get it, Jenny.
I'll find it for you, Sam.
How's the fuel level, Jenny?
Plenty there, and I have not yet drawn upon the auxiliary tanks. Do not worry. The track is getting stronger.
That's good. How's the weapon system?
Red light all around, ready to go.
Some of them carry dead people strapped inside, Jenny, so they'll look like decent cars with passengers. The Black Caddy does it all the time. And it changes them pretty regularly, too. It keeps its interior refrigerated so they'll last.
You know a lot about it, Sam.
It fooled my brother with phony passengers and phony plates. Got him to open his gas fortress to it that way. Then the whole pack attacked. It's painted itself red and green and blue and white on different occasions, but it always goes back to black sooner or later. It doesn't like yellow or brown or two-tone. No, I've got a list of almost every phony plate it's ever used. It's even driven the big freeways right into towns and fueled up at regular gas stops. You often get its numbers it tears away from them just as the attendant goes up on the driver's side for his money. It can fake dozens of human voices, too, Jenny. They can never catch it afterwards, though, because it's souped itself up too well. It always makes it back here to the plane and then loses them. It's even raided used car lots.
Jenny turned sharply in her course.
Sam, the trail is quite strong now. This way. It goes off in the direction of those mountains.
Follow.
For a long time, then, Murdoch was silent. The first inklings of morning began in the east. The pale morning star was a white thumbtack on a blue board behind them. They began to climb a gentle slope.
Get it, Jenny. Go get it.
I think we will.
The angle of the slope increased. Jenny slowed her pace to match the terrain, which was becoming somewhat bumpy.
What's the matter?
It's harder going here. Also, the trail is getting more difficult to follow.
Why is that?
There is still a lot of background radiation in these parts, and it is throwing off my tracking system.
Well, keep trying, Jenny.
The track seems to go straight toward the mountains.
Follow it.
They slowed some more.
I am all fouled up now, Sam. I have just lost the trail.
It must have a stronghold somewhere around here, Jenny, a cave or something like that, or it can be sheltered overhead. It's the only way it could have escaped aerial detection all these years.
What should I do?
Well, go as far forward as you can and scan for low openings in the rock. And be wary, and be ready to attack in an instant, Jenny.
They climbed into the low foothills. Jenny's aerial rose high into the air, and the moths of steel cheesecloth unfolded their wings and danced and spun about it, bright there in the morning light.
Nothing yet, and we can't go much further.
Well, then we'll cruise along the length of it and keep scanning.
To the right or to the left?
I don't know. Which way would you go if you were a renegade car in the Lamb?
I do not know.
Well, pick one. It doesn't matter.
To the right, then.
After half an hour, the night was dropping away behind the mountains. To his right, morning was exploding at the far end of the plain, fracturing the sky into all the colors of autumn trees. Murdoch drew a squeezed bottle of hot coffee, the kind spacers had once used, from beneath the dashboard.
Sam, I think I have found something.
What? Where?
Ahead. To the left of that big boulder, a declivity with some kind of opening at its end.
Okay, baby. Make for it. Rockets ready.
They pulled abreast of the boulder, circled around its far side, headed downhill.
A cave or a tunnel. Go slow.
Heat. I'm tracking again.
Yeah, I can even see tire marks, Jenny. Lots of them. This is it.
They moved toward the opening.
Now, go in, but go slowly. Blast the first thing that moves.
They entered the rocky portal, moving on sand now. Jenny turned off her visible lights and switched to infrared. An IR lens rose before the windshield, and Murdoch studied the cave. It was about 20 feet high and wide enough to accommodate perhaps 3 cars going abreast. The floor changed from sand to rock, but it was smooth and fairly level. After a time, it sloped upward.
There's some light ahead, Jenny.
I know.
A piece of the sky, I think.
They crept toward it. Jenny's engine but the barest sigh within the great chambers of rock. They stopped at the threshold to the light. The IR shield dropped again. It was a sand and shale canyon that he looked upon. Huge slantings and overhangs of rock hid all but the far end from any eye in the sky. The light was pale at the far end, and there was nothing unusual beneath it. But nearer, Murdoch blinked. Nearer, in the dim light of morning and in the shadows, stood the greatest junk heap Murdoch had ever seen in his life. Pieces of cars of every make and model were heaped into a small mountain before him. There were batteries and tires and cables and shock absorbers. There were fenders and bumpers and headlamps and headlamp housings. There were doors and windshields and cylinders and pistons, carburetors, generators, voltage regulators, and oil pumps. And Murdoch stared.
Jenny, we found the graveyard of the autos.
A very old car, which Murdoch had not even distinguished from the junk during that first glance, jerked several feet in their direction and stopped as suddenly. The sound of rivet heads scoring ancient brake drums screeched in his ears. Its tires were completely bald, and the left front one was badly in need of air. Its right front headlamp was broken, and there was a crack in its windshield. It stood there before the heap, its awakened engine making a terrible rattling noise.
What's happening? What is it?
He is talking to me. He is very old. His speedometer has been all the way around so many times that he forgets the number of miles he has seen. He hates people, whom he says have abused him whenever they could. He is the guardian of the graveyard. He is too old to go raiding anymore, so he has stood guard over the spare parts heap for many years. He is not the sort who can repair himself as the younger ones do, so he must rely on their charity and their auto repair units. He wants to know what I want here.
Ask him where the others are.
But as he said it, Murdoch heard the sound of many engines turning over until the valley was filled with the thunder of their horsepower.
They are parked on the other side of the heap. They are coming now.
Hold back till I tell you to fire.
Then the first car, a sleek yellow Chrysler, nosed around the heap. Murdoch lowered his head to the steering wheel, but kept his eyes open behind his goggles.
Tell them that you came here to join the pack and that you've monoed their driver. And try to get the black caddy to come into range.
He will not do it. I'm talking with him now. He can broadcast just as easily from the other side of the pile. And he says he is sending the 6 biggest members of his pack to guard me while he decides what to do. He has ordered me to leave the tunnel and pull ahead into the valley.
Go ahead, then. Slowly.
They crept forward. 2 Lincolns, a powerful-looking Pontiac, and 2 Mercs joined the Chrysler. 3 on each side of them, in position to ram.
Has he given you any idea how many there are on the other side?
No, I asked, but he will not tell me.
Well, we'll just have to wait, then.
He stayed slumped, pretending to be dead. After a time, his already tired shoulders began to ache. Finally, Jenny spoke.
He wants me to pull around the far end of the pile, now that they have cleared the way, and to head into a gap in the rock, which he will indicate. He wants to have his automech go over me.
We can't have that, but head around the pile. I'll tell you what to do when I've gotten a glimpse of the other side.
The 2 Mercs and the big chief drew aside, and Jenny crept past them. Murdoch stared upwards from the corner of his eye, up at the towering mound of junk they were passing. A couple well-placed rockets on either end could topple it, but the automech would probably clear it eventually. They rounded the left-hand end of the pile. Something like 45 cars were facing them at about 120 yards distance, to the right and ahead. They had fanned out. They were blocking the exit around the other end of the pile, and the 6 guards in back of him now blocked the way behind Murdoch. On the far side of the farthest rank of the most distant cars, an ancient black caddy was parked. It had been beaten forth from assembly during a year when the apprentice engineers were indeed thinking big. Huge it was and shiny, and a skeleton's face smiled from behind its wheel. Black it was and gleaming chromium, and its headlamps were like dusky jewels or the eyes of insects. Every plane and curve shimmered with power, and its great fish-tailed rear end seemed ready to slap at the sea of shadows behind it on an instant's notice as it sprang forward for its kill.
That's it, the devil car.
He is big. I have never seen a car that big. He wants me to head into that opening and park.
Head toward it slowly, but don't go into it.
They turned and inched toward the opening. The other cars stood, the sounds of their engines rising and falling.
Check all weapon systems.
Red all around.
The opening was 20 feet away.
When I say now, go into neutral steer and turn 180 degrees fast, Jenny. They can't be expecting that. They don't have it themselves. And then open up with the 50 calibers and fire your rockets at the caddy. Turn at a right angle and start back the way we came and spray the naphtha as we go and fire on the 6 guards. Now!
He was slammed back as they spun, and he heard the chattering of her guns before his head cleared. By then, flames were leaping up in the distance. Jenny's guns were extruded now and turning on their mounts, spraying the line of vehicles with hundreds of leaden hammers. She shook twice as she discharged 2 rockets from beneath her partly opened hood. Then they were moving forward, and 8 or 9 of the cars were rushing downhill toward them. She turned again in neutral steer and sprang back in the direction from which they had come, around the southeast corner of the pile. Her guns were hammering at the now retreating guards, and in the wide rear-view mirror, Murdoch could see that a wall of flame was towering high behind them.
You missed it! You missed the black caddy, Jenny. Your rockets hit the cars in front of it and it backed off.
I know. I'm sorry.
You had a clear shot.
I know. I missed.
They rounded the pile just as 2 of the guard cars vanished into the tunnel. 3 more lay in smoking ruin. The 6th had evidently preceded the other 2 out through the passage.
Here it comes now. Around the other end of the pile. Kill it! Kill it!
The ancient guardian of the graveyard, it looked like a Ford, but he couldn't be sure, moved forward with a dreadful chattering sound and interposed itself in the line of fire.
My range is blocked.
Smash that junk heap and cover the tunnel. Don't let the caddy escape.
I can't.
Why not?
I just can't.
That's an order, Jenny. Smash it and cover the tunnel.
Her gun swiveled, and she shot out the tires beneath the ancient car. The caddy shot past and into the passageway.
You let it get by. You let it get by. Get after it.
All right, Sam. I'm doing it. Don't yell. Please don't yell.
She headed for the tunnel. Inside, he could hear the sound of a giant engine racing away, growing softer in the distance.
Don't fire here in the tunnel. If you hit it, we may be bottled in.
I know. I won't.
Drop a couple 10-second grenades and step on the gas. Maybe we can seal in what's ever left moving back there.
Suddenly, they shot ahead and emerged into daylight. There was no sign of any other vehicle about.
Find its track and start chasing it.
There was an explosion up the hill behind him, within the mountain. The ground trembled. Then it was still once more.
There are so many tracks.
You know the one I want. The biggest, the widest, the hottest. Find it. Run it down.
I think I have it, Sam.
Okay, good. Now proceed as rapidly as possible for this terrain.
Murdoch found a squeezed bottle of bourbon and took 3 gulps. Then he lit a cigarette and glared into the distance.
Why did you miss it? Why did you miss it, Jenny?
She did not answer immediately. He waited. And finally she said,
Because he is not an it to me. He has done much damage to cars and people, and that is terrible, but there is something about him, something noble. The way he has fought the whole world for his freedom, Sam, keeping that pack of vicious machines in line, stopping at nothing to maintain himself that way, without a master, for as long as he can remain unsmashed, unbeaten. Sam, for a moment back there, I wanted to join his pack, to run with him across the great road plains, to use my rockets against the gates of the gas forts, for him. But I could not mono you, Sam. I was built for you. I am too domesticated. I am too weak. I could not shoot him, though, and I misfired the rockets on purpose. But I could never mono you, Sam, really.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks a lot, you over-programmed ashcan. Thanks a lot.
I am sorry, Sam.
Shut up. No, not yet. First tell me what you're going to do if we find him.
I don't know.
Well, think it over fast, Jenny. You see that dust cloud ahead as well as I do, and you better speed up.
They shot forward.
Well, wait till I call Detroit. They'll laugh themselves silly till I claim the refund.
I am not of inferior construction or design. You know that. I am just more...
emotional.
Than I thought I would be. I had not really met many cars except for young ones before I was shipped to you. I did not know what a wild car was like, and I had never smashed any cars before, just targets and things like that. I was young and
innocent. Yeah, it's very touching, Jenny. Get ready to kill the next car we meet. If it happens to be your boyfriend and you hold your fire, then he'll kill us.
I will try, Sam.
The car ahead had stopped. It was the golden Chrysler. 2 of its tires had gone flat, and it was parked, lopsided, waiting.
Leave that one. Save the ammo for something that might fight back. Did it say anything, Jenny?
Machine profanity. I've only heard it once or twice, and it would be meaningless to you.
Any cars actually swear at each other?
Occasionally. I imagine the lower sort indulge in it more frequently, especially on freeways and turnpikes when they become congested.
Let me hear a machine swear word.
I will not. What kind of car do you think I am anyway?
I'm sorry. You're a lady. I forgot.
There was an audible click within the radio. They raced forward on the level ground that lay before the foot of the mountains. Murdoch took another drink and then switched to coffee.
10 years. 10 years.
The trail swung in a wide curve as the mountains jogged back and the foothills sprang up high beside them. It was over almost before he knew it. As they passed a huge orange-colored stone massif, sculpted like an upside-down toadstool by the wind, there was a clearing to the right. It shot forward at them, the devil car. It had lain in ambush, seeing that it could not outrun the Scarlet Lady, and it rushed toward a final collision with its hunter. Jenny skidded sideways as her brakes caught with a scream and a smell of smoke, and her .50 calibers were firing, and her hood sprang open, and her front wheels rose up off the ground as the rockets leapt wailing ahead. And she spun around 3 times, her rear bumper scraping the salt sand plain, and the third and last time she fired her remaining rockets into the smoldering wreckage on the hillside. And she came to a rest on all 4 wheels, and her .50 calibers kept firing until they were emptied. And then a steady clicking sound came from them for a full minute afterwards, and then all lapsed into silence. Murdoch sat there shaking, watching the gutted, twisted wreck blaze against the morning sky.
You did it, Jenny. You killed him. You killed me, the devil car.
But she did not answer him. Her engine started once more, and she turned toward the southeast and headed for the fuel stop, rest stop fortress that lay in that civilized direction. For 2 hours they drove in silence, and Murdoch drank all his bourbon and all his coffee and smoked all his cigarettes.
Jenny, say something. What's the matter? Tell me.
There was a click, and her voice was very soft.
Sam, he talked to me as he came down the hill.
Murdoch waited, but she did not say anything else.
Well, what did he say?
He said, "Say you will mono your passenger, and I will swerve by you." He said, "I want you, Scarlet Lady, to run with me, to raid with me. Together they will never catch us." And I killed him.
Murdoch was silent.
He only said that to delay my firing, though, did he not? He said that to stop me, so that he could smash us both when he went smash himself, did he not? He could not have meant it, could he, Sam?
No, of course not. Of course not. It was too late for him to swerve.
Yes, I suppose it was. Do you think, though, that he really wanted me to run with him, to raid with him, before everything, back there?
Yeah, probably, baby. You're pretty well equipped.
Thanks.
Before she turned off again, he heard a strange mechanical sound falling into the rhythms of profanity or prayer. Then he shook his head and lowered it, softly patting the seat beside him with his still, unsteady hand. That story was Devil Car, from Roger Zelazny's book, The Doors of His Face, The Lamps of His Mouth, and Other Stories. This is Michael Hansen speaking. Joining me in the reading was Tricia Day. Technical production for Mindwebs by Steve Gordon. Mindwebs comes to you from WHA Radio in Madison, service of University of Wisconsin Extension. Welcome to a half hour of Mindwebs. Short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction. This is Michael Hansen. The Mindweb story this half hour comes from Analog magazine of April 1975. This is Doing Lennon, written by Gregory Benford. As the hideous cold seeps from him, he feels everything becoming sharp and clear again. He decides he can do it. He can make it work. He opens his eyes.
Hello. Bet you aren't expecting me. I'm John Lennon.
Right. What do you mean?
You know, John Lennon, the Beatles.
Professor Hermann, the name attached to the face which loomed over him as he drifted up from the long sleep, is vague about the precise date. It's either 2108 or 2180. Hermann makes a little joke about inversion of positional notation. It has something to do with non-denumerable set theory, which is all the rage. The ceiling glows with a smooth green phosphorescence, and Fielding lies there, letting them prick him with needles, unwrap his organoform nutrient webbing, poke and adjust and massage as he listens to a hollow pocket-a. He knows this is the crucial moment. He must hit them with it now.
I'm glad it worked.
Well, no doubt there's some kind of error in our log. You're listed as Henry Fielding.
Ah, that's the rules, you see.
Well, Deceiving Immortality Incorporated is...
I was fleeing political persecution, you dig? Coming out for the workers and all. Writing songs about persecution and pollution and the working class hero. Snarky stuff. So, when the jackboot skinheads came in, I decided to check out.
Fielding slips easily into the story he has memorized, all plotted and paced with major characters and minor characters and bits of incident, all of it sounding very real. He wrote it himself. He has it down. He continues talking while Hermann and some white-smocked assistants help him sit up, flex his legs, test his reflexes.
Around them are vats and baths and tanks. A fog billows from a hole in the floor, a liquid nitrogen immersion bath. Professor Hermann listens intently to the story, nodding now and then summons other officials. Fielding tells the story again while the attendants work on him. The officials nod and gesture, and Fielding is wheeled out on a carry table. Immortality Incorporated is more like a church than a business. There's a ghostly hush in the hallways, and the attendants are distant and reserved, scientific servants in the temple of life. They take him to an elaborate display, punch a button, and a voice begins to drone a welcome to the year 2018, or 2180. The voice tells him he is one of the few from his benighted age who saw the slender hope science held out to the diseased and dying. His vision has been rewarded. He has survived the unfreezing. There is some non-denominational talk about God and death and the eternal rhythm and balance of life, ending with a retouched holographic photograph of the Founding Fathers. They are a small knot of biotechnicians and engineers clustered around an immersion tank, close-cropped hair, white shirts with ballpoint pens clipped in the pockets. They wear glasses and smile weakly at the cameras, though they've just been shaken awake.
I'm hungry,
Fielding says. News that John Lennon is revived spreads quickly. The Society for Dissipative Anachronisms holds a press conference for him. As he strides into the room, Fielding clenches his fists so that no one can see his hand shaking. This is the start. He has to make it here.
How do you find the future, Mr. Lennon?
Turn right at Greenland.
Maybe they'll recognize that from A Hard Day's Night. This is before the name impacts fully, before many remember who John Lennon was. The fat man asks Fielding why he elected for the long sleep before he really needed it. And Fielding says enigmatically,
the role of boredom in human history is underrated.
This makes the evening news and the weekly topical roundup a few days later. A fan of the 20th asks him about the breakup with Paul, whether Ringo's death was a suicide. What about Alan Klein? And how about the missing lines from Abbey Road? Did he like Dylan? What does he think of the Aaron's theory that the Beatles could have stopped Vietnam? Fielding parries a few questions, answers others. He does not tell them, of course, that in the early 60s he worked in a bank and wore granny glasses, and then he became a broker with Harcum, Brandles & Son, and that his take in 1969 was $57,803, not counting the money siphoned off into the two concealed accounts in Switzerland. But he read Rolling Stone religiously, collected Beatles memorabilia, had all the albums and books, and could quote any verse from any song. He saw Paul once at a distance coming out of a recording session. And he had a friend into Buddhism who met Harrison one weekend in Surrey. Fielding did not mention his vacation, spent wandering around Liverpool, picking up the accent, and visiting all the old places, the cellars where they played, and the narrow, dark little houses their families owned in the early days. And as the years dribbled on, and Fielding's money piled up, he lived increasingly in those golden days of the 60s, imagined himself playing sideman along with Paul or George or John, and crooning those same notes into the microphones, practically kissing the metal. And Fielding did not speak of his dreams. It is the antiseptic Stanley Kubrick future. They are very adept at hardware. Population is stabilized at 500 million. And everywhere there are white, hard decorator chairs and vaguely Danish modern. There seems no shortage of electrical power, or oil, or copper, or zinc. Everyone has a hobby. Entertainment is a huge enterprise with stress on ritual violence. Fielding watched a few games of combat golf, took in a public execution or two. He went to witness an electrical man short-circuit himself with a flash visible over the curve of the earth. Professor Hermann explains genetic manipulants, manips, are thin, stringy people, all lines and knobby joints where they connect directly into machine linkages. They are designed for some indecipherable purpose. Hermann, his guide, launches into an explanation, but Fielding interrupts him to say...
Do you know where I can get a guitar?
Fielding views the era 1950 to 1980.
Astrology wasn't rational. Nobody really believed it. You've got to realize that. It was boogie-woogie. On the other hand, science and rationalism were progressive jazz.
He smiles as he says it. The 3D snout closes in. Fielding has purchased well. And his plastic surgery to lengthen the nose and give him that wry, Lennon-esque smirk holds up well. Even the technicians at Immortality Incorporated missed it. Fielding suffers odd moments of blackout. The world dwindles away and sinks into inky black. But in a moment it's all back, and he hears the distant murmur of traffic, and convulsively, by reflex, he squeezes the bulb in his hand, and the orange vapor rises around him. He breathes deeply, sighs. Visions float into his mind, and the sour tang of the mist reassures him. Every age is known by its pleasures, Fielding reads from the library printout. The 20th introduced two, high speed and hallucinogenic drugs. Both proved dangerous in the long run, which made them even more interesting. The 21st developed weightlessness, which worked out well except for the re-entry problems if one overindulged. And in the 22nd, there were aquaform and something Fielding could not pronounce or understand. He thumbs away the readout and calls Hermann for advice. On 3D, he makes a mistake about the recording date of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. And a ferret-eyed history student lunges in for the point, but Fielding leans back casually, getting the accent just right, and says,
I zonk my brow with eel of hand, consterned.
And the audience laughs, and Fielding's away free. Hermann has become his friend now. The library printout said this is a common phenomenon among Immortality Incorporated employees who are fascinated by the past to begin with, or otherwise would not be in the business. And anyway, Hermann and Fielding are about the same age, 47. Hermann is not surprised that Fielding is practicing his chords and touching up his act. And he says, I guess you want to get out on the road again, huh? You want to be getting popular.
It's my business.
But your songs, they're old.
Oldies but goldies.
Yeah, perhaps you're right. We're starved for variety, and the people, no matter how educated, anything tickles their nose, they think of champagne. Fielding flicks on the tape input and launches into the hard-driving opening of 8 days a week. He goes through all the chords, getting them right the first time. His fingers dance among the humming copper wires. You've drawn the rank-scented many, Herman says heavily as the announcer begins his introduction. The air sparkles with anticipation.
Ah, but they're my many.
Then the applause begins. The background music comes up, and Fielding trots out onto the stage, puffing slightly.
1, 2, 3.
And he's into it, catching the chords just right, belting out a number from Magical Mystery Tour. He is right. He is on. He is John Lennon, just as he always wanted to be. The music picks him up and carries him along. When he finishes, a river of applause bursts over the stage from the vast amphitheater, and Fielding grins crazily to himself. It feels exactly the way he always thought it would. His heart pounds. He goes directly into a slow ballad from the Imagine album to calm them down. He's swimming in the lights as the 3D snouts zoom in and out, bracketing his image from every conceivable direction. At the end of the number, somebody yells from the audience, "You're radiating on all your organ frequencies." And Fielding nods, grins, and feels the warmth of it all wash over him.
Thrilled to the gills,
he says into the microphone, and the crowd chuckles and stirs. When he does one of the last Lennon numbers, the Ego Bird Flies, the augmented sound sweeps out from the stage and explodes over the audience. Fielding is euphoric. He dances as though someone is firing pistols at his feet. He does cuts from Beatles 65, Help, Rubber Soul, Let It Be, all with technical backing spliced in from the original tracks. Fielding providing only Lennon's vocals and instrumentals. Classical scholars have pored over the original material, deciding who did which guitar riff, which tenor line was McCartney's, dissecting the works as though they were salamanders under a knife. But Fielding doesn't care as long as they let him play and sing. He does another number, then another, and finally they must carry him from the stage. It is the happiest moment he has ever known.
But I don't understand what this Boss 30 radio business means.
30 most popular songs.
All right, but why today?
Me.
They call you, what is it, a sonic boom sensation? Is that another phrase from your time?
Dead on. A fellow was following me around now, picking my brains for details. Part of his thesis, he said.
But it is such noise.
Why, that's a crock there, man. Look, you chaps have such a small population, so bloody few creative people. What do you expect? Anybody with energy and drive can make it in this world, and I come from a time that was dynamic. It really got off.
Well, barbarians at the gates.
That's what Raiders Digest said, too.
After one of his concerts in Australia, Fielding finds a girl waiting for him outside. He goes home with her. It seems the thing to do, considering, finds that there have really been few technical advances, if any, in this field either. It's the standard 10 toes up, 10 toes down position she prefers. Nothing unusual, nothing a la carte. But he likes her legs. He relishes her beehive hair and heavy mouth. So he takes her along. She has nothing else to do. On an off day, in what is left of India, she takes him to a museum and shows him the first airplane, a Piper Cub. The original manuscript of the great collaboration between Buckminster Fuller and Hemingway. A delicate print of the 53 stations of the Tokaido Road from Japan.
Oh, yes. We won that war, you know.
Fielding should not seem to be more than he is. Fielding hopes they won't discover, with all this burrowing in the old records, that he had the original John Lennon killed. He argues with himself that it really was necessary. He couldn't possibly cover his story in the future if Lennon kept on living. The historical facts would not jibe. It was hard enough to convince Immortality Incorporated that even someone as rich as Lennon would be able to forge records and change fingerprints. They had checked that to escape the authorities. Well, Fielding thinks, Lennon was no loss by 1988 anyway. It was pure accident that Fielding and Lennon had been born in the same year, but that didn't mean that Fielding couldn't take advantage of the circumstances. He wasn't worth over $10 million fixed $1985 for nothing. At one of his concerts, he says to the audience between numbers,
"Don't look back. You just see your mistakes."
It sounds like something Lennon would have said. The audience seems to like it. There's a press conference, and someone asks, why did you take a second wife, Mr. Lennon, and then a third? In 2180 or 2108, divorce is frowned upon. Yoko Ono is still the Beatle nemesis. Fielding pauses and then says,
"Adultery is the application of democracy to love."
He does not tell them the line is from H.L. Mencken. Fielding has gotten used to the women now.
"Just cast them aside, like sucked oranges,"
he mutters to himself. It is a delicious moment. He had never been very successful with women before, even with all his money. He strides through the yellow curved streets, walking lightly on the earth. A young girl passes and winks. Fielding calls after her.
"Sic transit, Gloria."
It is his own line, not a copy from Lennon. He feels a heady rush of joy. He is into it. The ideas flash through his mind spontaneously. He is doing Lennon. Thus, when Professor Hermann comes to tell him that Paul McCartney has been revived by the Society for Dissipative Anachronisms, the body discovered in a private vault in England, at first it does not register with Fielding. Lines of post-coital depression flicker across his otherwise untroubled brow. He rolls out of bed and stands watching a wave turn to white foam on the beach at La Jolla. He is in Nanking. It is midnight.
My old bud, then?
He manages, getting the lilt into the voice still. He adjusts his granny glasses.
You know, I don't think I'll know how to deal with him. I really don't know.
Then something swells up inside him, and Fielding's world collapses. The walls fold. Colors drain away, scarlet to pink to gray. Darkness rushes in. He is watching a blank, dark wall, smelling nothing. No tremor through his skin, no wet touch of damp air. Sliding, infinite silence. The world is black. Flat black, Fielding thinks, like we used to say in Liverpool. Liverpool. He was never in Liverpool. That was a lie, too. And he knows instantly what he is. The truth skewers him.
Hello? Are you still operable?
Fielding rummages through shards of cold electrical memory and finds himself. He is not Fielding. He is a simulation. He is Fielding Prime.
Hey, you in there? It's me, the real Fielding. Now, don't worry about security. I'm the only one here.
Fielding Prime feels through his circuits and discovers a way to talk.
Yes, I hear.
I made the computer people go away. We can talk.
I see.
Fielding Prime sends out feelers, searching for his sensory receptors. He finds a dim red light and wills it to grow brighter. The image swells and ripples and then forms into a picture of a sour-faced man in his middle 50s. It is Fielding real. Ah, Fielding Prime thinks to himself in the metallic vastness. He's older than I am. Maybe making me younger was some sort of self-flattery, neither by him or his programmers. But the older man had gotten someone to work on his face. It was very much like Lennon's, but with heavy jowls, a thicker mustache, and balding some. The gray sideburns didn't look quite right, but maybe that's the style now.
The McCartney thing. You couldn't handle it.
I got confused. It never occurred to me there'd be anyone I knew revive. I hadn't a clue what to say.
Well, no matter. The earlier simulations, the ones before you, they didn't even get that far. I had my men throw in that McCartney thing as a test for you. Not much chance it would occur anyway, but I wanted to allow for it.
Why?
What? Why? Hey, you don't know, do you? Look, I'm sinking all this money into psychoanalytical computer models so I can see if this plan of mine would work. I mean, whether I could cope with the problems and deceive Immortality Incorporated.
Fielding Prime felt a shiver of fear. He needed to stall for time to think this through.
Wouldn't it be easier to bribe enough people now? You could have your body frozen and listed as John Lennon from the start.
No, their security is too good. I tried that.
There's something I noticed. Nobody ever mentioned why I was unfrozen.
Yeah, I see what you mean. You're right. But that's a minor detail. I'll make a note of it. Something like we'll have cancer, congestive heart failure, something that won't be too hard to fix up within a few decades.
Do you want it that soon? There would still be a lot of people who knew Lennon.
Yeah, that's a good point, too. I'll talk to the doctor about that.
You really care that much about being John Lennon?
Why, of course, sure. Don't you feel it, too? If you're a true simulation, you've got to feel that.
I do have a touch of it, yes.
They took the graphs and traces right out of my subcortical.
It was great, magnificent, really a lot. What came through was the music, doing it out. It sweeps up and takes hold of you.
Yeah, really? Damn, I think it's going to work.
With more planning.
More planning? Hell, I'm going to go.
You're going to need help.
That's the whole point of having you to check it out beforehand. I'll be all alone up there.
Not if you take me with you.
Take you? You're just a bunch of germanium and copper and...
Leave me here. Pay for me files and memory to stay active.
Stay active?
Hook me into a news service. Give me access to libraries. When you're unfrozen, I can give you backup information and advice as soon as you can reach a terminal. With your money, that wouldn't be too hard. Hell, I could even take care of your money. Do some trading. Maybe move your accounts out of countries before they filled up.
Fielding Reel pursed his lips. He thought for a moment, and then looked shrewdly at the visual receptor.
Well, that sort of makes sense. I could trust your judgment. It's mine, after all. I can believe myself, right? Yeah.
You're going to need company.
Fielding Prime says nothing more. Best to stand pat with this hand and not push him too hard.
Yeah, I think I'll do it. You and me. I know it's going to work now.
Fielding Reel burbles on, and Fielding Prime listens dutifully to him, making the right responses without effort. After all, he knows the other man's mind. It's easy to manipulate him, to play the game of ice and steel. Far back, away from where Fielding Reel's programmers could sense it, Fielding Prime smiles inwardly, the only way he could. It will be a century at least. He will sit here monitoring data, input and output, the infinite dance of electrons. Better than death, far better. And there may be some new developments, a way to transfer computer constructs to real bodies. Hell, anything could happen.
Boy, it cost me a fortune to do this. A real bundle. Bribing people to keep it secret, shifting the accounts so the feds wouldn't know, and you cost the most. You're the best simulation ever developed. Do you realize that? Full consciousness, they say.
Quite so.
Let him worry about his money. Just so there was some left. The poor simple bastard thought he could trust Fielding Prime. He thought they were the same person. But Fielding Prime had played the chords. He had smelled the future, lived a vivid life of his own. And he was older, wiser. He had felt the love of the crowd wash over him, been at the focal point of time. To him, Fielding Reel was just somebody else, and all his knife-sharp instincts could come to bear.
Tell me, how was it? What was it like? I can see how you responded by running the tapes for a few signals, but I can't order a complete scan without wiping your personality matrix. Come on, tell me, how did it feel?
Fielding Prime tells him something. Anything, whatever will keep the older man's attention. He speaks of ample-thighed women, of being at the center of it all.
Did you really? God.
Fielding Prime spins him a tale. He's running cool and smooth. He's radiating on all his eigen frequencies. Yes, that is a good idea. After Fielding Reel is gone, his accountants will suddenly discover a large sum left for scientific research into man-machine linkages. With a century to work, Fielding Prime can find a way out of this computer prison. He can become somebody else. Not John Lennon. No. He owed that much to Fielding Reel. Anyway, he had already lived through all that. The Beatles' music was quite all right, but doing it once had made it seem less enticing. Herman was right. The music was too simple-minded. It lacked depth. Fielding Prime is ready for something more. He has access to information storage, tapes, consultant help from outside, all the libraries of the planet. He will study. He will train. In a century, he can be anything. He will echo down the infinite reeling halls of time. John Lennon, hell. He will become Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Gregory Benford story, Doing Lennon. It appeared in Analog of April 1975. This is Michael Hansen. Reading with me was L.A. Popsy. Technical production for this broadcast by Tom Martinson. Mindwebs comes to you from WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension. Welcome to a half hour of Mindwebs. Short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction. The story this time is by H.G. Wells. It's his In the Abyss. It first appeared in 1897 in his volume 30 Strange Stories. This version comes from the Dover publication, The Best Science Fiction Stories of H.G. Wells. The lieutenant stood in front of the steel sphere and gnawed a piece of pine splinter.
Well, what do you think of it, Stevens?
It's an idea.
Well, I believe it'll smash flat.
Well, he seems to have calculated it all out pretty well.
Yeah, but think of the pressure. At the surface of the water, man, it's 14 pounds to the inch. 30 feet down, it's double that. 60 treble, 94 times, 940 times, 5,300. That's a mile. It's 240 times 14 pounds. That's 30 hundredweight, a ton and a half, Stevens. A ton and a half to the square inch. The ocean where he's going is 5 miles deep. That's 7.5.
It sounds like a lot, but it's jolly thick steel.
The lieutenant made no answer, but resumed his pine splinter. The object of their conversation was a huge globe of steel, having an exterior diameter of perhaps 8 feet. It looked like the shot for some titanic piece of artillery. It was elaborately nestled in a monstrous scaffolding built into the framework of the vessel, and the gigantic spars that were presently to sling it overboard gave the stern of the ship an appearance that had raised the curiosity of every decent sailor who had sighted it, from the Pool of London to the Tropic of Capricorn. In two places, one above the other, the steel gave place to a couple of circular windows of enormously thick glass, and one of these, set in a steel frame of great solidity, was now partially unscrewed. Both the men had seen the interior of this globe for the first time that morning. It was elaborately padded with air cushions with little studs sunk between bulging pillows to work the simple mechanism of the affair. Everything was elaborately padded, even the Myers apparatus, which was to absorb carbonic acid and replace the oxygen inspired by its tenant when he had crept in by the glass manhole and had been screwed in. It was so elaborately padded that a man might have been fired from a gun in it with perfect safety, and it had need to be. For presently a man was to crawl in through that glass manhole, to be screwed up tightly and to be flung overboard and to sink down, down, down for 5 miles, as the lieutenant said. It had taken the strongest hold of his imagination. It made him a bore at mess, and he found Stevens, the new arrival aboard, a godsend to talk to about it over and over again.
It's my opinion that the glass will simply bend in and bulge and smash under a pressure of that sort. The braze made rocks run like water under big pressures, and you mark my word.
Well, if the glass did break in, what then?
The water would shoot in like a jet of iron. You ever felt a straight jet of high-pressure water? It would hit as hard as a bullet. Would simply smash and flatten him. Would tear down his throat and into his lungs and would blow in his ears.
What a detailed imagination you have.
It's a simple statement of the inevitable.
And the globe?
The globe would just give out a few little bubbles and would settle down comfortably against the day of judgment, among the oozes and the bottom clay, with poor Elstead spread over his own smashed cushions like butter over bread. Yep, like butter over bread.
Having a look at the thing? What's this about bread and butter, Weybridge? Grumbling as usual about the insufficient pay of naval officers? Well, it won't be more than a day now before I start. And we're going to get the slings ready today. This clean sky and gentle swell is just the kind of thing for swinging off 20 tons of lead and iron, isn't it?
Won't affect you much.
70 or 80 feet down, and I shall be there in a dozen seconds. There's not a particle moving, though the wind shriek itself hoarse up above, and the water lifts halfway up to the clouds. Now, down there, peace.
Are you dead certain that clockwork will act?
It's worked 35 times. It's bound to work.
But if it doesn't?
Why shouldn't it?
I wouldn't go down in that confounded thing for 20,000 pounds.
That cheerful chap you are.
I don't understand yet how you mean to work that thing.
Well, in the first place, I'm screwed into the sphere. And when I've turned the electric light off and on 3 times to show I'm cheerful, I'm swung out over the stern by that crane with all those big lead sinkers slung below me. Now, the top lead weight has a roller carrying 100 fathoms of strong cord rolled up, and that's all that joins the sinkers to the sphere, except the slings that will be cut when the affair is dropped. Now, we use cord rather than wire rope because it's easier to cut and more buoyant. Necessary points, as you will see. Now, through each of these lead weights, you notice there's a hole, and an iron rod will be run through that and will project 6 feet on the lower side. Now, if that rod is rammed up from below, it knocks up a lever and sets the clockwork in motion at the side of the cylinder on which the cord winds. Very well. The whole affair is lowered gently into the water, and the slings are cut. Now, the sphere floats with the air in it. It's lighter than water. But the lead weight go down straight and the cord runs out. Now, when the cord is all paid out, the sphere will go down too, pulled down by the cord.
But why the cord? Why not fasten the weights directly to the sphere?
Because of the smash down below. The whole affair will go rushing down mile after mile at a headlong pace at last. It would be knocked to pieces on the bottom if it wasn't for that cord. But the weights will hit the bottom, and directly they do, the buoyancy of the sphere will come into play. It will go on sinking slower and slower, come to a stop at last, and then begin to float upward again. Now, that's where the clockwork comes in. Now, directly the weights smash against the sea bottom, the rod will be knocked through and will kick up the clockwork, and the cord will be rewound on the reel. I shall be lugged down to the sea bottom. Now, there I shall stay for half an hour with the electric light on, looking about me. When the clockwork will release a spring knife, the cord will be cut, and up I shall rush like a soda water bubble. The cord itself will help the flotation.
And if you should chance to hit a ship?
I should come up at such a pace, I should go clean through it like a cannonball. You needn't worry about that.
Well, suppose some nimble crustacean should wriggle into your clockwork.
It would be a pressing sort of invitation for me to stop.
They had swung Elstead overboard by 11 o'clock. The globe, which had looked so large on deck, looked the smallest thing conceivable under the stern of the ship. It seemed to be stationary for a moment, to grow rapidly smaller, and then the water closed over it, and it became visible, enlarged by refraction, and dimmer below the surface. Before one could count 3, it had disappeared. There was a flicker of white light far down in the water that diminished to a speck and vanished. Then there was nothing but a depth of water going down into blackness through which a shark was swimming. Then suddenly the screw of the cruiser began to rotate. The water was crickled, the shark disappeared in a wrinkled confusion, and a torrent of foam rushed across the crystalline clearness that had swallowed up Elstad. The ship steamed slowly to her new position. Aboard her, almost everyone who was unoccupied remained watching the breathing swell into which the sphere had sunk. For the next half hour, it's doubtful if a word was spoken that did not bear directly or indirectly on Elstad. And then began the suspense. A minute slowly dragged itself out, and no sphere shot out of the water. Another followed, and nothing broke the low, oily swell. The sailors explained to one another that little point about the winding in of the cord. The rigging was dotted with expectant faces. "Come up, Elstad," called one hairy-chested salt impatiently, and the others caught it up and shouted as though they were waiting for the curtain of a theater to rise. But they never picked up the explorer until dawn. Then they almost ran him down. The crane was swung out, and the boat's crew hooked the chain to the sphere. When they had shipped the sphere, they unscrewed the manhole and peered into the darkness of the interior, for the electric light chamber was intended to illuminate the water about the sphere and was shut off entirely from its general cavity. The air was very hot within the cavity, and the india rubber at the lip of the manhole was soft. There was no answer to their eager questions, and no sound of movement within. Elstad seemed to be lying motionless, crumpled up in the bottom of the globe. He was not dead, they found, but in a state of absolute nervous collapse, and besides cruelly bruised. For some days he had to lie perfectly still. It was a week before he could tell his experiences. Almost his first words were that he was going down again. The sphere would have to be altered, he said, in order to allow him to throw off the cord if need be, and that was all. He had had the most marvelous experience.
"You thought I should find nothing but ooze. You laughed at my explorations, and I've discovered a new world."
He told his story in disconnected fragments, and chiefly from the wrong end, so that it is impossible to retell it in his words, but what follows is the narrative of his experience. It began atrociously, he said. Before the cord ran out, the thing kept rolling over. It felt like a frog in a football. He could see nothing but the crane and the sky overhead, with an occasional glimpse of the people on the ship's rail. He couldn't tell a bit which way the thing would roll next. Suddenly, the swaying ceased, the globe righted, and when he had picked himself up, he saw the water all about him greeny blue, with an attenuated light filtering down from above, and a shoal of little floating things went rushing up past him, as it seemed to him, towards the light. And even as he looked, it grew darker and darker until the water above was as thick as the midnight sky, albeit of greener shade, and the water below black, and little transparent things in the water developed a faint glint of luminosity and shot past him in faint greenish streaks. And the feeling of falling, it was just like the start of a lift, he said, only it kept on. One has to imagine what that means, that keeping on. It was then, of all times, that Elstad repented of his adventure. He saw the chances against him in an altogether new light. He thought of the big cuttlefish people knew to exist in the middle waters, the kind of things they find half digested in whales at times, or floating dead and rotten and half eaten by fish. Suppose one caught hold and wouldn't leave go. And had the clockwork really been sufficiently tested? But whether he wanted to go on or go back mattered not the slightest now. The first thing he noticed was that he was perspiring, and then he heard a hissing, growing louder under his feet, and saw a lot of little bubbles, very little bubbles they were, rushing upward like a fan through the water outside. Steam. He felt the window, and it was hot. He turned on the minute glow lamp that lit his own cavity, looked at the padded watch by the studs, and saw that he had been traveling now 2 minutes. It came into his head that the window would crack through the conflict of temperatures, for he knew that the bottom water was very near freezing. Then suddenly the floor of the sphere seemed to press against his feet. The rush of bubbles outside grew slower and slower, and the hissing diminished. The sphere rolled a little. The window had not cracked, nothing had given, and he knew that the dangers of sinking, at any rate, were over. In another minute or so, he would be on the floor of the abyss. He said of Stevens and Weybridge and the rest of them 5 miles overhead, higher to him than the very highest clouds that ever floated over land are to us, steaming slowly and staring down and wondering what had happened to him. He peered out of the window. There were no more bubbles now, and the hissing had stopped. Outside, there was a heavy blackness, as black velvet, except where the electric light pierced the empty water and showed the color of it, a yellow-green. Then 3 things like shapes of fire swam into sight, following each other through the water. Whether they were little and near or big and far off, he could not tell. Each was outlined in a bluish light almost as bright as the lights of a fishing smack, a light that seemed to be smoking greatly, and all along the sides of them were specks of this like the lighted portholes of a ship. Their phosphorescence seemed to go out as they came into the radiance of his lamp, and he saw then that they were indeed fish of some strange sort, with huge heads, vast eyes, and dwindling bodies and tails. Their eyes were turned towards him, and he judged they were following him down. He supposed they were attracted by his glare. Presently, others of the same sort joined them. As he went on down, he noticed that the water became of a pallid color, and that little specks twinkled in his ray like motes in a sunbeam. This was probably due to the clouds of ooze and mud that the impact of his leaden sinkers had disturbed. By the time he was drawn down to the lead weights, he was in a dense fog of white that his electric light failed altogether to pierce for more than a few yards. And many minutes elapsed before the hanging sheets of sediment subsided to any extent. Then, lit by his light and by the transient phosphorescence of a distant shoal of fishes, he was able to see, under the huge blackness of the superincumbent water, an undulating expanse of grayish white ooze, broken here and there by tangled thickets of a growth of sea lilies, weaving, waving, hungry tentacles in the air. Farther away were the graceful, translucent outlines of a group of gigantic sponges. About this floor, there were scattered a number of bristling, flattish tufts of rich purple and black, which he decided must be some sort of sea urchin, and small, large-eyed or blind things having a curious resemblance, some to woodlice and others to lobsters. They crawled sluggishly across the track of the light and vanished into obscurity again, leaving furrowed trails behind them. Then suddenly, the hovering swarm of little fishes veered about and came towards him as a flight of starlings might do. They passed over him like a phosphorescent snow, and then he saw behind them some larger creature advancing towards the sphere. At first he could see it only dimly, a faintly moving figure remotely suggestive of a walking man, and then it came into the spray of light that the lamp shot out. As the glare struck it, it shut its eyes, dazzled, and he stared in rigid astonishment. It was a strange, vertebrated animal. Its dark purple head was dimly suggestive of a chameleon, but it had such a high forehead and such a brain case as no reptile ever displayed before. The vertical pitch of its face gave it a most extraordinary resemblance to a human being. 2 large and protruding eyes projected from sockets in chameleon fashion, and it had a broad reptilian mouth with horny lips beneath its little nostrils. In the position of the ears were 2 huge gill covers, and out of these floated a branching tree of coralline filaments, almost like the tree-like gills that very young rays and sharks possess. But the humanity of the face was not the most extraordinary thing about the creature. It was a biped. Its almost globular body was poised on a tripod of 2 frog-like legs and a long, thick tail, and its forelimbs, which grotesquely caricatured the human hand much as a frog's do, carried a long shaft of bone tipped with copper. The color of the creature was variegated. Its head, hands, and legs were purple, but its skin, which hung loosely upon it even as clothes might do, was a phosphorescent gray, and it stood there, blinded by the light. At last, this unknown creature of the abyss blinked its eyes open, and shading them with its disengaged hand, opened its mouth and gave vent to a shouting noise, articulate almost as speech might be, that penetrated even the steel case and padded jacket of the sphere. How a shouting may be accomplished without lungs, Elstead does not profess to explain. It then moved sideways out of the glare into the mystery of shadow that bordered it on either side, and Elstead felt rather than saw that it was coming towards him. Fancying the light had attracted it, he turned the switch that cut off the current. In another moment, something soft dabbed upon the steel, and the globe swayed. Then the shouting was repeated, and it seemed to him that a distant echo answered it. The dabbing recurred, and the globe swayed and ground against the spindle over which the wire was rolled. He stood in the darkness and peered out into the everlasting night of the abyss, and presently he saw, very faint and remote, other phosphorescent quasi-human forms hurrying towards him. In another moment, hands were dabbing vigorously at his steel casing, and there was a sound horrible enough in his position of the metal protection of the clockwork being vigorously hammered. That indeed sent his heart into his mouth, for if these strange creatures succeeded in stopping that, his release would never occur. Scarcely had he thought as much when he felt the sphere sway violently, and the floor of it press hard against his feet. He turned off the small glow lamp that lit the interior, and sent the ray of the large light in the separate compartment out into the water. The sea floor and the man-like creatures had disappeared, and a couple of fish chasing each other dropped suddenly by the window. Then he felt that the sphere was spinning slowly and rocking, and it seemed to him that it was also being drawn through the water. By crouching close to the window, he managed to make his weight effective and roll that part of the sphere downward, but he could see nothing save the pale ray of his light striking down ineffectively into the darkness. It occurred to him that he would see more if he turned the lamp off and allowed his eyes to grow accustomed to the profound obscurity. And then he saw something faint and remote across the undulations of the submarine plain. A broad horizon of pale luminosity that extended this way and that way as far as the range of his little window permitted him to see. To this he was being towed as a balloon might be towed by men out of the open country into a town. He approached it very slowly, and very slowly the dim irradiation was gathered together into more definite shapes. It was nearly 5 o'clock before he came over this luminous area, and by that time he could make out an arrangement suggestive of streets and houses grouped about a vast roofless erection that was grotesquely suggestive of a ruined abbey. It was spread out like a map below him. The houses were all roofless enclosures of walls, and their substance being, as he afterwards saw, of phosphorescent bones. It gave the place an appearance as if it were built of drowned moonshine. Among the inner caves of the place, waving trees of crinoids stretched their tentacles, and tall, slender, glassy sponges shot like shining minarets and lilies of filmy light out of the general glow of the city. In the open spaces of the place he could see a stirring movement as of crowds of people, but he was too many fathoms above them to distinguish the individuals in those crowds. Then slowly they pulled him down, and as they did so, the details of the place crept slowly upon his apprehension. He saw that the courses of the cloudy buildings were marked out with beaded lines of round objects, and then he perceived that at several points below him, in broad open spaces, were forms like the encrusted shapes of ships. Slowly and surely he was drawn down, and the forms below him became brighter, clearer, more distinct. He was being pulled down, he perceived, toward the large building in the center of the town, and he could catch a glimpse, ever and again, of the multitudinous forms that were lugging at his cord. He was astonished to see that the rigging of one of the ships, which formed such a prominent feature of the place, was crowded with a host of gesticulating figures regarding him, and then the walls of the great building rose about him silently and hid the city from his eyes. And such walls they were, of waterlogged wood and twisted wire, rope and iron spars and copper, and the bones and skulls of dead men. The skulls ran in curious zigzag lines and spirals and fantastic curves over the building, and in and out of their eye sockets, and over the whole surface of the place lurked and played a multitude of silvery little fishes. And now he was at such a level that he could see these strange people of the abyss plainly once more. To his astonishment, he perceived that they were prostrating themselves before him, all save one, dressed as it seemed in a robe of placoid scales and crowned with a luminous diadem, who stood with his reptilian mouth opening and shutting as though he led the chanting of the worshippers. They continued worshiping him without rest or intermission for the space of 3 hours. Most circumstantial was Elsted's account of this astounding city and its people, these people of perpetual night, who have never seen sun or moon or stars, green vegetation, nor any living air-breathing creatures, who know nothing of fire, nor any light but the phosphorescent light of living things. Startling as is his story, it is yet more startling to find that scientific men of such eminence as Adams and Jenkins find nothing incredible in it. They tell me they see no reason why intelligent, water-breathing, vertebrated creatures inured to a low temperature and enormous pressure, and of such a heavy structure that neither alive nor dead would they float, might not live upon the bottom of the deep sea, and quite unsuspected by us, descendants like ourselves of the great theriomorpha of the new red sandstone age. We should be known to them, however, as strange meteoric creatures wont to fall catastrophically dead out of the mysterious blackness of their watery sky. And not only we ourselves, but our ships, our metals, our appliances would come raining down out of the night. Sometimes sinking things would smite down and crush them, as if it were the judgment of some unseen power above. And sometimes would come things of the utmost rarity or utility or shapes of inspiring suggestion. One can understand, perhaps, something of their behavior at the descent of a living man, if one thinks what a barbaric people might do, to whom an enhaloed shining creature came suddenly out of the sky. At one time or another, Elstead probably told the officers of the Ptarmigan every detail of his strange 12 hours in the abyss. That he also intended to write them down is certain, but he never did. And so, unhappily, we have to piece together the discrepant fragments of his story from the reminiscences of Commander Simmons, Weybridge, Stevens, and the others. We see the thing darkly in fragmentary glimpses, the huge, ghostly building, the bowing, chanting people with their dark chameleon-like heads and faintly luminous forms, and Elstead, with his light turned on again, vainly trying to convey to their minds that the cord by which the sphere was held was to be severed. Minute after minute slipped away, and Elstead, looking at his watch, was horrified to find that he had oxygen only for 4 hours more. But the chant in his honor kept on remorselessly as if it was the marching song of his approaching death. The manner of his release he does not understand, but to judge by the end of cord that hung from the sphere, it had been cut through by rubbing against the edge of the altar. Abruptly the sphere rolled over, and he was swept up out of their world, as an ethereal creature clothed in a vacuum would sweep through our own atmosphere back to its native ether again. He must have torn out of their sight as a hydrogen bubble hastens upwards from our air. A strange ascension it must have seemed to them. The sphere rushed up with even greater velocity than when weighted with the lead sinkers it had rushed down. It became exceedingly hot. It drove up with the windows uppermost, and he remembers the torrent of bubbles frothing against the glass. Every moment he expected this to fly. Then suddenly something like a huge wheel seemed to be released in his head. The padded compartment began spinning about him, and he fainted. His next recollection was of his cabin and of the doctor's voice. But that is the substance of the extraordinary story that Elstead related in fragments to the officers of the Ptarmigan. He promised to write it all down at a later date. His mind was chiefly occupied with the improvement of his apparatus, which was effected at Rio. It remains only to tell you that on February 2nd of 1896, he made his second descent into the ocean abyss, with the improvements his first experience suggested. What happened, we shall probably never know. He never returned. The Ptarmigan beat about over the point of his submersion, seeking him in vain for 13 days. Then she returned to Rio, and the news was telegraphed to his friends. So the matter remains for the present. but it is hardly probable that any further attempt will be made to verify his strange story of these hitherto unsuspected cities of the deep sea. From the Dover book, The Best Science Fiction Stories of H.G. Wells, you've heard In the Abyss, first published in 1897. This is Michael Hansen speaking. Reading with me was Jeff Golden. Technical production for Mindwebs by Steve Gordon. Mindwebs comes to you from WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension. Welcome to a half hour of Mindwebs. Short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction. This is Michael Hansen. The story this time is by Alfred Bester. Adam and No Eve. Copyright 1941 by Street and Smith. Crane knew this must be the seacoast. Instinct told him, but more than instinct, the few shreds of knowledge that clung to his torn brain told him. The stars that had shone at night through the rare breaks in the clouds, and his compass that still pointed a trembling finger north. That was the strangest of all, Crane thought. The rubbled earth still retained its polarity. It was no longer a coast. There was no longer any sea. Only the faint line of what had been a cliff stretched north and south for endless miles. It was a line of gray ash, the same gray ash and cinders that lay behind him and stretched before him. Fine silt, knee-deep, that swirled up at every motion and choked him. Cinders that scudded in dense night clouds when the mad winds blew. Black dust that was churned to mud when the frequent rains fell. The sky was jet overhead. The heavy clouds rode high and were pierced with shafts of sunlight that marched swiftly over the earth. Where the light struck a cinder storm, it was filled with gusts of dancing, gleaming particles. Where it played through rain, it brought the arches of rainbows into being. Rain fell, cinder storms blew, light thrust down, together alternately and continually in a jigsaw of black and white violence. So it had been for months. So it was over every mile of the broad earth. Crane passed the edge of the ashen cliffs and began crawling down the even slope that had once been the ocean bed. He had been traveling so long that pain had become part of him. He braced elbows and dragged his body forward. Then he brought his right knee under him and reached forward with elbows again. Elbows, knee, elbows, knee. He had forgotten what it was to walk. Life, he thought dazedly, is miraculous. It adapts itself to anything. If it must crawl, it crawls. Crane said, I beg pardon? I didn't quite get that. And he peered up at the tall figure before him and tried to understand the words. It was Hallmeyer.
He wore his stained lab coat. His gray hair was awry. Hallmeyer stood delicately on top of the ashes, and Crane wondered why he could see the scudding cinder clouds through his body.
How do you like your world, Stephen?
Hallmeyer asked.
Not very pretty, huh? Look around you. Dust, that's all. Dust and ashes. Crawl, Stephen, crawl. You'll find nothing but dust and ashes.
Hallmeyer produced a goblet of water from nowhere. It was clear and cold. Crane could see the fine mist of dew on its surface, and his mouth was suddenly coated with grit. Hallmeyer sipped and then spat in Crane's face. The water felt warm.
Keep crawling, Stephen. Crawl round and around the face of the earth. You'll find nothing but dust and ashes.
He emptied the goblet on the ground before Crane.
Keep crawling. How many miles? Figure it out for yourself. Pi times D. The diameter's 8,000 or so.
He was gone, coat and goblet. Crane realized that rain was falling again. He pressed his face into the warm cinder mud, opened his mouth, and tried to suck the moisture. Presently, he began crawling again. There was an instinct that drove him on. He had to get somewhere. It was associated, he knew, with the sea, with the edge of the sea. At the shore of the sea, something waited for him, something that would help him understand all this. He had to get to the sea. That is, if there was a sea anymore. The thundering rain beat his back like heavy planks. Crane paused and yanked the knapsack around to his side where he probed in it with one hand. It contained exactly 3 things: a gun, a bar of chocolate, and a can of peaches, all that was left of 2 months' supplies. As he munched the fruit and sipped the juice, he watched the wall of rain marching before him down the slope of the ocean bed. Torrents of water were gushing through the mud. Small channels had already been cut, channels that would be new rivers someday. A day he would never see, a day that no living thing would ever see. As he flipped the empty can aside, Crane thought, the last living thing on Earth eats its last meal. Metabolism begins the last act. And then Evelyn was tapping his shoulder. Crane knew it was she before he turned his head.
Stephen, you've got to hurry. Oh, darling, you've been hurt.
I got it landing. I wasn't used to a parachute. I always thought you came down gently, like plumping onto a bed. But the earth came up at me like a fist, and Umber was fighting around in my arms, and I couldn't let him drop, could I?
Of course not, dear.
So I just held onto him and tried to get my legs under me, and then something smashed my legs and side. And, Evelyn, darling.
No, dear, you've got to hurry. You've got to watch out behind.
The cinder storms, you mean? Oh, I've been through them before.
Not the storms. Something else. Oh, Stephen.
Then she was gone. But Crane knew she had spoken the truth. There was something behind, something that had been following him. And somehow that was impossible. He was the last living thing on Earth. How could there be a menace? The wind roared behind him, and an instant later came the heavy clouds of cinders and ashes. The storm whipped up a great bewilderment in his sick head. Like a child, he pushed at the pieces of his memory, trying to fit them together. Why was Hallmeyer so bitter toward him? It couldn't have been that argument, could it? The one before all this happened? Abruptly, the pieces locked together. Crane stood alongside the sleek lines of his ship and admired it tremendously. The roof of the shed had been removed and the nose of the ship hoisted so that it rested on a cradle pointed toward the sky. A workman was carefully burnishing the inner surfaces of the rocket jets. He looked up and grinned. Crane knew what he was thinking, that the ship would tear itself apart. Everyone said that. Everyone except Evelyn. She had faith in him. Hallmeyer never said it either, but Hallmeyer thought he was crazy in another way. As he descended the ladder, Crane saw Hallmeyer come into the shed, lab coat flying. Hallmeyer dug a sheaf of papers out of his pocket and waved it under Crane's nose.
I've been up half the night working it through again, Stephen. I tell you, I'm right. I'm absolutely right. For the last time, Stephen. Look, you're using your new catalyst on iron solution. All right, I grant it's a miraculous discovery. I give you credit for that.
Miraculous was hardly the word for it. Crane knew that without conceit, for he realized that he had only stumbled on it. You had to stumble on a catalyst that would induce atomic disintegration of iron and give 100 billion foot-pounds of energy for every gram of fuel. No man was smart enough to think all that up by himself. You don't think I'll make it, Hallmeyer?
To the moon? Around the moon? Maybe. You've got a 50-50 chance, but for God's sake, Stephen, I'm not worried about you. If you want to kill yourself, that's your own affair. It's the Earth I'm worried about. No matter how you work the feed and mixing system, you can't get 100% efficiency in mixing and discharge.
Well, that's what makes it a 50-50 chance, so what's bothering you?
The catalyst that'll escape through the rocket tubes, that's what. You realize what it'll do if a drop hits Earth? It'll start a chain of disintegration that'll envelop the globe. It'll reach out to every atom of iron, and there's iron everywhere. There won't be any Earth left for you to return to. Look, listen, we've been through all this before. Crane took Hallmeyer to the base of the rocket cradle. Beneath the iron framework was a 200-foot pit, 50 feet wide, lined with fire brick. Look, that's for the initial discharge flames. If any of the catalyst goes through, it'll be trapped in that pit and taken care of by the secondary reactions. Now are you satisfied? But while you're in flight, you'll be endangering the Earth until you're beyond WHA's limit. Every drop of non-activated catalyst will eventually sink back to the ground and... Look, for the last time, the flame of the rocket discharge takes care of that, Hallmeyer. It'll envelop any escaped particles and destroy them. Now, get out of here, will you? I've got work to do. Work? No, it was sheer intoxication to labor over the ship. She lay in the cradle, ready to pierce the skies, 50 feet of slender steel, the rivet heads gleaming like jewels. The ship's nose was a porthole of natural crystal that stared upward like a cyclopean eye. Crane thought, the ship will die after this trip. She'll return to Earth and smash in a blaze of fire and thunder. But it's worth it. She'll have had her one great flight, and that's all any of us should want. One great, beautiful flight into the unknown. As he unlocked the workshop door, Crane heard Hallmeyer shouting from the cottage across the fields. It's Evelyn on the phone.
Well, what's the idea? I thought we agreed that she wasn't to call, wasn't to get in touch with me until I was ready to start. You've been putting ideas into her head, Hallmeyer. Is this the way you think you're going to stop me? Then Crane went into the study and picked up the phone. Now listen, darling. There's no sense in getting alarmed. I explained everything very carefully. See, just before the ship crashes, I take to a parachute. I love you very much. I'll see you Wednesday when I start. So long.
Goodbye, sweetheart. And is that what you called me for?
I called you? A brown hulk disengaged itself from the hearthrug and lifted itself to strong legs. Umber, Crane's mastiff, sniffed and cocked an ear, and then he whined. Evelyn, did you say I called you? Umber's throat suddenly poured forth a bellow, and he reached Crane in a single bound, looked up into his face, and whined and roared all at once. Come, shut up, you monster. And he pushed Umber away with his foot.
Give Umber a kick for me. Yes, dear. Someone called and said you wanted to speak to me.
They did, huh? Oh, look, honey, I'll call you back. Crane hung up. He arose doubtfully and watched Umber's uneasy actions. Through the windows, the late evening glow sent flickering shadows of orange light. Umber gazed at the light, sniffed and bellowed again, and suddenly struck Crane, leaped to the window. Across the fields, a mass of flame thrust high into the air, and within it were the crumbling walls of the workshop. Crane shot out of the cottage, and with Umber hard at his heels, sprinted toward the shed. As he ran, he could see the graceful nose of the spaceship within the fire, still looking cool, untouched. If only he could reach it before the flame softened its metal and started the rivets. Hallmeyer pushed through the crowd. His eyes gleamed with triumph.
Too bad. I'm sorry, Stephen.
You bastard, Crane shouted and grasped Hallmeyer by the lapels and shook him. Then he dropped him and started into the shed. Hallmeyer snapped orders to the workmen, and an instant later a body hurtled against Crane's calves and spilled him to the ground. He lurched to his feet, fists swinging. Umber was alongside, growling over the roar of the flames. Crane battered a man in the face and saw him stagger back against a second. He lifted a knee in a vicious drive that sent the last workman crumpling to the ground, and then he ducked his head and plunged into the workshop. The scorch felt cool at first, but when he reached the ladder and began mounting to the port, he screamed with the agony of his burns. Umber was howling at the foot of the ladder, and Crane realized that the dog could never escape from the rocket blasts. He reached down and hauled Umber into the ship. Crane was reeling as he closed and locked the port. His fingers tripped the switches on the control board. The ship shuddered and roared, and blackness descended over Crane. He was lying curled in a cup of the crystal nose. The ship had risen high, perhaps almost to Rocher's zone, to the limit of the Earth's gravitational attraction. But then, without guiding hands at the controls to continue its flight, it had turned and was dropping back toward Earth. Crane peered through the crystal and gasped. Below him was the ball of the Earth. It looked 3 times the size of the moon. And it was no longer his Earth. It was a globe of fire mottled with black clouds. At the northernmost pole, there was a tiny patch of white. And even as Crane watched, it was suddenly blotted over with hazy tones of red, scarlet, and crimson. Hallmeyer had been right. Crane lay frozen in the cup of the nose as the ship descended, watching the flames gradually fade away to leave nothing but the dense blanket of black around the Earth. He lay numb with horror, unable to understand, unable to reckon up a people snuffed out, a green, fair planet reduced to ashes and cinders. Everything that was once dear and close to him, gone. The instinct of life forced him to action. He climbed up to the store chest and prepared for the landing. Parachute, a small oxygen tank, a knapsack of supplies. Only half aware of what he was doing, he dressed for the descent, buckled down the chute, and opened the port. Umber whined pathetically, and he took the heavy dog in his arms and stepped out into space. Every breath was a lungful of ground glass or ashes or cinders. He had returned to a suffocating black present that hugged him with soft weight and made him fight for breath. Crane struggled in panic and then relaxed. It had happened before. A long time past, he'd been buried deep under ashes when he'd stopped to remember. Weeks ago, days, or months, Crane clawed with his hands, inching out of the mound of cinders that the wind had thrown around him. Presently, he emerged into the light again. The wind had died away. It was time to begin his crawl to the sea once more. The vivid pictures of his memory scattered again before the grim vista that stretched out ahead. Crane scowled. He remembered too much, too often. He thought, I'm the only one. I'm the last memory on Earth. I'm the last life. He crawled, elbows, knee. And then Hallmeyer was crawling alongside and making a great game of it. He chortled and plunged in the cinders like a happy sea lion. And Crane said, but why do we have to get to the sea? Hallmeyer blew a spume of ashes. Ask her. And he pointed to Crane's other side. Evelyn was there, crawling seriously, intently, mimicking Crane's smallest action.
It's because of our house. You remember our house, darling? High on the cliff. We were going to live there forever and ever. I was there when you left. Now you're coming back to the house at the edge of the sea. Your beautiful flight is over, dear, and you're coming back to me. We'll live together, just we two, like Adam and Eve. Oh, Stephen, watch out!
And Crane felt the menace closing in on him again. Still crawling, he stared back at the vast gray plains of ash and saw nothing. When he looked at Evelyn again, he saw only his shadow, sharp and black. Presently, it too faded away as the marching shaft of sunlight passed. But the dread remained. Evelyn had warned him twice, and she was always right. Crane stopped and turned and settled himself to watch. If he was really being followed, he would see whatever it was coming along his tracks. There was a painful moment of lucidity. I'm mad, he thought. There is no Evelyn, no Hallmeyer, no Menace. In all this land there is no life but mine, and even ghosts and spirits of the underworld must have perished in the inferno that girdled the planet. No, there's nothing but me and my sickness. I'm dying. And when I perish, everything will perish. Only a mass of lifeless cinders will go on. But there was a movement. Yes, there. A quarter-mile back, a gray-brown shape was flitting along the gray surface. Despite the drone of the distant rain, Crane could hear the whisper of trodden cinders and see the little clouds kicking up. The thing approached, and suddenly Crane squinted and understood. He recalled Umber kicking with fear and springing away from him when the parachute landed them on the ashen face of the earth. Why, it's Umber. He raised himself. The dog halted. Here, boy, here. He was overcome with joy. He realized that loneliness had hung over him, a horrible sensation of oneness in emptiness. Now, his was not the only life. There was another, a friendly life that could offer love and companionship. Hope kindled again. But the mastiff hung back, showing its fangs and a lolling tongue. The dog was emaciated, and its eyes gleamed red in the dusk. As Crane called once more, the dog snarled. He's hungry, Crane thought. He's hungry, that's all. He reached into the knapsack, and at the gesture, the dog snarled again. Crane withdrew the chocolate bar and laboriously peeled off the paper and silver foil. Weakly, he tossed it toward Umber. It fell far short. After a minute of savage uncertainty, the dog advanced slowly and snapped up the food. Ashes powdered its muzzle. It licked its chops ceaselessly and continued to advance on Crane. Panic chirped within him. A voice persisted. This is no friend. Love and companionship have vanished from the land along with life. Now there is nothing left but hunger. Umber was advancing with a slinking sidle, and his teeth showed sharp and white. And even as Crane stared at him, the dog snarled and lunged. Crane thrust up an arm under the dog's muzzle, and with his free hand he struck weakly again and again, scarcely feeling the grind of teeth on his left arm. And then something metallic pressed under him, and he realized he was lying on his revolver. As Umber let go his arm and tore at his throat, Crane brought the gun up and jabbed the muzzle blindly against the dog's body. He pulled and pulled the trigger until the roars died away, and only empty clicks sounded. Umber shuddered in the ashes before him, his body nearly shot in two. Evelyn and Hallmeyer looked down sadly at the broken animal. Evelyn was crying. Hallmeyer reached nervous fingers through his hair in the same old gesture. This is the finish, Stephen. You've killed part of yourself. Oh, you'll go on living, but not all of you. You'd best burn that body, Stephen. It's the corpse of your soul. It seemed that they helped him thrust the dead dog into his knapsack. They helped him take off his clothes and pack them underneath. They cupped their hands around the matches until the cloth caught fire and blew on the weak flame until it sputtered and burned limply. Crane crouched by the fire and nursed it. Then he turned and once again began crawling down the ocean bed. He was naked now. There was nothing left of what had been but his flickering little life. He was too heavy with sorrow to notice the furious rain that slammed and buffeted him, or the searing pains through his blackened leg and up his hip. He crawled, elbows, knee, woodenly, mechanically, apathetic to everything, even to the dull glint of water that lay far ahead. He knew it was the sea, what was left of the old, or a new one in the making, but it would be an empty, lifeless sea that someday would lap against a dry, lifeless shore. This would be a planet of stone and dust, of metal and snow and ice and water, but that would be all. No more life. He, alone, was useless. He was Adam, but there was no Eve. Here, at last, is the sea, Crane thought. And here am I, Adam, and no Eve. It's hopeless. He rolled a little farther into the waters. They laved his torn body. He lay with face to the sky, peering at the high menacing heavens, and the bitterness within him welled up. It's not right. It's not right that all this should pass away. Life is too beautiful to perish at the mad act of one mad creature. Quietly, the waters laved him. Quietly, calmly. The sea rocked him gently, and even the death that was reaching up toward his heart was no more than a gloved hand. Suddenly, the skies split apart, for the first time in all those months, and Crane stared up at the stars. Then he knew this was not the end of life. There could never be an end to life. Within his body, within the rotting tissues rocking gently in the sea, was the source of 10 million lives. Cells, tissues, bacteria, amoeba. Countless infinities of life that would take new root in the waters and live long after he was gone. They would live on his rotting remains. They would feed on each other. They would adapt themselves to the new environment and feed on the minerals and sediments washed into this new sea. They would grow, burgeon, evolve. Life would reach out to the lands once more. It would begin again the same old repeated cycle that had begun perhaps with the rotting corpse of some last survivor of interstellar travel. It would happen over and over in the future ages. And then he knew what had brought him back to the sea. There need be no Adam, no Eve. Only the sea, the great mother of life, was needed. The sea had called him back to her depths, that presently life might emerge once more, and he was content. Quietly, the waters comforted him. Quietly, calmly. The mother of life rocked the last-born of the old cycle, who would become the firstborn of the new. And with glazing eyes, Stephen Crane smiled up at the stars. Stars that were sprinkled evenly across the sky. Stars that had not yet formed into the familiar constellations, and would not for another 100 million centuries. That was Adam and No Eve, a story by Alfred Bester, copyright 1941 by Street and Smith. This is Michael Hansen. Technical production for this broadcast by Bob Chan. Mindwebs is produced at WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension.
Oh.
welcome to a half hour of Mind Webs. Short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction. This is Michael Hansen. The Mind Web story for this half hour is The Tank and Its Wife, a story by Arsène Darnay. The tank drove around the mansion's curving drive, passing between lavish flower beds. It was a small tank, painted in random green, beige, yellow patches, a vehicle perfect for the quick and darting guerrilla warfare of the African plains. But this wasn't Africa. The pretentious mansion, a mixture of temple and hacienda, topped a California hill. It was enthroned in a near-empty landscape, far from affluent neighbors spotted on other hills. The sun lay bright on rolling lawns. Sprinklers spurted brilliantly. There would surely be a pool in the back, turquoise in the sun, and stables down the hill, and a gardener who rode a wheeled fortress with automatic transmission to mow the placid acres of green. The tank made a fearful noise. It had no muffler, and the rapid blah, blah, blah explosions of its engine drowned out the clattering, chainy, metallic clicking of its tracks. Long before the muzzle of its gun had come into view over the steep approach, the lady of the house, attracted by the racket, had run to a bay window to peer out through gauze curtains. She stood there still, mesmerized and puzzled, when the tank suddenly wheeled at the apex of the drive, and with treads churning newly planted bulbs and dark, moist dirt on either side of the entrance apron, it crashed with a deafening roar and a turmoil of splintering, cracking, tearing, and crunching noises through the portals into the foyer and then into the spacious living room. The tank seemed to pause. Then its turret swung from left to right, swept a chandelier against the ceiling, pulverizing it in the process, and at last it faced the lady of the house. She screamed, unheard, and stood now pressed hard against the window, her hands half covering her face, her eyes frozen in terror. A panel opened in the turret. A black barrel looked out, then briefly rattled. A string of bullets tore into a wall, demolishing two glass-framed watercolors showing Parisian scenes. The pattern of the bullet spelled a message. "I," it said. The woman ran out, sobbing and frantic, stumbling over the dusty rubble and chewed-up carpeting behind the tank. She ran down a hallway, floored in colorful terrazzo, through a paneled room with antlers and bookshelves, through a spacious, glittering kitchen, bright with copper pots hung from wooden pegs, and out to a glass-roofed patio. She raced on from there, past the swimming pool, down the deep lawn, toward the stables. She screamed, "Herman! Herman!" But the gardener was nowhere to be seen, and she began to sob at her own ineffectualness. The tank came behind her. She heard it roar and glimpsed over her shoulder the white dust it caused to boil out of the house. The tank emerged through an opening wider by far than the sliding glass door it pushed before it, frame and all, ground to dust under its tracks on the irregular gray slate of the patio. The tank stopped and appeared to survey the scene. Then its gun fired with a roar, causing the tank to rock back on its treads. 3 shells arched over the diminishing form of the lady. They raised geysers of dirt into the air before her. Spent steel fell at her feet. Her ears buzzed with the explosions. She turned, unthinking, and saw the tank. It stood half covered by the wire-reinforced glass roof of the patio. A stream of fire spurted from an aperture in its turret and fell to the sloping grass beyond the pool. Black smoke boiled from the lawn, spent itself, and left a scorched pattern of words. "Darling, wait. I am home." The lady's face worked out of control. She had mascara around her rayed, middle-aged eyes. Her lashes had been lengthened, her face carefully made up, her lips accentuated by a pale pearl lipstick. Now her usually cool, smooth features were those of a terrified child. She covered her face,
collapsed slowly, assumed a fetal posture, and began to rock. The sergeant was hysterical, a state he frequently experienced. He appeared to be jumping up and down, quivering with impatience, while two kneeling soldiers in fatigues connected the grayed copper ends of a cable to an oblong box with instruments on its face. The cable hung in a loose spiral from a frame just beneath the blinding, neon-lighted, corrugated roof of the hangar.
Come on, what does it say?
The men were busy and said nothing. The sergeant wrung his pudgy hands. He sucked air between his clenched teeth and looked entreatingly up at the roof as if to invoke the Almighty's aid. One of the soldiers turned his head.
The line's dead and no stimulation coming through at all. Are you sure?
The sergeant turned abruptly and ran between two rows of tanks. He was a pear-shaped man, unaccustomed to running. His fattish rears danced back and forth. His ankles turned inward. His eyes swept the tanks as he ran, each camouflage-colored and linked by coiling cable to the central stimulator mounted under the roof. The tanks looked peaceful and harmless in the huge, echoing hangar. 99 identical tanks in 4 rows. Only one was missing, T-98, midway in the 3rd row. The sergeant ran toward a half-open door through which could be seen part of a coffee urn set on a typewriter table, and next to it, white cups that bore the colorful heraldic emblem of the PFP command. He stopped at the door and looked with still fresh horror at a monstrous, jagged hole in the hangar's metal wall through which T-98 had made its exit during the night. And he looked beyond the gash, across a tread-marked expanse of gravel at the ruination of the chain-link fence. It resembled a basketball basket laid on its side. Sweet Jesus, the sergeant muttered, and then ran on, imagining the track of rubble, twisted metal, fleeing civilians and burning houses that T-98 could well have left behind. He arrived at his office panting and reached across his desk for the telephone speaker laid on a heavily doodled calendar blotter. Captain Richards had been holding. The sergeant told him what the instruments had said. Captain Richards called Colonel Baxter. Baxter called General Hales. And General Hales went to a sleek blue and cream computer console against the window of his office and typed T-98 on the keyboard. The machine began to clatter almost instantly. Hales first skimmed a brief précis of the long report.
Subject, John Hamilton. Entered PFP program 6985, age 56 after stroke paralysis. Background, career, real estate. Well-to-do, no children or surviving siblings. Politically right of center. Application filed by wife. Radio ad response. Who described subject, living vegetable, better dead than alive. An executed battery of release forms, subject dead. Wife was told, oral and written. Probability subject survival was 2.9%. Was notified 12/2/86. Subject succumbed to complications, nervous system, transplant operation. Funeral held using actual body. Later displayed wake for friends and associates. Subject enrolled Tank Corps 12/19/86. Performance undistinguished. Scheduled African Theater 5/5/87. General Hales began to read the meat around the skeleton, but he didn't get very far. Reports began pouring in, and he knew he had a crisis on his hands. He ordered his helicopter to be brought around, armed himself with a lacquered swagger stick on whose end a gilded bullet gleamed, and took off to supervise the capture operation from the air. By the time the general arrived above the scene, hovering in the sun in his bright sphere, the chopper blades a smoky halo above the bubble, the hilltop mansion was under siege. Military forces, sheriff's deputies, 2 fire companies, and the highway patrol were on the spot. A crowd of gawkers had also gathered, among them 2 reporters demanding to know who was in charge. General Hales told Captain Richards to stall the press a little, and this the captain undertook to do.
He strode from his jeep toward the pesky reporters with a stiff, forbidding curl about his lips, but he had flutters in his stomach. General Hal surveyed the scene and saw the errant T-98 midway down the eastern hill. It stood in the midst of a rutted, reddish area where its various maneuverings had stripped the thin sod from the clay. Its wife had to be that curled-up bundle on the ground. But the general assumed that she was still alive. T-98 attempted still to communicate with her in various ways. At uneven distances from the tank lay the smoking wreckage of jeeps, patrol cars, and a fire engine. Men occasionally peered from behind those feeble barriers. The general made a quick decision and called Richards once again.
Richards, is your jeep still working?
Positive on that, General.
All right, Richards, get the radio out of it and then send it down the hill toward the tank.
Roger on that, General.
Wait a minute. While the tank's busy with a jeep, I want the men down here below me to get in there and drag the woman away.
We may sustain casualties, General.
Then sustain them.
And the general thought about the members of the press and what those gentlemen would write about a tank that penned love letters on plush suburban lawns with a flamethrower. The evidence had to be eradicated at the first opportunity.
Darling, I have missed you more than I can say,
said a scorch mark just below the pool. Near the stable stood the words,
Our years together are my most cherished memories.
Another telltale message below the patio said,
Darling, wait, I am home.
And yet another, a little lower,
Why are you afraid of me? Why do you run from me?
The general put in a call for Air Force jets. He wanted napalm. The planes should assume a holding pattern nearby. He would do it, despite the bad publicity. He would wash this hill in fire. Better that way. Richards had done as ordered. The jeep appeared from the shadows of one of the mansion's wings and began a slow, throttled descent toward T-98. It was driverless, of course. The tank saw the jeep approach and swung its turret to take aim. At that moment, men hiding in the cover of the wreckage to T-98's rear rushed forward. The tank was still enjoying the lovely ball of fire it had made of Captain Richards' jeep, a face of fire with a blackish crown of smoke that rose and mushroomed almost as delightfully as a tactical nuke, when the men grabbed the lady of the house and ran away down the hill. The tank swiveled sharply and lowered its gun, but nothing happened. T-98 evidently did not wish to harm its spouse. Sir, General? The general saw the pilot pointing toward the distant hills at another helicopter. General Hal's was a cool, precise, unflappable man. He was entirely like the faultlessly shaped mustache he wore, whose every hair he inspected daily, and whose misdemeanors he corrected every morning, face close to the mirror with a golden fingernail clipper. He knew that the approaching helicopter was none other than WTUV's Eye in the Sky. Its cameras would be loaded for action. They would relish recording T-98's effusions on videotape. Despite the irritation Hals felt in that moment, he showed none of it outwardly. He called the Air Force and ordered napalm dropped. The Air Force was sorry. The special code word the general had used in ordering the strike could not be found in any of the books. Higher headquarters had been consulted, but no response had been received. And under the circumstances, the target area was under the jurisdiction of the state of California. The governor had not... Well, by the time the Air Force had rogered out, WTUV's Eye in the Sky had come, had seen, and was still taping. It had much to record. The tank had been stung by its wife's abduction and displayed its rage in a barrage of artillery. Shells leveled the mansion. Machine gun bullets sprayed. Fire swept the lawn, obliterating, thank heaven, some of the tank's own words. And the tank darted this way and that, attacking everything in sight, save only the wreckage where its wife lay sheltered by soldiers, sheriffs, and firemen. The general decided it was time to put an end to it, and he told Richards to bring in bazookas. The tank spent itself in rage, but inwardly it felt the throat clutch of intense disappointment, impotence, and sadness. The bold adventure was over before it had begun, finished the dream. Could it have cried? The tank would have cried. The night before, parked in the hangar with its mates, the tank had expected another night of pornographic dreaming, much like every other night before, to be followed in the morning by training exercises to teach the tank how to use the still unfamiliar and strange prosthesis which seemed so huge, clumsy, and lacking in proper means of communication. Such was the round of its life. But then, to its puzzlement and delight, the compelling sex bliss had stayed away. It had enjoyed the total stillness of utter leisure, and not just for a moment, but for hours on end, recalling suddenly that life had been like that before, in a wheelchair. But now the stillness and the leisure were a blessing rather than a curse. Toward morning had come the electrifying notion that it was no longer quite so helpless as in that wheelchair long ago. It had means of locomotion and of communication at its disposal. It tried the engine, and it started. It engaged a gear, and it took. Then the tank experienced a moment of emotion so strong and excruciating that it would have fainted had it been a body rather than just a packaged brain. It had a vision of its wife, that other being next to whom he had lived so many years, so thoughtlessly, taking her so for granted. And after the stroke, he had not been able to say to her what he had wanted to say more than ever, that he loved and appreciated her, that his life with her had been a quiet but joyous time, all he had wanted. But now it could undo all that. It could move and speak again, however clumsily. It could see her one last time before they shipped it out to Africa. So the tank had broken rank inside the hangar and had begun its long trip home. And now the dream was over. She had not recognized it, had fled from it, had hidden her eyes from its frantically spelled messages. Well, the tank would die here on its own turf. After its moment of freedom, it loathed the thought of training and nightly bliss. It wished to die. The bazooka teams arrived at last, and after some dangerous maneuvers, destroyed one of the tank's treads. With one track lamed and the other under power, the tank turned about its own center like a swirling maniac intent on digging a grave for itself in the gouged and bleeding earth. Then came a shell that fastened on the turret like a fire leech and ate its way into the metal, a fizzing, sparkling circle of voracious light and heat. Visual connections linking the tank to its eyelets and its turret melted into dripping ends of wire. And finally, the second tread was also shot away, and the tank was paralyzed. Outside its shell, sweating and anxious men prepared to carve holes into the metal, using laser guns linked by cables to a power pack mounted on a track. Up above, General Hals bobbed and dipped and buzzed like a hungry mosquito scenting blood. WTUV's Eye in the Sky had landed. The cameraman was taking footage from the edge of a temporary barrier made of strung-out fire hose and guarded by deputies and a stalking, grim-lipped Captain Richards. The lady of the house babbled incoherently in a speeding ambulance. She lay on a stretcher covered by blankets. A young man in white squatted at her head. The driver of the ambulance had the radio on. He listened to a country crooner finishing a song. "Pamper me with praises, ply me with love," the woman sang. And then again on a concluding note, "Pamper me with praises, ply me with love." The song ended, and the announcer came on. Now, folks, here's a public service message from the Department of Defense. The folks down Pentagon Way have come up with a new program for people with disabilities. They say it's kind of a dividend on all the tax dollars we spend on military research. The program is called Prostheses for Peace, meaning that the Defense Department will help people who can't see or hear or walk or such, and it's absolutely free. Mind now, those folks can't guarantee a thing, but if you've got someone near and dear you want to help, call now and they'll tell you how to file an application. What about it? Get off that old rocker, people, and do something for Gramps and Granny. Here? Now, that toll-free number again is... Back at the mansion, the laser carvers had penetrated to the package. They snipped through its connections and brought it out through the seared, irregular oval cut in the tank's side. The package resembled a mid-sized picnic cooler. General Hals had already landed in anticipation of this event. Men loaded the package into his helicopter. Moments later, the copter rose and sped away, leaving Captain Richards to fend for himself against a swollen complement of the press. The reporters clamored for explanations. Why had the driver come to this place? What did all those messages mean? Why didn't he get out of the tank? Was the driver the woman's husband? And was the driver still alive? What about that thing the copter had carried off? Classified records? Had the driver gone nuts? Berserk? What detachment was this, anyway? To all of this, Richards replied by repeating monotonously that an official statement would be made at a later time. He had no authority to... And then, inexplicably, to the observers, airplanes appeared on the horizon, flying low. They came in. Napalm drums fell, burst, and washed the hill with fire. Richards, reporters, sheriffs, firemen, soldiers, and gawkers barely escaped the Holocaust. The Air Force had found General Hal's code word at last and had hastened to obey his order. General Hal's, his exquisitely polished boots at rest on the package, communicated with the Pentagon by radio telephone. He set in motion a series of phone calls all over the nation. Men less cool than he went to work on senators and congressmen, a governor, and the president of a TV station. In a pinch, the general reflected, he could even blind WTUV's eye in the sky. The tank's inertial systems had survived the battle. It knew itself in motion and guessed that it had failed. It had been deprived of its death. It felt devastated, cheated, and sank into a catatonic numbness. The motion continued for a while. Then its character changed. The tank was being carried now by men into the hangar, probably, into that bright yet gloomy expanse that at this hour would be empty. Its buddies and comrades would be out on the range learning counterinsurgency. Then the motion stopped, and the tank felt it coming. An explosion of searing pleasure as electronic impulses of supreme delicacy began to stimulate selected neuron bundles in its brain. It copulated with 1,000 women all at once. It disappeared into transports of delight. The dream of that quiet night and the difficult adventure out there in the sunlight visiting its own past faded into an insignificant, pale, underexposed episode, the disintegrating spiderwebs of memory. heard The Tank and Its Wife, a story by Arsène Darnay, which first appeared in Analog magazine of January 1978. This is Michael Hansen. Technical production for this program by Rich Grody. Mindwebs is a production of WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension. Welcome to a half hour of Mindwebs, short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction. This is Michael Hansen. The Mindweb story tonight comes from Weird Tales magazine of February 1934. This is Edmund Hamilton's The Man Who Returned. John Woodford, in his first moments of returning consciousness, was not aware that he was lying in his coffin.
He had only a dull knowledge that he lay in utter darkness and that there was a close, heavy quality in the air he breathed. He felt very weak and had only a dim curiosity as to where he was and how he had come there. He knew that he was not lying in his bedroom at home, for the darkness there was never so complete as this. Home, that memory brought others to John Woodford's dulled brain, and he recalled his wife now and his son. He remembered, too, that he had been ill at home, very ill, and that was all that he could remember. What was this place to which he had been brought? Why was the darkness so complete and the silence so unbroken? And why was there no one near him? He was a sick man, and they should have given him better care than this. He lay with a dull irritation at this treatment growing in his mind. Then he became aware that breathing was beginning to hurt his lungs, that the air seemed warm and foul. Why did not someone open a window? His irritation grew to such a point that it spurred his muscles into action. He put out his right hand to reach for a bell or a light button. His hand moved slowly, only a few inches to the side, and then was stopped by an unyielding barrier. His fingers feebly examined it. It seemed a solid wall of wood or metal faced with smooth satin. It extended all along his right side, and when he weakly moved his other arm, he found a similar wall on that side, too. His irritation gave way to mystification. Why in the world had they put him, a sick man, into this narrow place? Why? His shoulders rubbed against the sides on either side. Why? He would soon know the reason for it, he told himself. He raised up to give utterance to a call that would bring those in attendance on him. To his utter amazement, his head bumped against a similar silk-lined wall directly above his face. He raised his arms in the darkness and discovered with growing astonishment that this wall or ceiling extended above him from head to foot, like those on either side. He lay upon a similar silk-padded surface. Why, in the name of all that was holy, had they put him into a silk-lined box like this? Woodford's brain was puzzling this when a minor irritation made itself felt. His collar was hurting him. It was a high, stiff collar, and it was pressing into the flesh of his neck. But this again was a mystery, that he should be wearing a stiff collar. Why had they dressed a sick man in formal clothes and put him into this box? Suddenly, John Woodford shrieked, and the echoes of his scream reverberated around his ears like hideous, demonic laughter. He suddenly knew the answer to it all. He was not a sick man anymore at all. He was a dead man, or at least they had thought him dead, and had put him into this coffin and had closed it. He was buried alive. The fears of his lifetime had come true. His secret, dark forebodings were hideously realized. From earliest childhood, he had feared this very horror, for he had known himself subject to cataleptic sleeps hardly to be distinguished from death. He had had nightmares of premature burial. He had never told his wife or son of his fears, but they had persisted. They had inspired him to exact a promise that he would not be embalmed when buried and would be interred in his private vault instead of in the earth. He had thought that in case he were not really dead, these provisions might save his life. But now he realized that they only laid him open to the horrible fate he had dreaded. He knew with terrible certainty that he lay now in his coffin in a stone vault in the quiet cemetery. His screams could not be heard outside the vault, probably not even outside the coffin. John Woodford went temporarily mad. He screamed with fear-choked throat, and as he shrieked, he clawed with hands and feet at the unyielding satin-covered surfaces around and above him. He beat upward as best he could upon the coffin's lid with his clenched fists, but the heavy fastenings held firm. He yelled until his throat was too swollen to give utterance to further sound. He clawed at the top until he broke his nails against the metal behind the silk padding. He raised his head and beat against the top with it until he fell back half-stunned. He lay exhausted for moments, unable to make further efforts. In his brain marched a hideous pageant of horrors. The air seemed much closer and hotter now, seemed to burn his lungs with each breath he inhaled. With sudden return of his frenzy, he shrieked and shrieked again. This would not do. He was in a horrible situation, but he must do the best he could not to give way to the horror.
He had not many minutes left, and he must use them in the most rational way possible to try to escape this terrible prison. With this resolution, a little calm came to him, and he began to test his powers of movement. He clenched his fists again and hammered upward. This did no good. His arms were jammed so close against his body by the coffin's narrowness that he could not strike a strong blow, nor had he any leverage to push strongly upward. What about his feet? Feverishly, he tried them, but found his kicks upward even less powerful. He thought of hunching up on his knees and thus bursting up the lid, but found that he could not raise his knees high enough, and that when he pressed upward with them against the lid, his feet simply slid away in the smooth silk of the coffin's bottom. Now the breaths he drew seared his lungs and nostrils, and his brain seemed on fire. He knew his strength was waning, and that before long he would lose consciousness. He must do whatever he could swiftly. He felt the soft silk about him, and the dreadful irony of it came home to him. He had been placed so lovingly in this death trap. He tried to turn on his side, for he thought now that he might use his shoulders to heave up against the lid. But turning was not easy in the cramped coffin, and had to be accomplished by a myriad little hitching movements, an infinitely slow and painful process. John Woodford hitched and squirmed desperately until he lay on his left side. He found then that his right shoulder touched the lid above. He braced his left shoulder on the coffin's bottom and heaved upward with all his strength. There was no result. The lid seemed as immovable as ever. He heaved again, despair fast filling his heart. He knew that very soon he would give way and shriek and claw. There was already a ringing in his ears. He had not many minutes left, and with the utter frenzy of despair, he heaved upward again with his shoulder. This time there was a grating sound of something giving above. The sound was like the wild peal of thousands of bells of hope to John Woodford's ears. He heaved quickly again and again at the lid. Paying no attention to the bruising of his shoulder, he pressed upward with every ounce of his strength. There was another grating sound, then a snap of metal and fastenings breaking, and as he shoved upward with convulsive effort, the heavy metal lid swung up and over and struck the stone wall with a deep clang. A flood of cold air struck him. He struggled up over the coffin's side, dropped a few feet to a stone floor, and lay in a huddled mass. It was many minutes before he had mastered himself and summoned enough strength to stand. He stood inside a little vault that held no coffin but his own. Its interior was in darkness, save for a dim shaft of starlight that came through a tiny window high up in one wall. John Woodford stumbled to the vault's heavy iron doors and fumbled at their lock. He had an uncontrollable horror of this place that had almost been the scene of his perishing. He worked frantically at the lock. He managed to turn its tumbler and shoot its bar, and then the heavy iron doors swung open. John Woodford stepped eagerly out into the night. He stopped on the vault's threshold, closing the doors behind him, and then looking forth with inexpressible emotions. The cemetery lay in the starlight before him as a dim, ghostly city of looming monuments and vaults. Little sheets of ice glinted here and there in the dim light, and the air was biting and it's cold. Outside the cemetery's low wall blinked the lights of the surrounding city. Woodford started eagerly across the cemetery, unheeding of the cold. Somewhere across the lights of the city was his home, his wife, and somewhere his son, thinking him dead, mourning him. How glad they would be when he came back to them, alive. His heart expanded as he pictured their amazement and their joy at his return. He came to the low stone wall of the cemetery and clambered quickly over it. It was apparently well after midnight, for the cars and pedestrians in sight in the suburban section were few. Woodford hurried along the street. He passed people who looked at him in surprise, and only after some time did he realize the oddness of his appearance. A middle-aged man clad in a formal suit and lacking hat and overcoat was an odd person to meet on a suburban street on a winter midnight. But he paid small attention to their stares. He did turn up the collar of his frock coat to keep out the cold, but he hardly felt the frigid air and the emotions that filled him. He wanted to get home, to get back to Helen, to witness her stupefaction and dawning joy when she saw him returned from the dead, living. As he reached the section in which his home was located, he glanced in a store window in passing and saw on a tear sheet calendar a big black date that made him gasp. It was a date 10 days later than the one he last remembered. He had been buried in a vault for more than a week. More than a week in that coffin. It seemed incredible, terrible. But that did not matter now, he told himself. It would only make the joy of his wife and son the greater when they found he was alive. To Woodford himself, it seemed as though he were returning from a journey rather than from the dead. As he hastened along the tree-bordered street on which his home was located, he almost laughed aloud as he thought of how amazed some of his friends would be when they met him. They would think him a ghost or a walking corpse, would perhaps shrink in terror from him at first. But that thought brought another. He must not walk in on Helen too abruptly. The husband she had buried 10 days ago must not appear too suddenly, or the shock might easily kill her. He must contrive somehow to soften the shock of his appearance. He must make sure he did not startle her too much. With this resolve in mind, when he reached the big house set well back from the street, Woodford turned aside through the grounds instead of approaching the front entrance. He saw windows lighted in the library of the house, and he went toward them. He would see who was there, would try to break the news of his return gently to Helen. He climbed silently onto the terrace outside the library windows and approached the tall casements. He peered in. Through the silky curtains, he could clearly see the room's soft-lit interior, cozy with the shelves of his books and with the lamps and fireplace. Helen, his wife, sat on a sofa with her back partly toward the window. Beside her sat a man that Woodford recognized as one of their closest friends, Curtis Dawes. Woodford heard Dawes speaking.
It was a long time, Helen, those years that I waited.
She laid her hand tenderly on his. I know, and you never said a word. I respected so your loyalty to John. John was a good husband, Kurt. He really loved me, and I never let him guess that I didn't love him, that it was you, his friend, I loved. But when he died, I couldn't feel grief. I felt regret for his sake, of course, but underneath it was a consciousness that at last you and I were free to love each other.
Darling, you don't regret that I talked you into marrying me right away? You don't care that people may be talking?
I don't care for anything but you. John was dead. Young Jack has his own home and wife. There was no reason in the world why we should not marry. I'm glad that we did. In the darkness outside the window, a stunned, dazed John Woodford saw her lift an illumined face toward the man's. I'm proud to be your wife at last, dear, no matter what anyone may say about us. Woodford drew slowly back from the window. He paused in the darkness under the trees, his mind shaken, torn. So this was his homecoming from the tomb. This was the joy he had anticipated in Helen when he returned. He had always sensed that Helen's feeling for him was not as strong as his for her, but that she had loved Dawes he had never dreamed. Yet now he remembered Dawes' frequent visits, the odd silences between him and Helen. He remembered 1,000 trifles that spoke of the love which those two had cherished. What was he, John Woodford, to do? Walk in upon them and tell them that they had been premature in counting him dead? That he had come back to claim his position in life and his wife again? He couldn't do it. He couldn't now reappear to her and blast her newfound happiness and blacken her name. What was he to do? He couldn't let Helen know now that he was alive, couldn't return to the home that had been his, yet he must go somewhere. Where? With a sudden leap of the heart, he thought of Jack, his son. He could at least go to Jack, let his son know that he was living. Jack, at least, would be overjoyed to see him and would keep the fact of his return secret from his mother. Woodford reached the street and started across the blocks towards the cottage of his son. When he got there, he felt relief as he saw the lights from the lower windows. He had feared that no one would be up. He peered in, as he had done at his own home. Jack was sitting at a little desk, and his young wife was perched on the arm of a chair and listening as Jack explained something to her from a sheet of writing on the desk.
You see, Dorothy, we can just make it by adding our savings to Dad's insurance money.
Oh, Jack, and it's what you've wanted so long, a little business of your own.
Yeah, it won't be very big to start with, but I'll make it grow all right. This is the chance I've been hoping for. Of course, it's too bad about Dad's going like that, but seeing that he did die, the insurance money solves our problems of getting the business started.
John Woodford drew slowly back from the window. He had already decided that he must remain dead to his wife and therefore to the world. He might as well remain so to his son also. It was for the best. John Woodford melted away from the cottage into the darkness. When he reached the street, he stood in indecision. A freezing rain had begun to blow, and he felt very cold. He tried to think what he must do. Neither Helen nor Jack must know that he was living. That meant that no one in the city must know. He must get out of town to some other place, take up life under some other name, but he'd need money to do that. Where was he to get money and help? Howard Norse. The name came to Woodford's lips. Norse had been his employer, head of the firm where Woodford had held a position for many years. He knew where Norse's residence was, several miles out in the country. He couldn't walk that far. He would have to telephone Norse. Woodford walked back towards the city's central section, head bent against the piercing cold wind. He succeeded in finding an all-night lunchroom. The proprietor allowed him to use the telephone. Howard Norse's sleepy voice soon came over the wire. Mr. Norse, this is Woodford, John Woodford.
Yeah, crazy. Woodford's been dead and buried for a couple of weeks.
No, I tell you, it's John Woodford. I'm not dead at all. I'm as living as you are. If you'll come into town, you'll see for yourself.
I'm not likely to drive to town at 2 in the morning to look at a maniac. Whatever your game is, you're wasting your time. Now listen, whoever you are. I was bothered long enough with John Woodford when he was living. He was so inefficient, we would have kicked him out long ago if we hadn't been sorry for him, but now he's dead. You needn't think you can bother me in his name. Good night.
The receiver clicked in Woodford's unbelieving ear. He stared at the instrument. So that was what they had really thought of him at the firm, there where he'd always thought himself as one of the most highly valued employees. But there must be someone upon whom he could call for help, someone he could convince that John Woodford was still living, someone who would be glad to think he might be living. There was no one from whom he could get help, he saw. His paramount necessity now was to get out of the city, and to do that he must rely on himself. The icy blasts of the snow-laden wind penetrated through his thin coat. His hands were shaking with the cold, and he felt his body quivering, his teeth chattering. If he could only get out of the blast of the icy wind. His eyes sought desperately along the street for a hallway where he might shelter himself. He found a deep doorway and crouched down inside it out of the wind and driving snow. But hardly had he done so when a heavy step paused in front of him and a nightstick rapped his feet smartly. An authoritative voice ordered him to get up and go home. Woodford did not try to explain to the policeman that he was not a drunken citizen fallen by the way. He got wearily to his feet and moved on along the street, unable to see more than a few feet ahead for the whirl of snow. The snow on which he was walking penetrated the thin shoes he wore, and his feet were soon even colder than the rest of his body. He walked with slow, dragging steps, head bent against the storm of white. He was dully aware that the dark shops beside him had given way to a low stone wall. With a sudden start, he recognized it as the wall of the cemetery, which he had left but hours before, the cemetery from a vault in which he had escaped. The vault! Why hadn't he thought of it before? He asked himself. The vault would be a shelter from the freezing wind and snow. He could stay there for the night without anyone objecting. He paused, feeling for a moment a little renewal of his former terrors. Did he dare go back into that place from which he had struggled to escape? Then an extra strong blast of icy air struck him and decided him. The vault would be shelter, and that was what his frozen body craved more than anything else. Stiffly, he climbed over the low stone wall and made his way through the cemetery's whitened monuments and vaults towards the one from which he had escaped. The driving snow covered his tracks almost as he made them as he trudged toward the vault. He reached it and tried its iron doors anxiously. Suppose he had locked them when he left. But to his relief, they swung open, and he entered and shut them. It was dark inside, but he was out of the wind and snow now, and his numbed body felt a little relief. Woodford sat down in the corner of the vault. It was a shelter for the night, at least.
It seemed rather ironic that he had to come back here for shelter, but it was something to be thankful for that he had even this. In the morning, when the storm was over, he could leave without anyone seeing and get out of the city. He sat listening to the wind and snow shriek outside. The stone floor of the vault was very cold, so cold that he felt his limbs stiffening and cramping, and finally he stood up unsteadily and paced to and fro in the vault, chafing his arms and hands. If he had only a blanket or even a heavy coat to lie upon, he'd freeze there upon the stone floor. Then, as he turned in his pacing, he bumped into the coffin on the shelf, and a new idea was born in his mind. The coffin, why, the interior of it was lined with silk and satin padding. It would be warm in the coffin. He could sleep in it far better than on the cold stone floor. But did he dare to re-enter it? Again, John Woodford felt faintly the former terrors he had experienced when he had awakened in the coffin. But they meant nothing, he told himself, nothing. He would not be fastened in this time, and his frozen flesh yearned for the warmth of the coffin's lining. So slowly, carefully, he climbed up and lowered himself into the coffin and stretched out. The silk and padding he sank into at a grateful warmth. He lowered his head upon the soft pillow with a sigh of relief. Ah, this was much better. He experienced an almost luxurious comfort now. But after he had lain for a little while, he felt that the top of his body was still cold, where the cold air came into the open coffin's top. That cold air entering kept him from being completely warm. If the lid above him were just closed to keep out the cold air. He reached up and got the edge of the heavy metal lid, and then let it down upon himself. He was completely in the dark now, inside the closed coffin. But he was warm, too, for the lid kept out the cold air, and he was getting warmer all the time as his body warmed up the interior. Yes, it was far more comfortable with the lid closed. An even warmth now pervaded his whole being, and the air inside the coffin was getting warmer and thicker. He felt a little drowsy now as he breathed that warm air, felt luxuriously sleepy as he lay on the soft silk. It was getting a little harder to breathe somehow as the air became thicker. He ought really to raise the coffin lid and let in some fresh air. But it was so warm now, and the air outside was so cold, and he was more and more sleepy. Something dim and receding in his fading consciousness told him that he was on the way to suffocation. But what if he was his sleepy thought. He was better off in here than back in the world outside. He had been a fool ever to fight so hard before to get out of this warm, comfortable coffin, to get back to that outside world. No, it was better like this, the darkness and the warmth and the sleep that advanced. Nobody would ever know that he had awakened at all, that he had been away from here at all. Everything would be just as before, just as before. And with that comforting assurance, John Woodford was swept farther and farther down the dark stream of unconsciousness, from which, this time, there would be no returning.
Man Who Returned, a story by Edmund Hamilton, which appeared in the February 1934 edition of Weird Tales magazine. This is Michael Hansen. Technical production for this broadcast by Rich Brody. Mindwebs is produced at WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension. Welcome to a half hour of Mindwebs, short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction. This story is titled A Night in Elf Hill, written by Norman Spinrad. It comes from the book The Farthest Reaches, edited by Joseph Elder. Dear Fred, yeah, it's your brother Spence after all these years, and of course I'm yelling for help. Spare me the I told you so's and the psychiatrist's pounce. So I'm a black sheep and a miscreant and a neurotic personality. We never could quite stand each other, even when we were kids. And when you became a shrink and I shipped out, well, that really tore it. The reality of inner space versus the escapism of outer space. Maturity versus perpetual adolescence. Isn't that what you said? Sometimes I think you were born speaking that jargon. And if you'll pardon my saying so, I still think it's horse hockey. But the bitch is that now I find myself urgently in need of your brand of horse hockey. See, I've got something I've got to tell to somebody. Something that's been eating me up for a year. Something way over my head. Something you only tell a brother or a shrink. And for all your squareness, Fred, at least you're both. I suppose I've got you good and confused by now, just like in the bad old days, but I hope I've got you as intrigued as Bug. Now, don't go putting things in my mouth, though. I've got no regrets. 17 years in space, and I don't regret a minute of it. But you never could understand that. Remember? I tell you about the kick of 10 new planets every year, of a new woman on every one of them, of the greener grass just beyond the planet beyond the next one. And what I'd get from you is long lectures on flight from reality and compulsive satirism. The only reason I'm raking up these tired old coals, Herr Doctor, is that it all bears on the problem that I'm going to do my damnedest to try and dump in your lap. You know how the time limit on merchant service papers works. Or at least you should know, since shrinks like you stuck us with this system. When you apply for papers, they give you a solid week of physical and mental examinations, everything in the book and some things that aren't. And they tell you just how long they figure you can stand the jumping in and out of subspace, the accelerations, the pressures, the tensions. And they tell you how long, and they put it down on your papers. This man's certified for 18 years in space and not a millisecond longer. The moving finger rights and all that. Actually, I've got no fair reason to complain. 18 years is a good time. The average is closer to 15. Yeah, a good, safe, secure system, Fred. The only thing wrong with it is that you know you have that date hanging over your head. And you know that under the rules, the day will come when you start collecting that mustering out pension. A nice piece of change every year as long as you live, even to a high-priced shrink like you, Fred. And you get that last free ride to the planet of your choice. Sure, you think it's a sweet setup. You would. 18 years of your life in return for financial security and perpetuity. Why don't you go to Port Kennedy and take a good hard look at all those old men sitting in the sun? Those guys living off their nice fat pensions and watching the ships taking off for the stars like one-eyed cats peeping in a seafood store. Old men of 35 or 40. Ask them if it's such a sweet setup. Man, I'm sure glad this is a letter, because I can all but hear you bellowing something like, I told you so. What was it you used to call shipping out? A night in Elf Hill. Yeah, where a man goes into the Hall of the Elves for one night of partying, and the next day, when he comes out, 100 years have passed. He's an old man, an old man, and his life's over. I can hear you telling me that I can't find myself by searching the galaxy, that I've got to look within. And now, look at you, Spence. You're a hollow shell, a 38-year-old adolescent. Yeah, I can see you shaking your head with infinite sadness and infinite wisdom. And you should be glad this isn't face-to-face, too, Fred, because I'd kick your sanctimonious teeth right down your throat. And you know I always could lick you. Suffice it to say that unless you can come up with some pearl of wisdom from out of your bottomless pit of middle-aged maturity, and don't get me wrong, Fred, I hope to God you can, when I'm mustered out next year, that last trip won't be back to Earth. It'll be to Mandala. I know, you've never heard of Mandala. Who has? It's a nothing little planet orbiting a G4 sun. Colonized about a century ago, maybe 15 million Yokums living off the piddling mining industry on one continent. That's Mandala. 10,000 mudballs just like it is scattered all over the galaxy. But I'm really afraid that unless you can stop me, Fred, I'm going back to stay. I made my first planetfall in Mandala a little over a year ago on a freighter from Sidewinder carrying the kind of cargo we just don't talk about. The population's small. There's only one town with nearly enough people to call itself a city. The outback has been pretty thoroughly explored by air. No interesting local beasties or natives. The colony's just not old enough to have really marinated, if you dig, become decadent enough to appeal to my peculiar taste. But let's not go into that. Still, like it or not, I had 3 days on this mudball. I knew from long experience that a planet's just too big a place to be a total nonentity. That's why I went into space in the first place. That's where it's really at. Not all that crap about the vast spaces between the stars. Nah, space itself is creation's most total bore. What makes a guy ship out is just being a kid on Earth and looking up at all those stars and knowing that they all own whole worlds and that each of them is a world as full of surprises as Earth was when Adam and his chick got themselves booted out of Eden. I guess that's it. You've got to dig surprises. A man like me hates security as much as you love it. So, Fred, I knew there had to be something for me on Mandala. A new taste, a new sound, a new woman, a nice surprise. Well, I wandered from bar to bar, my usual SOP, and to make a long, tedious story short, I came up with only 2 little goodies. One of them seemed to be just a fairy story at first. But the second concerned the race with no name. The race had left one of its weird ruins on Mandela. Even you must know about the race with no name. Billions of years ago, before man was even a far distant gleam in some dinosaur's eye, before the Botas or the Dreers or any of the other races that are around today ever existed, the race with no name owned this galaxy from the center clear to the Magellanic Clouds. 1 billion years ago, they disappeared, died out, or migrated elsewhere, God knows what, leaving nothing but ruins on thousands of planets. But you know that. What you don't know, Fred, is what the race means to spacers. See, it's our own private little nightmare that somewhere, somehow, some of them are still around, and that one day we're going to run into them in subspace or on some forgotten planet on the rim. A race 1 billion years gone. A race that was young when the galaxy was coalescing. A race that had as much in common with us as we do with worms. A race that we can't be sure doesn't still exist somewhere. But then there was that local fairy story. It seems that a few decades ago, a Mandalan who had been a spacer settled down on his pension near something called the Great Swamp. Apparently, he wigged out, was known to rave about someplace in the swamp that was the most beautiful city in the galaxy. Of course, there was no such thing in the swamp. And one day he just sort of disappeared and never found his body. The locals claimed that other men had disappeared into the Great Swamp, but nobody I talked to could name names. Just the usual crock, you're thinking, huh? But the race with no name had left a ruin on Mandela. And when you added that to the fairy story, you ended up with something that smelled of artifact. I guess they've found maybe 24 intact artifacts of the race with no name. I lose count. There's the solid hole on Beauchamp, the time trap on Flor del Cielo, and the subspace block on Misty. That horrible thing they haven't even named on Channing, the thing that turns living creatures inside out. No one knows what any of the damn things really are, and I suppose we never will. Maybe I hope we never will. But I got the smell of artifact on Mandela. Somewhere in that swamp was something. No matter how many men have died or worse because of them, I still never heard of a spacer who could resist the lure of discovering an artifact. Don't ask me why. Why do people pick at scabs there, Doctor? So anyway, I rented a flitter, bought some tinned food, leased an energy rifle, which everyone assured me was about as necessary as a conversion bomb, and set out for the Great Swamp. The swamp was where it was supposed to be, about 400 miles east of the city. Great Swamp turned out to be local hyperbole, of course. You could lose it in the Everglades. I set the flitter down in a clearing near the center of the swamp. One weird thing, the trees were lousy with a kind of feathery stuff like Spanish moss, long globs of it hanging everywhere. It was a deep, deep red. It gave you the feeling that you were walking through perpetual sunset. Kind of eerie, maybe, but also kind of soothing. Quite a few critters around, ugly, little, lumpy fish like mud puppies in the stream, small, six-legged blue lizards all over the place, octopoid things swinging in the trees by their tentacles like monkeys, but nothing big enough to worry about, even without the rifle. But I must admit that I sort of dug the place. It put me at ease, even smelled kind of sweet and musky as I went deeper into it. And, of course, that's when I should have started to sweat. I don't care how tame a planet is. It just shouldn't seem harmless if it isn't Earth. Every planet's different from every other in thousands of ways, and at least one of those differences should be the kind that makes a man look behind him. Besides, every other extraterrestrial swamp I've ever seen stank like an open cesspool. Well, I must have just wandered around for hours before I felt, how do I describe it, a kind of scratchy shiver in my head, like running a broken fingernail down a piece of slate. An awful feeling, but it just came and went in a moment. All of a sudden, things got kind of dreamy-like. I went on in kind of a daze, and that scratchy feeling came and went again. And a very funny thing happened. I found myself remembering all kinds of things. Women I had known, the taste of blondie wine and fried prawns, the smell of Chandor perfume, The sun flashing on the ruby beach, the carnival feel of Rialto. Good things. A whole life full of good things, all whipping through my mind like someone had recorded the best moments of my life on tape and was playing the whole damn thing back 100 times normal speed. It was like being high on mescal and bang and dubridge all at once. I got flashes of that, too. I mean, Fred, memories of what being high was really like, mixed in with the rest of it. I forgot everything. The reason I was in the swamp. The fact that I had to be back on the ship in 2 days. Forgot even my depression at the impending mustering out. And I just wandered around, reliving the best moments of my life at breakneck speed. And then I felt that awful, nerve-tingling feeling again, stronger this time. It seemed to last for hours. And it was gone again, and I was standing on top of a little hill. And there below me, where it just couldn't possibly be, was a city. The city. The city that Mandalin Spacer had raved about. And he had been dead right. It was the most beautiful place in the galaxy. Translucent towers of emerald a mile high, piercing the clouds like artificial mountains, hundreds of them. And the streets of the city wound around their feet, streets jammed with buildings from 100 planets and cultures. Argolian force pavilions, mosques, Bohararan, flowers, skyscrapers, stadia, all shimmering and flickering in the ever-changing light that seemed to come from the towers that made the sky above the city a great rainbow aurora. A river separated the foot of my hill from the city. A bridge crossed the river, and a road crossed the bridge. The road was a ribbon of burnished silver. The bridge was a single, arching, dazzling, living crystal that might have been diamond. The river was a flow of liquid gold. The capital city of the universe. Utterly stupefying, utterly impossible, and yet I had that, deja vu feeling that I had somehow seen it before. And what can I say, Fred? I must have been out of my head. It couldn't be there, but it was. And I couldn't even think of all the impossibilities of the situation, the sheer insanity of it all. I ran down that hill like a sex-starved hermit toward a Mexican border town, down the Silver Road, across the Diamond Bridge, and I was there, totally there. Ever been in Rio at the height of the carnival? Ever spent Mardi Gras in old New Orleans? You ever heard of how Rialto becomes one great citywide party on Settling Day Eve? Well, triple that, Fred. Raise it to its own power. Take a big drag of opium, and man, you won't even come close. It just sucked me in, whoosh. The streets were simply boiling with people and beings. Golden women from Topaz. Tall green jungle masters from Mazan. Steppenfolker from Siegfried, dressed in clinging mirror suits. Gleamer-faced cheerbodas and women with hair piled into nests for shimmering Grelin glass butterflies. Beings from 1,000 planets, all babbling and laughing. Carnival sounds, Fred. Laughter, singing, music. Carnival smells. Perfume, frying food, hashish smoke, wine, women. I felt as if I'd stepped into the Arabian Nights. Any minute a flying carpet might float by. I felt as if I'd been searching for this place, this huge carnival, this moment in time all my life. I wanted to laugh and scream and cry. And then I felt that itching in my mind again, and I saw her coming toward me, straight toward me through that packed throng which seemed to drift away before like fog melting away in the sun. She was wearing those now opaque, now transparent golden robes from Topaz. She was almost my height, had exotic oriental features, but bone-white skin. Luminous emerald hair cascaded onto her shoulders. She had a slim but full body, and through a momentary transparency in her robes, I saw that her nipples were an impossible blood red, matching the color of her small, full lips. She was like no woman anyone had ever seen. And yet, as she stood before me, I had that uncanny deja vu feeling again. I knew her. But from where? Ridiculous. How could any man forget a woman like this? She touched my hand, and a thrill went through me like a jolt from a pleasure box.
Hello. I've been waiting for you. We've all been waiting a long, long time. Just for you. Come join the carnival.
She laughed, reached up, curled her hands around my neck, and kissed me. Her mouth was warm and open, and the taste of her breath made me forget everything. I moved my body against her, asking the question, and she answered me with a counter-pressure that was more than a compliance, more certain than an open invitation. She snaked her hands down my neck, over my shoulders, across my chest, and took both my hands in hers. She nodded toward the choked, swirling streets.
Come on. The best night of your life is waiting for you, and the darkness is just beginning.
How long does all this go on?
Forever. For you, this can be the night that lasts forever.
And before I could say a word, before I could tell whether I was eager or afraid, she tugged at my hands and we were off into the carnivaling city together. She led me through the streets, through the laughing-packed streets, past knots of humans and bodas and drears, open stands offering food and wine and drugs from all over the galaxy. And then finally into, a house, a room, a place, a great round hall. The walls, a circle of marble columns past which I caught glimpses of other halls and rooms and passageways beyond. They seemed to go on and on and on. A labyrinth of rooms and hallways packed with people and beings and tables bearing food and drink. An endless, continuous party that wound through the hall and the rooms beyond and perhaps the entire city without limits, without end. We drifted from crowded room to packed courtyard. A dark chamber where naked women danced to the pounding beat of African drums. An open court by the golden river where we sat on white sands, inhaling mutar from topaz, and watched the golden ones do their insidious water dance. A neon-lit room where weirdly dressed kids danced to the music of an ancient Terran rock band. The amorphous building seemed to be the city itself, and the city was one wild carnival of food and music and dancing, swirling, laughing, and completely carrying me away. It seemed that I had but to think of something, a certain food, a wine I remembered, a music I'd heard, and it was there, anything I ever wanted, ever could want. And when the time came when there was only one more thing I wanted, we turned a corner, stepped through a doorway, and we were suddenly alone. We were floating in a dark chamber, floating in nothing at all. A velvet, buoying nothing, softer somehow than free fall itself. She threw aside her robes, and all at once her body seemed to glow with a warm, golden light. She plucked at my clothes, and then I was naked too, and my body was glowing from within like hers. When we made love, it seemed as if we were alone in the whole universe. The light of our bodies, the only light there was. She was perfect, and I was better. You know me, Fred, so you know what I mean when I say it was the best I had ever had, and the best I'd ever been. It made me forget every woman I'd ever known. And afterward, I wasn't tired at all. I was full of vitamins and ready for another night of partying. So we laughed and kissed, and it was back to that endless, fantastic party. We swam nude in a pool of gold and water heated to blood heat under a huge silver moon on moonless Mandala. And then we stretched out on a lawn of bright green grass while a warm, perfumed breeze swiftly dried our bodies. I reached out and touched one perfect breast.
Spence.
It brought me up short. I suddenly went cold. I never told her my name. That one impossibility somehow reminded me that I was here in the middle of a swamp where there was no city, where I was afraid, furious and afraid. I pulled my hand away and asked, "Who are you? What is..." She leaned toward me, kissed me, and the question seemed stupid, trivial. But something in me was still fighting it. I shoved her away and asked, "What the hell is all this? What's going on here?"
Do you really have to know?
But I wasn't buying. Something was being done to me, and I had to know what. Tell me, or...
If you insist, I've got to tell you. But don't insist. Take my word for it, Spence. You won't like what you hear. What do you care what we are, where you are? Look around you. Smell the air, hear the music, touch my body. Do you want to lose all this? Can any place be like this for you again? Will you ever have another night like this? Ever?
I felt a terrible aching sadness. I knew she was right, knew that this moment right now, this night and no other, past or future, was the best I could ever know. I was a spacer with less than 2 years left on my papers, and suddenly I felt like an old man. From this moment, the rest of my life could only be a long, gray downhill slide to nothingness.
It doesn't have to be. This moment, this night, this place, this carnival never has to end. Not for you. Forever, Spence. can last forever. And forever is a long, long time.
Tell me. I screamed at her, shaking her shoulders, driven by some savage compulsion, perhaps the knowledge that I was being offered something that in another moment I would be powerless to resist. Suddenly, a terrible pain sheared through my head, and the city, the pool, her, flickered for a moment and were gone. I was lying on the moist black swamp earth. I was dressed, my clothes were clammy, my stomach ached with hunger. It was night. And I was alone and heard a voice in my mind saying,
"A billion years. A billion years is a long time to be alone, unused, discarded like a broken toy."
What are you? Her, the city?
You, mostly you, and a little of me. I looked into your mind, read your memories, your desires, things you didn't even know yourself, and I gave it to you. What you wanted, what you really wanted. It was easy. That's what I was, made for doing, a billion years ago.
All an illusion, just a reflection of my dreams?
You underestimate the subtlety of the masters, those you call the race with no name. No mere wish fulfillment for them. Every world in this galaxy was theirs, but it was not enough for them. They craved new worlds, subjective worlds, worlds that lived and breathed and reflected their private whims, but worlds that were still apart from their minds, worlds that held surprises for their dirty, jaded minds. None of them mere dreams, but none of them real.
But you're real. You're talking to me now.
I'm real. You would call me an artifact. They created me out of metal and force and things you could never understand. They gave me the power to read the innermost thoughts and desires of all sentient beings, the power to spin dreams, beautiful dreams without end. A toy, just a toy. But they wanted more. They wanted passion. So they made me sentient, a living, caring thing, a thing with a will and only one motivation, the passion to please a sentient being, any sentient being. And then, a billion years ago, they left for I know not where, and they left me here to rot, flung aside when they no longer were amused by their toy. They left me here to rot and suffer and yearn to please a sentient being. For a billion years, a billion empty years till humans came to this planet.
I shivered in the warm night, felt monstrous things staring at me from out of the black, black night, from out of the unthinkable, distant past. But you're not a woman?
I can give you every woman you could ever learn to want.
I want to see you.
I cannot disobey the order of a sentient being, no matter how much I want to.
There was a movement in the trees, and I saw a dark shape, a slithering metallic thing, a lump of darkness blacker than the night. A wet sound, a cold, cold wind across my face, a vortex of something my eyes could not focus on. I felt myself falling into a black, black pool eaten alive by green, squamous things. I screamed and screamed and screamed. And all at once, I was standing in the middle of the diamond bridge, and she was standing before me.
I can't keep you from going.
She kissed me and gestured toward the great emerald spires, the carnival that went on and on and on.
All yours, Spence. Your own private heaven. A universe all for you. A universe that was made for you. Think of it. Being made love to by a whole universe. A night of pleasure that never ends. Forever, Spence. A special kind of forever.
What kind of forever?
What does it matter? A second, an hour, a day, a year, a billion years. If it seems like forever, it is forever, isn't it, Spence? And I can make it seem like forever. You know I can. I can't keep you from going. But can you keep from coming back?
Then she was gone, and the city was gone, and I was alone in the silence of the swamp. I stumbled forward a few steps, and my feet clattered against something in the dark, something hard and round. I reached down, touched it, and pulled my hand back. It was a skull, a human skull. I remembered the Mendelian spacer, and I felt the gnawing hunger in my guts, and I remembered that in the city I had eaten and eaten and eaten. What kind of forever? Well, now you know why I'm writing to you, Fred. Soon my papers will expire, and I'll have to pick one lousy planet out of a whole galaxy in which to spend the rest of my life. Please, Fred, look, talk me out of it. Say something, anything that will make it seem wrong. But make it good, brother mine, make it good, will you? Say something, anything, that'll keep me from going back to Mandela. Spence. You've heard a story by Norman Spinrad titled A Night in Elf Hill. It appears in the book The Farthest Reaches, edited by Joseph Elder. This is Michael Hansen speaking. Reading with me this time was Mindy Ratner. Technical production for Mindwebs by Leslie Hilsenhoff. Mindwebs is produced at WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension. Welcome to a half hour of Mindwebs. Short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction. This is Michael Hansen. The Mindweb story this evening comes from View from Another Shore, European science fiction, edited by Franz Rothensteiner. English translation, copyright 1973 by the Seabury Press. This is The Valley of Echoes, a story by Gerard Klein. This time we ventured a little beyond the pink mountains of Tula, the oasis of crystal, and for days on end we passed between innumerable dunes. The Martian sky was always like itself, very pure, a very dark blue with an occasional hint of gray, and with admirable pink efflorescences at sunrise and sunset. Our tractors performed quite satisfactorily. We were venturing into regions that had hardly been explored thus far, at least by land, and we were reasonably sure of being the first to negotiate these desolate passes. The first men, at any rate. For what we were more or less vaguely searching for was some trace of an ancient civilization. It has never been admitted on Earth that Mars is not only a dead world, but a world eternally deserted. It has long been hoped that we would discover some remains of defunct empires, or perhaps the fallen descendants of the mythical masters of the Red Planet. Too many stories have been told about Mars for 10 years of scientific and fruitless exploration on this point to undo all the legends. But neither Farrier nor LaSalle nor I particularly believed in the possibility of so fantastic an encounter. We were mature and slightly disillusioned men, and we had left the Earth some years before to escape the wind of insanity which at that time was sweeping our native planet. This was something that we did not like to talk about, as it pained us. We sometimes thought it was due to the immense solitude of a species that had just achieved self-awareness, that confronted the universe, that hoped to receive a response, even a fatal one, to its challenge. But space remained silent, and the planets deserted. We were descending, then, toward the south, in the direction of the Martian equator.
The maps were still imprecise at this time, and we had been assigned to make certain geological reports which could not be done from an airplane. As a psychologist, I was only moderately qualified for this task, but I also knew how to drive a tractor and how the instruments worked, and men were scarce on Mars. The worst thing was the monotony that prevailed throughout these days. And people on Earth, comfortably installed behind their desks, write things about us that bring tears of compassion to the eyes of thousands of readers. They speak of our heroism and the adventure that lies in wait for us at each step, of the eternally renewed splendors of unknown worlds. I have never encountered such things. Well, we know danger, but it doesn't rise up from the dunes. It's insidious. A leak in our breathing apparatus, or a corresponding defect in our tractors or in our radio posts. It is, above all, the danger of boredom. Mars is a deserted world. Its horizons are short, curtailed, and there are more inspiring scenes than that of an immense plain of gray sand and scattered lichens. The landscape is not terrible in itself, but what one does feel with poignant acuteness is the awareness of these thousands of kilometers all alike, stretching out in all directions as far as you can see and farther still. Kilometers which slowly pass beneath your treads while you remain immobile. It's a little as if you were sure of finding in tomorrow the exact replica of yesterday. And then you drive. You drive for hours like a machine. And you are the machine. You are the tractor. You creep along between the dunes for hours on end. You avoid the heaps of stones, slowly modeled by the wind and themselves destined to become sand. And from time to time you lift your eyes to the sky, and through flinching lids perceive the stars sparkling in midday, which at first surprises and then bores you mortally so that you would give anything for these eyes of the night to finally close. Then you think of what you'll do on Earth when you return to it. You've heard the news. It's bad. Always bad. No event occurs on Earth that is not aberrant. These are the insane years, they say, and the desire to go back down there turns to a kind of loathing. Nausea grips you. Always you drive, without hoping for anything. At the end of a certain time, you see things rising up from among the dunes. You brake abruptly to avoid them, but there's never anything there. There are also those who fall asleep. The others notice it because the tractor suddenly loses its way, and then they shake the driver or take the wheel themselves. This provides a little recreation. As for me, it depends. Sometimes I make up stories. Stories that take place on Mars, or in space, or on another world, but never on Earth. I prefer not to think of Earth. LaSalle is like myself. For Ferrier, it's worse. He can't stop thinking about it for a minute. I ask myself where this will lead him. He's a geologist. I've watched him dig in the sand and hold up some tiny shell, the ancient abode of a creature long since withered, carried away by the soft winds of Mars. Never once has he discovered a more achieved fossil, the remains of a larger, more powerful, and more fragile creature. I've seen him battling the evidence. I've seen him sweep his eyes over the hills of Mars, silently thinking that it will one day be necessary to turn over these millions of tons of sand in the hope of discovering a forgotten species. I don't think he talks enough. It's not good for a man to say nothing on Mars, nor in space. He remains mute, as if the millions and millions of pounds of sand weighed down on him. Like LaSalle and myself, he sought in space a way out, a means of escaping Earth. But he expected something else of it. He was hoping to encounter in it something other than himself. He thought to encounter the total stranger. He believed he would read on the cliffs of Mars the history of a world absolutely new for Earth. No doubt he'd listened attentively in his childhood to the stories of the man in the moon. Otherwise, he was just like LaSalle and myself. There are things, you see, which we could not bear unless we were sure of discovering one fine day around a bend of space or between two hills a glistening city and ideal beings. But LaSalle and I, we know that this dream is not for today or even for tomorrow, while Ferrier can wait no longer. There are three of us, and that's an awkward number for playing cards. Sometimes we read. We also listen to the radio from time to time, but above all, we sleep. It's a way of economizing on oxygen. It's a way of projecting ourselves in time. We never dream. When evening comes, we descend from the tractor. We unpack our apparatus. We proceed to take certain measurements. We forward the results. We start the catalytic stove. It functions tranquilly under its transparent bell glass, glowing red in the dusk like a hothouse flower. And we eat. We unfurl the parasol-like thing that serves us as a tent, which prevents the mortal cold of Mars from freezing us to the bone. We try once again to sleep, but it's no use. We've been sleeping nearly all day, you see, lulled by the jolting of the tractor, each taking a turn at the wheel. And when night comes, our respirator chafes us and we stifle, and we're suddenly thirsty, and we lie there with our eyes open, staring at the milky dome of the tent, taking in the irritating, faint gnashing of sand grains blown against plastic by the wind, the patter of insect feet. And sometimes it happens during these nights that we ponder on what space might have been, on what these planets might have been. The thought comes to us that man, one day, will endow Mars with an atmosphere, and with oceans and forests, and that cities will rise here, fabulous, taller than all the cities of Earth, that spaceships will unite this planet and other worlds, and that the frontiers of the unknown will be situated elsewhere in space, always pushed back beyond the visible horizon. Our anguish is eased by the thought. We know that man today is steering a false course and asking of this planet what it cannot give, in turning towards the past, in desperately sifting through the sieve of memory in hopes of finding once more the traces of an ancient downfall. We feel then, tremulously, that it is in the future that an answer lies, and that it is into the future that we must throw ourselves. And we occasionally take stock of the paradoxical nature of our situation. We are at once the past and the future. We are included in the mad dreams of generations dead in the not-distant past, and we are going the way of infants yet to be born. Anonymous, we were myths. Forgotten, we will be legends. We do not go abroad at night because of the cold. The extreme tenuity of the atmosphere makes for great differences of temperature, but in the morning, around 9 o'clock, we set out again. Today, we entered a zone of gray sand, then discovered a stretch littered with flat black stones. Aeolian pebbles, strangely fashioned at times, and finally reached the extreme border of the reddish stretch that touches the Martian equator at certain points. Eroded mountains rise gently over the horizon. The dunes have thinned out and dispersed. The worn mesas that circumscribe the eye shelter this plain from the wind. Our tracks come to breach the hazardous irregularity of the desert. They will survive us. The surface of the planet descended gently, as if we were plunging into the bosom of some dried-up sea, into the illusory depths of an imaginary littoral. And suddenly, we saw surge up and grow on the horizon translucent needles of rock, so thin and so high, with such sharp contours that we did not believe our eyes. Ferrier, who was driving, gave a cry. He pressed the accelerator, and the sudden, irresistible jolt of the tractor threw LaSalle and myself from our seats. It's incredible. What a fantastic peak. No, it's a cliff. But it was none of all of this, as we saw later in the day. It was a massif, probably crystalline, An accident that had spluttered in ages past from the entrails of the planet, or perhaps even fallen from the sky. And some inconceivable tremor had cleaved it so that it had the appearance on this immutable plane of a chipped, yet tremendously sharp tooth. This is the first time I've ever seen an acute angle on Mars, said Ferrier. That's not erosion. Neither wind nor sand have managed to cut into this rock. Maybe it's just a giant crystal that has grown slowly, a gradual concentration of like atoms, or perhaps... And we looked at each other. There was one word on our lips. Artifact. Was this, at last, the evidence for which Earth had waited so long? There is nothing worse, I think, than being deceived by an object, because one cannot reproach it. We had suddenly put our trust in Mars, like children. And we were deceived. It was not an artifact. But we did not want to accept what that meant. It had been crazy to hope, but we couldn't help it. We spent the night at the foot of the Crystalline Mountains, and we experienced even more difficulty in getting to sleep than on previous days. We were both disappointed and satisfied. Our journey had not been in vain, and yet its secret goal was completely unfulfilled. When morning came and the temperature became endurable, we adjusted our respirators and went out. We had decided to explore the rocky massif, to leave the tractor behind us and to carry only a light baggage of supplies and instruments. The crystalline cliffs were not overly escarped. They contained faults and openings that permitted us to ascend. The rock was the color of ink, with here and there a murky transparency which reminded us of those blocks of ice that wander in space, the relics of incredibly ancient oceans, fragments of scattered ice packs, debris, finally, of pulverized planets. We were trying to reach the largest fault, hoping to thus discover the very depths of the massif and to understand its structure. Perhaps a lake of mercury awaited us there, or engraved rocks, or even some creature. A door to another dimension. The traces of previous visitors. For this rock had survived for millions of years the slow burial by sand that lies in wait for all things on Mars. It had escaped the tide of dust that flows over the surface of the red planet, and the movement of the dunes that are incessantly shifted by the light winds, and, in a way, it was a witness to past ages, epochs in which men did not dare as yet to lift their faces to the sky. Even less did they dream that one day they would voyage weary through these constellations. But when it came, the thing took us unawares. LaSalle, who was walking ahead, cried out. We heard him clearly and hurled ourselves headlong after him. Ferrier, who was following us, urged me ahead. Rounding a block, we saw LaSalle, who seemed to be giving some object his utmost attention. Listen, he said to us. We heard nothing at first. Then, as we advanced another step from those borderlines that separate silence from sound, we heard a gnashing noise arise. We remained immobile. And this was neither the voice of the wind, nor its singing, nor even the light clatter of a stone or the cracking of rock split by the frost. It was a steady shishing, like the accumulated noise of millions of superimposed signals. The air of Mars is too thin for our ears to perceive the sounds that it transmits. Moreover, our eardrums would not have withstood the difference of pressure which exists between the external milieu and our respiratory system. Our ears are entirely masked, and minuscule amplifiers allow us to hear the sound of our voices and to make out the noises of Mars. And this, I can vouch for it, this was different from anything that I had heard up to that moment on the Red Planet. It was nothing human and nothing mineral. I moved my head slightly, and suddenly I perceived something else that dominated this shishing, reduced it to an insignificant and endless background noise. I perceived a voice, or rather the murmur of a million voices, The tumult of an entire race uttering unbelievable, incomprehensible words, words I could never transcribe with any of the phonetic signs current on Earth. "They're there," LaSalle said to me, his eyes shining. And he took a step or two forward, and I saw him hastily change the setting of his earphones. I followed him and did the same, for the murmur had become a tempest. The insect voices had been transformed into a strident and intolerable howling, a muffled and terrifying roar. We were progressing along a narrow fault between two cliffs of rock, and the sound assailed us in successive, eddying waves. We were drunk on it. We sensed, we knew that at last we were about to find what we had come to see on Mars, what we had in vain implored space to give us. Contact with another life. For as the sound grew louder, we did not have the slightest doubt, not once. We were not easy men to deceive, nor were we liable to let our imagination run wild. This incredible richness in the modulation of the sound could only be the doing of live beings. It mattered little that we understood nothing. We had faith that Earth could solve problems of this sort by its minds and its machines. We were merely the ambassadors of Earth. At the last turn in the fault, the valley finally appeared. It resembled the basin of a dried-up lake, closed in by tall, smooth cliffs, which became more scarped the higher they rose. The opposite end of the valley narrowed and ended in a rocky bottleneck, finally coming up against a terminal wall. There existed no other road that led to this valley except the one that we had taken, unless one were to let oneself drop from the sky. It was an arena rather than a valley, moreover, a vast oblong arena, and deserted. And yet these incomprehensible voices assailed us. It was a lake, you see, invisible, a lake of sounds and of dust. An impalpable dust that the years had laid down in this refuge, a dust fallen from the stars, borne by the wind, in which nothing had left its traces, a dust in which those who were calling to us had been swallowed up, perhaps buried. "Hello!" cried LaSalle. He wanted an answer. He hoped for a silence of astonishment, but the arena was empty, and the dense waves of sound came breaking in on us one after the other. Words whispered, words pronounced, phrases drawn out in a single breath sprung from invisible lips. "Where are you? Oh, where are you?" LaSalle cried in a mournful voice. What he was hearing was not enough for him. He wished to see these unknown messengers. He hoped to see rise up from this lake of dust who knows what hideous or admirable forms. His hands were trembling, and mine as well, and at my back I heard the short hissing breath of Ferrier. "Hello?" cried an incredibly weak voice from the other end of the valley. It was the voice of LaSalle. It stood out minutely against the sonorous background of innumerable voices. It was a bit of wreckage carried to our shore. They're answering us," LaSalle said to me without believing it. And his voice arose from 1,000 places in the valley. An insect's voice, shrill, murmurous, shattered, diffracted. "Hello, hello, hello," it said. "Where are you? Where are you? You. An echo, I thought. An echo. And LaSalle turned again toward me, and I read in his eyes that he had understood. I felt the hand of Ferrier weigh on my shoulder. Our voices, our mingled noises, were grounded in the sound matter that filled the valley and created tricks of interference, returning to us as if reflected in strange mirrors of sound, transformed, but not at all weakened. Was it possible that such a valley existed on Mars? A valley of echoes? A valley where the transparent and thin air of Mars carried forever the sounds reflected by crystal balls? Did there exist in the entire universe a place where the fossils were not at all mineral, but sounds? Were we at last hearing the voices of the ancient inhabitants of Mars, long after the sands had worn away and engulfed the last vestiges of their passing? Or was it indeed the evidence of other visitors come from worlds of which we were still ignorant? Had they passed by here yesterday? Or 1,000,000 years ago? Were we no longer alone? Our instruments would tell us later, and perhaps they would succeed in unraveling the skein of waves, undo these knots, and extract from this involuntary message some illuminating sense. The valley was utterly deserted and dead. A receptacle. The whole of Mars was nothing but a receptacle that received our traces only to annihilate them. Except for this spot, except for this valley of echoes that would doubtless carry the sound of our voices through the ages to our distant successors, perhaps not human. Ferrier took his hand from my shoulder, shoved me aside, and pushed LaSalle away and began to run toward the center of the valley. "Listen to them," he cried. "Listen to them." His boots sank into the impalpable dust, and it rose about him in an eddying, and we heard these voices breaking about our ears in the tempest that he had raised. I saw him running, and I understood what the sirens were, these voices that whispered in his ears, that called to him, that he had hoped for all these past years and vainly searched for. And he plunged into the sonorous sea and sank into the dust. I wished that I could be by his side, but I was incapable of making a move. The voices hammered against my eardrums. "Ah, the fool," said LaSalle in a sad voice. "Oh, the poor fool." Ferrier shouted. Ferrier called. And the immutable, the ancient voices answered him. He imbibed the voices. He drank them, devoured them, stirred them with his demented gestures. And slowly, they subsided. He had disturbed some unstable equilibrium, destroyed a subtle mechanism. His body was a screen. He was too heavy, too material for these thin voices to endure his contact. The voices grew weak. I felt them very slowly leave me. I felt them go away. In a last vibration, I heard them shrivel up and die. And finally, Ferrier fell silent. And in my earphones, I made out a last whispering, a kind of farewell. The silence of Mars. When Ferrier finally turned around, I saw, despite the distance, despite the cloud of dust that gradually settled through his distorted respirator, I saw tears that ran down his cheeks. And he put his hands to his ears. of Echoes, a story by Gerard Klein, which appears in View from Another Shore, European science fiction, edited by Franz Rothensteiner. Copyright 1973 by the Seabury Press. I'm Michael Hansen. Technical production for this broadcast by Bob Chan. Mindwebs is produced at WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension.
Welcome to a half hour of Mind Webs. Short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction.
This story comes from the magazine of fantasy and science fiction, August of 1962. The title is The Top, and it's written by George Sumner Elby. "9:07 a.m. to Jonathan Gerber from L. Lester Leith," read the pale green memorandum slip on the desk. "Kindly save your day for me. Attached is an elevator pass for your permanent possession. Suggest you visit 13th floor this morning, but no higher. LLL." So, after all these years, said Jonathan to himself as he drew the pass, the first he had ever actually touched from its fastening envelope. It was, of course, a miniature pyramid. One metal surface bore the firm name, Allied, the other a photo engraving of his, Jonathan's own head and shoulders. Now, when or where he had been photographed, he had no idea. Recently it must have been, for he was wearing a tie he had just bought. Evidently, the company police had caught him with a fast lens as he entered or left the building. "Miss Kindhands," he spoke to his secretary over the intercom, "cancel my appointments. Mr. Leith wants me to stand by." The golden pyramid in his hand, he strode down the lustrous corridor to the elevator bank. 13. And the elevator operator, though he had known his face and his fuzzy Harris tweed suit for years, faltered in alarm. "Oh, it's all right," Jonathan assured him, and turned over his hand to show the pass. "Sure," said the man, and he breathed the two words as a musician might breathe two soft, low notes on a flute. And then he came to attention, shut the bronze door, and pushed his button. 14 years. Or is it 16? Murmured Jonathan to himself, and descended, even as the elevator carried him upward in power and prestige, through the tiers of memory to his first days in the building. He recalled smiling how he had had his doubts about the elevators. As morning after morning they had lifted him to the advertising department on the 8th floor, he had felt against all reason that there was trickery, that he was being carried not up, but down, down, down into catacombs beneath Allied's gigantic pyramid. The little electric bulbs in the car, blinking 1 and 2 and 3, had not convinced him that he was traveling upward. The motion was so smooth, nothing could be felt. When the noiseless door opened, nobody could have said where he was. Long, empty corridors, narrow as the galleries of a mine, stretched away without end, their plastic panels gleaming under the light from squares of milk glass in the ceiling. There were no windows anywhere in the building, and the radiance entering through the glass brick might have come from deftly concealed electric lamps. There was nothing to prove it was daylight. Fantasy, Jonathan had rebuked himself. Fantasy. I'm lucky, phenomenally lucky. Here I am, only 27 at Allied. Anybody else would give his eye teeth to be where I am. Nowadays, he used colloquialisms to capture more readers for his ads. But in the past, he had used them innocently for pleasure. He had been a copywriter in a New York advertising agency when one afternoon the firm's senior partners had called him in and told him that the almost legendary firm in Minnesota wanted to hire him. If Jonathan refused the paltry gift of himself, it had been made clear the agency might henceforth find it embarrassing to employ him, and so might other agencies. So, feeling like an Aztec youth chosen for the stone altar, honored but doubtful, he had taken the train for Minnesota, finding chocolates and crimson roses in the stateroom. Oh, there had been qualms, nor had his first impression of L. Lester Leith been reassuring. Leith's soundproof office, with its pale gray paint and pale gray furniture, its glass brick glowing with a dim light that might be sunshine and might not, had been rather like a bank of fog. And it had been difficult to tell where the fog left off and Leith himself began. His face was the color of mist. His hair might have been aluminum on which moisture had condensed. His white fingers had moved across his desk like small wraiths, while his voice had the soft, mournful boom of a deep-toned steamer whistle heard across miles of veiled sea. It had taken Jonathan a while to become accustomed to Leith's voice and its miracles of misty circumlocution. "What will my job be?" he had asked, and Leith had replied that jobs were for the lowly and words were not to be used inaccurately. "I mean, what will my work be?" Jonathan had corrected himself, and Leith had answered, "Work. Ah, work. It was
was work which made the fathers of our nation giants on the land. It was work which made America what it is today, the light and beacon of a troubled world. People have grown soft. They ask for security. Ah, the best security, the only security, is work. A third time, Jonathan had tried, and Leith had said, "What products will you advertise? My boy, Allied has no products. Let us say, rather, that Allied creates and develops semi-finished materials which enable small manufacturers under the free enterprise system to enrich or otherwise improve certain items for the ultimate benefit of the consumer, Mr. and Mrs. America. Your subject will be Allied itself. I have brought you to us because, well, you have a nice flair for words. I was deeply stirred by your headline for the shotgun ad, A Lad and His Dog. And the little piece you wrote for the diaper people. What did you call it? Oh, yes, Babies Are Fallen Stars. Just give me words like that for Allied, my boy. Give me patriotism, friendship, nobility, love." Thus 14 years ago. Could it be 16? Could it be 17? Jonathan had begun his task of writing for millions of newspaper readers. Little essays without subjects. When his first institutional copy appeared in print, he had feared that people would laugh. But nobody had laughed. On the contrary, letters of praise had come in from every corner of the country. His ad, which listed George Washington's virtues and named Allied as their modern inheritor, had won the National Advertising Council's Platinum and Ruby Medal. His ad, stating that Allied conducted its business affairs according to precepts learned from a toil-worn mother's lips by Honest Abe Lincoln, had been singled out for a special scroll by the Junior Chamber of Commerce. Ever since, he had been writing such pieces with a growing appreciation of their worth, eloquence, and dignity. And meanwhile, L. Lester Leith had shown him only admiration and kindliness. And Allied had raised his salary from $10,000 a year to $17,500, and from $17,500 to $23,200. Each year, he was awarded, in addition, a bonus of Class C preferred stock, which he would forfeit only if he left the company before retirement age. He was expected on the 13th floor. A burly young guard in a gray uniform, no doubt a recruit from a college football squad, saluted him. Mr. Gerber, I'm going to show you anything you want to see around here.
I really don't know what I want to see, I'm afraid. This is my first visit.
Mr. Lee said you might like me to introduce you to the divisional manager, sir.
Well, then let's do that, by all means. The guard marched ahead, opening bronze doors. In 15 divisional office suites, Jonathan shook hands with 8 bald thin men and 7 bald fat men. These were not the directors. These were merely the decision and risk-takers, devoted family men who were paid $100,000 a year and died early of coronary attacks. Jonathan inspected their graph room, their elaborate communications room, their restaurant, their small 3-bed hospital. "I see the hospital has its own elevator," he observed to the guard. "If a man dies at his desk, you can get him out of the building without anybody getting so much as a peek at him."
Well, the planning board doesn't slip up on the many details, sir.
And Jonathan, in his 4th or 5th year with the company, had had a personal encounter with Allied's precision technique for just such fatalities. One day in the elevator, an engineer named Jacks had paled, gasped, and fallen. And while Jonathan knelt over him, the operator had stopped the car between floors, telephoning calmly to the starter in the lobby for instructions. Then the cage had dropped fast and deep into the cellars, and guards with a stretcher had met it. And Jonathan had said, "I'm afraid he's dead." And the chief guard had replied, "Oh, no, sir, he's fainted, that's all, or else he's indisposed. You going to get him to a doctor?" And the chief had said, "Just step back into the car, sir." That had been all there was to it. Later, Jonathan had been unable to pry an unequivocal answer from the elevator operator, from the guards, or from anybody. On the obituary page of the newspaper on the 3rd day, there had been a brief paragraph to the effect that one D.M. Jacks, engineer of this city, had passed away. But not so much as a word had indicated that the man worked for Allied. Jacks had simply disappeared. The company did not ignore death. It bypassed it. When a man died, his assistant took his place in the corporation with tens of thousands of employees. Somebody was bound to die every day, and work couldn't be repeatedly interrupted. Back once more on his own floors, Jonathan put his head into Leith's handsomely decorated anteroom and said, "If he wants me, I'm back."
"The doctor is with him now,"
said Miss Tabline, Leith's confidential secretary.
"But stay near your phone, please."
At his desk, with nothing to do but wait and stare at the reader acceptance graphs on the wall, Jonathan asked himself what could be in the wind. Leith was anything but impulsive. The permanent pass, the visit to 13 were in themselves a promotion. Nothing lay above 13 but 14, since nobody at all was permitted to go up to 15, where the president's suite filled the pyramid's tip. Was he, Jonathan wondered, actually to join the planning board? He could rise no higher in the advertising department without taking Leith's own job. Well, he'll have the answer soon enough, he told himself, whatever it might be. And with a shrug, he took the pass from his pocket, scrutinized his likeness on it, and laughed. Gone. Gone were the waxen curls of youth. In reminiscent, sentimental mood, he tried to recall how he had looked at 27, and he couldn't manage it. But I do remember, he said to himself with a smile, I do remember that I was skeptical. Oh, was I skeptical? He had, he remembered, in his suspicion of the elevators, actually paced off the corridors to make sure the lower floors of the pyramid were broader than the upper. In fact, he had done worse than that. He had played truant from his desk to explore the cellars, finding, of course, nothing evil, finding nothing at all. Then, Jonathan recalled, smiling, having learned what he could about the building, he had tried to discover what Allied's products were. Flair for words or not, it had seemed absurd to him at first to write ads without knowing what they were about. And he had been able to learn a little. He had found, for example, that the company's 4,000 products bore alphabetic names ranging from AB, AAB, an adulterant for milkshakes, to Ziz, ZYZ, which were rotors for tractor magnetos. But his collection of OBs and Zizzes had soon bored him. The buzzer on his desk, tuned to G-sharp, sounded. With the dexterity of practice, Jonathan lifted his telephone from its cradle and perched it like a parakeet on his shoulder. Gerber here. It was Leith's secretary.
The doctor is still with him. His ulcers must be unusually bad this morning, or maybe he's been hearing the ticking again. But I have some instructions for you. Kindly have your lunch, make a tour of 14 at 1 o'clock, and report back here at 2.
What's cooking, Miss Tabline? Jonathan asked her. The secretaries regarded slang as evidence of democracy and passed the word around that you were adorable if you used it. A girl worked away her fingernails in her youth for a boss who was sufficiently adorable.
I don't know. It must be important, though, a major project.
I eat my lunch at 12 with the junior executive group, you know. The directors don't go out to lunch till 1:15. If I go up to 14 while they're out, the place will be deserted. What does he want me to do up there? Do you know, Miss Tabline?
Just look around, I guess. I wish I was going with you, Mr. Gerber. Promise me one thing, though. Promise me when you get back, you'll tell me if Mr. Waffen really has a gold-plated toilet seat.
Yes, I will, promised Jonathan, but he knew he wouldn't tell. He ate lunch with two of his assistants, younger men still in their indoctrination period. The Grapevine Telegraph, he discovered to his amusement, had already tapped out the news of his golden pass. The boys showed him scrubbed, bright, eager faces, and they writhed each time he opened his mouth, out of respect. Shortly after 1, he rode up to 14 in the elevator. It was noticeably smaller than 13. Evidently, the step back was sharper than it appeared from the street. Another guard, saluting, informed him that there were 8 directors' offices and a conference room, and that he was free to go anywhere he liked. And the guard said, "They're worth seeing, sir." And they were. Several offices had barber chairs, gigantic television receivers, and bars stocked with private blends. One had a cigar humidor the size of a bank vault. One a target range for air pistols. And one a finished sauna bath. The most interesting was a room which duplicated the afterdeck of a cabin cruiser, complete with angling chair and a rack for rods and reels. Not an assistant, not a secretary was to be seen. Not a memorandum desecrated the rich, polished wood of the vast desks. Tell me, Jonathan said to the guard, how often do these planning board men come in? And the guard had replied, "Well, they're here for the annual meeting, sir. Otherwise, they come in only when Mr. Satterthwaite sends for them, I guess." Anscombe Ludlow Satterthwaite II was Allied's president, who had his suite in the point of the pyramid, and a man who was photographed, growing no older in the photographs from year to year, but he was never seen. Do any of them live in Minnesota? Forgive my curiosity. This is my first visit. Well, sir, you're forgetting they all have planes and pilots nowadays.
Like Mr. Ippinger, he's got 400,000 acres in Louisiana he keeps for the shrimping, so he lives there. And Mr. Latchwell owns an island off the coast of Mexico. He's got a castle and a little army. That's why he wears his red and blue uniforms and his leather boots with the stars on them. Yeah, I've seen Mr. Latchwell on the elevators, of course. Jonathan, at one time or another, had glimpsed most of the portly, imposing directors. There was one, undoubtedly the fisherman, who wore white canvas trousers and a white cap with a green celluloid bill. Another went bare-toed in rawhide sandals for his health. There was method behind their little eccentricities, of course. They put them on as a demonstration of equality, as wise old Leith had patiently explained to him more than once. Thanking the guard, Jonathan went down again. "It's 1:55, he said, putting his bald head into Leith's anteroom. Miss Tabline, peering over her glasses, said,
"Oh, come in and wait here. Oh, tell me. You must tell me. Is it really?"
"Our directors work much too hard, Miss Tabline, for any such nonsense, but, of course, I understand you were just having a little fun."
"Oh, I did so want to know."
Was Miss Tabline's loyalty questionable? She might just possibly, said Jonathan to himself, prove to be a dangerous fellow worker. He read Dear Folks, the Allied House organ, until the signal lamp flashed and Miss Tabline said he might go in. Good news or bad, and he scarcely saw how it could be bad. He would have it now.
"Oh, good afternoon, my son,"
said L. Lester Leith. His face was as white as a sheet of the yaga the company manufactured as an intermediate for the dentifrice industry, smudged with shadow. One corner of his mouth sagged. His left eye was an owl's, a pupil enormous and fierce. Jonathan was shocked and said, Lester, you're ill."
I'm not ill. I'm dying. I'll die at my desk this afternoon, probably within the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Well, let me drive you home.
No. I want it this way. I want my death as well as my life to be a demonstration of service to Allied and all that it stands for. But time is short, my son. Tomorrow morning, an inter-office memo, Form 114B Blue, will announce that you are succeeding me as chief of the department. You'll start at 50,000. Your stock bonus will be comparable.
Well, thank you, Lester.
Your first act of office, Jonathan, I hope will be to hire an assistant who blazes with our sacred fire. I suggest that you do what I did. Comb the agencies for a young Jonathan Gerber and train him as for 21 years I have trained you.
It was a gray afternoon. No sunlight at all was filtering through the glass brick. The room, it seemed to Jonathan, was crowded with bars of fog lying one on top of another like 2x12 stacked in a lumber yard. In dimness, in shimmer and shadow, L. Lester Leith's face came and went. An image floating free in space, bobbling lazily like a barrel on a foggy sea. "It's been such a joy to serve Allied that I haven't counted the years," said Jonathan. He had learned well. Such pronouncements were now effortless for him, but it was a bit of a blow nevertheless. Has it really been so long?
It has, my son. And I know I leave the department in good hands. Did you go up to 13?
Yes, of course.
14?
Of course, it was your order. Leith swayed. With an effort, he gathered together his failing energy, and he said,
Before you take over, there's one more thing, Jonathan. One final right. You must meet our president. Go up to 15.
He sagged on his executive's postured chair. Jonathan sprang forward. Lester! Never so slowly, Leith raised a white forefinger towards the ceiling.
15,
he whispered, and died. Tenderly, Jonathan closed behind him the soundproof door that was now his own. Miss Tabline, please call the janitor. Mr. Leith is no longer
with Allied. Down the corridor at the elevator bank, a car appeared the instant he pressed the button, almost as if news of His Eminence had somehow traveled down the dark shaft along the bell wire. And he directed the operator brusquely. The top. The little lamps blinked. The door slid open. But I said I wanted the top. Jonathan protested indignantly. He was the advertising manager. He earned $50,000 a year. His time was too valuable to Allied for him to permit a menial to waste it. And he said, "This is 14, not 15. The operator said, "Sorry, sir, this is as high as we'll go. Speak to the guard." "I will indeed." The guard was already at his elbow, the same chap who had conducted him earlier. "What is this? What is this? I want 15, damn it." "Oh, quite right, sir. Over here." He led the way to a plain bronze door with neither knob nor keyhole. "Just drop your pass into the slot, sir. It operates an electrical circuit and opens the door. You do the same thing on the other side when you come down." "You mean to say Mr. Satterthwaite walks this last flight each time he comes here?" Well, I've never seen him, sir. He must." From coast to coast, hundreds of Allied plants were a whir. 193,000 Allied fellow workers were turning out 4,000 products. Here, at the center of the country, sat this colossal pyramid, which was the center of the whole thing. Here, on the topmost floor of the pyramid, clicked the mind which in its genius comprehended and guided all. And here was he, Jonathan Gerber, about to shake the hand of supremacy. Eyes alight, shoulders squared, Jonathan dropped his pass into the thin slot, walked through the door, and shut it after him. Facing him was a simple staircase of painted steel with a handrail. Climbing it, past rough walls of orange hollow tile which had not been plastered, he marveled. How fitting that Mr. Satterthwaite, with his immeasurable power, should despise its trappings. Many and many a time in his writings, Jonathan had said that Allied's president was a simple man, and as always, the fiction had created the fact. He was. At the top of the staircase, he stepped onto a bare concrete floor littered with scraps of building paper, pots of dried paint, and dead flies. The air smelled like a Stilton cheese. Trying a door at his left, he peered into a black cavern in which greased steel elevator cables slipped over great spoked wheels. He tried a door at his right and gazed into another cavern exactly like it. For 5 minutes, for 10, he stood in the musty heat, turning slowly round and round, looking for he knew not what. A secret door, a cache, a blackboard on which his predecessors might have left, if nothing more, at least their signatures. But he saw only the paint pots, the flies, and 4 small windows like round eyes, one on each inward sloping wall. Cobwebs and grime covered the windows, but here and there on them he saw the scurf had been rubbed away as by a sleeved elbow. Stepping to the nearest, he broadened the clear spot on it and looked out. He saw a segment of the town, which might have been a ramshackle clutter of blackened boards, and beyond that, the endless plain of Minnesota. And he saw something he had forgotten, that it was winter on the prairie. Dry snow driven by the wind smoked over farmhouses and fences. Where the land could be seen at all, it was blue with cold, and more snow was coming, and more cold. For it was true that summer was a vacation, an interlude. Winter was the reality, the constant companion. Winter lay ever a few miles to the north, waiting to reclaim its property. Blue lay the earth veined with white like the deep sea, and the veins were ice. Jonathan murmured and shivered. So cold, so cold. And slapping the dust from his warm, fuzzy tweed suit, he summoned his raiment for his face, awe and dedication in the proper proportions, and tramped down the staircase, his heels ringing on the painted steel, bits of plaster gritty as sand beneath his sole. His hand all the way cherished the safety rail. He warned himself cautiously. This would be no time to slip and fall. No, I mustn't slip now. title of that story is The Top, written by George Sumner Albee. It appeared in the August 1962 edition of the magazine of fantasy and science fiction. This is Michael Hansen speaking. Technical production on Mindwebs by Steve Gordon. Mindwebs comes to you from WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension. Welcome to a half hour of Mindwebs, short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction. This is Michael Hansen. The story this evening is Game for Motel Room by Fritz Lieber, copyright 1963 by Mercury Press. Sonia moved around the warm, deeply carpeted motel room in the first gray trickle of dawn as if to demonstrate how endlessly beautiful a body can be if only its owner will let it. Even the body of a woman in, well, perhaps her 40s, Burton judged, smiling at himself in lazy reproof for having thought that grudging word even. It occurred to him that bodies do not automatically grow less beautiful with age, but that a lot of bodies are neglected, abused, even hated by their owners. Women, in particular, are apt to grow contemptuous and ashamed of their flesh. This always shows. They start thinking old and ugly, and pretty soon they look it. Like a car, a body needs tender, constant care, regular tune-ups, an occasional small repair, and above all, it needs to be intimately loved by its owner, and from time to time by an admiring second party. And then it never loses beauty and dignity, even when it corrupts in the end and dies. Oh, the dawn's a cold hour for philosophy, Burton told himself. And somehow philosophy always gets around to cold topics, just as lovemaking and all the rest of the best of life make one remember death and even worse things. His lean arm, snaked out to a bedside table, came back with a cigarette and an empty folder of matches. Sonia noticed. She rummaged in her pale ivory traveling case and tossed him a black pear-shaped lighter. Burton caught the thing, lit his cigarette, and then studied it. It seemed to be made of black ivory and shaped rather like the grip of a revolver, while the striking mechanism was of blued steel. The effect was sinister.
Like it?
Sonia asked from across the room. Frankly, no. It doesn't really suit you.
You show good taste or sound instinct. It's a vacation present from my husband.
Yeah? He has bad taste and married you?
He has bad everything. Hush, baby.
Burton didn't mind. Not talking let him concentrate on watching Sonia. Slim and crop-haired, she looked as trimly beautiful as her classic cream-colored, hard-topped Italian sports car in which she had driven him to this cozy hideaway from the bar where they had picked each other up. Her movements now, stooping to retrieve a smoke blue stocking and trail it across a chair, momentarily teasing apart two ribs in the upward slanting Venetian blinds to peer at the cold gray world outside, executing the fraction of a dance figure, stopping to smile at emptiness. These movements added up to nothing but the rhythms and symbolisms of a dream. Yet it was the sort of dream in which actor and onlooker might float forever.
In the morning twilight, she looked now like a schoolgirl, now like a witch, now like an age-outwitting ballerina out for her 25th season, but still in every way the prima ballerina. As she moved, she hummed in a deep contralto voice a tune that Burton didn't recognize. And as she hummed, the dim air in front of her lower face seemed to change color very faintly, the deep purples and blues and browns matching the tones of the melody. Pure illusion, Burton was sure, like that which some hashish eaters and weed smokers experience during their ecstasy when they hear words as colors, but most enjoyable. To exercise his mind, now that his body had had its fill, and while his eyes were satisfyingly occupied, Burton began to set in order the reasons why a mature lover is preferable to one within yoo-hooing distance of 20 in either direction. Reason 1, she does quite as much of the approach work as you do. Sonia had been both heartwarmingly straightforward and remarkably intuitive at the bar last night. Reason 2, she's generally well-equipped for adventure. Sonia had provided both sports car and motel room. Reason 3, she doesn't go into an emotional tailspin after the act of love, even if her thoughts trend toward death then, like yours do. Sonia seemed both lovely and sensible, the sort of woman it was good to think of getting married to and having children by. Sonia turned to him with a smile.
I'm sorry, baby, but that's quite impossible, especially your second notion.
Hey, did you really read my mind? What do you mean? Why couldn't we have children?
I think I'll take a little chance and tell you why.
She came over and sat on the bed beside him and bent down and kissed him on the forehead. That was nice. Did it mean anything special?
It was to make you forget everything I'm going to tell you.
How? How if I'm to understand what you tell?
After a while, I will kiss you again on the forehead, and then you will forget everything I've told you in between. Or if you're very good, I'll kiss you on the nose, and then you'll remember, but you won't be able to tell anyone.
Well, if you say so. But what is it you're going to tell me?
Oh, just that I'm from another planet in a distant star cluster, and I belong to a totally different species. We could no more start a child than a chihuahua and a cat, or a giraffe and a rhinoceros. Unlike the mare and the donkey, we couldn't even get a cute little sterile mule with glossy fur and blue bows on his ears.
Burton grinned. He had just thought of reason 4. A really grown-up lover plays the most delightfully childish nonsense games. Now, go on.
Well, superficially, of course, I'm very like an Earth woman. I have 2 arms and 2 legs and this and these.
Yeah, for which I am eternally grateful.
You like them, huh?
Yeah, I do. Well, especially these.
Watch out. They don't even give milk. They're used in esping. You see, inside I'm very different. My mind is different, too. It can do mathematics faster and better than any one of your electric calculating machines.
Oh, yeah? What's 2 and 2?
22. And also 100 in the binary system and 11 in the trinary and 4 in the duodecimal. I have perfect recall. I can remember every least thing I've ever done and every word of every book I've ever leafed through. I can read unshielded minds, in fact, anything up to triple shielding, and hum in colors. I can direct my body heat so that I never really need clothes to keep me warm at temperatures above freezing. I can walk on water if I concentrate, and even fly, though I don't do it here because it would make me conspicuous.
Yeah, especially at the present moment. Oh, it'd be one hell of a sight. Why are you here, by the way, and not behaving yourself on your home planet?
I'm on vacation.
Really?
Yeah. Well, we use your rather primitive planet for vacations, like you use Africa and the Canadian forest. A little machine teaches us during one night's sleep several of your languages. It implants in our brains the necessary background information, too. My husband surprised me by giving me the money for this vacation, the same time he gave me the letter. Usually he's very stingy. But perhaps he had some little plot. I don't know, an affair with his chief nuclear chemist, I guess, and wanted me out of the way. I can't be sure, though, because he always keeps his mind quadruple shield, even from me.
So you actually have husbands on your planet, too, huh?
Oh, yes, indeed. Very jealous and possessive ones, too. So watch your step, baby. Yeah, although my planet is much more advanced than yours, we still have husbands and wives and a very stuffy system of monogamy. That seems to go on forever and ever everywhere. Oh, yes, and on my planet we have death and taxes and life insurance and wars and all the rest of the universal idiocy. I don't want to talk about that anymore. Or about my husband. Let's talk about you. Let's play truths. Deep down truths.
Okay.
What's the thing you're most afraid of in the whole world?
Oh, geez, you really want me to give you an honest answer to that?
Of course. It's the first rule of the game.
Well, I guess I'm most afraid of something going wrong with my brain, you know. Growing wrong, really. Something like a brain tumor, that'd be it.
Oh, you poor baby. Just wait a minute.
Still uneasy from his confession, Burton started nervously to pick up Sonia's black lighter, but its black pistol look repelled him. Sonia came bustling back with something else in her right hand.
Sit up. No, none of that. This is serious. Pretend I'm a very proper lady doctor who just forgot to get dressed.
Burton could see her slim back and his own face over her right shoulder in the wide mirror of the dresser. She slipped her right hand and the small object it held behind his head. There was a click.
No, I can't see any sign of something wrong in your brain or it's likely to grow wrong. It's as healthy as an infant's. What's the matter, babe?
Look, Sonia, it's wonderful to play nonsense games and all that, but when you start using magic tricks or hypnotism to back them up, well, that's cheating.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, when you clicked that thing, I saw my head turn into a pinkish skull and then into like a pulsing blob with folds in it.
Oh, I'd forgotten the mirror. But you really were just imagining things. Or having a mild optical spasm and seeing colors. No, I won't let you see my little XYZ ray machine.
She tossed it across the room into her traveling case.
It would spoil our little nonsense game.
As his breathing and thoughts quieted, Burton decided she was possibly right. Or at least that he'd best pretend she was right. It was the safest and sanest thing to think of what he'd glimpsed in the mirror as an illusion, like the faint colors he'd fancied forming in front of her humming lips. Perhaps Sonia had an effect on him like hashish or some super marijuana. A plausible enough idea, considering how much more powerful a beautiful woman is than any drug. Nevertheless. All right, Sonia. Tell me, what's your deepest fear?
I don't want to tell you.
Oh, come on. I stuck to the rules.
No, all right. It's that my husband will go crazy and kill me. That's a much more dreadful fear on my planet than yours, because we've conquered all diseases, and we each of us can live forever, though it is customary to disintegrate after 40 to 50,000 years. And we each of us have tremendous physical and mental power, so that the mere thought of any genuine insanity is dreadfully shocking. Insanity is so nearly unknown to us that even our advanced intuition doesn't work on it, and what's unknown is always most frightening. By insanity, I don't mean minor irrationalities. We have those. My husband, for instance, is bugged on the number 33. He won't begin any important venture except on the 33rd day of the month. And me, I have a weakness for black-haired babies from primitive planets.
Now, wait a minute. You said the 33rd day of the month?
Yeah, my planet has longer months. Nights, too. You'd love them. More time for demonstrating affection and empathy.
You play this nonsense game pretty seriously. Like you'd read nothing but speculative fiction all your life.
You know, maybe there's more in speculative fiction than you realize. But we've had enough of that game. Come on, black-haired baby, let's play...
Hey, wait a minute. She drew back, making a sulky mouth at him. He made his own grim, or perhaps his half-emerged thoughts did that for him. Okay, so you've got a husband on your planet, and he's got tremendous powers, and you're deathly afraid he's going to go crazy and try to kill you. And now he does an out-of-character thing by giving you vacation money and...
Oh, yes, he's such a dreadful mixed-up Superman. He always keeps up that permissible but uncustomary quadruple shield, and he looks at me with such a secret gloating viciousness when we're alone that I'm choked full of fear day and night, and I've wished I could really get something on him so that I could run to an officer of public safety and have the maniac put away. But I can't. He never makes a slip. I begin to feel I'm going crazy. I, with my supremely trained and guarded mind, I just have to get away to vacation planets and forget him in loving someone else. Come on, baby, let's...
Hey, wait a minute. You said you've got insurance on your planet, right? Are you insured for very much?
A very great deal. Perfect health and a life expectancy of 50,000 years makes the premiums rather cheap.
All right, and your husband's a beneficiary?
Yes, he is. Come on, Burton, let's not talk about him.
No, Sonia, what does your husband do? I mean, what is his work?
He manages a bomb factory. I work there, too. I told you we had wars. They're between the League our planet belongs to and another star cluster. You've just started to discover the super bombs on Earth, the fission bomb, the fusion bomb. They are clumsy, oversized toys. The bombs my husband's factory manufactures can each of them destroy a planet. They're really fuses for starting the matter of the planet disintegrating spontaneously so that it flashes into a little star. Yet the bombs are so tiny you can hold one in your hand. In fact, this cigarette lighter is an exact model of one of them. The models were used for Cosmos Day presents to top officials. My husband gave me this along with the vacation money, Burton. Reach me one of those foul Earth cigarettes, will you? If you're going to refuse the other excitements, I've got to have something.
Yeah, okay. Tell me one more thing, Sonia. You say you've got a perfect memory. How many times have you struck that cigarette lighter since your husband gave it to you?
31 times, counting the one time you used it.
She flicked it on and touched the tiny blue flame to her cigarette, inhaled deeply, and let the tiny snuffer snap down the flame. Twin plumes of faint smoke wreathed from her nostrils.
That's 32 now.
She held the black pear-shaped object towards him, her thumb on the knurled steel blue trigger.
Shall I give you a light?
No. Sonia, as you value your life and mine, and the lives of 3 billion other primitives, don't work that lighter again. Put it down.
All right, baby.
She smiled nervously and dropped the black thing on the white sheet.
Why is baby so excited?
Sonia, look, maybe I'm crazy, or maybe you are only playing a nonsense game backed up with hypnotism, but...
Well, what is it, baby?
If you really do come from another planet where there's almost no insanity, homicidal or otherwise, what I'm going to tell you will be news, Sonia. We've just lately had several murders here on Earth where a man plants a time bomb on a big commercial airplane to explode it in the air and kill all the passengers and crew just to do away with a single person, generally for the sake of collecting a big insurance policy. Now, if an Earth murderer could be cold-blooded or mad enough to do that, why couldn't a super murderer...
Oh, no. Not blow up a whole planet to get rid of just one person.
Well, why not? Your husband is crazy. Only you can't prove it. He hates you, right? He stands to collect a fortune if you die in an accident. Like on a primitive vacation planet that explodes. He gives you the money for a vacation on such a planet, and at the same time he gives you a cigarette lighter that's an exact model of...
I can't believe it. Not a whole planet.
But that's the sort of thing insanity can be, Sonia. And what's more, you can check it. Use that XYZ ray gadget thing of yours to look through the lighter.
But he couldn't. Not even he could.
Look through the lighter, will you? Sonia picked up the black thing by its base and carried it over to her traveling case. Remember not to flick it. You told me he was bugged on the number 33. I imagine that would be about the right number to allow to make sure that you were settled on your vacation planet before anything happened. He saw the shiver travel down her back as he said that. And suddenly Burton was shaking so much himself he couldn't possibly have moved. Sonia's hands were on the other side of her body from him, busy above her traveling case. There was a click, and her pinkish skeleton showed through her. It was not quite the same as the skeleton of an Earth human. There were 2 long bones in the upper arms and upper legs, fewer ribs, and what looked
looked like two tiny skulls in the chest. She turned around, not looking at him.
You were right. But now I've got the evidence to put my husband away forever. I can't wait.
She whirled into action, snatching articles of clothing from the floor, chairs and dresser, whipping them into her traveling case. The whole frantic little dance took her less than 10 seconds. Her hand was on the outside door before she paused. She looked at Burton, put down her traveling case, and came over to the bed and sat down beside him.
Poor baby. I'm going to have to wipe out your memory, and yet you were so very clever. I really mean that, Burton.
He wanted to object, but he felt paralyzed. She put her arms around him and moved her lips towards his forehead. Suddenly, she said,
No, I can't do that. There's got to be some reward for you.
She bent her head and kissed him pertly on the nose. Then she disengaged herself, hurried to her bag, picked it up, and opened the door.
Besides, I'd hate for you to forget any part of me.
Hey, you can't go out like that.
Well, why not?
You don't have any clothes on.
On my planet, we don't wear them.
The door slammed behind her. Burton sprang out of bed and threw it open again. He was just in time to see the sports car take off, straight up. Burton stood in the open door for half a minute, stark naked himself, looking around at the unexploded Earth. And he started to say aloud, Gosh, I didn't even get the name of her planet. But his lips were sealed. Fritz Lieber's story, Game for Motel Room, copyright 1963 by the Mercury Press. This is Michael Hansen. Reading with me was The Princess from the Magic Forest. Technical production for this program by Bob Chan. Mindwebs is produced at WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension. This is Michael Hansen with a Mindweb story by Henry Kuttner. The story is titled Don't Look Now, and the copyright is 1948 by Better Publications.
The man in the brown suit was looking at himself in the mirror behind the bar. The reflection seemed to interest him even more deeply than the drink between his hands. He was paying only perfunctory attention to Lyman's attempts at conversation. This had been going on for perhaps 15 minutes before he finally lifted his glass and took a deep swallow. "Don't look now," Lyman said. The brown man slid his eyes sidewise toward Lyman, tilted his glass higher, and took another swig. Ice cube slipped down toward his mouth. He put the glass back on the red-brown wood and signaled for a refill. Finally, he took a deep breath and looked at Lyman. "Don't look at what?" "There was one sitting right next to you," Lyman said, blinking rather glazed eyes. "He just went out. You mean you couldn't see him?" The brown man finished paying for his fresh drink before he answered. "See who?" he asked, with a fine mixture of boredom, distaste, and reluctant interest. "See who? Who went out?" "What have I been telling you for the last 10 minutes? Weren't you listening?" "Well, certainly I was listening. That is, certainly. You were talking about bathtubs, radios, Orson." "Not Orson. H.G., Herbert George. With Orson, it was just a gag. H.G. knew, or suspected. I wonder if it was simply intuition with him. He couldn't have had any proof, but he did stop writing science fiction rather suddenly, didn't he? I'll bet he knew once, though." "Knew what?" "About the Martians. All this won't do us a bit of good if you don't listen. It may not anyway. The trick is to jump the gun with proof, convincing evidence. Nobody's ever been allowed to produce the evidence before. You are a reporter, aren't you?" Holding his glass, the man in the brown suit nodded reluctantly. "And then you ought to be taking it all down on a piece of folded paper. I want everybody to know, the whole world. It's important, terribly important. It explains everything. My life won't be safe unless I can pass along the information and make people believe it." "Why won't your life be safe?" "Because of the Martians, you fool. They own the world." "Well, then they own my newspaper, too, so I can't print anything they don't like." I never thought of that." Lyman considered the bottom of his glass where 2 ice cubes had fused into a cold, immutable union. "They're not omnipotent, though. I'm sure they're vulnerable, or why have they always kept undercover? They're afraid of being found out, that's what. If the world had convincing evidence... Look, people always believe what they read in the newspapers, couldn't you?" "Ah," said the brown man with deep significance. Lyman drummed sadly on the bar and murmured, "There must be some way. Perhaps if I had another drink." The brown-suited man tasted his Collins, which seemed to stimulate him. "Now, just what is all this about Martians? Suppose you start at the beginning and tell me again, or can't you remember?" "Yeah, of course I can remember. I've got practically total recall. It's something new, very new. I never could do it before. I can even remember my last conversation with the Martians." Lyman favored the brown man with a glance of triumph. "When was that?" "This morning." "I can even remember conversations I had last week." "This morning, so what?" "You don't understand. They make us forget, see? They tell us what to do and we forget about the conversation. It's post-hypnotic suggestion. But, see, we follow their orders just the same. There's the compulsion, though. We think we're making our own decisions. Oh, they own the world, all right, but nobody knows it except me." "Well, how did you find out?" "Well, I got my brain scrambled in a way. I've been fooling around with supersonic detergents trying to work out something marketable, you know. And the gadget went wrong from some standpoints. High-frequency waves it was. They went through and through me. It should have been inaudible, but I could hear them. Or rather, well, actually, I could see them. That's what I mean about my brain being scrambled. And after that, I could see and hear the Martians. They've geared themselves so they work efficiently on ordinary brains, and mine isn't ordinary anymore. And they can't hypnotize me either. They can't command me, but I needn't obey now. I hope they don't suspect. Maybe they do. Yeah, I guess they do." "Well, how can you tell?" "The way they look at me." "Well, how do they look at you?" asked the brown man as he began to reach for a pencil, and then changed his mind. He took a drink instead. "Well, what are they like?" "I'm not sure. I can see them all right, but only when they're dressed up." Okay. How do they look when they're dressed up?" "Oh, just like anybody almost. They dress up in human skins. Oh, not real ones, imitations, like the Katzenjammer kids zipped into crocodile suits. Undressed, I don't know.
I've never seen one. Maybe they're invisible even to me then, or maybe they're just camouflaged. Ants or owls or rats or bats or anything. Yeah, thanks, or anything, of course. But when they're dressed up like humans, like the one that was sitting next to you a while ago when I told you not to look, well, that one was invisible, huh? Most of the time they are to everybody. But once in a while, for some reason, they... Oh, wait a minute. Make sense, will you? They dress up in human skins and then they sit around invisible. Only now and then. The human skins are perfectly good imitations. Nobody can tell the difference. It's that third eye that gives them away. When they keep it closed, you'd never guess it was there. When they want to open it, they go invisible. Like that. And when I see somebody with a third eye right in the middle of his forehead, I know he's a Martian and invisible. And I pretend not to notice him. Well, then, for all you know, I'm one of your visible Martians. Oh, I hope not. Drunk as I am, I don't think so. I've been trailing you all day, making sure. It's a risk I have to take, of course. They'll go to any length at all, to make a man give himself away. I realize that. I can't really trust anybody, but I had to find someone to talk to. And I could be wrong. When the third eye's closed, I can't tell if it's there. Would you mind opening your third eye for me? He fixed a dim gaze on the brown man's forehead. Sorry. Some other time. Besides, I don't know you, so... Look, you want me to splash this across the front page, I gather? Why don't you go see the managing editor? My stories have to get past the desk and rewrite anyway. I want to give my secret to the world. The question is, how far will I get? You'd expect they'd have killed me the minute I opened my mouth to you, except that I didn't say anything while they were here. I don't believe they take us very seriously, you know. This must have been going on since the dawn of history, and by now they've had time to get careless. They let Fort go pretty far before they cracked down on him. But you notice they were careful never to let Fort get hold of genuine proof that would convince people. The brown man said something under his breath about a human interest story in a box, and he asked, "What do the Martians do besides hang around bars all dressed up?" I'm still working on that. It isn't easy to understand. They run the world, of course. But why? Why? If they do run it, they've got a lot to explain. That's what I mean. From our viewpoint, there's no sense to it. We do things illogically, but only because they tell us to. Everything we do, almost, is pure illogic. Pose imp of the perverse. You could give it another name beginning with M. Martian, I mean. It's all very well for psychologists to explain why a murderer wants to confess, but it's still an illogical reaction, unless a Martian commands him to. You can't be hypnotized into doing anything that violates your moral sense. Not by another human, but see, you can by a Martian. I expect they got the upper hand when we didn't have any more than 8 brains, and they've kept at it ever since. They evolved as we did and kept a step ahead, like the sparrow on the eagle's back who hitchhiked until the eagle reached his ceiling and then took off and broke the altitude record. They conquered the world, but nobody ever knew it, and they've been ruling it ever since. But take houses, for example. Uncomfortable things, ugly, inconvenient, dirty, everything's wrong with them, but when men like Frank Lloyd Wright slip out from under the Martian's thumb long enough to suggest something better, look how the people react. They hate the thought. That's their Martians giving them orders. Look, why should the Martians care what kind of houses we live in? Tell me that. I don't like to know the skepticism I detect creeping into this conversation. They care, all right, no doubt about it. They live in our houses. We don't build for our convenience. We build under order for the Martians, the way they want it. They're very much concerned with everything we do. And the more senseless, the more concerned. Take wars. Wars don't make any sense from any human viewpoint. Nobody really wants wars, but we go right on having them. From the Martian viewpoint, they're useful. They give us a spurt in technology, and they reduce the excess population. And there are lots of other results, too. Colonization, for one thing, but mainly technology. In peacetime, if a guy invents jet propulsion, it's too expensive to develop commercially. In wartime, though, it's got to be developed. Then, see, the Martians can use it whenever they want. They use us the way they'd use tools or limbs. And nobody ever really wins a war, except
The Martians. That makes sense, but... Well, it must be nice to be a Martian. Why not? Up till now, no race ever successfully conquered and ruled another. The underdog could revolt or absorb. If you know you're being ruled, then the ruler's vulnerable. But if the world doesn't know, and it doesn't, take radios. Now, there's no earthly reason why a sane human shouldn't listen to a radio, but the Martians make us do it. They like it. And take bathtubs. Nobody contends bathtubs are comfortable for us, but they're fine for Martians. All the impractical things we keep on using, even though we know they're impractical. Typewriter ribbons. Not even a Martian could enjoy changing a typewriter ribbon. I don't know why they act as they do. It looks illogical sometimes, but I feel perfectly sure they've got sound motives for every move they make. Until I get that worked out, I'm pretty much at a standstill. Until I get evidence, proof and help. I've got to stand to cover till then. And I've been doing that. I do what they tell me so they won't suspect, and I pretend to forget what they tell me to forget. Well, and you've got nothing to worry about. When I hear the water running in the tub and the Martian splashing around, I pretend I don't hear a thing. My bed's too short, and I tried last week to order a special length, but the Martian that sleeps there told me not to. He's a runt, like most of them. That is, I think they're runts, I have to deduce, because, you never see them undressed. But it goes on like that constantly. By the way, how's your Martian? My Martian? Now, listen, I may be a little bit drunk, but my logic remains unimpaired. I can still put two and two together, Look, either you know about the Martians or you don't. And if you do, there's no point in giving me that, my Martian routine. I know you have a Martian. Your Martian knows you have a Martian. My Martian knows. The point is, do you know? Now, think hard. No, I haven't got a Martian. Of course you've got a Martian. I suspect you know it. What would I be doing with a Martian? What would you be doing without one? I imagine it's illegal. If they caught you running around without one, they'd probably put you in a pound or something till claimed. Oh, you've got one, all right. So have I. And so is he. And he. And he. And the bartender. Of course they have, but they'll all go back to Mars tomorrow, and then you can see a good doctor. You better have another drink. He was turning toward the bartender when Lyman, apparently by accident, leaned close to him and whispered urgently, "Don't look now." And the brown man glanced at Lyman's white face reflected in the mirror before them. "It's all right. There aren't any Martians." Lyman gave him a fierce, quick kick under the edge of the bar. "Shut up. One just came in." And then he caught the brown man's gaze, and with elaborate unconcern, he said, So naturally there was nothing for me to do but climb up on the roof after it. It took me 10 minutes to get down the ladder, and just as we reached the bottom, it gave a bound, climbed up on my face, sprang from the top of my head, and there it was again on the roof, screaming for me to get it down." "What?" "My cat, of course. What'd you think?" "Now, never mind. Don't answer that." Lyman's face was turned to the brown man, but from the corners of his eyes he was watching an invisible progress down the length of the bar toward a booth at the very back. "Now, why did he come in? I don't like this. Is he anyone you know?" "Is who?" "That Martian. Yours, by any chance?" "No, I suppose not. Yours is probably the one who went out a while ago. I wonder if he went to make a report and sent this one in. It's possible. It could be. You can talk now, but keep your voice low and stop squirming. Want him to notice we can see him?" "I can't see him. Don't drag me into this. You and your Martians can fight it out together. You're making me nervous, I gotta go anyway." But he didn't move to get off the stool. Across Lyman's shoulder, he was stealing glances toward the back of the bar. And now and then he looked at Lyman's face. "Stop watching me. Stop watching him. Anybody would think you were a cat." "Why a cat? Why should anybody... Do I look like a cat?" "We were talking about cats, weren't we? Cats can see them quite clearly, even undressed, I believe. They don't like them." Who doesn't like who?" "Whom? Neither likes the other. Cats can see Martians, but they pretend not to. That makes the Martians mad.
I have a theory that cats ruled the world before Martians came. Never mind, forget about cats. This may be more serious than you think. I happen to know my Martian's taking tonight off. And I'm pretty sure that was your Martian who went out some time ago. And have you noticed that nobody else in here has his Martian with him? Do you suppose it could be waiting for us outside? Oh, God. In the alley with the cats, I suppose. Why don't you stop this yammer about cats and be serious for a moment? What's the matter now? Nothing. Nothing. It was just that he looked at me with, you know... Well, let me get this straight. I take it the Martian is dressed like a human? Naturally. But he's invisible to all eyes but yours? Yeah, he doesn't want to be visible just now. Besides, you know, I rather think you can see him. A little, anyway. The brown man was perfectly silent for about 30 seconds. He sat quite motionless, not even the ice in the drink he held clinking. One might have thought he did not even breathe. Certainly he did not blink. What makes you say that? He asked in a normal voice after the 30 seconds had run out. Did I say anything? I wasn't listening. Well, I think I'll go now. No, you won't. Not yet. But come back here. Sit down. Now, what was the idea? Where were you going? Lyman nodded dumbly toward the back of the bar, indicating either a jukebox or a door marked men. I don't feel so good. Maybe I had a little too much to drink, you know. I guess I'll... You're all right. I don't trust you back there with that invisible man of yours. Now, you stay right here until he leaves. He's going now. His eyes moved with great briskness along the line of an invisible but rapid progress toward the front door. See, he's gone. Now let me loose, will you? The brown man glanced toward the back booth. No, he isn't gone. Now sit right where you are. It was Lyman's turn to remain quite still in a stricken sort of way for a perceptible while. The ice in his drink, however, clinked audibly. Presently he spoke. His voice was soft, rather soberer than before. You're right. He's still there. You can see him, can't you? Has he got his back to us? You can see him, then. Better than I thought, maybe. Maybe there are more of them here than I thought. They could be anywhere. They could be sitting beside you anywhere you go, and you wouldn't even guess until... they'd want to be sure. They can give you orders and make you forget, but there must be limits to what they can force you to do. They can't make a man betray himself. They'd have to lead him on until they were sure. He lifted his drink and tipped it steeply above his face. The ice ran down the slope and bumped coldly against his lip, but he held it until the last of the pale, bubbling amber drained into his mouth. He set the glass on the bar and faced the brown man. Well, it's getting late. Not many people left. We'll wait. Wait for what? I have something to show you. I don't want anyone else to see. Lyman surveyed the narrow, smoky room. As he looked, the last customer besides themselves at the bar began groping in his pocket, tossed some change on the mahogany, and went out slowly. Lyman and the brown man sat in silence. The bartender eyed them with stolid disinterest. Presently, a couple in the front booth got up and departed, quarreling in undertones. Is there anybody left? Only... Lyman did not finish, but he nodded gently toward the back of the room. He isn't looking. Let's get this over with. What do you want to show me? The brown man took off his wristwatch and pried up the metal case. 2 small, glossy photograph prints slid out. The brown man separated them with a finger. I just want to make sure of something. First, why did you pick me out? Quite a while ago, you said you'd been trailing me all day, making sure. I haven't forgotten that. And you knew I was a reporter. I suppose you'd tell me the truth now. It was the way you looked at things. On the subway this morning, I'd never seen you before in my life, but I kept noticing the way you looked at things. The wrong things. Things that weren't there the way a cat does, and then you'd always look away. I got the idea you could see the Martians, too. Go on. Well, so I followed you all day. I kept hoping you'd turn out to be, well, somebody I could talk to, because if I could know that I wasn't the only one who could see him, then I'd know there was still some hope left. It's been worse than solitary confinement. I've been able to see them for 3 years now. 3 years, and I've managed to keep my power a secret, even from them, and somehow I've managed to keep from killing myself, too. 3 years? There was always a little hope. I knew nobody would believe, not without proof. And how can you get proof? It was only that I kept telling myself that maybe you could see them, too. And if you could, maybe there would be others, lots of others. Enough so we might get together and work out some way of proving to the world. The brown man's fingers were moving. In silence, he pushed the photograph across the mahogany. Lyman picked it up unsteadily. Moonlight? He asked after a moment. It was a landscape under a deep, dark sky with white clouds in it. Trees stood white and lacy against the darkness. The grass was white as if with moonlight and the shadows blurry. No, not moonlight. Infrared. I'm strictly an amateur, but lately I've been experimenting with infrared film, and I got some very unusual results. You see, I live near... The brown man's finger tapped a certain quite common object that appeared in the photograph. And something funny keeps showing up now and then against it, but only with infrared film. Now, I know chlorophyll reflects so much infrared light that grass and leaves photograph white. The sky comes out black like this. There are tricks to using this kind of film. Photograph a tree against a cloud and you can't tell them apart in the print, but you can photograph through a haze and pick out distant objects that ordinary film wouldn't catch. And sometimes when you focus on something like this... He tapped the image of a very common object again. And sometimes you get a very odd image on the film like that. A man with 3 eyes. Lyman held the print up to the light. In silence, he took the other one from the bar and studied it. When he laid them down, he was smiling. You know, a professor of astrophysics at one of the more important universities had a very interesting little item in the Times the other day. Name was Spitzer, I think. He said that if there were life on Mars, and if Martians had ever visited Earth, there'd be no way to prove it. Nobody would believe the few men who saw them. Not, he said, unless the Martians happened to be photographed. Well, it's happened. You've photographed them. The brown man nodded. He took up the prints and returned them to his watch case. Oh, I thought so, too, only until tonight I couldn't be sure. I'd never seen one fully as you have. It isn't so much a matter of what you call getting your brain scrambled with supersonics as it is of just knowing where to look. But I've been seeing part of them all my life, and so has everybody. It's that little suggestion of movement you never catch except just at the edge of your vision, just out of the corner of your eye, something that's almost there. And when you look fully at it, there's nothing. These photographs showed me the way. It's not easy to learn, but it can be done. We're conditioned to look directly at a thing, the particular thing we want to see clearly, whatever it is. Now, perhaps the Martians gave us that conditioning. When we see a movement at the edge of our range of vision, it's almost irresistible not to look directly at it, so it vanishes. Then they can be seen by anybody? I've learned a lot in a few days since I took those photographs. You have to train yourself. It's like seeing a trick picture, one that's really a composite, after you study it. Camouflage. You just have to learn how. Otherwise, we can look at them all our lives and never see them. The camera does, though. Yes, the camera does. I've wondered why nobody ever caught them this way before. Once you see them on film, they're unmistakable. That third eye. You must have had just the right lighting that day and exactly the right focus and all that. The lens stopped down just right. A kind of minor miracle, that's what it is. It might never happen again exactly that way, but don't look now. They were silent. Furtively, they watched the mirror. Their eyes slid along toward the open door of the tavern. And then there was a long, breathless silence. He looked back at us. He looked at us. That third eye.
I don't think that they're suspicious yet. The trick will be to keep under cover until we can blow this thing wide open. There's got to be some way to do it, some way that will convince people. There's proof. The photographs. A competent cameraman ought to be able to figure out just how you caught that Martian on film and duplicate the condition. It's evidence. Evidence can cut both ways. What I'm hoping is that the Martians don't really like to kill unless they have to. I'm hoping they won't kill without proof. But, well, there's two of us now, though. We've got to stick together. Both of us have broken the big rule. Don't look now. The bartender was at the back, disconnecting the jukebox. The brown man said, "We'd better not be seen together unnecessarily. But if we both come to this bar tomorrow night at 9 for a drink, that wouldn't look suspicious even to them." Suppose... may I have one of those photographs? Well, why? If one of us had an accident, the other one would still have the proof, enough maybe to convince the right people. The brown man hesitated, nodded shortly, and opened his watch case again. He gave Lyman one of the pictures. "Well, here. Hide it. Be careful, it's evidence. I'll see you here tomorrow. Meanwhile, be careful. Remember to play safe." They shook hands firmly, facing each other in an endless second of final decisive silence. Then the brown man turned abruptly and walked out of the bar. Lyman sat there. Between two wrinkles in his forehead, there was a stir and a flicker of lashes unfurling. The third eye opened slowly and looked after the brown man. You've heard Don't Look Now, a story by Henry Kuttner, copyright 1948 by Better Publications. This is Michael Hansen. Technical operation for this broadcast by Steve Gordon. Mindwebs is a production of WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension. Welcome to a half hour of Mindwebs, short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction. This story comes from the June 1961 issue of Galaxy. It's Paul Anderson's My Object, All Sublime. We met in line of business. Michael's firm wanted to start a subdivision on the far side of Evanston and discovered that I held title to some of the most promising acreage. They made me a good offer, but I was stubborn. They raised it, and I stayed stubborn. And finally, the boss himself looked me up. He wasn't entirely what I'd expected. Aggressive, of course, but in so polite a way that it didn't offend. His manner so urbane, you rarely noticed his lack of formal education, which lack he was remedying quite fast anyhow, via night classes and extension courses as well as omnivorous reading.
We went out for a drink while we talked the matter over. He led me to a bar that had little of Chicago about it. Quiet, shabby, no jukebox, no television. A bookshelf and several chess sets, but none of the freaks and phonies who usually infest such places. Besides ourselves, there were only a half a dozen customers, a professor emeritus type among the books, some people arguing politics with a degree of factual relevancy, a young man debating with a bartender whether Bartok was more original than Schoenberg, or vice versa. And Michaels and I found a corner table and some Danish beer. I explained I didn't care about money one way or another, but objected to bulldozing some rather good-looking countryside in order to erect still another chrome-plated slum. Michael stuffed his pipe before answering. He was a lean, erect man, long-chinned and Roman-nosed. His hair grizzled, his eyes dark and luminous. "Didn't my representative explain?" he said. "We aren't planning a row of identical split-level sites. We have 6 basic designs in mind with variations to be located in the pattern, like so." He took out pencil and paper and began to sketch. As he talked, he made his own case better than anyone had done for him. Like it or not, he said, this was the middle 20th century, and mass production was here to stay. A community need not be less attractive for being ready-made. Could, in fact, gain in artistic unity. He proceeded to show me how. He didn't press me too hard, and conversation wandered. "Oh, a delightful spot, this," I told him. "How'd you find it?" He shrugged. "I often prowl about, especially at night, exploring." "Isn't that rather dangerous?" "Well, not in comparison," he said with a touch of grimness. I gather you weren't born over here." No, I didn't arrive in the United States till 1946, in what they called a DP, a displaced person. I became Thad Michaels because I got tired of spelling out Tadeusz Michalowski, nor did I want any part of old country sentimentalism. I'm really a zealous assimilationalist. Otherwise, he seldom talked very much about himself. Later, I got some details of his early rise in business from admiring and envious competitors. Some of them didn't yet believe it was possible to sell a house with radiant heating for less than $20,000 and show a profit. Michaels had found ways to make it possible. Not bad for a penniless immigrant. I checked up and found he'd been admitted on a special visa in consideration of services rendered the U.S. Army in the last stages of the European War. Those services had taken nerve as well as quick-wittedness. Meanwhile, our acquaintance developed. I sold him the land he wanted, but we continued to see each other, sometimes in the tavern, sometimes at my bachelor apartment, most often in his lakeshore penthouse. He had a stunning blonde wife and a couple of bright, well-mannered boys. Nonetheless, he was a lonely man, and I fulfilled his need for friendship. It was a year or so after we first met that he told me the story. I'd been invited over for Thanksgiving dinner, and afterward we sat around and talked and talked and talked. When we had ranged from the chances of an upset in the next city election to the chances of other planets following the same general course of history as our own, Emily excused herself and went to bed. This was long past midnight. Michaels and I kept on talking. I hadn't seen him so excited before. It was as if that last subject, or some particular word, had opened a door for him. Finally, he got up, refilled our whiskey glasses with a motion not altogether steady, and walked across the living room, noiseless on that deep green carpet, to the picture window. The night was clear and sharp. We overlooked the city, streaks and webs and coils of glittering color, ruby, amethyst, emerald, topaz, and the dark sheet of Lake Michigan. Almost it seemed we could glimpse endless white plains beyond. But overhead arched the sky, crystal black, where the great bear stood on his tail, and Orion went striding along the Milky Way. I hadn't often seen so big and frosty a view. And he said, "Well, after all, I know what I'm talking about." I stirred deep in my armchair. Only one shaded lamp lit the room so that the star swarms had also been visible to me when I passed by the window earlier. I jibed a little. Personally? He glanced back toward me, his face stiff. "What would you say if I answered yes?" I sipped my drink. King's Ransom is a noble and comforting brew, most especially when the earth itself seems to tone with a deepening chill. "I'd suppose you had your reasons. Well, wait to see what they are." He grinned one-sidedly. Oh, well, I'm from this planet, too. And yet the sky is so wide and strange. Don't you think the strangeness would affect men who went there? Wouldn't it seep into them? So they carried it back in their bones? And Earth was never quite the same afterward? Well, go on. You know I like fantasies. He stared outward and then back again, and suddenly he tossed off his drink. The violent gesture was unlike him, but so had his hesitation been. And he said in a harsh tone, Okay, then. Okay, I'll tell you a fantasy. It's a story for winter. It's a cold story that you are best advised not to take so serious. I drew on the excellent cigar he'd given me and waited in the silence he needed. He paced a few times back and forth before the window, eyes to the floor, until he filled his glass anew and sat down near me. He didn't look at me, but a picture on the wall, a somber, unintelligible thing which no one else liked. He seemed to get strength from it, for he began talking, fast and softly. Once upon a time, a very, very long time in the future, there was a civilization. I shall not describe it to you, for, well, it'd be impossible. Could you go back to the time of the Egyptian pyramid builders and tell them about this city below us? I don't mean they wouldn't believe you. Of course they wouldn't, but that hardly matters. I mean, they would not understand. See, nothing you said could make sense to them. And the way people work and think and believe would be, well, less comprehensible than those lights and towers and machines. Not so? If I spoke to you of people in the future, living among great blinding energies, and of genetic changelings, and imaginary wars, and talking stones, and a certain blind hunter, well, you might feel anything at all, but you would not understand. So I ask you only to imagine how many thousands of times this planet has circled the sun, and how deeply buried and forgotten we are. And then also to imagine that this other civilization thinks in patterns so foreign that it has ignored every limitation of logic and natural law to discover means of traveling in time. So while the ordinary dweller in that age, I can't exactly call him a citizen or anything else for which we have a word because it would be too misleading, the average educated dweller knows in a vague, uninterested way that millennia ago some semi-savages were the first to split the atom. Only one or two men have actually been here, walked among us, studied and mapped us, and returned with a file of information for the central brain, if I might call it by such a name. No one else is concerned with us, any more than you are concerned with early Mesopotamian archaeology. You see? He dropped his gaze to the tumbler in his hand and held it there as if the whiskey were an oracular pool. The silence grew. At last I said, "Oh, very well. For the sake of the story, I'll accept the premise. I imagine time travelers would be unnoticeable. They'd have their own techniques of disguise and so on, wouldn't want to change their own past." And he said, there's no danger of that. It's only that they couldn't learn much if they went around insisting they were from the future. Just imagine." I chuckled. Michaels gave me a shadowed look. "Apart from the scientific, can you guess what use there might be for time travel?" "Well, trade in objects of art or natural resources, I suppose. Go back to the dinosaur age and dig up iron before man appeared to strip the richest mines." And he shook his head. "Well, think again. See, they'd only want a limited number of Minoan statuettes, Ming vases, or third world hegemony dwarfs, chiefly for their museums. If museum isn't too inaccurate a word. I tell you, they are not like us. As for natural resources, they're beyond the point of needing any. They make their own." He paused as if before a final plunge. Then, "What was this penal colony the French abandoned? Devil's Island?" Yeah, that was it. Can you imagine a better revenge on a condemned criminal than to maroon him in the past? Why, I should think they'd be above any concept of revenge or even of deterrence by horrible examples. Even in this century, we're aware that doesn't work, aren't we? Are you sure? Side by side with the growth of today's enlightened penology, haven't we seen a corresponding growth of crime itself? Now, you were wondering some time ago how I dared walk the night streets alone, remember? And furthermore, punishment is a catharsis of society as a whole.
Up in the future, they'd tell you that public hangings did reduce the crime rate, which would otherwise have been still higher. And somewhat more important, these spectacles made possible the 18th century birth of real humanitarianism. He raised a sardonic brow. Or, so they claim in the future. It doesn't matter whether they're right. We're merely rationalizing a degraded element in our own civilization. All you need assume is that they do send their very worst criminals back into the past. Well, that's rather rough on the past, isn't it? No, not really, for a number of reasons, including the fact that everything they caused to happen has already happened. Damn, English just isn't built for talking about these paradoxes. And mainly, though, you have to remember that they don't waste all this effort on ordinary miscreants. And one has to be a very rare criminal to deserve exile and time. And the worst crime in the world depends on the particular year of the world's history. Murder, brigandage, treason, heresy, narcotics peddling, slaving, patriotism, really the whole catalog. All have rated capital punishment in some epochs, and have all been lightly regarded in others, and positively commended in still others. Think back and see if I'm not right. I regarded him for a while, observing how deep the lines were in his face and recalling that at his age he shouldn't be so gray. And I said, well, very well agreed, but would not a man from the future possessing all its knowledge... He set his glass down with audible force. What knowledge? Use your brains. Imagine yourself left naked and alone in Babylon. Now, how much Babylonian language or history do you know? Who's the present king? How much longer will he reign? Who will succeed him? What are the laws and customs you must obey? You remember that eventually the Assyrians or the Persians or someone will conquer Babylon and they'll be hell to pay. But when and how? Is a current war a mere border skirmish or an all-out struggle? If it's the latter, is Babylon going to win? If not, what peace terms will be imposed? Yeah, there wouldn't be 20 men today who could answer those questions without looking up the answers in a book, and you're not one of them, nor have you been given a book. Well, I think I'd head for the nearest temple once I'd picked up enough of the language, and, well, I'd tell the priest I could make, fireworks. He laughed with small merriment. How? You're in Babylon, remember? Where do you find sulfur? Where do you find saltpeter? If you can get across to the priest what you want and somehow persuade him to obtain the stuff for you, how do you compound a powder that'll, actually go off instead of just fizzing? For your information, that's quite an art. Hell, you couldn't even get a berth as a deckhand. You'd be lucky if you ended up scrubbing floors. In fact, a slave in the field's a likelier career, isn't it? The fire sank low. I conceded. Yeah, all right. I guess that's true. They picked the era with special care, you know. He looked back toward the window. Seen from our chairs, reflection on the glass blotted out the stars so that we were only aware of the night itself. When a man is sentenced to banishment, all the experts confer, pointing out what the periods of their specialties would be like for this particular individual. You might see how a squeamish intellectual type dropped into Homeric Greece would find it a living nightmare, whereas a rowdy type might get along pretty well, might even end up a respected warrior. If the rowdy was not the blackest of criminals, they might actually leave him near the hall of Agamemnon, condemning him to no more than danger, discomfort, and homesickness. Oh, my God, the homesickness. So much darkness rose in him as he spoke that I sought to steady him with a dry remark. Well, we must immunize a convict every ancient disease, otherwise this would be only an elaborate death sentence, right? His eyes focused on me again. Yes, and of course the longevity serum is still active in his veins. That's all, however. He's dropped in an unfrequented spot after dark. The machine vanishes, and he's cut off for the rest of his life. All he knows is that they've chosen an era for him with such characteristics that they expect the punishment will fit his crime. Stillness fell once more upon us until the clock on the mantel became the loudest thing in the world, as if all other sound had frozen to death outside. I glanced at his dial. The night was old. Soon the east would be turning pale. And when I looked back, he was still watching me, disconcertingly intent, and I asked him, "What was your crime?" He didn't seem taken aback. Only said wearily, "What does it matter? I told you the crimes of one age are the heroisms of another. If my attempt had succeeded, the centuries to come would have adored my name. But I failed. A lot of people must have got hurt. The whole world must have hated you." "Well, yes. This is a fantasy, I'm telling you, of course. You know, to pass the time." I smiled and said, "And I'm playing along with you." His tension eased a trifle. He leaned back. His legs stretched across that glorious carpet. "So, given as much of the fantasies I've related, how did you deduce the extent of my alleged guilt?" "Well, it was your past life." "When and where were you left?" He said, in as bleak a voice as I've ever heard. Near Warsaw, in August of 1939. I don't imagine you care to talk about the war years." No, I don't." However, he went on when enough defiance had accumulated. "My enemies blundered. The confusion following the German attack gave me a chance to escape from police custody before I could be stuck in a concentration camp. And gradually, I learned what the situation was. Of course, I couldn't predict anything. I still can't. Only specialists know or care what happened in the 20th century. But by the time I'd become a Polish conscript in the German forces, I realized this was the losing side. So I slipped across to the Americans and told them what I had observed, and became a scout for them. Risky, but if I'd stopped a bullet, what the hell? I didn't, and I ended up with plenty of sponsors to get me over here, and the rest of my story is conventional." My cigar had gone out, and I relit it. For the cigars that Michael's had were not to be taken casually. He had them especially flown from Amsterdam. And I said, "The alien corn." "What?" "You know, Ruth in exile. She wasn't badly treated, but she stood weeping for her homeland." "No, I don't know that story." "It's in the Bible." Yes, I really must read the Bible sometime." His mood was changing by the moment, toward the assurance I had first encountered. He swallowed his whiskey with a gesture almost debonair. His expression was alert and confident. And he said, "Yes, that aspect was pretty bad. Not so much the physical conditions of life. You've doubtless gone camping and noticed how soon you stop missing hot running water, electric lights, all the gadgets that the manufacturers assure us are absolute necessities. I'd be glad enough of a gravity reducer or a cell stimulator if I had one, but I get along fine without them. The homesickness, though, that's what really eats you. The little things you never notice, some particular food, the way people walk, the games played, the small talk topics, even the constellations. They're different in the future. The sun has traveled that far in its galactic orbit. But, voluntary or forced, people have always been emigrating. We're all descended from those who could stand the shock. I adapted. But I wouldn't go back now, even if I were given a free pardon. Not the way those traitors are running things. I finished my own drink, tasting it with my whole tongue and palate, for it was a marvelous whiskey. And I listened to him with only half an ear. You like it here? Yeah, by now I do. I'm over the emotional hump. Being so busy the first few years just staying alive, and then so busy establishing myself after I came to this country. That helped. I never had much time for self-pity. Now my business interests me more and more. It's a fascinating game, pleasantly free of extreme penalties for wrong moves. I've discovered qualities here that the future is lost. Now, I bet you have no idea how exotic this city is. Now think, at this moment, within 5 miles of us, there's a soldier on guard at an atomic laboratory. There's a bum freezing in the doorway. An orgy in a millionaire's apartment. A priest making ready for sunrise rites. A merchant from Arabia. A spy from Muscovy. A ship from the Indies. His excitement softened. He looked from the window and the night inward toward the bedrooms And my wife and kids. No, I wouldn't go back no matter what happened. I took a final breath of my cigar. Yeah, you have done rather well. Liberated from his gray mood, he grinned at me. You know, I think you'll believe that yarn I told you. I stubbed out the cigar, rose, and stretched. Oh, I do. I do believe you. Michaels, the hour is late. We better be going. He didn't notice at once. When he did, he came out of his chair like a big cat. We? Of course. I drew a nerve gun from my pocket. He stopped in his tracks. This sort of thing isn't left to chance. We check up. Come along now. The blood drained from his face.
No, you can't. It isn't fair. Not to Emily, the children.
And I told him, that is part of the punishment. And I left him in Damascus the year before Tamerlane sacked it. That story was My Object All Sublime, written by Paul Anderson. It appeared in the June 1961 issue of Galaxy. This is Michael Hansen speaking. Engineering for Mindwebs by Steve Gordon. Mindwebs is produced at WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension. Welcome to a half hour of Mindwebs. Short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction. This is Michael Hansen. The Mindwebs story this evening is The Sentinel. Arthur C. Clarke, the story which first appeared in the Avon Science Fiction and Fantasy Reader. Copyright 1951 by Avon Periodicals.
The next time you see the full moon high in the south, look carefully at its right-hand edge and let your eye travel upward along the curve of the disk. Round about 2 o'clock, you'll notice a small, dark oval. Anyone with normal eyesight can find it quite easily. It's the Great Walled Plain, one of the finest on the moon, known as the Mare Crisium, the Sea of Crises. 300 miles in diameter and almost completely surrounded by a ring of magnificent mountains, it had never been explored until we entered it in the late summer of '96. Our expedition was a large one. We had 2 heavy freighters which had flown our supplies and equipment from the main lunar base in the Mare Serenitatis 500 miles away. There were also 3 small rockets which were intended for short-range transport over regions which our surface vehicles couldn't cross. Luckily, most of the Mare Crisium is very flat. There are none of the great crevices so common and so dangerous elsewhere, and very few craters or mountains of any size. As far as we could tell, our powerful Caterpillar tractors would have no difficulty in taking us wherever we wished to go. I was a geologist, or selenologist, if you want to be pedantic, in charge of the group exploring the southern region of the sea. We had crossed 100 miles of it in a week, skirting the foothills of the mountains along the shore of what had once been the ancient sea, some 1,000 million years before. When life was beginning on Earth, it was already dying here. The waters were retreating down the flanks of those stupendous cliffs, retreating into the empty heart of the moon. Over the land which we were crossing, the tideless ocean had once been half a mile deep, and now the only trace of moisture was the hoarfrost one could sometimes find in caves which the searing sunlight never penetrated. We had begun our journey early in the slow lunar dawn and still had almost a week of Earth time before nightfall. Half a dozen times a day, we'd leave our vehicle and go outside in the spacesuits to hunt for interesting minerals or to place markers for the guidance of future travelers. It was an uneventful routine. There's nothing hazardous or even particularly exciting about lunar exploration. We could live comfortably for a month in our pressurized tractors, and if we ran into trouble, we could always radio for help and sit tight until one of the spaceships came to our rescue. I said just now that there was nothing exciting about lunar exploration, but of course that isn't true. One could never grow tired of those incredible mountains, so much more rugged than the gentle hills of Earth. We never knew, as we rounded the capes and promontories of that vanished sea, what new splendors would be revealed to us. The whole southern curve of the Mare Crisium is a vast delta, where a score of rivers once found their way into the ocean, fed perhaps by the torrential rains that must have lashed the mountains in the brief volcanic age when the moon was young. Each of these ancient valleys was an invitation, challenging us to climb into the unknown uplands beyond. But we had 100 miles still to cover and could only look longingly at the heights which others must scale. We kept Earth time aboard the tractor, and precisely at 2200 hours, the final radio message would be sent out to base, and we would close down for the day. Outside, the rocks would still be burning beneath the almost vertical sun, but to us, it was night until we awoke again 8 hours later. Then one of us would prepare breakfast, and there would be a great buzzing of electric razors, and someone would switch on the shortwave radio from Earth. Indeed, when the smell of frying sausages began to fill the cabin, it was sometimes hard to believe that we were not back on our own world. Everything was so normal and homely, apart from the feeling of decreased weight and the unnatural slowness with which objects fell. It was my turn to prepare breakfast in the corner of the main cabin that served as a galley. I can remember that moment quite vividly after all these years, when the radio had just played one of my favorite melodies, the old Welsh air, David of the White Rock. And our driver was already outside in his spacesuit inspecting our Caterpillar treads, and my assistant, Louis Garnett, was up forward in the control position making some belated entries in yesterday's log. As I stood by the frying pan waiting for the sausages to brown, I let my gaze wander idly over the mountain walls which covered the whole of the southern horizon, marching out of sight to east and west below the curve of the moon. They seemed only a mile or two from the tractor, but I knew that the nearest was 20 miles away. On the moon, of course, there's no loss of detail with distance.
None of that almost imperceptible haziness which softens and sometimes transfigures all far-off things on Earth. Those mountains were 10,000 feet high, and they climbed steeply out of the plain as if ages ago some subterranean eruption had smashed them skyward through the molten crust. The base of even the nearest was hidden from sight by the steeply curving surface of the plain, for the moon is a very little world, and from where I was standing, the horizon was only about 2 miles away. I lifted my eyes toward the peaks which no man had ever climbed, the peaks which, before the coming of terrestrial life, had watched the retreating ocean sink sullenly into their graves, taking with them the hope and the morning promise of a world. The sunlight was beating against those ramparts with a glare that hurt the eyes. Yet only a little way above them, the stars were shining steadily in a sky blacker than a winter midnight on Earth. I was turning away when my eye caught a metallic glitter high on the ridge of a great promontory, thrusting out into the sea 30 miles to the west. It was a dimensionless point of light, as if a star had been clawed from the sky by one of those cruel peaks. And I imagined that some smooth rock surface was catching the sunlight and heliographing it straight into my eyes. Such things were not uncommon. When the moon is in her second quarter, observers on Earth can sometimes see the great ranges in the Oceanus Procellarum burning with a blue-white iridescence as the sunlight flashes from their slopes and leaps again from world to world. But I was curious to know what kind of rock could be shining so brightly up there. And I climbed into the observation turret and swung our 4-inch telescope round to the west. I could see just enough to tantalize me, clear and sharp in the field of vision. The mountain peak seemed only half a mile away. But whatever was catching the sunlight was still too small to be resolved. Yet it seemed to have an elusive symmetry, and the summit upon which it rested was curiously flat. I stared for a long time at that glittering enigma, straining my eyes into space until presently a smell of burning from the galley told me that our breakfast sausages had made their 250,000-mile journey in vain. All that morning we argued our way across the Mare Crisium, while the western mountains reared higher in the sky. And when we were out prospecting in the spacesuits, the discussion would continue over the radio. It was absolutely certain, my companions argued, that there had never been any form of intelligent life on the moon. The only living things that had ever existed there were a few primitive plants and their slightly less degenerate ancestors. I knew that as well as anyone. But there are times when a scientist must not be afraid to make a fool of himself. And I said at last, Listen, I'm going up there, if only for my own peace of mind. That mountain's less than 12,000 feet high. That's only 2,000 under Earth gravity. And I can make the trip in 20 hours at the outside. I've always wanted to go up into those hills anyway, and this gives me an excellent chance. Well, Garnett said that if I didn't break my neck, I'd be the laughing stock of the expedition when we got back to base, and the mountain probably would be called Wilson's Folly. And I told him firmly that I wasn't about to break my neck, and after all, who was the first man to climb Pico and Helicon? And he said, well, I was rather younger in those days, and I responded that that was as good a reason as any for my going. We went to bed early that night after driving the tractor to within half a mile of the promontory. Garnett was coming with me in the morning. He was a good climber and had often been with me on such exploits before. Our driver was only too glad to be left in charge of the machine. Now, at first sight, those cliffs seemed completely unscalable, but to anyone with a good head for heights, climbing is easy on a world where all weights are only a sixth of their normal value. The real danger in lunar mountaineering lies in overconfidence. A 600-foot drop on the moon can kill you just as thoroughly as a 100-foot fall on Earth. We made our first halt on a wide ledge about 4,000 feet above the plain. Climbing had not been very difficult, but my limbs were stiff with the unaccustomed effort, and I was glad of the rest. We could see the tractor as a tiny metal insect far down at the foot of the cliff, and we reported our progress to the driver before starting on the next ascent. Inside our suits, it was comfortably cool, for the refrigeration units were fighting the fierce sun and carrying away the body heat of our exertions. We seldom spoke to each other, except to pass climbing instructions and to discuss our best plan of ascent. I don't know what Garnett was thinking. Probably that this was the craziest goose chase he had ever embarked upon. I more than half agreed with him. But the joy of climbing, the knowledge that no man had ever gone this way before, and the exhilaration of the steadily widening landscape gave me all the reward I needed. I don't think I was particularly excited when I saw in front of us the wall of rock I had first inspected through the telescope from 30 miles away. It would level off about 50 feet above our heads, and there on the plateau would be the thing that had lured me over these barren wastes. It was almost certainly nothing more than a boulder, splintered ages ago by a falling meteor, and with its cleavage plane still fresh and bright in this incorruptible, unchanging silence. There were no handholds on the rock face. We had to use a grapnel. My tired arm seemed to gain new strength as I swung the three-pronged metal anchor around my head and sent it sailing up towards the stars. The first time it broke loose and came falling slowly back, and we pulled the rope. On the third attempt, the prongs gripped firmly, and our combined weights could not shift it. Garnett looked at me anxiously. I could tell that he wanted to go first, but I smiled back at him through the glass of my helmet and shook my head. Slowly, taking my time, I began the final ascent. Even with my spacesuit, I weighed only 40 pounds here, so I pulled myself up, hand over hand, without bothering to use my feet. At the rim, I paused and waved to my companion, then I scrambled over the edge and stood upright, staring ahead of me. You must understand that until this very moment I had been almost completely convinced that there could be nothing strange or unusual for me to find here. Almost, but not quite. It was that haunting doubt that had driven me forward. Well, it was a doubt no longer, but the haunting had scarcely begun. I was standing on a plateau perhaps 100 feet across. It had once been smooth. Too smooth to be natural, but falling meteors had pitted and scored its surface through immeasurable eons. It had been leveled to support a glittering, roughly pyramidal structure, twice as high as a man, that was set in the rock like a gigantic, many-faceted jewel. Probably no emotion at all filled my mind in those first few seconds. Then I felt a great lifting of my heart and a strange, inexpressible joy. For I loved the moon, and now I knew that the creeping moss of Aristarchus and Aristophanes was not the only life she had brought forth in her youth. The old, discredited dream of the first explorers was true. There had, after all, been a lunar civilization, and I was the first to find it. That I had come perhaps 100 million years too late did not distress me. It was enough to have come at all. My mind was beginning to function normally, to analyze and to ask questions. Was this a building, a shrine, or something for which my language had no name? If a building, then why was it erected in so uniquely inaccessible a spot? I wondered if it might be a temple, and I could picture the adepts of some strange priesthood calling on their gods to preserve them as the life of the moon ebbed with the dying oceans, and calling on their gods in vain. I took a dozen steps forward to examine the thing more closely, but some sense of caution kept me from going too near. I knew a little of archaeology and tried to guess the cultural level of the civilization that must have smoothed this mountain and raised the glittering mirror surfaces that still dazzled my eyes. The Egyptians could have done it, I thought, if their workmen had possessed whatever strange materials these far more ancient architects had used. Because of the thing's smallness, it did not occur to me that I might be looking at the handiwork of a race more advanced than my own. The idea that the moon had possessed intelligence at all was still almost too tremendous to grasp, and my pride would not let me take the final, humiliating plunge. And then I noticed something that set the scope crawling at the back of my neck. Something so trivial and so innocent that many would never have noticed it at all. I have said that the plateau was scarred by meteors. It was also coated inches deep with a cosmic dust that's always filtering down upon the surface of any world where there are no winds to disturb it. Yet the dust and the meteor scratches ended quite abruptly in a wide circle enclosing the little pyramid, as though an invisible wall was protecting it from the ravages of time and the slow but ceaseless bombardment from space. There was someone shouting in my earphones, and I realized that Garnett had been calling me for quite a while. I walked unsteadily to the edge of the cliff and signaled to him to join me, not trusting myself to speak. Then I went back toward that circle in the dust. I picked up a fragment of splintered rock and tossed it gently toward the shining enigma. If the pebble had vanished at that invisible barrier, I should not have been surprised. But it seemed to hit a smooth hemispherical surface and slide gently to the ground. I knew then that I was looking at nothing that could be matched in the antiquity of my own race. This was not a building, but a machine, protecting itself with forces that had challenged eternity. Those forces, whatever they might be, were still operating, and perhaps I'd already come too close. I thought of all the radiations man had trapped and tamed in the past century. For all I knew, I might be as irrevocably doomed as if I had stepped into the deadly, silent aura of an unshielded nuclear pile. I remember turning, then, toward Garnett, who had joined me and was now standing motionless at my side. He seemed quite oblivious to me, so I did not disturb him, but walked to the edge of the cliff in an effort to marshal my thoughts. There below me lay the Mare Crisium, Sea of Crises indeed, strange and weird to most men, but reassuringly familiar to me. I lifted my eyes toward the crescent earth, lying in her cradle of stars, and I wondered what her clouds had covered when these unknown builders had finished their work. Was it the steaming jungle of the Carboniferous, the bleak shoreline over which the first amphibians must crawl to conquer the land? Or, earlier still, the long loneliness before the coming of life? Do not ask me why I did not guess the truth sooner, the truth that seemed so obvious now. In the first excitement of my discovery, I had assumed without question that this crystalline apparition had been built by some race belonging to the moon's remote past. But suddenly, and with overwhelming force, the belief came to me that it was as alien to the moon as I myself. In 20 years, we had found no trace of life but a few degenerate plants. No lunar civilization, whatever its doom, could have left but a single token of its existence. I looked at the shining pyramid again, and the more remote it seemed from anything that had to do with the moon. And suddenly I found myself shaking with a foolish, hysterical laughter, brought on by excitement and overexertion. For I had imagined that the little pyramid was speaking to me and saying something like, "Sorry, I'm a stranger here myself." It has taken us 20 years to crack that invisible shield and to reach the machine inside those crystal walls. What we could not understand, we broke at last with the savage might of nuclear power. And now I have seen the fragments of the lovely, glittering thing I found up there on the mountain. They are meaningless. The mechanisms, if indeed they are mechanisms of the pyramid, belong to a technology that lies far beyond our horizon, perhaps to the technology of paraphysical forces. The mystery haunts us all the more now that the other planets have been reached, and we know that only Earth has ever been the home of intelligent life in our universe. Nor could any lost civilization of our own world have built that machine, for the thickness of the meteoric dust on the plateau has enabled us to measure its age. It was set there upon its mountain before life had emerged from the seas of Earth. When our world was half its present age, something from the stars swept through the solar system, left this token of its passage, and went again upon its way. Until we destroyed it, that machine was still fulfilling the purpose of its builders. And as to that purpose, here is my guess. Nearly 100,000 million stars are turning in the circle of the Milky Way, and long ago other races on the worlds of other suns must have scaled and passed the heights that we have reached. Think of such civilizations, far back in time against the fading afterglow of creation, masters of a universe so young that life as yet had come only to a handful of worlds. Theirs would have been a loneliness we cannot imagine, the loneliness of gods looking out across infinity and finding none to share their thoughts. They must have searched the star clusters as we have searched the planets. Everywhere there would be worlds, but they would be empty or peopled with crawling, mindless things. Such was our own Earth, the smoke of the great volcanoes still staining the skies when that first ship of the peoples of the dawn came sliding in from the abyss beyond Pluto. It passed the frozen outer worlds, knowing that life could play no part in their destinies. It came to rest among the inner planets, warming themselves around the fire of the sun and waiting for their stories to begin. Those wanderers must have looked on Earth, circling safely in the narrow zone between fire and ice, and must have guessed that it was the favorite of the sun's children. Here, in the distant future, would be intelligence. But there were countless stars before them still, and they might never come this way again. So, they left a sentinel, one of millions they have scattered throughout the universe, a sentinel watching over all worlds with a promise of life. It was a beacon that down the ages has been patiently signaling the fact that no one had discovered it. Perhaps you understand now why that crystal pyramid was set upon the moon instead of on the Earth. Its builders were not concerned with races still struggling up from savagery. They would be interested in our civilization only if we proved our fitness to survive by crossing space and so escaping from the Earth, our cradle. That is the challenge that all intelligent races must meet, sooner or later. It is a double challenge, for it depends in turn upon the conquest of nuclear energy and the last choice between life and death. Once we had passed that crisis, it was only a matter of time before we found the pyramid and forced it open. Now its signals have ceased, and those whose duty it is will be turning their minds upon Earth. Perhaps they wish to help our infant civilization. But they must be very, very old, and the old are often insanely jealous of the young. I can never look now at the Milky Way without wondering from which of those banked clouds of stars the emissaries are coming. If you will pardon so commonplace a simile, we have set off the fire alarm and have nothing to do but to wait. I do not think we will have to wait for long.
You have heard The Sentinel by Arthur C. Clarke, a story which first appeared in the Avon Science Fiction and Fantasy Reader, copyright 1951 by Avon. I'm Michael Hansen. Technical production for this broadcast by Rich Grody. Mindwebs is produced at WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension. Welcome to a half hour of Mindwebs, short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction. This is Michael Hansen. The Mindweb story this evening is Remembrance to Come, a story by Gene Wolfe, which appeared in Orbit 6, a collection edited by Damon Knight, in copyright 1970. Leaves in his face. He had chosen, in order to prepare himself to go surface and walk in the sycamore-shaded park where he and Ruth had once received their diplomas. Surface, the air had been cool and fragrant with autumn and rain just past. But once underground and on the belt again, there was only the never-changing odorlessness and the 83-degree warmth set to make co-eds and body paint comfortable. He was always a little apprehensive when he had to go in a classroom now. Already this semester, he had received 2 Student Senate reprimands for speaking sharply to undergraduates. And he couldn't afford a third. On the other side of the door, he could hear the coughing and shuffling of feet. He reminded himself that these were only more of the sleek young people he had watched streaking across the campus on their bikes a few minutes before. He glanced furtively at his notes, then entered the room and walked to the projector console. By a gesture, he called on a girl in the front row, choosing her because he knew she had a clear, sweet voice which would help quiet the noisier boys. She rose gracefully, a courtesy he could not demand, but appreciated, and parted the long hair hanging over her face before she said, "I thought..." And then she paused, embarrassed. She was wearing the broadest possible belt, and in spite of the painted arrows stabbing inward on her thighs, it seemed probable that she had not yet rejected completely the conservative influence of an old-fashioned family. She went on to say, "I thought it was just lovely, the lovely park, whatever it was, and the lovely old carriage the woman rode in. I thought it was just shattering." She sat down abruptly. He nodded in appreciation and said, "Well, let's see it again, shall we?" and touched a button on the console before him. Instantly, the scene filled the wall in front of the class. An ink drawing filled in with broad splashes of tempera. From memory, he quoted,
The idea of perfection which I had within me I had bestowed in that other time upon the height of a Victoria, upon the raking thinness of those horses, frenzied and light as wasps upon the wing, with bloodshot eyes like the cruel steeds of Diomed, which now, smitten by the desire to see again what I had once loved, as ardent as the desire that had driven me many years before along the same paths, I wished to see renewed before my eyes at the moment when Mademoiselle Swan's enormous coachman, supervised by a groom no bigger than his fist and as infantile as St. George in the picture, endeavored to curb the ardor of the flying, steel-tipped pinions with which they thundered along the ground. The legend over Mademoiselle Swan's head, enclosed in a balloon whose outlines were of the puffy sort used to indicate thoughts rather than speech, seemed hardly necessary. The cartoonist had conveyed them well enough in the look she directed toward a strolling group of high-hatted gentlemen, but his students were rereading them nonetheless, as he saw by their moving lips. Far in the background, the slender figure of the young Marcel expressed mute admiration. He was about to wipe out the picture when he sensed a disturbance far toward the back of the room, where the tiered seats rose in semicircles. Heads were turning toward the door leading to the corridor belt, and he heard a girl giggle nervously. Then something black and shapeless entered and sat down. For a moment he did not know what to do. Then, stabbing his fingers down at random, he replaced Mademoiselle Swan's Victoria with another scene and announced briskly, "Student dialogue in this one, Shepard and Weeks." Shepard and Weeks were two of the brightest as well as the most talkative. They could be depended upon to keep their discussion going without him for as long as needed. The picture the projector had produced was of Marcel stealing glances at the former Princess de Lome as she sat with her feet on the tomb of Gilbert the Bad. He left it on long enough for the class to study it, then changed to a magnified view of the room itself, with Shepard and Weeks in the foreground. When they were well underway, and the class had been at least partially distracted, he switched his personal monitor to a camera covering the back of the room. In the last row, in the seat nearest the door, sat a figure completely draped in black cloth. Instead of the sandals worn by most students, the feet were shod in black, very formal, and rather old-fashioned masculine shoes. And under the cloth, apparently, something like a box was worn over the head. Its square outline could be seen just above the triangular holes which allowed the wearer to see. Twisting a knob, he zoomed the image in until he seemed to stand alongside the shrouded figure. The student, surely only a student, would undertake such a prank, sat motionless, utterly quiet in his broad-armed chair. It was, as he realized after a moment, a particularly difficult situation. Any of the 50,000 students at the university could monitor any class he chose. The right had been acquired as the result of undergraduate demonstrations at some time in the remote past, and in theory, aided students in deciding whether or not to register for a subject in a future semester. In practice, it was most frequently used by campus agitators who wished to disrupt the class without paying tuition for it. He could ask the student under the cloth to establish that he was a student, but if he was, it would gain nothing, and he might be walking into a trap, since if, as seemed likely, the student was an agent provocateur for some dissident group, this challenge was presumably what he was expecting and awaiting. But for the time being, at least, he was well-behaved and quiet. The wisest course was probably to ignore the whole matter until some overt action changed his own position from that of presumptive aggressor. Abstractedly, he thought of how the boy must be sweltering under his shroud. His own clothing, tropical weave coveralls whose design imitated the sweatshirt and jeans of more formal times, oppressed him in the underground heat. Still watching the monitor, he plucked at his clothes to draw cooler air in at the neck. More conservative and perhaps better salaried faculty members stuck to the time-honored slogans for their shirts, the more respected because they were outmoded, things like "Get out of Vietnam" and "God grows his own." The legend on his own chest read, "Make love, not sludge." Not very prestigious, but the National Sewage Authority paid him a stipend for the space. The remainder of the period seemed to pass without leaving an impression on his memory. And although he was certain afterward that he had asked the normal questions to begin discussions and elucidated correctly the few points referred to him, he could recall nothing of it when the class was shuffling out into the hall. He remained at the console, waiting to see if the dark figure at the back of the room had left with the others, and by some trick of thought he felt, he had been watching the proceedings himself, through the eyes behind those black holes, and had found them remote and inconsequential. The dark figure had not gone, but was still seated, and it seemed staring at him across the long rows of empty chairs. This was his last class of the day, and he was conscious of an overpowering urge to finish it without a disturbance, to go home and talk to Ruth and rest. The eye holes, which were the only visible feature of that strangely shaped hooded head, seemed to hold no malice or even impulsive activity. And for a moment he wondered if the student behind them could be asleep. Slowly, he got up and walked toward an exit, ignoring him as well as he could. He reached the door and risked a glance over his shoulder. The black figure was standing now. He went out, grateful for the soft shushing the door made behind him. He was halfway to the elevator when he heard the slow tread of heavily shod feet, very different from the patter of sandals or bare soles. He walked faster, pressed the elevator button, and was fortunate enough to have the doors open immediately. When they closed, the black figure was still 15 feet or so away. His bicycle was in the faculty rack at the south end of the campus, and he made his way to it as quickly as he could, looking over his shoulder from time to time with the illogical feeling that he was still being followed. Somehow, the sight of his own name, David P. Paramore, on the registration tag dangling from the handlebars, reassured him. He mounted and pedaled off toward home. As always, there was a multiplicity of bikes and pedal carts on the streets, plus a sprinkling of the slow and costly electric cars, and a few heavily taxed internal combustion trucks, mostly diesels. Since the government did not care much if members of the liberal arts faculty survived a bomb blast or not, the underground, on-campus apartments were the prerogatives of members of the scientific departments. Paramore had worked his way through the traffic for nearly an hour and was approaching his own neighborhood before he glimpsed the dark figure far behind him. The student under that black cloth, whoever he was, had a bike, too, a much newer one than his own, just as his legs were no doubt younger and his wind better. Block by block, he gained steadily until he was not more than a few seconds behind. A pushcart man from whom David sometimes bought vegetables waved from the curb and then was gone, a blur of unshaven face and glinting teeth. 20 years ago, he had ridden the same streets in this same way, commuting to the campus, thinking of the great day on which he would get his doctorate and anticipating the meeting with Ruth at the student center for lunch. And it suddenly occurred to him to wonder why, indeed, he was hurrying. Now that all the goals he had set himself were reached in emptiness, and it was possible to set no more, what could the student under the black cloth do to him that time had not? For a moment he slacked his pace. Then the repulsion he had felt earlier had left him was too store buyers. He careened up onto the lawn as recklessly as a boy, left his bicycle lying on the grass instead of pulling it up onto the porch, and slammed and locked the door behind him. Ruth had heard him, and she called to him from her room at the top of the stairs. After a moment, he began the daily ritual of his visit with her, mounting the steps one at a time and pausing a little to catch his breath at each. Sitting on the bed beside her, he described everything, the shrouded figure coming into the classroom, the pursuit home. And she said when he had finished, "But it's so easy." And she held his hand pressed between hers as he talked, and now she gave it a little pat. "They did it before, David, years ago, when you and I were in school ourselves. A boy got into a big black sack and began attending classes that way. He wouldn't tell anyone who he was or speak above a mumble at all. At first, everyone laughed, And then when he kept coming day after day like that, they were rude to him and began to play cruel jokes. Finally, when he wouldn't tell them anything, they just ignored him. Then at the end of the term, it came out that it was all an experiment some graduate students had worked out with one of the people in the psychology department. He looked at his wife, wanting to believe. It's so obvious, David. Someone has revived that old experiment. We say we're so much freer and more humane than people used to be, but are we really? Well, he's going to make the same test again and see if the results are any different. David, don't look so frightened. Oh, why did he wait for me after class, then? Why did he follow me home? He wanted to see how you'd react, so he had to give you time to react in. And I don't believe he followed you at all. Don't you see, he couldn't take off the bag on campus or someone would see who he was. He was probably on his way home, and it just happened to be down our street. There are lots of those boarding houses for students who can't get dorm space scattered all over. He didn't stop here, did he, David? I didn't wait to see. I just went inside. There, you see. He hasn't rung the bell or anything, has he? Or tried to climb through a window? Now go out. Look around for him. I'll bet you can't find him anywhere. He did not go outside or even look through the windows that evening, but nothing happened to prove Ruth incorrect. He did his usual housework, watched television with Ruth for an hour, and then read himself to sleep. The next morning, the dark, shapeless figure was waiting for him, and it attended every class he gave for the next 2 days. Paramore made an appointment with Saunders, the head of his department. Saunders was leaning back in his swivel chair and staring at the ceiling when David came in, and did not immediately look at him. What is it, Paramore? Sit down. You look awful. Are you sick? As briefly as he could, he described what had happened for the past 3 days, and when he finished, Saunders remained silent. Look, can't you see? It's an attempt to entrap me, or the department, or the school. They're waiting for us to do something, or say something that can be used against us. And then there will be another riot, just like the old days, speeches, demonstrations, and when it's all over... we haven't had many riots since we moved the campus underground. After all, they can't break our windows when we haven't got any. And the belts in the corridors just keep sweeping along anyone who sits down on them until they get dumped off at the end. When did you say this started, David? Monday. He had lost. Saunders was not willing to recognize what they were trying to do. Saunders was shuffling through some papers in a desk drawer and did not look at Paramore as he spoke. You say he sleeps on your porch at night? Yes, that's right. Just like a dog someone won't let into the house. He sleeps with his back against the front door. But your wife has never seen him? What difference does that make? Ruth's an invalid. You must know that. Saunders had found the paper he had been looking for and disregarded the last remark. Reading it upside down from his position on the far side of the desk, David saw that it was his own class schedule. What do you want with that? Monday, the subject of your class was Swan's Way. One of your favorites, isn't it? Well, I wrote my thesis. And Tuesday, you covered Within a Budding Grove. Yesterday's schedule calls for the Hermates Way, and today, Cities of the Plain. What does that have to do with it? Well, it strikes me that this figure has only appeared, thus far at any rate, when you are doing Proust. You said he followed you home. Does he also follow you into the language research complex here? Is he outside in the reception room right now? No, I hadn't really thought of it that way, but you're right. He doesn't come here. He rides half a block behind me when I'm coming in the morning. And then I lose him in the corridors on my way here to the language research complex. And then I don't see him again until I go to class. Suddenly, he understood what the other man was driving at. You think it's my imagination, don't you? It was shocking, humiliating.
He felt the blood surge into his face and was afraid to allow himself to say anything more for fear he would actually insult Saunders. David, we live in an age of tension. A person like yourself, hard-working, conscientious, perhaps a little introverted, is almost certain to have a little trouble sooner or later. Why do you think we have machines in the coffee shop selling the psycho-specific drugs? But other people see him, too. The students do. In class, they look toward him. They giggle. It was preposterous. But it was that which made him feel so helpless. If Saunders could not see the absurdity of his accusation at first glance, how could he be made to see it? But they don't speak to him? I told you that. I don't speak to him myself. I don't want to give him an opening. Undergraduates are liable to let their eyes wander during class, and they laugh at almost anything. Perhaps if there were nothing there, they might look at a spot toward which you yourself seem to be staring. Listen now, David, about this black figure, will you do what I ask you to? You're head of the department. Fine. I want you to take the rest of the day off and the next 4 days off from teaching, David. I'll have Henderson take your classes, and don't forget what I said about the psychospecifics. Here. Digging into a pocket, Saunders produced an opened packet still containing 2 rather linty capsules. Yeah, these ought to hold you until you can get some of your own. I'll buy some more when I go to lunch. It is real. If it's real, fine. Fine, I hope it is. And if so, it will come to the classroom just as you say it has for the past 3 days, and Henderson will report it to me. But in any case, David, you should have a rest. You look ready to drop. Paramore threw the capsules into the first trash receptacle he passed in the corridor. But following Saunders' instructions did not go to his classes that day, and when he pedaled home in the evening, he was not followed. Presumably, he reflected, the student under the black cloth was following poor old Henderson now. He wondered how Henderson liked it. That evening, he talked to Ruth as little as he decently could, saying nothing about his interview with Saunders. Long after she had dropped off to sleep, still propped up by pillows in her big bed, he remained awake, thinking about the black shape and speculating on the exact nature of the plot in which it must be involved. It was nearly daylight when it occurred to him that he might be able to frustrate it, and that it was indeed his duty to do so. After much searching in the attic, he found an old robe, which would serve his purpose, and providentially in the same box a square-topped hat that would lend the correct shape to his head. The next morning, after he had carried up Ruth's breakfast, he put them into a large grocery sack and rode to the campus with it clamped under his arm. Once in the study cell assigned him, he stowed it in an empty file drawer. A few minutes before the beginning of the final lecture period, he left unobtrusively with the bundle again under his arm. In a restroom, he put on the hat and flung the cloak over his head, reminded of how as a child he had believed that if his own eyes were concealed, he could walk unseen by others, like Gollum with the One Ring. The old robe smelled musty, and the cuts he had made in it were difficult to keep aligned with his eyes, but the hooded student, whoever he might be, would surely take him for a second member of the conspiracy sent to help him. He stepped onto the belt, and a moment later he adored the classroom that was normally his own. And in the split second before the projector switched itself on, the realization that he knew what was about to come came rushing down upon him like a wind from the mountains, shrieking in his face. In bright primary colors, the screen showed the rumpled bedroom with its cork-lined walls and the bearded man in the bed. Involuntarily, the words formed themselves in his mind. For a long time, I used to go to bed early. Sometimes when I had put out my candle, my eyes would close so quickly that I had not even time to say, I'm going to sleep. Sometimes, too, just as Eve was created from the rib of Adam, so a woman would come into existence while I was sleeping, conceived from some strain in the position of my limbs. When a man is asleep, he has in a circle round him the chain of the hours, the sequence of the years, the order of the heavenly hosts. It was the beginning of Swan's Way again.
He knew what was happening now. And when Mademoiselle Swan's Victoria swung through the porch, invisible, his own bent form arrive on the belt, then re-entered to see himself start with fear. Without a lapse of time, he found himself on his bicycle again, pursuing his own back under the towering white shapes of the sycamores. He pulled the gown from his face, letting it hang properly, and straightened the mortar board on his head. Soon he seemed to fly. You've heard Remembrance to Come by Gene Wolfe, a story which first appeared in Orbit 6, a collection edited by Damon Knight, copyright 1970, and published by Berkeley Medallion. This is Michael Hansen. Technical production for this program by Rich Grody. Mindwebs is produced at WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension. Welcome to a half hour of Mindwebs, short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction. This story is out of the book The Best from Amazing Stories, edited by Ted White. The story is by Ted White and Marion Zimmer Bradley. The title, Phoenix. He lived. He was aware. He was everything in his world. He was. Flames wrapped themselves around his body, pouring sinuously around him. For a few seconds, as he stood in the center of the floor, he writhed, pure reflex. Then he relaxed and gave himself up to the heady luxury of the roaring fire which clothed his body. He basked in flames. His mind was afire, too. It feels like satin ice. No, it's different. It was something new. His senses were still adjusting themselves to the new reality, and his mind contained no images with which to compare it. He didn't see or hear Fran open the door.
Max!
He shook his flaming body, and a few brief cinders fell away in sparks. Then suddenly he had snuffed out the aura of flames. He was standing nude on a smoking carpet, grinning tentatively at the girl. He swallowed and said, "A hell of a time for you to show up, Fran." She seemed to stare at him without seeing him, her face taut without expression. He blinked, slowly coming down, or up, to reality again. Good God, yes, she thought he'd been burning up. The odor of the carpet, it smelled like scorching hair. I forgot about the carpet, Fran." He watched her glance down at it. Acrid smoke still curled away from two singed bare patches where he'd been standing. Slowly, Fran raised her eyes back to his.
Max!
She took one faltering step toward him. Then she crumpled and swayed forward. He caught her in his arms as she fell, straining her close. The physical contact of their bodies brought him back to the level of reality again, to a complete realization of Fran's plight. He tried to make his grip as firm, as reassuring as he could, to bring her back to a world in which men were not 1 minute cloaked in streaming flame, and the next minute alive and human.
You don't have any clothes on.
Yeah, I know, Fran. I lose more pajamas that way. Fran, sit down and I'll put on a pair of pants at least. Her face was chalk white. The color had drained from her mouth, leaving the lipstick like paint on a corpse. She was rigid with shock. She hardly seemed to hear him, and let him lead her like a child to the sofa.
Oh, God, why did she have to come in just now?
Lie down here for a minute, Fran. Here, put your feet up on the arm. Fran, it's all right. I'm all right. Now, take it easy. I'll be right back, Fran. Max retreated into the bedroom, quietly closed the door behind him, and leaned against it for a moment. His whole body slumped. The room was quiet, just a third-floor bedroom in an old house, now a converted rooming house for students, half filled with sunlight. Max heard his own breathing loud in the silence, looked down at his naked body, and then at his pants draped over the bed. He stared at them and closed his eyes. His body grew rigid. Slowly, the pants began to stir as if with a breeze, but all else was still. Sunlight cut across the stationary dust mote suspended in midair, and the warm summer noon seemed to hold its breath. The pants' legs flapped. Then, suddenly, the room was filled with a timeless density. The silence of the moment before thickened into a tangible, measurable dimension possessing a reality of its own. He could taste the silence. He rose 3 feet into the air, his head clearing the ceiling by inches. As he did so, the tension dissolved from his muscles. He lay loose-flung on the air and watched articles of clothing, first his briefs, then pants, sweatshirts, socks, and finally shoes, all moving to him and draping themselves over, around, up, and onto his body, flowing onto him as if themselves fluid. The door opened before he reached it. He took a deep breath, set his feet on the floor, and walked into the other room. Fran started upright as he came in and flinched away. Fran, are you afraid of me? She nodded, moving her mouth mutely.
Easy, for God's sake, easy. The girl...
Fran, I'm not denying anything. What you saw, it happened, yeah, but it wasn't... I don't know, Fran.
Well, I'm not crazy, and it wasn't an illusion.
Okay, then. I'm a warlock. I wave dark spells. I've sold my soul to the devil. Do you like that any better?
Are you a warlock?
Oh, I don't know, Fran. I don't know. Max fell against her and felt her arms reach out for him, hold him as he collapsed at her side. The touch did what words had failed to do. He felt the rigid, frozen fright flow out of her as she held him, hard, clasping his spent body in her arms. And with a sigh, she drew his head against the softness of her breast and let him lie there. This was the best way. It had come to him without words. Perhaps there were no words. But what had he done to Fran, to the shy girl who held him now so tightly? He sensed through the tension of her terror and its release that she loved him. Did he love her? When he had asked himself that, he could not answer. Yet now, in his response to her, he sensed his own answer. Words, more words. What did they mean? Reasoning was a barrier, not a path. He'd always felt most apart from her when he had tried to think out their relationship into words. Better to let the words go, better to react. They lay together, unmoving on the sofa for a moment, which was, for them, timeless, perhaps 15 minutes, perhaps 2 or 3 hours. They exchanged no words, no gestures, not even a kiss. They simply were. They were sharing the moment of that meshed, tangible silence in which there was no Max, no Fran. Instead, a gestalt, a separate emotional entity.
Tell me about it.
It was like surfacing after a deep dive, and he blinked. Fran, I don't know what happened.
How did it begin?
He turned slightly, snuggling closer to her, his cheek buried against her neck, his shoulder tucked under her arm, her arms warm around his body.
He paused, then reached out for words and found that the words were there. If you want to be rational about it, that is, if we can be rational about it, Fran, I guess it's what you'd call a wild talent.
Wild is right.
Psi power, I guess you'd call it. I can make things move or make things happen. Fran, I had a dream last night. It was a very strange kind of dream. You know how sometimes you have dreams about flying? Like you're running along on the ground, and sometimes you can jump and pull your feet into the air, and then you sort of paddle yourself along with your hands. I dreamed that I had done this, and I was floating and weightless, pulling myself around with handholds like an astronaut in a spaceship, only the handholds were the branches of a tree, and I was floating and pulling myself into the tree. Things began feeling strange, like they were happening in double. Like the dream was fading out into sleepwalking, and then I woke up. Fran, I was holding on to the curtains of the window next to my bed, and I was floating about, even with the top of the open window. He felt her arms tighten around him, but she neither moved nor interrupted him. And blessing her, he went on. It scared me silly, but my first thought was, my God, I nearly flew out the window. Just as a matter of fact about it, as if I'd been sleepwalking and woke up and said, I almost walked down those stairs. And then I guess I woke up the rest of the way and really realized what was happening. And the next thing I knew, Fran, I was lying crossways on the bed with all the breath knocked out of me. His body had tensed again with a growing excitement in his voice. Sensing it, he shivered and moved closer into the warmth of her arms. Fran, don't let me do anything now. Slowly, under the reassurance of her touch, he felt the spasm dissolve, flow into words again. When I woke up, I thought it had all been a dream. I wanted to believe I dreamed it, but I knew better. I wandered out here into the living room and just kind of went through the motions of breakfast without noticing what I was doing. After a while, I located myself sitting at the table, staring at my coffee, and realizing that it had gone cold. I wasn't thinking, Fran. I wasn't thinking about anything. I was just staring at the coffee and wishing it was good and hot again. And it started steaming. Fran, I didn't touch it. I just looked at it. I looked at it, and suddenly I wasn't just looking at a cup of coffee anymore. I began to see it. Really see it. I began to see the relationships of every component in the cup and the coffee, the chemical, the molecular. No, that's not what I mean either. I could see, not really with my eyes, the entire series of relationships between all the overlapping fields of energy. Fran, I can't make sense out of it for you. I don't have the words. Maybe there aren't any. But I could see it. You understand? I didn't try to explain it, even to myself. I can't now. It's just everything's motion, and I could reach out and speed it up or slow it down, and I'd heated it up, Fran, and... Her voice was leveled when she spoke, a flat surface spread thin over panic, toneless.
I'm not a nuclear physicist, but it sounds as if you were trying to put the theory of atoms and force fields into one word, like matter not being solid, but just little bits of loose energy whirling around and building up into atoms, and the atoms into molecules.
Yeah, I guess so. As if I'd learned to see into them. But how? Why?
It takes in a lot of territory just to wake up and find out you had it, whatever it was.
Max hardly heard. He drew himself upright, his hands clasped, tensing, searching for words. Like ice and water and steam are all the same thing, Fran, only we see them differently. We just see different aspects of the same thing. And it's all the same, all this motion. And I could control it. I could control everything.
Ned.
Yes, I know, Fran, it's frightening, and I'm still afraid. And I think I've been afraid ever since I woke up from that dream. I'm afraid to really try anything. Oh, thank God you came, Fran. Thank God. I think I'd cracked up if you hadn't. But the moment of complete and intense rapport was gone. Fran had drawn away from him again, and he felt cold and afraid. He had said too much. She was afraid of him again, and her fear, like her love, communicated itself to him through the impalpable fibers in his very skin. He soaked up her fear and babbled it forth again.
Fran, I've been afraid to really try anything because that's playing God. I've been doing parlor tricks, Fran, because I haven't really wanted to face the fact that I could do so much more than that. Now, think about it. Fran, I turned the air around myself to flames and burned off my pajamas before I thought to do more than protect my body. Because that was sort of wild and weird and ego-inflating. I've wished my clothes on and levitated and moved things around, but these are little things, these petty things. Fran, I could have done so much more. I could wipe out war. There are 1,000 ways I could do it. I could feed the starving and house the homeless. Hell, that's minuscule. I could change this whole damn planet, Fran. I could change myself, make my body so I could go anywhere in the whole physical universe. Fran, I could be God. I could be God. And I'm playing with burning carpets. Fran, Fran, it's too much for me. I'm not God. I don't want it. I'm too small for it. I wish it was only a dream, and now I could really wake up and find it never happened. Fran, tell me what I am. Tell me what to do.
Aware only of pain and terror, he felt his face wet and did not even know he was sobbing.
You're Max, Max. You're Max, and I love you.
Again, the touch calmed him. He clutched at her desperately, clinging to reality, to the wholeness and rightness of her body in his arms, in a sort of senseless terror lest that too should dissolve suddenly into a flux of intermingling atoms and force fields. He was aware only of Fran, close and warm against him, their mingling breath, his own rising hunger and need. To her, lose himself in her flesh and her reality. The clothes she was wearing separated them, were a senseless intrusion into his longing for contact, for oneness. He moved. They were gone, her body warm and naked in his arms. Fran. But she was white and rigid in his arms, thrusting him, held senselessness of his sudden of being alone. He wept, feeling the tears on his cheek. Did God cry? Crying. Clutching desperately at this frigid slip of a girl for salvation when the whole universe awaited him? He pushed himself up, away from her. He heard her voice as if from a great distance, making words, but he was past words. Blackness closed in about them. Time slowed. The eddies of air swirled to a halt, and lances of fire swirled through his mind. Then, beyond the realm of 3 dimensions, he saw her clearly. His mind shattered into 1,000 crystals, reflecting prismatically pounding emotions he could not directly face. He looked at Fran, into her, through her, beyond her. He saw, not the immobilized figure of a frightened woman, her body helpless beneath his own on a sofa. In fact, he saw not even the sofa. He saw, beyond the immediacy of the fields of motion contained in finite space as his body, he comprehended other patterns of subatomic flux. Below him was a geometrically ordered matrix, a precise framework simply constructed. But above it, he found an area of disorder. Complexity, confusion, patterns and subpatterns of a structure so immensely varied and subtly differentiated as to be nearly incomprehensible. The motion, movement, life. It offended him. It was vulgar, teeming, unruly, impossible. He began to reach out to
Max!
A body had flung itself at him, kicking, scratching, screaming. He was toppled back, and suddenly lying on the floor, back in the narrow confines of a single body again. His head rang, and her words were slowly becoming words again. They hurt his ears, jangling with their ridiculous cadences against the sublime expanse of perception.
No, I loved you, but you're mad. You're not Max.
And then she had flung herself through the door and was gone, her running footsteps growing fainter on the stairs. Slowly, Max surrendered himself to a chair, without any awareness of his human motions. The old chair enveloped him with the old, overstuffed, cushioned arms and gave him a musty embrace. And for a moment he was part of all its enfolding past, the weariness that had come into its unrejecting depths for comfort and rest. His face was still wet with the tears he had shed before, and now they began to swell and flow again, erupting and cascading almost without volition. Fran was gone. She was gone, and she had been all he had, all that was ever really real to him. Dimly he sensed, without knowing, that it had been a double failure. Fran had refused, rejected his need. But was it Fran's fault that he had been unable to reach her? Had he ever been able to reach any human creature? Had he ever wanted to, except in his own selfish desire? He spoke of loving Fran, and yet he had shied away from that answer until he needed her. And so his vast paranormal powers were meaningless, because the physical universe itself was without meaning. Ordered, yes, finely structured, but with no more meaning than an alarm clock. He could be God, and yet the only safety and sanity he had felt was when Fran drew him back from the brink of the bewildering nothingness into the shelter of her breast. But for all his control of things, he had been unable to achieve that blending that meant power. He had only a meaningless power over things, which now, in essence, were only nothingness in various rates of flow. The sun had set, and he had turned none of the lights on. The gloom of dusk settled, blanketing his body with darkness and his mind with despair. If Fran, if, a meaningless word now. If Fran had only accepted him, if he could control his own emotions as easily as the magic show flames he had donned. But he had feared to surrender himself to any emotion. He had given too little of himself to Fran, and when the moment of his need came, she had nothing of him that could call him back safe from the borderland of bleak despair. He wasn't fit. Like a baby given a straight razor, he could not cope with his gift, and the outcome was inevitable. There was only one answer. Best do it now. Suddenly, the darkness was pierced by flames, a flickering, growing fire which enveloped and covered his body. His clothes vanished in a flare of flame, spreading to and attacking the soft upholstery of the chair. A small thing to salvage, his ego. But this was the grandiose way, the big way, for the big failure. He sat for long moments, crowned in golden flames, lost in contemplation of the streams of superheated glowing ions radiated from the burning carbon. Then the chair shifted as cloth burned through. Fiber straps released their hold on the metal springs of the seat. Time. Deliberately, without emotion, he released his hold on the lines of force which demarcated the limits of his body. His hair vanished instantly in a shower of sparks, and simultaneously a furnace blast beat in on him. Then his skin was blistering and blackening, gone. He collapsed into his funeral pyre, flinging out limbs in reflex spasm and struggle. And he lived. He was aware. He was everything in his world, and still nothing. Streams of force, patterns of subatomic flux. He was a moment when all fear and all perception had vanished, blending into a gestalt that was more than himself. In her uneasy sleep, Francine floated 5 inches above the surface of her bed. story was titled Phoenix, written by Ted White and Marion Zimmer Bradley. It's taken from the book The Best from Amazing Stories, edited by Ted White. This is Michael Hansen speaking. Reading with me was Linda Clotter. Technical production for Mindwebs by Leslie Hilsenoff. Mindwebs comes to you from WHA Radio, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension.
Welcome to a half hour of Mindwebs. Short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction. This is Michael Hansen. The Mind-Web story tonight is A Saucer of Loneliness by Theodore Sturgeon. Copyright 1953 by Galaxy Publishing Company. If she's dead, I thought, if she's dead, I'll never find her in this white flood of moonlight on the white sea, with the surf seething in and over the pale, pale sand like a great shampoo. Almost always suicides who stab themselves or shoot themselves in the heart carefully bare their chests. The same strange impulse generally makes the sea suicide go naked. A little earlier, I thought, or later, and there would be shadows for the dunes and the breathing toss of the foam. Now the only real shadow was mine, a tiny thing just under me, but black enough to feed the blackness of the shadow of a blimp. A little earlier, I thought, and I might have seen her plodding up the silver shore, seeking a place lonely enough to die in. A little later, and my legs would rebel against this shuffling trot through sand, the maddening sand that could not hold and would not help a hurrying man. My legs did give way then, and I knelt suddenly, sobbing, not for her, not yet, just for air. There was such a rush about me, wind and tangled spray and colors upon colors and shades of colors that were not colors at all, but shifts of white and silver. If light like that were sound, it would sound like the sea on sand. And if my ears were eyes, they would see such a light. I crouched there, gasping in the swirl of it, and a flood struck me, shallow and swift, turning up and outward like flower petals where it touched my knees, then soaking me to the waist in its bubble and crash. I pressed my knuckles to my eyes so they would open again. The sea was on my lips with a taste of tears, and the whole white night shouted and wept aloud. And there she was. Her white shoulders were a taller curve in the sloping foam. She must have sensed me. Perhaps I yelled, for she turned and saw me kneeling there. She put her fists to her temples and her face twisted, and she uttered a piercing wail of despair and fury, and then plunged seaward and sank. I kicked off my shoes and ran into the breakers, shouting, hunting, grasping at flashes of white that turned to sea salt and coldness in my fingers. I plunged right past her, and her body struck my side as a wave whipped my face and tumbled both of us. I gasped in solid water, opened my eyes beneath the surface, and saw a greenish-white distorted moon hurtle as I spun. Then there was sucking sand under my feet again, and my left hand was tangled in her hair. She hit my ear, wet, hard, and a huge pointed pain lanced into my head. She pulled, she lunged away from me, and all the while my hand was caught in her hair. I couldn't have freed her if I had wanted to. She spun to me with the next wave, battered and clawed at me, and we went into deeper water. Don't, I can't swim, I told her, and she clawed me again.
Leave me alone. Oh, dear God, why can't you leave me alone?
So by her hair, I pulled her head down tight to her white shoulder, and with the edge of my free hand, I hit her neck twice. She floated again, and I brought her ashore. I carried her to where a dune was between us and the sea's broad, noisy tongue, and the wind was above us somewhere. But the light was as bright. I rubbed her wrists and stroked her face and said, "It's all right," there, and some names I used to have for a dream I had long, long before I ever heard of her.
Why couldn't you leave me alone?
And she opened her eyes and looked at me at last. She had so much misery, and there was no room for fear. She shut her eyes again and said,
"You know who I am."
"I know," I said, and she began to cry. I waited a long time, and when she stopped crying, there were shadows among the dunes.
You don't know who I am. Nobody knows who I am.
It was in all the papers.
That. Nobody knows who I am.
Well, tell me.
Who are you?
Someone who...
Well?
Not now. Later, maybe.
Where are my clothes?
I didn't see them.
Oh, I remember. I put them down and kicked sand over them, just where a dune would come and smooth them over, hide them as if they never were. I hate sand. I wanted to drown in the sand, but it wouldn't let me. You mustn't look at me. I hate to have you looking at me. I can't stay here like this. What can I do? Where can I go?
Here. And she let me help her up and then snatched her hand away, half turned from me.
Don't touch me. Get away from me.
Here, I said again, and walked down the dune where it curved in the moonlight, tipped back into the wind and down and became not dune but beach. Here. And I pointed behind the dune. At last, she followed me. She peered over the dune where it was chest high, and again where it was knee high.
Back there? It's so dark.
She stepped over the low dune and into the aching black of those moon shadows. She moved away cautiously, feeling tenderly with her feet back to where the dune was higher. She sank down into the blackness and disappeared there, and I sat on the sand in the light.
Stay away from me.
I rose and stepped back. Invisible in the shadows, she breathed.
Don't go away. There, over there, in the dark. Just stay away from me now. Be a voice.
I did as she asked, and sat in the shadows perhaps 6 feet from her. She told me about it, not the way it was in the papers. She was perhaps 17 when it happened. She was in Central Park in New York. It was too warm for such an early spring day, and the hammered brown slopes had a dusting of green of precisely the consistency of that morning's hoarfrost on the rocks. But the frost was gone, and the grass was brave and tempted some hundreds of pairs of feet from the asphalt and concrete to tread on it. Hers were among them. The sprouting soil was a surprise to her feet, as the air was to her lungs. Her feet ceased to be shoes as she walked. Her body was consciously more than clothes. It was the only kind of day which in itself can make a city-bred person raise his eyes. She did. For a moment she felt separated from the life she lived, in which there was no fragrance, no silence, in which nothing ever quite fit, nor was quite filled. In that moment, the ordered disapproval of the buildings around the pallid park could not reach her. For 2, 3 clean breaths, it no longer mattered that the whole wide world really belonged to images projected on a screen, to gently groomed goddesses in these steel and glass towers, that it belonged, in short, always, always to someone else. So she raised her eyes, and there, above her, was the saucer. It was beautiful. It was golden, with a dusty finish like that of an unripe Concord grape. It made a faint sound, a chord composed of 2 tones and a blunted hiss, like the wind in tall wheat. It was darting about like a swallow, soaring and dropping. It circled and dropped and hovered like a fish, shimmering. It was like all these living things, but with all that beauty it had all the loveliness of things turned and burnished, measured, machined, and metrical. At first, she felt no astonishment, for this was so different from anything she had ever seen before that it had to be a trick of the eye, a false evaluation of size and speed and distance that in a moment would resolve itself into a sun flash on an airplane or the lingering glare of a welding arc. She looked away from it and abruptly realized that many other people saw it, saw something, too. She looked up again, and at last began to realize how large and how far away the saucer was. No, rather, how small and how very near it was. It was just the size of the largest circle she might make with her 2 hands, and it floated not quite 18 inches over her head. Fear came then. She drew back and raised a forearm, but the saucer simply hung there. She bent far sideways, twisted away, leaped forward, looked back and upward to see if she had escaped it. At first, she couldn't see it. Then as she looked up and up, there it was, close and gleaming, quivering and crooning right over her head. She bit her tongue. From the corner of her eye, she saw a man cross himself. And she thought he did that because he saw me standing here with a halo over my head. And that was the greatest single thing that had ever happened to her. No one had ever looked at her and made a respectful gesture before. Not once, not ever. Through terror, through panic and wonderment, the comfort of that thought nestled into her to wait to be taken out and looked at again in lonely times. The terror was uppermost now, however. She backed away, staring upward, stepping a ludicrous cakewalk. She should have collided with people. There were plenty of people there, gasping and craning, but she reached none. She spun around and discovered, to her horror, that she was the center of a pointing, pressing crowd. Its mosaic of eyes all bulged, and its inner circle braced its many legs to press back and away from her. The saucer's gentle note deepened. It tilted, dropped an inch or so. Someone screamed, and the crowd broke away from her in all directions, milled about and settled again in a new dynamic balance, a much larger ring as more and more people raced to thicken it against the efforts of the inner circle to escape. The saucer hummed and tilted, She opened her mouth to scream, fell to her knees, and the saucer struck. It dropped against her forehead and clung there. It seemed almost to lift her. She came erect on her knees, made one effort to raise her hands against it, and then her arms stiffened down and back, her hands not reaching the ground. For perhaps a second and a half, the saucer held her rigid. And then it passed a single ecstatic quiver to her body and dropped it. She plumped to the ground, the backs of her thighs heavy and painful on her heels and ankles. The saucer dropped beside her, rolled once in a small circle, once just around its edge, and lay still. It lay still and dull and metallic, different and dead. Hazily she lay and gazed at the gray, shrouded blue of the good spring sky, and hazily she heard whistles and some tardy screams, and a great stupid voice that bellowed, "Give her air!" which made everyone press closer. Then there wasn't so much sky because of the blue-clad bulk with its metal buttons and its leatherette notebook.
Okay, what's happened here? Stand back, for God's sake.
And the widening ripples of observation, interpretation, and comment. It knocked her down. Some guy knocked her down. You knocked her down. Some guy knocked her down, and right in broad daylight, this guy. The park's getting to be onward and outward. The adulteration of fact until it was lost altogether because excitement is so much more important. The glittering shield in the florid face, bending close. Are you hurt bad? And the echoes, back and back through the crowd. Hurt bad, badly injured. He beat the hell out of her in broad daylight. And then another man, slim and purposeful in tan gabardine, cleft chin and beard shadow. Flying saucer, hmm? Okay, officer, I'll take over here. FBI. And that rippled outward, too. The policeman nodded, the entire policeman nodded in one single bobbing genuflection. FBI. The crowd murmured. There was more sky to look at above her. She sat up, and there was glory in her face, and she sang, "The saucer talked to me." "You'll be quiet," said the gabardine. "You'll be quiet now. You'll have lots of chance to talk later."
"Yeah, sister," said the policeman. "Oh, my God, this mob could be full of communists, you know."
"You be quiet, too," said the gabardine. Someone in the crowd told someone else a communist beat up this woman, while someone else was saying she got beat up because she was a communist. She started to rise, but solicitous hands forced her down again. There were 30 police there by that time, and she told them that she could walk, and they told her to take it easy. At the hospital, she had a bedroom to herself then for the first time in her life. Whenever the door opened, she could see a policeman outside. It opened very often to admit the kind of civilians who were very polite to military people and the kind of military people who were even more polite to certain civilians. She did not know what they all did, nor what they wanted. Every single day they asked her 4,500,000 questions. Apparently they never talked to each other because each of them asked her the same questions over and over. There would be a lot of shouting once, and then a lot of kind ones. No one had ever been so kind to her before. But she soon learned that no one was being kind to her. They were just getting her to relax, to think of other things, so they could suddenly shoot that question at her. "Oh, what do you mean, it talked to you?" Pretty soon, it was just like Mom's or school or any place, and she used to sit with her mouth closed and let them yell. They took her out of the hospital and put her in jail. Some ways it was good. The food, the bed was all right, too. Through the window, she could see lots of women exercising in the yard. It was explained to her that they all had much harder beds. "You are a very important young lady, you know," they told her, and that was nice at first. But as usual, it turned out they didn't mean her at all. They kept working on her. Once they brought the saucer into her. It was inside a big wooden crate with a padlock, and a steel box inside that with a Yale lock. It only weighed a couple of pounds, the saucer, but by the time they got it packed, it took 2 men to carry it and 4 men with guns to watch them. They made her act out the whole thing just the way it happened, with some soldiers holding the saucer over her head. It wasn't the same. They'd cut a lot of chips and pieces out of the saucer, and besides, it was that dead gray color. They asked her if she knew anything about that, and for once she told them. It's empty now. The only one she would ever talk to was a little man with a fat belly who said to her the first time he was alone with her, Listen, I think the way they've been treating you stinks. Now get this. I got a job to do, and my job is to find out why you won't tell what the saucer said. I don't want to know what it said. I'll never ask you. I don't even want you to tell me. Let's just find out why you are keeping it a secret. Finding out why turned out to be hours of just talking about having pneumonia and the flower pot she made in second grade that Mom threw down the fire escape and getting left back in school, and the dream about holding a wine glass in both hands and peeping over it at some man. And one day she told him why she wouldn't say about the saucer, just the way it came to her. Because it was talking to me, and it's just nobody else's business. She even told him about the man crossing himself that day. It was the only other thing she had of her own. He was nice. He was the one who warned her about the trial. I have no business saying this, but they're going to give you the full dress treatment, judge and jury and all. Now, you just say what you want to say. No less, no more, you hear? And don't let them get your goat. You have a right to own something. He got up and swore and left. First, a man came and talked to her for a long time about how maybe this Earth would be attacked from outer space by beings much stronger and cleverer than we are. And maybe she had the key to a defense, so she owed it to the whole world. And then even if the Earth wasn't attacked, just think of what an advantage she might give this country over its enemies. Then he shook his finger in her face and said that what she was doing amounted to working for the enemies of her country. And he turned out to be the man that was defending her at the trial. The jury found her guilty of contempt of court, and the judge recited a long list of penalties he could give her. He gave her one of them and suspended it. They put her back in jail for a few more days, and then one fine day they turned her loose. That was wonderful at first. She got a job in a restaurant in a furnished room. She had been in the paper so much that her mother didn't want her back home. Mom was drunk most of the time, and sometimes used to tap the whole neighborhood, but all the same, she had very special ideas about being respectable, and being in the papers all the time for spying was not her idea of being decent. So she put her maiden name on the mailbox downstairs and told her daughter not to live there anymore. At the restaurant, she met a man who asked her for a date the first time. She spent every cent she had on a red handbag to go with her red shoes. They weren't the same shade, but anyway, they were both red, and they went to the movies, and afterward he didn't try to kiss her or anything. He just tried to find out what the flying saucer told her. She didn't say anything. She went home and cried all night. Then some men sat in the booth talking, and they shut up and glared at her every time she came past. They spoke to the boss, and he came and told her that they were electronics engineers working for the government. And they were afraid to talk shop while she was around. Wasn't she some sort of spy or something? So she got fired. Sometimes she would be all right for months on end, and then someone would ask for a date. 3 times out of 5, she and the date were followed. Once the man she was with arrested the man who was tailing them. Twice the man who was tailing them arrested the man she was with. 5 times out of 5, the date would try to find out about the saucer. Sometimes she would go out with someone and pretend that it was a real date, but she wasn't very good at it. So she moved to the shore and got a job cleaning at night in offices and stores. There weren't many to clean, but that just meant there weren't many people to remember her face from the papers. Like clockwork, every 18 months, some feature writer would drag it all out again in a magazine or a Sunday supplement. And every time anyone saw a headlight on a mountain or a light on a weather balloon, it had to be a flying saucer. And there had to be some tired quip about the saucer wanting to tell secrets. And then for 2 or 3 weeks, she would stay off the streets in the daytime. Then she hit on the idea of the bottles. She got all the bottles she could and wrote on papers, which she corked into the bottles. She would tramp miles and miles up and down the beaches and throw the bottles out as far as she could. She knew that if the right person found one, it would give that person the only thing in the world that would help. Those bottles kept her going for 3 solid years. Everyone's got to have a secret little something to do. And at last the time came when it was no use anymore. You can go on trying to help someone who maybe exists. But soon you can't pretend there is such a person anymore. And that's it. The end. Are you cold? I asked when she was through telling me. The surf was quieter, the shadows longer.
No. Did you think I was mad at you because you saw me without my clothes?
Well, why shouldn't you be?
You know, I don't care. I wouldn't have wanted you to see me even in a ball gown or overalls. You can't cover up my carcass. It shows. It's there, whatever. I just didn't want you to see me at all.
Me or anyone?
You.
Didn't the FBI try to stop you throwing those bottles?
Oh, sure. They spend I don't know how much taxpayers' money gathering them up. They still make a spot check every once in a while. They're getting tired of it, though. All the writing in the bottles is the same.
Well, so what?
All of them. Judges, jailers, jukeboxes, people. Do you know, it wouldn't have saved me a minute's trouble if I'd have told them the whole thing at the very beginning.
Really?
No, they wouldn't have believed me. What they wanted was a new weapon. Super science from a super race. To slap hell out of the super race if ever they got a chance. Or out of our own if they don't. All those brains. All that brass. They think super race, and it comes out super science. Don't they ever imagine a super race has super feelings, too? Super laughter, maybe, or super hunger? Isn't it time you asked me what the saucer said?
I'll tell you. It said, there is in certain living souls a quality of loneliness unspeakable. So great, it must be shared as company is shared by lesser beings. Such a loneliness is mine. So know by this that in immensity there is one lonelier than you.
Dear Jesus. And how is it addressed?
It's addressed to the loneliest one.
How did you know?
It's what you put in the bottles, isn't it?
Yes. Whenever it gets to be too much, that no one cares, that no one ever did, you throw a bottle into the sea, and out goes a part of your own loneliness. You sit and think of someone, somewhere, finding it, learning for the first time that the worst there is can be understood.
The moon was setting, and the surf was hushed. We looked up and out to the stars.
We don't know what loneliness is like. People thought the saucer was a saucer, but it wasn't. It was a bottle with a message inside. It had a bigger ocean to cross, all of space, and not much chance of finding anybody. Loneliness? We don't know loneliness.
When I could, I asked her why she had tried to kill herself.
I've had it good with what the saucer told me. I wanted to pay back. I was bad enough to be helped. I had to know I was good enough to help. No one wants me? Fine. But don't tell me no one anywhere wants my help. I can't stand that.
I found one of your bottles 2 years ago. I've been looking for you ever since. Tide charts, current tables, maps, and just wandering. I heard some talk about you in the bottles hereabouts, and someone told me you'd quit doing it, that you'd taken to wandering the dunes at night. I knew why. I ran all the way. I got a bad foot. I think right, but the words don't come out of my mouth the way they are inside my head. I have this nose. I've never had a woman. Nobody ever wanted to hire me to work where they'd have to look at me. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. She said nothing. But it was as if a light came from her. More light and far less shadow than ever the practiced moon could cast. Among the many things it meant was that even to loneliness there is an end for those who are lonely enough, long enough. You've heard A Saucer of Loneliness, a story by Theodore Sturgeon, copyright by Galaxy Publishing Company, 1953. I'm Michael Hansen. Reading with me was Tricia Day. Technical production for this broadcast by Rich Grody. Mindwebs is produced at WHA Radio in Madison.
Welcome to a half hour of Mindwebs, short stories from the worlds of speculative fiction. This story comes from Fantasy and Science Fiction of February 1962. It's Rebel, written by Ward Moore.
Oh, seriously, son,
said Coluto's father, not quite meeting his eye.
You aren't a child anymore. Your mother and I naturally worry. Someday, when you have a family of your own, you'll understand
You
how
mustn't think we're narrow-minded or bigoted, dear.
Interrupted his mother gently, shifting her position on the couch slightly, adjusting her silver robe so its folds fell gracefully from shoulder and hip.
Remember when your cousin Tristram took up rhyming and your poor uncle was so dreadfully upset? Oh, we were the first to say that the boy would pull out of it and settle down.
That's right, and he has. He certainly has, Coluto. It was just a phase, and we all knew it. Yes, Tristram has good stuff in him, but no better than you, Coluto. No better than you.
No. It's not that we're holding Tristram up as a model. If you wanted to, you could easily do much better.
That's the whole point. As you say, rhyming was just a phase with him. He actually wants to do the acceptable things, while
Dear, why don't you recline comfortably instead of perching on that horrible straight-back chair?
I like to sit up straight. I don't like lying down except when I'm ready to go to sleep.
The affection in Mr. Smith's face changed to annoyance, the familiar annoyance and impatience Coluto increasingly had grown used to in the past few years.
That's it. Never mind what anyone else does. Think only of what you've decided you like to sit up straight. You like to wear that outlandish costume. You like your hair that...
Reflexively, he tossed his own shoulder-length curls, dyed a pale blue to match the wig his wife was wearing.
That juvenile way. You
now,
like...
Your blood pressure, dear, please.
She rested her face prettily on a smooth-skinned arm, lightly sprinkled with iridescent powder, so that her silver-painted eyelashes just cleared the flesh.
These things are only symptoms, not too important in themselves, but added together they show...
They show that everyone is out of step but him. Just as your mother says, Coluto, they're symptoms, and I blame myself for not recognizing them sooner. Why, when you were only a little kid, you were outdoors in the fresh air from morning till night, playing games, exercising, trading toys with other maladjusted children instead of lying around all day with your nose in a book like a healthy boy. We only smiled when you prattled of what you wanted to be when you grew up, instead of realizing we had a serious problem on our hands. Oh, we were too soft with you.
You never wanted for anything.
Good heavens, son. Do you want to be a misfit all your life? Don't you want to become a responsible member of society? Don't you think you owe other people something? Honestly, Coluto, I don't understand you at all.
Look, Dad, I'm sorry. Truly sorry if I'm making you and Mom unhappy. If you could only see it from my side. I can't paint or sculpt or compose.
Oh, you've had every opportunity, Coluto. The finest teachers, all sorts of help and encouragement. It seems to me you could at least make an attempt. It isn't as if we were asking something outrageous or unheard of, is it? Is all your education to be wasted because you just throw up your hands and say you can't? Where's your gumption? How do you know you can't?
Because, Coluto, we don't expect you to do exactly what we do in the way we do. Oh, we're not the kind of people who think we're perfect.
She looked complacently toward the wall where her husband's Sun Otter in Very Yes Yous hung in all its splendid color. But Coluto knew she was thinking of her own novella for 3 harpsichords and 95 kettle drums in F-sharp major. In all fairness, he admitted they had something, both of them, and he was proud of them in a way.
But we don't understand why you don't want to make something of yourself. Why can't you settle down?
But, Mom, I do. Really, I do. Only
what? Look, we're not callous or hidebound. We know youth has to experiment, yes, and even defy convention now and then. It's all part of growing up.
His carefully made-up face looked very smug under the blue curls. He reached from his couch over to the low table and pressed the button which popped a lighted cigarette between his lips.
One of these for you, Coluto.
No thanks, Dad.
Don't you ever, Coluto?
No, he doesn't. Not even for courtesy's sake. Not even to be sociable. The same with liquor. Why, don't you remember? It was his 14th or 15th birthday. I forgot which one. And all the other boys and girls were getting pleasant, and he wouldn't even touch a drop. Not champagne, not a highball, not a martini, not even a little dry wine or a glass of beer.
But, Dad, it makes me sick.
Oh, nonsense. It's all in your mind. Besides, do you think people should do only what they fancy? Never sacrifice their own whims to the prevailing code? Do you think your mother and I always do solely what pleases us rather than what's proper and right? Oh, good heavens, Coluto. Do you want anarchy, chaos?
Honestly, Dad, I'm not advocating... That is, I'm not the wild-eyed dreamer you seem to think. I know most people, all our family, our friends, everyone with whom we come in contact, are satisfied to be novelists, poets, sculptors, musicians. I don't want to change them. I appreciate that they're necessary.
Necessary? Oh,
now, Buck, please. Oh, Coluto, I'm sure you don't want to make your father ill, dear. We love you, and we're proud of you, even though we certainly don't understand your attitude. Don't you truly want to live a useful life?
Mother,
yes,
don't you see? It's all in the definition of what is useful. I've agreed that for the average person, for most people, working in the arts is good enough. I just happen to want something different.
But do you suppose everyone felt the way you do?
That's right.
What would happen to the world? I can't imagine everyone abandoning common sense, but suppose they did. What would you do for something to read, something to hear, something to look at? Surely you don't want to be a drone.
No, Mom. Believe me, I don't.
Well, then, dear,
there are other things besides the aesthetic in life. Human beings aren't condemned only to the prosaic, the inevitable. There's a whole realm beyond the humdrum and the ordinary, in which some can work happily for a lifetime.
Oh, that sounds quite mystical, Dick. Can't you be a little more specific?
You know what I want to do. I've wanted it ever since I was 8.
Kid's fancy. Grow up.
Honestly, Coluto, you can't still, at 22, want to be
a businessman. Buying and selling, getting rich. An 8-year-old's ambition inside a mature body. Grow up, Coluto.
Dad, you yourself admire the great businessmen. Everyone does. Why, in school, we had hours and hours of tapes about Morgan and Vanderbilt want to make
Yes, yes, sir, and Ford and Woolworth. I'm no hidebound bourgeois, son. I reverence those great men as much as you do, maybe more. You talk of school. I never had anything but straight A's in commerce appreciation. Why,
In commerce appreciation, they give you moldy stuff. No wonder you think the only great businessmen are dead. And that commerce is finished and done with just because it's possible to live, and live comfortably enough, I suppose, if you have no soul, without it in our times. But for some of us, it isn't possible. Business means too much to us. Not just antique business or immortals like Nuffield or Astor, but living, experimenting, changing, modern business. Don't you see? It isn't enough to bow before Daniel Drew or Charles E. Wilson. I want to carry on their tradition.
Caluto, you insist that we're totally insensitive. Yet hardly a Sunday goes by that I don't look over the financial page of the Times. Now, I'm not someone who never gets beyond the art and theater sections or the book reviews. Now, if you had said you wanted to be an architect, for example, or anything which could be considered remotely practical, I would have... I don't say I would have been happy about it, but I would have sympathized, Caluto. But this...
Dad!
Anyway, what makes you think you're a Drew or a Wilson or a Carnegie or a Doheny? I guess I can throw famous names around myself when I want to.
I don't think I'm a Carnegie or a Doheny. I have no hope of anything like that. But just because I can't be a Rockefeller or a Frick doesn't mean I won't be satisfied to be the best I can. Look, I know it's hard for you to understand.
Oh, not as hard as you think, dear. I wanted to be a mechanic when I was little. And your father wanted to be... You'll never guess. An accountant.
For the first time, they were not roadblocks, jailers, enemies, but human beings. Human beings who had felt, no matter how weakly, his own dominant impulses.
Maybe I came by my queer streak honestly.
Well, perhaps you did. We all have odd ideas sometimes. But don't you get the point, Caluto? We outgrew our infantile silliness before it crystallized into a social behavior and possibly juvenile delinquency.
I knew a girl who used to shave mustaches off collages. She had to go to, I don't know how many annals.
Oh, and we became mature, responsible people, Caluto, fit to be parents. Perhaps you think I never had a nostalgic thought for double entry or an adding machine.
Or I for a crescent wrench.
But we recognized these were the immature daydreams they were and put them behind us. I don't say the mirage of columns of figures hasn't been transmuted into a splash of color here or a bit of draftsmanship there, or that the movement of pistons and wristbands hasn't entered into your mother's symphonies, but so have longings for other solaces we left behind in childhood or adolescence. We grew up, son. We faced the world. And sometimes it isn't easy, but being an adult has its rewards, believe me.
I do believe you, Dad. My only question is, why should commerce be considered not grown up?
Well, we can't all be wrong, now can we, dear?
Caluto struggled against the feeling of falling into warm, soft, meek acquiescence.
Of course not. Only I think... I assure you I'm not trying to set myself against your experience or wisdom, that for someone like myself maybe, it is possible to be adult and a businessman at the same time.
Well, maybe it is, but it's a long, hard struggle, Caluto, and even if you succeed, what have you got? An existence on the fringes of society. No position, no security, no solid respect outside of a circle of crackpots who talk a language no one understands and go into ecstasies over what no one else is interested in. Well, even putting that aside, how do you justify yourself in the meantime? How can you face the young men and women of your own age who are making names for themselves as dramatists or conductors or muralists while you pursue a financial will-o'-the-wisp?
Maybe I could get a Gainsborough.
Gainsborough?
You know, Bob, a Gainsborough Fellowship from the John Henry Gainsborough Memorial Foundation. They give aesthetic equivalent grants to commercial people.
That's absurd. That's carrying water on both shoulders. Aesthetic equivalent grants, indeed. How can we hope to compete with the Martians when our best minds are tempted into romantic pursuits? You don't think they have fellowships to encourage dilettantes, do you? Or that their young people occupy themselves with trade instead of the things that count?
How can you be so sure what counts and what doesn't? Look at it this way. You say I'm no Hartford or Schwab. Agreed. But with all respect, because you're not Botticelli and Mom isn't Mozart doesn't make either of you stop your work.
For the first time, his parents looked shocked.
Caludo, it isn't the same thing. It isn't the same thing at all.
That's right.
We have our humble place in the world, but we fill it to the best of our ability. We don't run away from life, and we don't turn our back on what is real and vital and important to pursue grandiose dreams. We do our ordinary, inescapable work. Oh, darling, do you think I never feel an impulse to shut the piano and tinker with the jet plane? And we are respectable members of society instead of brilliant eccentrics. Oh, darling, you can sneer at artists. Oh, yes, you do, Caludo. I know you do. You sneer at us in your heart, I know. And you think we're dull and frumpy and outdated because we wear robes instead of that absurd jacket and... what's it called? Trousers? Yes, the trousers you affect. Or because we dye our hair and use wigs like normal people instead of making spectacles of ourselves. Or because we go to bed at a reasonable hour instead of retiring at dark and getting up with the sun as you do, turning night into night. Oh, don't think we haven't noticed and been ashamed, lest others would too. Oh, what do you think would happen if everyone thought as you do or acted the way you want to act?
I'm not asking them to. I find a jacket and trousers comfortable. It isn't an affectation. And I like my hair cut short and undyed. It's convenient. And I get up early because...
You get up because ordinary folk like us don't. Anything to be different.
Dad, that's not it at all. I get up because there's so much I want to do. And the early hours are the best.
Caludo, we just don't speak the same language. Everyone knows the morning is only fit to sleep through, and no one can possibly be alive, much less alert, before noon. And if you went to bed at a decent hour, you couldn't get up before 12 or 1.
But, gosh, don't you think there's room in the world for more than one set of values?
If there is, Caludo, don't you think it's up to you to show it? You ought to be willing to test your values against ours. You ought to do something better if you really believe in your values and aren't just bone lazy and trying to skin out of work. And repeat over and over like a defective child that you want to do this and you like that. You ought to prove your values are real by mastering ours. If you really want to be a businessman, you ought to show the world you have the discipline to be an artist first. Serve your apprenticeship, Caludo. Paint or write or do something socially acceptable for 5 or 10 years. Show the results of your work by the appreciation of critics and reviewers. And then, having acquitted yourself honorably in the real world, it'll be time enough to enter this life of fantasy if you still have the taste for it.
Dad.
I know what you're going to say, Caludo, that by then you will have lost your zest. Weren't you? Isn't that what you're going to say? That proves my point, doesn't it?
Caludo, you know your father is right. No boy so carefully brought up, so well educated as you could help it. Oh, listen to us who love you, who have watched over you from the moment you were born, who sat up long hours and remember your first tooth, your first step, your first words. Do what your father says. It's for your own good. Deep down, you must know it. Oh, don't disgrace us. Don't wreck your life.
And don't forget, Caludo, if you are determined to be a businessman, you will be a better one for your experience as a poet or a violinist. And if your notion persists, remember you can write or paint all night and still find an hour or two to buy and sell in your spare time. Why now I come to think of it, I've heard of a number of quite serious people who go into commerce as a hobby. weekend entrepreneurs, you know, and don't think they haven't made good at work while getting the last ounce of recreation out of their diversion.
You see, we're not trying to thwart you. Oh, Caludo, I'm sure Bach might even be willing to have a store or an office or whatever it is built right onto your studio.
If I see some real
so
application.
that when you're tired out after your work, you can relax with your money and your inventories and your checkbooks. Oh, Caludo, please, my darling, we're only trying to help you. And we won't even insist on a mistress or even smoking or drinking, except in company, naturally. And you could wear a long wig over that ridiculous haircut. And
No, let's not go too far. Now, certainly the boy can have time to fool around with investments and such, but a respectable appearance I must insist on. No more of the sitting stiffly in chairs as though there were something wrong with a sacroiliac instead of lounging decently. No more odd hours disrupting any sensible schedule. And a decorous toga or robe. And I think a little, just a minimum, amount of makeup. After all, you owe us something.
But, Dad, Mom...
Say no more, Caludo. Say no more. You're a good boy, basically, and, well, I'm willing to humor you to a certain extent. You'll outgrow your commercial nonsense. You think you won't, but you will. And someday you'll look back and be grateful to us for being firm with you. Remember, we love you, Caludo.
I suppose you do,
muttered Caludo bitterly, foreseeing the long years of drudgery with maulstick or baton, typewriter or paintbrush, until the bright vision of dollars and cents faded away into resigned acceptance of their drab, hopeless world.
Yes, I suppose you do love me. What else would justify you?
That was Rebel by Ward Moore, short story that appeared in Fantasy and Science Fiction, February of 1962. We conclude with a brief story by Grendel Brierton that appeared in Never in This World, edited by Adela Purnell Stone. This short piece is called Through Time and Space with Ferdinand Feghout. It was Ferdinand Feghout who discovered Yip Kwang,
and persuaded him to move to the 39th century.
Mr. Yip,
He informed the Time Travelers Club.
Mr. Yip is the greatest natural psychokineticist in all history. He put every Chinese laundry in Milwaukee, 1912, out of business. He hired no help. He needed no plant or equipment. He simply sat down before a mountain of dirty old laundry and wished it all clean, ironed and sorted and wrapped. He closed his eyes for a moment and pop, it was done. In no time at all, he'd made millions of dollars.
Old Dr. Gropius Volkswagen rose to his feet.
Then why is he here? Why did he not stay where he was so happy and rich?
He was rich, but not happy. His fellow Chinese weren't at all fond of him. Some of them snubbed him completely, and none of them ever invited him anywhere.
That is strange. The Chinese worshipped commercial success. Did he commit some unforgivable crime? Did he violate some precept of maybe Confucius?
Oh, no. No, it was nothing like that. It was just they found him a little too wishy-washy.
That was Through Time and Space with Ferdinand Feghout, a short story by Grendel Brierton that appears in Never in This World, edited by Adela Purnell Stone. This is Michael Hansen speaking. Reading earlier in the program with me were Carol Cowan and Rick Murphy. Technical production for Mindwebs by Steve Gordon. Mindwebs comes to you from WHA Radio in Madison, a service of University of Wisconsin Extension.